What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We got Chucky Spider and Mr. LSU, man. This is
Where are
gonna
you
be
live at,
fun.
Top?
I'm on YouTube and
Are you live on Kick?
yeah,
Okay,
I'm on
I'm gonna
YouTube
switch over
and
there.
I'm live on Kick. I'm live on YouTube. Um, the question that I got on the on the panel is: was Cartoon 53 right about the Spanish? And are we destined to war to go to war? Well,
Why
I
is this
got two.
in? Wait, wait. What just happened?
Yeah,
Yeah, what just
what?
happened?
No, there it
What?
is.
Oh,
Okay. Well,
No,
one, I'm
no.
over on your. It shows that you're live on Kick, but when I click on it, it says you're not.
Yeah,
Let
I'm
me.
live.
I'm gonna back out and come back in and see. Yeah, when I click on it, it says not. It just says that you're offline. Let me try again. There it is. Now it's working.
Okay. All right. So my biggest question is my number one question is, was Cartoon 53 right about the Hispanic communities? And did Donald Trump just put us at war? So we got two brothers on here. They got two different opinions about things. So this is gonna be fun. We got one that actually respects Donald, and we got the other one that hates Donald Trump's fucking guts. So let's get started, fellas. I'm gonna start the panel with let's go with Mr. LSU and let's see what he feel about what's going on with the whole situation with this Donald Trump bombing Iran and how he feel about it. And then we'll pick it back off of him with Chunky Spider. I'ma just mediate. So y'all fellas got the floor. Go ahead, Mr. LSU.
so what you want me to go off on first, for as
As
you
far as
know?
how you feel about what Trump doing and how you feel that he doing as a president.
All right. So this my take on him on the whole overall. Uh, he is moving the country in the right direction for his morals point of view. You know, and what I mean by that, he for America first for this one reason. He want to preserve every American right to enjoy being an American. And on
Mm-hmm.
that part, with that note, for as when he states America first,
You went out, Mr. LSU.
yeah, I had my bad. I had a phone call. People
Oh,
started
okay.
calling my phone and shit. Yeah, my bad. But
Go ahead.
so the thing is with Trump, while I support him for one, taxpayer dollars need to be spent on taxpayers. Uh, uh, so I agree with the illegals being deported. They shouldn't be in the country. Point blank. Period. They're using up all the resources. They're using up everything. They're gonna drain us dry. So with that being said, I'm all for people coming to this country, but you got to do it the right way, the legal way, the legal way. And for as it being a long process, for as immigration goes, yeah, I agree. It need to be rehauled and redone. But that doesn't take away of the fact that it has to be done lawfully for us as people coming into the country, point blank, period. You know, I can give different scenarios of why the border needs to be closed. Number one, 9/11 happened. The borders was locked down during 9/11, and it was no uproar. It was no none of that. It was locked down. So when they say he's being racist for us, the borders being closed, you name one country that us U.S. American citizens can go wave the American flag and demand citizenship after we snuck into the country, waving our flag of another country. There's no other country you can go and do that in. None. I mean, America, that is, you know. So, with that being said, I'm for Trump. I'm for Trump. He a true patriot. I'm a patriot as well as he is. So that's my standpoint as far as that goes.
Okay. Um, when I come to the table, I like facts, I like sources, and I like all that stuff. So when I talk, if you want a source or a fact, I will give you one, or a fact check, I will give you one. As far as the border goes, Trump back in 2017, 18, and 19 always said that there was a convoy of immigrants coming to this country when there actually wasn't. The country was never overtaken by migrants. Are the borders open? Yes, because we are a country that grew on immigration. Um, So I'm gonna ask you, what is the right way to come into the country? Do you know the right way to come into the country? I'm gonna ask you, and I'm not gonna say anybody's dumb or anything like that, but I'm asking because I need to know what I need to do, what sources I need to prove. So my question is, do you know what it takes to come into the country legally?
My opinion and what I have on that is because I never went through immigration. I'm not an immigrant, so I wouldn't really know like all the details of how they would go. But I can say the right way for us that is to not break the law, follow the law, not come across the border, not just jump across. Like, okay, for example, they know what it takes. It's a process. It's paperwork. Go through the paperwork. Go through whatever you have to go through for as that line of getting across to America. That's
Okay,
the right way.
so the only way to come to America, all it takes is all you need to do is have 1 foot on American soil, and you can claim asylum, and you have 1 year to do so. So you have 1 year in order to file paperwork and all that other stuff to before you actually are breaking any type of law. Now, coming over here illegally is the same as if I was to get a speeding ticket. It doesn't require deportations. It's none of that. It's not a federal crime. It's the same as if I was to get a speeding ticket. So for all these people being deported, the way they're being deported without due process, inhumanely, without morals, going into schools and churches and workplaces and taking people that are actually American, and not only just migrants, they're also taking American citizens. Secondly, nobody is illegal. Nobody here is illegal. Did they come over here doing illegal acts? Yes, but they're not illegal, because it's just the way it is. People are coming over here to make a better life for themselves. You said that they are taking our tax dollars, and we're spending all these tax dollars on these migrants. Do you know how much migrants spend a year in taxes?
$1 billion.
$98 billion. That's with a B. $98 billion migrants, undocumented migrants, spend in taxes every year, and they don't
But
see the
okay,
benefit of it.
I ain't trying
They
to cut
put
you
hold
off.
on 1 second. Let me finish because I want to make sure that we understand. They're putting money into Social Security, they're putting money into retirement plans, they're putting money into the system without seeing any of those benefits. They don't get Social Security, they don't get any type of retirement plan, they don't get health care. So that $98 billion that they're putting back into the system, they don't see none of the benefits from that. We get to see the benefits from their hard work.
And the
Go
thing
ahead,
is with
Mr.
that,
LSU.
and the thing is with that, when this is the thing. I'm gonna start off with this. Let me say this. No one in the world has a right to just be an American citizen. That's a privilege. That's not that we don't have to give anybody or everybody who wants to come to American citizenship. That it doesn't work like that. We don't. It's a privilege to be here in this country. It's not a
Really?
right.
Really?
Yes.
Because we stole this land.
How did we steal it?
White people came over here and colonized the U.S. It wasn't even America. This is indigenous land that we stole. So
And who are
technically,
the
we're
who?
all here illegally.
We're all here legally.
This is stolen land. This is stolen land. So none of us are actually here legally.
Any pushback?
I got to say, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all running. Y'all running.
For us, them hollering, California is Mexico. Mexico was bought through treaty. Mexico was bought. I mean, California was bought. California was bought. Yes, at one
Yep.
time it was. At one time it was Mexicans in Mexico. California was Mexico back in the 1800s, but it also was bought and paid for through treaty.
But
So therefore,
how did we make that money in order to buy that land?
we
Where
ran
would
America like a business.
no
We
because
we we
we came over here and stole the land first. We stole the 13 colonies from the indigenous people. And then we, on the backs of slaves and everybody else, besides white people, on the back of white people, we built this country off migrants and immigration and all that stuff. And not only that, we can't degrade migrants to just the southern border. There's four borders of this country. We have the northern border, which nobody ever wants to talk about. We have the California coast and the west coast and the east coast, which nobody ever wants to talk about. We only talk about the Mexican border. Why do you think that is?
Is right there dealing with the cartels, and it's dealing with strictly corruption.
I'm glad you
And
brought that up, because Trump just allowed a cartel family to migrate over here last month. He gave them citizenship over here.
I gotta go.
So
I gotta go in.
Is there any factual evidence to that?
Of course.
Can we have? Can we
Give me a
put
second.
that on the glass?
Trump? Yep, of course. Did Trump?
All
right. He actually brought the cartel's son over here and his family.
You know how to work it, right, Trump?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
He made a deal with the cartel to allow his son and his family to come over. Cartel family members, right here. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me present. Let me share screen. Share screen. And we are going to go with this one here. This one here. Here we go. So, I don't know. Can you bring it up? I don't know if you can bring... Yeah, if you can bring it up. Cartel family members entered the U.S. and deal with Trump admin. Mexican security chief confirms. So this is the cartel family that he brought in Guzman Lopez of the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah,
he brought them in. Let's also not forget the people that he brought in, the white Afrikaners from South Africa, who he brought them in and gave them just citizenship just because they didn't go through the right channels. So they got citizenship, and one of them actually already murdered his wife a week after he got here.
I gotta go. I like that. I didn't dive that far in for as that goes. Now I want to say this. I'm a Trump supporter, but I don't agree with everything that Trump's doing. This being one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can like him, but not like everything that he's doing.
So what do you like? What do you like that he's doing? What do you like that he's doing?
I like the fact that he's putting 10 commandments back in the school that they don't want in there. I like the fact that he's banning all these biological men who wants to play in female sports, which the Democrats is pushing that. So, and
I love these talking points.
The fact that Democrats can't even answer a simple question when was asked, which was, what is a female? They couldn't even answer that, and I find that strictly ridiculous.
Okay, what is a female?
Ridiculous.
What is a
strictly
female?
Ridiculous.
What's
a woman with ovaries that can give birth.
A female is anybody that identifies as a woman.
Anybody that identifies. No.
Yes,
no,
if you identify as a woman, you are a female. You got to remember, there's a difference. There's a difference between sex and gender.
So you agree with that? You agree if I want to identify as a
yes.
If I wake up and say I'm finna.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm also going to rebut your whole trans men getting into women's sports. Do you know you're only worried about 10 people in women's sports? There's only 10 trans women that are in women's sports. And out of those 10 people, all 10 of them had to go through hormone therapy, which reduces your bone density and your strength and all that stuff. Now, do they have a slight...
the fact that you're still a man. That you can't change your DNA. You're still a man. You are a biological man. God don't
if I go through hormone therapy and it reduces my bone density and all that stuff, and I feel a certain way where I don't feel like I'm a man, but I feel like I feel more like I'm a woman. What's it matter? How's it hurting you? What's it hurting you?
What's it hurting?
How's it affecting you? Because you're worried about 10 people in the entire population. We have over 300 million people in this country, and you're worried about 10.
I'm worried about the biological men being in women's sports.
What's it matter?
Which is wrong.
They have to go
wrong, and it's unfair.
No, they have to go through years of therapy and hormone suppressants before they're even allowed to compete.
Why should taxpayers have to pay for surgery that they want to go through with all these and these puberty blockers? If you want to, okay, check this. If you want to live, this is for anybody. If anybody want to live in fantasy land, cool, go ahead. You should fund. You should fund it too. You should fund your own ideology. You should fund all that. Taxpayers should not be doing that.
Can you show me where
Taxpayer dollars
taxpayers are
should be
paying
not.
for it?
What is it?
Can you show me where taxpayers are paying for it?
What do you mean?
You said taxpayers are paying for these people to have their
Yeah,
hormone
they're not.
therapy and puberty blockers.
Yeah.
I need to see where taxpayers are paying for their surgeries.
Well, can I say this, Chuck? Because he don't know how to work
All right, I got you.
anywhere. Can you
I got
can you Mr. LSU can you give him a website that you've seen it on or anywhere that you've seen it on, so he can put it on the glass for us, please?
Let me go back.
Because I mean, a lot of this, I don't want the chat to think that.
Oh,
Let me do
it
this
ain't.
right quick.
Okay.
I want the chat to understand why we doing this. You
No,
know
I
what
found
mean?
it. Yeah, he's right. He's right. I want
the
are
chat to
funding.
get a good education. You get what I'm saying?
No, I
So
got
this
you. I
is
found it right here.
educational purposes.
I found it right here. He is right. They are paying, but only some states are giving taxpayer dollars to
But see the
reimburse
thing-
hospitals for these procedures. So that's basically saying the same thing as why are we as taxpayers paying for other people to have cancer, their surgeries or welfare or Medicaid? Why do I have to pay for everybody else to have that stuff?
That's a different term of what's going on.
But it's the same thing. You're talking about tax. Why am I paying? Why is my tax paying dollars going to Donald Trump playing golf every week? Why are my taxpayer dollars going to that $400 million plane that he just got? Or that $98 million that he just spent on that parade?
Can we see proof of all this, sir? On the glass, since you got it up.
How do you think he's paying for all this stuff? Do you think he took the $48 million out of his own pocket to pay for that parade?
Let me see what you got.
Chuck can go bring it now. I'm telling you, this is why I feel that y'all good.
I'm with it.
All right, let's see right here. You can see it right here. $45 million.
I'm a full screen it, Chuck.
All right,
full screen it.
Yep, $45 million. The military parade in Washington, D.C. was paid for by American taxpayers, which costs estimated up to $45 million.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. He was wrong.
But you're worried about the wrong things. You're worried about people having surgery. Who cares if they have surgery? Let them live their life. What's it matter?
No, I don't.
None of that is affecting your life whatsoever. And like I said, you're worried about 10 people. 10 people in women's sports. That's not even a football team. That's barely a basketball team.
Well, I would like to interject, Chunky. One of the ladies.
Hey, you can hear me? That's Mark. That was Mark. That's why I went out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just called the line. I guess he's trying to get on the.
Well, hold on. I'll talk to Mark. Y'all go ahead and run it. Let me talk to Mark. I got him.
Well, yeah, go ahead. Pull what you say up. What you say now?
Oh no, that was me. I was saying I would like to interject because it was the lady that got punched in the face by the trans. She was really hurt by that. She really quit, and that was a bad look on America at that moment. That's what a lot of people saying. So what's your pushback on that, Chunky?
1 second.
I just want to say this, and she said she said she ain't never been hit that hard ever in her life.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say about that. Will those cases happen? Absolutely. But once again, we're worried about 10 fucking people. You're talking about 0.001% of the population.
The fact remains, women are in women's sport. Men are.
What about women in men's sports?
Let me ask you
I see women wrestlers all the time.
Let me ask you this: Why do we have a girls' bathroom and a boys' bathroom? Why are they like that? Why is it set like that?
They're actually coming out and doing men and women's bathrooms, so you can go to either one. Like, it doesn't matter, and that's the way I really feel like it should be. They have doors. There's doors on stalls. if you're really that worried about it, like, don't then.
Yeah, I got nieces and everything. If a
Okay.
grown man go into the bathroom where my niece is using the
Yep.
bathroom, it won't be pretty.
And you
I'm
know
being
what's
honest.
and you know what's funny about that is white men or pastors and preachers
Now it ain't
pedophile
about
on
color.
young.
It
Hold
ain't
up.
about color.
Exactly, I know that. But what I'm saying is you're worried about the minority group. You're worried about a minority group when you have a majority group of white men or preachers and pastors and any faith leading person preying on little people or little kids more than any other group.
That's also wrong.
Those transgender people are not going into bathrooms trying to do anything with children. Not one.
I don't know that.
So are there, do you have a daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, so you used to take your daughter to the bathroom, right?
No.
You
Woman
never.
did.
So when you went to the
My woman,
mall, if you went to
like
the
going in the
mall,
bathroom with her. No, my woman did.
well, okay, so your wife was always around every time you went somewhere.
Yeah, just about. And if she wasn't with me, my child was with her.
Okay, rare case. Okay, that's a rare case. I can't take away that experience. But what I'm saying is, like me, I don't have a daughter, but I have a son. So when my son would go to the women's bathroom with my wife, is that a problem? Because other women, I mean, the problem is you're always talking about men. No one's ever talking about women. Women do this shit too, but nobody ever worries about that. And like I said, there's a majority group out there that people don't worry about. You're worried about the minority group. The minority which don't even prey on your kids like that. They just want to live their life. They want to be respected. And everybody earns respect. Everyone should have respect. Like, why should I hate on this person because they feel a certain way? If that's the way they want to live their life, it's not affecting my life.
Yeah, they can live their life however they want, but
you have a problem when you see them.
No, I don't. I don't have a problem with none. I don't have a problem with none. I have family members. Let me say that.
Then
What I'm
why
saying?
are you arguing about it?
No, it's a small debate. That's it. It's not an argument. It's a small debate about right and wrong. They can live however they want to live. Like pushing all of that on children in schools and all of that, putting it in their head if they feel like they're 5, 6 years old, 9 years old, telling
Okay.
them if they feel like they need they uncomfortable. If you feel like you want to identify, like that's just they
Okay, I'm
can
going to push
no. I
back.
don't.
I'm going to push back. There is not one school in the U.S. that's pushing this on kids. Not one. That's the same as saying they're putting litter boxes in the schools. They're not one school's doing that either. It's been debunked many times over. Nobody is teaching that stuff in school. But you're okay with putting the 10 Commandments in school. So you're okay with somebody not being able to live their life, but you're okay with putting out the 10 Commandments, and you're basically force-feeding kids to learn your faith. When there's so many different faiths out there, nobody's talking about anybody else's faith, but we have to teach Christianity in school.
It's about following God's way. That's it.
But are we really following God's way?
I mean, a good majority of us don't fall. A good majority of us don't fall short of the glory. That's
We
just
should
what
not
it
be
is.
forcing religion on anybody.
The
We are in
same as they
America.
should not
We
be
are
forcing.
free. We are free to worship whoever we want to. I'm a Christian. So, but I look at it differently. We're like, I'm not going to force my beliefs on anybody else. So their school should not be forcing Christianity. Because if you're not willing to allow kids to learn about sex in school, why are we teaching our kids about religion in school?
At the age of 6, 7, 9 years
Nobody's
old.
doing that. No school's doing that.
Like, so they don't actually have a book called Sparkle Boy. That a book. This is fact. They have a book called Sparkle Boy that they're
Yeah, I've
reading
heard
to the
about it.
children.
Yep.
That okay. They're reading that in school to the children. They're holding all these. God is against pride. God is against pride.
No, he's not. It's
Yes, he
actually in the
is.
Bible where there is homosexuality in the Bible, and it wasn't looked down upon.
Show me. Pull that up. Because I could have sworn it was an abomination.
Let's see. let's see. This is, I can't remember if it's the Old Testament or the New Testament, because some of them say yes, that it is against, it is an abomination, and then there are other chapters that say else. I can't find it right now.
But you do remember the part. You do remember the part where it says, "Man should not lay with man. Women should not lay with women."
Yeah,
That
I do.
part is an abomination.
I do.
So how can people take the Bible and twist it and turn it for their own interpretation when the truth is right there? Everything is right
Because
there.
how many times has the Bible been rewritten?
I understand that.
So you can't take the Bible for everything it says. It's a book of stories.
A book of stories.
It's a book of stories written by. It's a book of stories rewritten multiple times by white men.
So you don't believe that good book.
I believe in the book, yes, but I don't believe everything in the book. It's a way to live. It's a storybook, and a lot of it has meaning. Yeah, I understand that, but it's been rewritten so many times that it's just been whitewashed.
What all do you believe, and what all don't you believe?
I believe that God created the heavens and the earth,
and that's it.
Well, because I actually just had this talk with a friend of mine who's really into the Bible and really into church, and I was like, it's hard for me. Like, I do believe, but it's hard for me to believe that a God that knows our every step is going to allow all this stuff to happen that's been going on. All this divide, all this hate, all these the rapes, the sexual abuse, the men hitting their wives. It's hard for me to believe that he would be willing and he would allow all that. Because God is all knowing and he wants us to follow in his footsteps. So that's how I look at it. And it took me years to think about this. I didn't start thinking about this until probably the last year and a half. Before that, I would have been right there with you.
And see,
but when I hear priests and pastors and leaders of faith going out there and abusing little children, I'm sorry. That to me isn't godly.
Wait, say it again. My damn.
My belief is, or I don't believe in something when you have priests and pastors and leaders of faith abusing little kids the way they do at a high rate. Sexual abuse. I'll just say sexual abuse. And you don't believe in that, right? You don't believe in that, right? But
I don't
like
for hurting it. Yeah. I don't believe in none of that. And I understand.
But why would God allow that?
Because he gave us free will.
But he knows our every move, so he should stop it beforehand, right?
Then what's to look forward to for what's to look forward to for him if he just intervened and just if that's the case, then why create us in the first place then?
I believe he created us to be good. It was people that decided to do evil, right? Adam and Eve. They weren't supposed to eat the apple off the tree. So he created us to be good, right?
That's why I go back to say he gave us free will, like you just say. He created us to follow in his footpath, and we have some that choose that they don't want to go that route. That's
exactly. He created us to follow in what?
His footsteps.
His footsteps. So I don't remember ever hearing God doing any of this stuff. If he wanted us to follow in his footsteps, why would he allow all this to happen? And for him to intervene, he wants his children to sit at the right hand of who? We should stand at the right hand of God, right? That's the ultimate goal.
Right.
So why would he allow all this dumb stuff to happen and all these kids to be abused and women being beat up, men getting beat up by women? Because it goes both ways. So I'm not trying to make this one-sided or anything like that. This is just examples. But why would all that be allowed to happen if the ultimate goal is to sit at the right hand of him?
And it also goes to question him not. We can't question him. We can't question his ways.
You're right.
We can't. We can't. I mean, we could, but I wouldn't advise nobody to do it. But we can't question his ways. He knows best. I wouldn't dare challenge him.
he knows best, so he allows all this stuff to happen because he knows best.
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't articulate those words.
No, but that's the way it comes across. You're
I
saying that
understand
he knows everything, right? He's the all-knower, the knower of everything.
Right.
We're supposed to follow in his footsteps. So I question it. Why do we do bad stuff if he's the all-knowing and he knows our steps before we take them? Why would he allow that? Like, if he knows something bad's going to happen to somebody, he can intervene and be like, you know what? No, murder is wrong. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not kill. So if he knows someone's going to do that, why he's like, wait a minute, no, killing is wrong. Let me intervene.
Because it goes back to us following in his footsteps using our free will. He's not gonna like
We
for
don't
him to
have
come down for him to come down and for every little thing. If he's gonna stop every negative and just make everything stay positive just because he's the Almighty, he's gonna be on earth and govern everything that's gonna happen, and negative won't happen because he's gonna be there to stop it. Then what's the point of humanity?
to live life. We should be allowed to live. We should be allowed to live freely without fear of what's going to happen to us.
You're talking about like without
I
fear.
should not have to fear about dying tomorrow due to a hit and run or being shot or my kid growing up being hated on because of who he looks like. None of that. Like, we should be allowed to live. We can't live. We are slaves to a system. We can't live. We wake up and do the same thing every single day. And right now, we're in fear of a war hitting the U.S. And if that war comes to the U.S., we're all done. Like, it's bye. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, I agree with that much. Yeah, I agree with that.
Why would he allow somebody to put us in a position like that?
Now,
you're following the same guy. You're following the same thing that the KKK follow. The Proud Boys follow. The Oath Keepers follow. You're okay with aligning yourself with them?
No, I'm not. See, and that goes back to people taking scriptures out the Bible and using them for their own interpretation. That's been going on. I understand
But
what you're saying. Forward that goes.
Oh, we're not in Discord right now. We're not in Discord. We're on a different app. Here, one second. I can get you in though.
Yeah, get her in because
Send her.
I want her to be in.
Can I send her the?
Yes,
Can I send her
yes.
the
Send her the same link? Yes.
All right, I'll send you the link that we're on, and then you can just join that way.
Tell her come on because
good?
yeah, he good.
Yeah, I got it. I just need a second.
He good, Mr.
Ellis. I don't even need to do it right here.
Because he tried to. I ain't want to mess the live up. That's why I ain't
No.
No, you ain't gonna mess it up. You ain't gonna mess nothing up.
You fine. Like you know what I'm saying. Like my thing is, this conversation between y'all two. Yeah, this is the perfect match. And I seen it. I'm like, wait a minute. Talking to you yesterday, Mr. LSU, you said a lot of things that a lot of conservatives would say. On the other end, Chunky do not like the Trump administration. So I put y'all together for a reason. This is great for y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you got people that's gonna be like, damn, man, they really running it. Both sides got they getting out their true feelings and shit. Don't hold back. Just keep it respectful. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, most
Because
definitely.
like Chucky, no, yeah. Me when it comes down to everything, yeah. I'm gonna put it on the glass and I'm gonna come at.
And
That's
see,
why.
and I only speak on things that I can elaborate on. Like
Right.
I'm open to whatever mind frame, whatever thought that comes out. And
Right.
if I have an opinion strong enough, I give it. But if I don't have the research on what I'm listening to, then I'm not gonna just say anything just to be trying to talk. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Yeah,
gonna give the other person that respect of knowing something that I need to go and look up for and research myself.
right. Well, another thing, if anybody in the chat feels strongly by either side, y'all more than welcome to come up and debate.
All right.
Oh yeah,
Give
more
me a
than
You
welcome.
know
second.
what I mean? Like I
Top.
said, I got these two guys together. Yes, sir.
It says when she clicks on it, it says the browser has blocked her camera and her mic, so it won't let her come up with either or.
With her
So I
camera
think
and the
what I'm gonna,
mic.
yeah, it says browser is blocking her mic and camera.
Oh, because she got to go in the settings to allow that to happen.
She did. That was a funny thing.
I'm gonna send another link then. I'm gonna send another link to your phone.
Okay.
To Messenger,
Oh, thank
right?
you. I'm fine. Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm enjoying this. You know,
I I'm glad that you are,
this edu-
because I
this
feel that.
education for me.
Right, there she go. There she go. She right here. Chunky. Chunky. Shit, she in the panel now. Hey, Chunky. Shit, he can't hear me. Um, but yeah, like this is where, like, you could do something that I couldn't do, because I see both ways. You know what I mean? You
Hmm.
you 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 can actually, like, as a, you know somebody that actually likes Trump, you can actually push a little bit than I can. So this is the type of person that I was telling Chunky that it's good for him, and this is the type of person I'm telling you, y'all good for each other. I'm just here to mediate. Mrs. Spider about to come up on the stage. Let me get her up on the stage. I see her in the backstage. Bam. All right.
And she's gonna know a lot more than me.
Miss Spider, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I am blessed as I can be.
Amen.
Go ahead, run it, man. The floor is yours, Mom.
Ooh,
The
me?
floor.
No, no, no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to start anything. I just want to listen to the conversation. I'll
Oh
join
yeah.
in as needed.
Oh yeah, for sure. Y'all go ahead and run it though, man. Like I was just telling them two, I feel that these two are match in heaven, and wow, like I seen it come. I was like, oh this is gonna be good. Go ahead, fellas. Though I'm gonna let y'all run it, man. I'm gonna let y'all run it.
Go ahead, Mr. LSU. I'll let you continue because I stepped away, so I wasn't sure exactly what you were saying.
But like for as like I say, I don't agree with everything Trump got going on. I don't. But for as uh without without anything just being made up or just thrown in just because the fact of the matter, how I feel about how he running the country is good. You know, over what, like, I got to go back and fact check, but at least 680, no, was it six? I think it was $680 billion total when the last administration was in office was shipped to Ukraine. With that kind of money, America could have been, ain't no telling. You
Do you
know,
know that?
a lot of
Do you know that
veterans
Trump
could
is
have been.
still sending money to Ukraine?
Let me see. I don't agree with that. Let me see. You fact, pull it up.
Because Congress is still sending money to Ukraine. Trump can't stop that. It's Congress is still sending money to Ukraine.
Okay, well, Trump is against that.
But he can't stop it. So are you still mad because Biden wasn't sending it to him either? It was Congress sending it to him. Congress is the one that approves the money being sent. So you can't really be mad at Biden or any other president because they all do the same thing. We have an agreement with Ukraine. The agreement with Ukraine was if they give up their nukes, we will protect them. So the U.S. will do everything they can to protect them in order to keep our allyship. But Trump went ahead and ruined that. So we are no longer allies with Ukraine right now. Ukraine will not come to our aid if something bad happens to the U.S. So this war that's coming towards us, Canada's out, Mexico's out, Ukraine's out. All these other countries are going to, the G7, Trump walked out on the G7 and they're looking at him like, what the heck are you doing? Like that's our allies. And now we're not going to have anybody else to protect us. We're basically a sitting duck.
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
So Trump walked out on the G7.
Yes.
Why didn't Congress or the Senate step in, or somebody that can step in for him? Or I'm just misunderstood about that whole situation. Just help me understand that.
I don't know why Congress didn't get involved in that. I'm not sure exactly everything that goes on with the G7 exactly, but I know that that's basically kind of like our the allies. We get together, we meet up. Hey, what can we do? What's going on? Have we heard of anything going on? This, that, the other thing. And yeah, he decided to walk out. And then who did they put in his place? The funny thing is they put Zelensky in his place. They said, well, Trump walked out. Here you go, Zelensky. Who's Zelensky? The president of Ukraine. Ukraine wasn't even a part of the G7.
Yeah. I didn't catch
They
all
should
of that.
be. They should be. And the G7 is like, here you go, Zelensky. You can take Trump's seat.
Damn.
So, but the whole thing with Ukraine, talking about sending them money, yeah, Congress is still sending them money. Like, they didn't stop that. So you're mad at the wrong people. And this is why I love sources and facts, because my biggest pet peeve is when people come in and they read headlines and that's it.
Can you put it on the glass, please? Can you show us
Congress still sending? I hate being the only one to do this, but it is my claim. It is my claim. No, it's my claim, so I do need to back it up.
Once I get my laptop and all my PC, I'll be doing most of the work for you.
Oh, let's see. USA to Ukraine, $175 billion investment in 2025 alone. In June. This is in June.
Go ahead, share it, Chunky.
I'm getting there. Give me a second. It's a bunch of buttons I need to push here. Right here.
I got you.
USA to Ukraine, 2025, $175 billion investment in global security, and this was published in June 14th of 2025.
Okay.
What, baby? Oh, he pulled it up. He made it bigger.
Yeah, I made it bigger.
But yeah, Trump didn't stop that. Like, we're still sending money to Ukraine because we have. What are the accords called? It's something accords. I can't remember the name of the accords. But it's the agreement that we made with Ukraine if they gave up their nuclear weapons for protection. So we are obligated to protect them. And it's not just money that we're sending over there. It's like it's weapons and it's not all money.
Yeah, I know. We didn't send them weapons and tanks and all of that.
We need to protect our allies. Our allies are one of our biggest strengths. If we don't have allies, we have a really strong military. Right now, it's not very strong. We're very weak. But if we don't have our allies, we're sitting ducks. Because right now, we're not worried about Iran so much. We're worried about China and Russia getting involved in this war. If China and Russia get involved in this war, we're going to be wiped off the map.
I brought up Korea yesterday. We had this discussion yesterday. I say, if China I said South Korea, I meant North Korea for the idiot that was in the fucking chat talking about get your facts straight with the Korea. Listen, I'm in North Korea. If they come over here with the numbers they have in the military, how would that play out? Are we fucked, or could we actually fight
Korea?
them off?
I don't know much about Korea. I think my wife might know more about Korea. I don't know much about Korea, so I can't. I'm not going to speak on something I'm not knowledgeable about, and I don't really know about. I think it's South Korea or something. I can't remember.
It's north. It's actually north.
Is it north? Yeah. See,
I looked it up this morning.
Yeah, I don't know much about that part. What I do know is China, and China is at least 10 years more advanced than we are. If China decides to get involved in this war, you're not even going to see the stuff coming that's going to hit us. It'll hit us before you even see it.
Didn't I tell you something like that along the lines the other night when we was talking about China? Well, he basically just confirmed everything I said. Like, China, bro, like, what messed us up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that messes up. Like,
so I do want to ask you, what do you think Biden did so bad that you think Trump did better? I have a feeling I know where you're going to go with this, so I want to see if I'm right.
Like I say, the fact that Biden left that border open purposely, for all those people to come in, that's just to change the voting block. Let's be clear on both parties. Yeah, both parties, it's all about power and control. Both sides gonna say some shit to get power. I get that part. But in actuality, When Biden was in office, he left that border wide open. He let over at least 15 to 20 million people come over that border like it was nothing. Now you got people who came through legal and they upset with all the ones who just border hop. They upset with all of them because they had to go through the right channels to get here. The right channels. They had to go through the right procedures. All of that. Now for the ones who've been here for over 20 years plus, when they cross the border and not yet tried to get their business straight for their visas and documentation, that's just a slap in the U.S. face right then and there. So what I don't like what Biden did, he left the border wide open. He was busting them all over the sanctuary cities. He was putting them in hotel rooms, something I can't afford per night in New York at all. Per night, they was living in big time hotel rooms. Let's be clear on the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party was advocating to keep slavery going. It was the Republican Party that wanted that to go.
Well, I'm
The
sorry. Say that
Republican
again.
Party.
Say that again.
I say it's the Democratic Party that was pushing for slavery not to end, not the Republic.
You
The
know that was before the
Republican
party
ended.
switch, though, right?
What is it? Yeah, yeah. I
So it's
understand
actually
that
the
too.
Republicans that got involved in that, right? It was actually the Republicans. The
What
Democrats didn't want slavery. It was a one-party system, and they did a party switch. So those Democrats that wanted slavery were actually Republicans. That's how they came up with the Republican. That's one reason why they came up with the Republican Party. Also, Abe Lincoln. Yeah, that's how they came up with the name with conservatives, because they wanted to conserve the value, or well, the not values, but they wanted to conserve all that stuff.
Can we put
That's
that
why
on the
Republicans
glass?
are considered conservative.
Can we put that on the glass so
I
we
don't think
can?
I don't really need to, because a conservative is considered a Republican.
Right.
That's self-explanatory. But Abe Lincoln
Well,
actually didn't even want to free the slaves. The only reason he freed the slaves was to protect the Union and win the war. He actually had a statement out there that said if he could have won the war without freeing the slaves, he would have. The only thing they were trying to do was stop slavery from entering the West. They didn't want slavery going into the West.
Go
Abe
ahead, Miss
Lincoln
Spider.
actually said, hey, look, if I could end this war without freeing slaves, I would have.
Go ahead, Miss Spider. Go ahead. I hear you back there.
I guess I just want to ask. I'm very intrigued. Why is it that Trump supporters feel that saying Democrats started the KKK is a flex? Like, who cares? If it was true, who cares? It's about who is aligning with your morals and your values right now. And for all you Trump supporters, you support a felon, a liar, a rapist. You support all of the domestic terrorists that vote alongside you. Stop with the way back when KKK shit. Just stop. I don't understand why people, I get, not why people are still doing it, but what is the appeal there? Like, what are you trying to say when you say that they started the KKK? That we should all be Republicans?
everybody should understand both parties and what they stand for. That's it.
But we just
That's
told
it.
you what the Republicans stand for.
But the Democrats don't stand for slavery.
No, I didn't say they stood up for slavery. No, I didn't say the Republicans stood. I said the Democrats stand for slavery. They was pushing it.
But the Democrats didn't.
But they don't. Right? Yeah, like they didn't and they still don't. So why are we talking about that? Why do we care right now?
I was asked a question, and I'm elaborating on the question.
I got it. Okay.
And then thinking of what was I going to say? It was have something to do with the migrants. What was I going to say?
And mind you, we not. There's no attacking.
I know what I was going to say.
This
So
is
yeah.
basically educational purposes. We're trying to get two sides to actually look at the opposition. You know what I mean? We're not trying to talk down on each other's side.
Yep. Sorry if I came across that way. Yep. Let me say that. Sorry. My bad. I did not mean to come across that way.
No,
I will check my phone.
No, you good.
I'm sorry. Did you say you're going to check
You
your
good.
tone? No one's going to tone check you.
No. I want y'all to be who y'all are. Well, I'm just trying to get the chat to understand is we coming to the table as two different parties, three different parties, okay? And we trying to come to solution. We trying to have this conversation that most don't want to have. You know what I mean? One side got a problem with the other side have a problem with the other side. We trying to figure out why it's the problems going on, and we trying to hear the opinions of each side. You know what I mean? So this is great.
Okay.
So I just don't want nobody to feel some type of way, or you know what I mean. Don't take this personal.
Now, I wanted
You
to
have your opinion. You're an American. You have your opinion.
Trucking, can
say
we
something
pull
about
up?
I wanted to say something about the open borders real quick, because you said that Biden had open borders, this, that, the other thing. You do know that Biden's administration and Congress and all, I don't know about Congress, but you know Biden's administration had a bipartisan deal in place that was going to send more money and resources to the border to help with all that. But then, and it was actually was brought to the table by a very highly or a very big Trump supporter. I think it was Oklahoma, or I think it was a guy in Oklahoma.
Oh, no, not a
What
Trump
was it?
supporter. He was a very conservative Republican.
Very
That,
conservative
yeah.
Republican, and they brought it to the table. They actually it was a bipartisan deal that was going to send more money and resources and people to help with the border. And then Trump was like, "Well, that's going to hurt my campaign," so he had him shut it down. And the very next day, they took the deal off the table. So that they Biden's administration tried to help with the border, but it got shut down.
I gotta do a fact check on that.
All right,
Can we
I can do it
get
right
that
for
on
you
the
real quick.
glass? Hey, we
And
got to get that on the glass.
but if I can prove that to you, are you going to be like, oh shoot, okay, maybe I voted for the wrong guy? I voted for the wrong reason? Or is it just going to be
Now,
one of those like, well, I mean, but the borders were still open?
You didn't want your food? I could have heat it back up. What we, my thing is, what we trying to do is we trying to educate the people. Okay. If anybody in the chat got any pushback on either side, they are more than welcome to come up.
Okay, this is from the White House itself. Okay.
Okay.
So this is,
All right.
give me a second. Let me share screen. This is a lot. This is from the White House itself. Fact check.
Gotcha.
Fact sheet. Today, President Biden is traveling to Brownsville, Texas to meet with the U.S. Border Patrol agents, law enforcement, frontline personnel, and local leaders to discuss the urgent need to pass the Senate bipartisan border security agreement. Did you see this first sentence right here?
yeah,
He was going down there to discuss the urgent need to pass the Senate bipartisan border security agreement. He has repeatedly said he's willing to work in a bipartisan way to secure the border and fix our broken immigration system. This is coming from the White House website itself.
let me ask you this question: what's going on with the border right now?
Nothing. It's the exact
We
same.
working on it.
They haven't done anything different. In
So,
in fact, all these people that he's claiming he's deporting are actually being brought back because the countries aren't accepting them. So we're actually paying $80,000 a flight. For every flight, it's $80,000 to fly them down there, and then $80,000 to bring them back. Who do you think's paying that bill?
And then they rotate him around detention centers so that his buddies with the private prisons can get some money.
Oh, yeah.
If you're wondering why folks are getting rotated around.
This bill also includes $1.4 billion for cities and states who are providing critical services to newcomers and would expedite work permits for people who are in the country and qualify. So this bill here had so many benefits, but Trump can't run on anything but a bad border, because that's what he ran on, was immigration, right? Oh, the borders open. So if they actually fix the border problem, what did Trump have to run on? Oh, they might be eating cats and dogs.
Well, a lot of things that Trump has done and is doing directly for America uh, is helping America by
What's he
protecting us.
doing? What's he doing? What's he
Yeah.
doing that's directly impacting?
Can you name that policy?
No, it's not a policy. It's what he's already doing.
What's he doing though?
He's getting all
I've
these legal criminals out of the country.
but he's not.
No.
They're bringing them back. The other countries aren't taking them.
These aren't criminals. Can we stop? Can we stop calling them criminals? They're not criminals.
He's actually paying El Salvador to take these migrants and U.S. and citizens. He's actually paying El Salvador to take these prisoners. And if you get sent to El Salvador, that's a death wish. That's a death wish.
Yeah, he paying them $600 million.
For what?
Yeah, he paying to house all of them at CCOT.
Yeah, to house who though?
The illegal immigrants. Well, they're illegal aliens.
They're not illegal aliens. Nobody is an alien and nobody's illegal. They're just migrants. They're immigrants. They are people. They are people.
There are people that's breaking the law.
They're not breaking the law. They are coming over here seeking a better life.
Wait.
They have 1 year.
Hold on. No. To be fair, they are breaking the law, but this is equivalent to a speeding ticket. It's a speeding ticket.
In the business.
So if you think it's okay to deport people for the equivalent of a speeding ticket, where we have absolutely no proof that any of them are criminals. Because remember, Trump was only going to go after the meanest of the mean, but he's getting grandmothers and children and going to freaking elementary schools.
He grabbed a 2-year-old.
So how do you know, that these people are actually criminals? I want to see the due process. Like, show me the booking.
So
if they're really criminals.
So these people were not like literally like crossing that fence, like coming across holes that wasn't finished with a borderline stop. They were literally this was on live television. These people was crossing.
I want to see any other country that lets people just cross over their border without any kind of documentation.
Pull that up, please. Show me.
I would love to see that.
First, Krim, we're talking about the U.S., not any other country. I don't care about the other countries. I don't live there.
What do you mean? What do you mean though?
I live here. I don't care about what's going on in other countries.
So you're comfortable. We are a country
built on immigration.
So you're comfortable with an open border that anybody can just come across that border, no matter who it is. Just anybody can.
Damn right.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, check this.
Why are you so against it? Why are you so against it? Because I guarantee the only border you care about.
What do you mean? What do you mean, bro?
What care about is the southern border.
Question is that? Why are you so against it?
Yeah, why are you against it?
What do you mean, man? Are you being serious right now?
Why are you? Yeah, I am. Because
why wouldn't I be against it?
Because the
why wouldn't we all be against it?
Because the amount of money that these migrants put into the system without seeing any benefits is outrageous. $98 billion a year these migrants put into the system, and they don't receive any type of benefit whatsoever. They're also taking jobs that
Bullshit.
Are you serious? Okay, show me your source where you can debunk
go ahead.
it. I'll show you the source that I can. I'll show you.
They're not taking Americans' jobs.
If I show you, are you going to retract?
Are you serious?
If I prove it to you, are you going to?
I mean, you had to have, because you're speaking nonsense right now.
They pay taxes. They pay into Social Security. They do not get that benefit back because they are not citizens. They pay into our taxes.
Exactly.
Billions of dollars. Billions.
They're not citizens.
Yeah, they're not. They're undocumented.
Well, okay, let me ask you this: what about all the migrants that do it the legal way? What about them?
Here you go.
The ones that are doing it the legal way, that are getting
that
are getting pulled up like at their court hearings.
This is from the
government. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, this is from the Tax Policy Center itself.
Yes,
undocumented immigrants pay taxes and receive few tax benefits. They don't get Social Security. They don't get retirement. They don't get. They're not eligible for benefits or health insurance through Medicaid or Medicare.
It's obvious
they get
why
lower household incomes. How's it a lie? This is from the Tax Policy Center. This is a .org site, sir. What you're mad about is I proved you wrong and you can't handle it.
They're not citizens. They should be getting no kind of.
Some people
I
just
can't even
aren't
hear you.
equipped.
Keep breaking up.
I don't break up. I promise you, it's not me breaking up.
Yeah,
Well,
something's
maybe it's
breaking
my
up.
end. I don't. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
something's
like.
breaking up.
I'm not saying
What
it
I'm
is
Something's
you.
breaking
saying
up.
is
Hold on. Woo side. I want y'all to be patient with each other. Hear both sides. Okay, you don't have to agree, but let's keep it respectful.
no.
Okay.
See, this is where I have a problem. Top is when people come in and they do the, "Nuh-uh, that's not true." Even when you show them facts,
I'm just not seeing
nuh-uh,
what you're showing. I'm trying to look at it.
nuh-uh,
It
that's
keeps
a
buffering on my
lie.
end.
I'm gonna blow it up. I'm gonna blow it up. Let me blow it up.
I don't do the what ifs,
Can
what
you see that?
about the
Can you see that,
nuh-uhs.
Krim?
Yeah, here's my thing, bro. Do you know how many people could come through Mexico to come into our country that are enemies of ours, and that's okay with this guy, which is ridiculous in my opinion.
You're grouping some criminals as a whole. You're putting them into a whole group.
But
Not all
but
Hispanics or Mexican
I'm
people
not
are
saying
criminals.
all of them. I'm not saying all are. I'm not saying that at all. Not at all. Am I
Let me
saying
ask
that?
you this: how many undocumented migrants would come over here and actually want to commit a crime, knowing that they'll be deported back to hell? How many people
Well,
do you think are coming over here to
there's been
actively
there's
do
been
stuff?
quite a few of them that have. I
Show me,
mean,
Show me.
show
Show
me,
me.
show me.
Pull it up
You
right now.
can't,
Pull it
you
up. Pull that
can't
shit
I
say
up
can't
right
that.
pull it up.
now.
I'm on my phone. I can't
Yeah,
pull it
yeah.
up
He
right
can't
now.
pull it up. So can y'all
Yeah, I'm on
can you
my
give him
phone
a
as well.
website or something? Can we
No,
pull
I
it
But
up?
I'm
don't.
not. I mean, why
I'm
would
not
I
going to
be
go over
lying?
the
I'm not
website.
going to go sit here
Why
and
would
just
you be
lie,
lying?
just
Because
make
you
up some
don't know the
shit.
facts. You
No,
don't know
you
the
don't know the
facts.
facts, obviously.
I'm proving it to you right here that I've got the facts, sir.
What
It's
is
on the
okay?
screen.
You're proving one point is what you're
I can
proving,
prove
right?
you every point you want me to prove. I will
So you're
debunk
saying
everything you try to
there's
throw
no
at me.
illegal immigrants that's ever committed crimes in the U.S. Are you
Didn't
fucking
say
out of your
that.
mind?
Didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
Well,
I said you're putting
that's
them
what
all
you're
into
acting
one
like,
group.
though.
Nope.
That's basically
You're
what
putting
you're
them all
Can
into
we
saying.
one
stop
group.
being, hold on for a minute. Can we stop being disingenuous? Nobody is saying that every single anything. Be careful.
So okay, so what about all the? I mean, there is a lot of gang members that are illegally in this country that are doing a
Yep.
lot of stuff, especially in
That's fact.
Colorado.
You know what? I'm
Absolutely.
glad you
So,
brought
you know
that
what?
up
Why
because
hasn't ICE gone to the gang areas? ICE loves to go through the suburbs, but they never take their ass to the actual gang
How do you know they
infested
haven't gone? How do
areas.
you know they haven't? How do you know they haven't?
it's all over the
Right.
news,
How do
sir.
you know they haven't?
It's all over the
How do you
news.
know that they have
Also,
not gone?
and
It's
it's funny because I brought this
because
fact
the
up
abductions are on the, oh my God.
real quick because I
I'm
brought
just
this point
asking
up.
you a question.
Hold
How
on,
do you
Krim.
know that?
Krim, let me ask you something
Yeah.
because I brought this up to Mr.
Yes,
Ellis
sir.
too, who said the exact same thing about
Okay.
criminals and cartels and stuff like that. Did you know that Trump
Yeah.
allowed a cartel family to come over here across the border just willingly because he made a deal with the cartel?
What cartel?
Oh, the Sinaloa
Which
cartel
cartel?
in
Yeah.
Mexico.
Yeah. The Sinaloa
He made a
cartel
deal. What kind of
family
deal
is
did he
here.
make with them?
That they can
Oh,
come live
God.
here. They are living
I'm,
here. He flew them on a
you're
private
you're
plane.
just saying something.
He
I'm
just
asking you a question like, what kind of deal? You
he
said he
just
made a
came
deal. I
You
want to
in.
know
He
don't
what
know
just
kind of
the
came
deal
in.
he
He
deal?
didn't
made.
see that
You
earlier.
really
He
think he's
did
gonna
not see
tell us?
that earlier.
We don't. Yeah, we don't know the deal is. We just know
Yeah,
that
yeah. He
the
just
I
came
just
in
Sinaloa
know he
not
made
too
a
cartel
long
family is
ago.
deal.
here. Yeah.
How do you know he made a deal?
Okay. Trump
Hold on,
flew
I got it
in
right
the
here. Here
family
you
of
go.
the Sinaloa cartel,
This is getting
and
really
they live
old.
here now.
Cartel family members enter the U.S. and deal with Trump administration. This was back in March 14th of 2025.
Let me blow that up so I can see what you're talking about.
Hold up, let
Oh,
me actually show.
you're just
Hold up, I'm going to show the actual thing. Hold on.
all right.
There you go.
Thank you.
This is what I just showed up. I just showed this a few minutes ago too.
I
This is the
didn't
deal
ever
that
zoom in on. I'm sorry.
this is
Cartel
the
family
deal
members.
that Trump made with the cartel family members to allow them in. Also, how about the white Afrikaners that came over here from South Africa
Of course, it'll
and
be
the
NBC
white ones?
News.
Oh, you want me to pull up a different site? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, please pull up like an independent site. I
Oh,
like
here's
independent
Fox
sites.
News. Here's Fox
I
News.
don't.
You like
No.
Fox News?
I don't like Fox News either. I don't like Fox News. I
Oh,
like independent sites that actually do real fucking journalism instead of the fake shit that they're all fucking paid for by all these different companies and shit. Anyway, to push something. Fox, including Fox, also.
let's see.
I'm not saying just NBC. I'm saying Fox too. All of them. All the
I mean,
big.
every single website saying the same thing, sir. Every single
Okay,
website.
I'm sure it is.
Here, I'll show you. Oh, no, I'll show you. I see. The funny thing is, I love sharing my screen.
I'm
Love
glad.
sharing my screen,
Well,
so I
I'm
can
not
show
on
you
I'm
every
not on
single
a
story.
computer, man.
No, this way I can show you everything. What we know about Trump's admin report dealing. This is for the cartel. Cartel family members entered U.S. Trump may have let 17 Mexican drug cartel family members into the U.S. El Chapo's family members crossed the U.S. border in apparent deal with Trump. Trump's secret pact with narco terrorist El Chapo. Mexican security chief confirms cartel family members entered
I was
U.S.
trying to read it.
There's 12 of them right
I'm trying
there.
to read it. Well, I was trying to read one.
Yeah,
I was trying to read a few of them just to see what they said.
Yeah, slow down, Chunky. Calm down.
You kind of going real fast, man.
Okay, while you're reading that though, what about the white Afrikaners that he just slipped right in without going through the proper channels? He just made them citizens, and then a week after they got here, one of them murdered their wife. So you're talking about Hispanic people coming over here committing crimes when Trump's allowing actual murderers.
You just said one incident just now. That means okay. That means it's all of them, I guess. Apparently,
that's what you're saying, though. Now,
no, I'm not saying that at all. There's plenty of documented stuff. What are you talking about, bro?
What I'm trying to tell you is Trump is allowing people to come over.
There's not just one isolated incident with illegal immigrants that are coming over our border.
You're okay with Trump bringing them over, but anybody else?
I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with it. I didn't say I was okay with it.
But now that you know, how do you feel?
But now that you know, how do you feel?
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, so that's one in the box for I don't agree with. Let's go to the next thing that you don't know.
I don't agree with him bringing illegal immigrants over here. No, if that's what he's doing, but I don't. I'm not.
Why are you saying if that's what he's doing? You can't say if. You see it.
Well, I'm trying to see it. I'm looking at fucking the what you call it, the cartel stuff real quick. That's what he's got here. So that's what I'm looking at.
I don't agree with it at all, especially when that illegal burnt that woman up on that train station in New York, where was blasted everywhere. Like the whole world seen that. Like set that woman afire. Who shouldn't even been in the country in the first place could be able to do that.
Yeah, there are bad people on both sides.
But you're for them. But you're for it all. People just come over here illegally, though.
Yes, because we're a country built
that are all undocumented.
Wait, so you're saying because
why would you want to have a bunch of undocumented people in your country?
So you're saying because of that very tragic incident, every single Mexican has to go, or let's just focus on the ones actually committing the crimes? Because if it was actually focused on the ones committing the crimes, you would not have all of these people out in the streets protesting by the millions. ICE is not doing it.
Imagine if
and they are kidnapping people off the street and throwing.
Imagine what would happen to Americans if we did that in Mexico. If they were deporting people back to the U.S. I'm just saying. I'm just saying you have to look at it like that too.
We're talking
Stop
about
worrying about other countries.
In the building.
Don't tell me what I need to worry about. I can make any hypothetical I want to make. Don't say that.
You're worried about America.
But this conversation is about the here and now.
But what I'm saying is, man, you're illogical as hell. Man. I can't even talk to you, man. You can't talk. You don't know how to have a fucking conversation.
Can we get one at a time, please? Can we get one at a time?
Here's my question.
Everything I say is wrong. Everything he says is right. That's his conversation. That's how he wants this shit to go.
No, I'm not going to say that. But what I am doing is
anything I say. Oh no, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Because I'm pulling up facts. You're pulling up feelings.
I'm not pulling up feelings. I'm pulling up if it was reversed. That's all I said, dude.
Which are feelings.
That's not feelings. I'm just saying. I'm trying to tell you what would happen to Americans if we were in Mexico. We're doing the same thing. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, we can't.
Hold on.
It has nothing to do with my fucking feelings at all. That has nothing to do with any feelings whatsoever.
It be that situation
so
because
you don't even make any
Mexico
sense.
Has Claudia Sheinbaum, and she is an amazing leader. I would much rather deal with her immigration
but why don't you go?
Than with Trump.
But why don't you go over there?
That is a very intelligent response.
No, I mean,
y'all should just move. Y'all should move there.
Everybody that's protesting.
Nobody's trying to say that.
And waving.
That's what it sounds like to me.
And burning American flags, they need to
oh my God!
Burning the American flag is a right that we have as a citizens in America.
That's the First Amendment, right?
I'm saying if you love,
if y'all hate America so bad, why are y'all?
I don't hate America. Never said I hate America.
The American flag and
seems like you do
because it's my right to do so. Like that is ridiculous. That's crazy.
You have the right to burn the American flag if you want.
I understand.
That's a protest. You have a right to protest.
Lord have mercy.
And if you're talking about them flying the Mexican flag, why is it okay? Why is it not okay to have pride in your heritage?
I mean, if you have that much pride in
Let's
your
go to
heritage,
Mexico and
go
wave
back to
American
your
flags
heritage.
around. Let's do that.
Go ahead. They already do.
Oh, really? Show me that, please. I'd love to see that.
I can't. I'm on my phone.
I know you can't. I know you can't. I know you can't show me that.
Because
It doesn't exist.
every time I show you proof, you don't care.
It doesn't exist. That's why you can't. You just show me a thing about. You just show me a thing about a cartel real quick. That's all I've seen you show.
That's all you've asked for. What else do you want me to show you?
Anything else that I've said, you
want me to show you that white Afrikaners?
You reject anything that I say, so it's pointless trying to even talk to this dude.
You can say that all you want, sir, but you're not coming with any type of facts whatsoever.
Come back with facts, like facts and sources. Like,
well,
hey,
I don't. I'm not on a computer right now to just bring up everything right now. I'm sorry, but
let's be fair. Hold on. Let me interject. Hello.
But I'm knowledgeable enough and wise enough and seen enough to know what the fuck I'm talking about. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Everybody, hold on. Give me a sec. Okay. If you on your phone, you can't do certain things that you can't do on the laptop. So let me just point that out there. Let me just point that out. Okay, that like on here because like I wish that I can do some of the things Chunky can do, but my laptop is unfortunately down. The only one that's right now on this laptop is Chunky.
It's
So
this guy. Yeah.
so that's why I'm asking every fact that needs to be shared and any questions that need to be debunked. If somebody can just put it on the glass for us, because everybody can't do that.
Top, I understand what you're saying, but I've done that with every single thing that I've said.
Well, I can tell you something that you can pull up what I'm saying real quick if you wanted to. Then
go ahead.
I mean,
that's what we asking. That's what we asking. That's all we asking.
Which time? I mean, I've made like two or three different 4 points now. I don't know which one you want.
Give me anything.
Just pick any one that I've already said already.
Say one again. You pick. I want you to pick.
Go ahead, Crim. Go ahead, Crim. Go ahead. Pick one for me, bro. Because y'all just about to go back and forth for no reason.
Oh, show me some Americans in Mexico waving the American flag like you said that they do all the time. Show me that. Pull that up. In Mexico, Americans waving American flags around.
My apologies to everybody. I was just trying to make sure that everybody get their thoughts.
Here you go.
You know what I mean?
Here you go. Wait, it says right here.
Hold on, let me bring it up.
No, it's right there. You can't. In Mexico, waving the American flag is illegal except during September. However, in the United States, it is. Then I just, but they do it in September. Why is it okay in September? So they do it right.
They have a month. A month,
right?
Who cares? They're doing it though, right? I proved it to you. They're doing it right.
No.
Did I not? But I didn't. So I didn't prove it to you. I didn't prove to you that they fly the American flag in Mexico.
Not 365 days.
It doesn't matter how many fucking days.
Why does it not matter? What do you mean it doesn't matter?
I'm done.
So would you have a problem? Would you have a problem with us saying from illegals, any illegals? I don't care where they're from. I don't care if it's Mexico, wherever. For them, they can only wave their flag 1 month out of the year, or it's illegal. You're gonna go to fucking jail if you fucking do. Wave a Mexican flag or a fucking whoever's flag, Argentina, wherever. Right.
Bottom line, when you cross the border.
Hold on, I think.
Oh, he fell off. I guess he got so mad. He said,
"No. He probably dropped off because something happened to Chunky. Ain't gonna run. Okay. That's one thing I know about Chunk. He ain't gonna run.
Chucky's ridiculous, man. Chucky's ridiculous.
His wife is right here. She's literally right here. So if he ran, she wouldn't be there either.
Okay, well, ma'am, your husband is ridiculous.
Okay, but let's talk. Like, help me understand why you feel so strongly about things, and I guess when shown the source or when shown
but that you haven't factual, y'all haven't shown me anything. Y'all haven't shown me anything really. I mean, y'all show me something about some cartel. That's it.
Okay, so we know that because you're saying you shouldn't have illegals here, so are you okay with Trump bringing in cartels?
Of course not.
You know, so what I'm saying is, look,
But it didn't say
immigration.
he brought in a cartel. It said
But listen,
It said something
no,
about him making
he
a
brought in
deal
the
with him or
family.
something.
No.
It didn't
He
say he
brought in
brought him over
family
here.
members. He
that
brought
would
in
that would
family
be
members of Cartel, and
so.
they are here safely.
That
He brought
doesn't
them
make any
in.
sense.
It sure doesn't make any sense. You should probably think, why would Trump do that?
I have
That
no
doesn't make
idea.
sense. You're
I need to
absolutely
look. I
right.
need to look into that because I have
That's
a
what
feeling
Yeah,
that
I
that's
gotta look
not
into.
accurate. What y'all are saying.
Yeah,
it is
I gotta look
accurate. Like,
into
how
that.
can what? See, now, wait a minute. So
That's why I
we
said
show it
I
to
I
you,
need to
and
look
then you
into
say
it.
you
All
have
he
a
did was just
feeling
show me
it's
the
not
little
accurate.
headline. He didn't show me. He
You
showed
have
me
a
the headline
feeling.
of something. So I need to look into it and see what all it actually really says, so that I can actually talk about it. Because that's the first
I
I ever
mean,
heard of that.
but I know it's the
And
first you ever heard of it, and then we show it to you, and you're still doing the
you haven't shown me anything but a headline.
nuh-uh.
You showed me a headline. That's why I said I need to dig into it and look at it, all those sites or whatever. I need to look and see
Okay,
what actually is being said about what y'all are talking about first.
okay. So hey, how do you feel about this war?
How do I feel about this war?
Do you think Trump was right to strike
Do you?
first?
Yeah. Can you imagine if Iran had nuclear weapons?
That would be really scary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I
So why
think
would his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, say that Iran did not have nuclear weapons when uh, her intelligence people told her, nope, there are no
they're
weapons.
still building. That's why
Wait,
they
wait,
had
I'm
their
sorry. I'm sorry. Whoa.
what?
Tulsi Gabbard, in front of Congress in March, testified that Iran did not have any nuclear weapons.
That's because they haven't completed anything yet. But they have the plant. It was like I forgot how far underground it is where their nuclear base is, but it just got bombed, so they can't now for sure.
So do you think we have the intelligence to make an assessment, even though your director of national intelligence is telling you there's nothing there, and you just had a feeling? They got to be doing
Well,
something. Do you
we
think that
have
was right for us to jump in and now put us at war?
you do know we have people all over all over the earth, right? That to find this information out that you're talking about to give back to our
Exactly.
intelligence. We have intelligence everywhere, so
And they told your president that there is no nuclear weapons,
then why
that
would
they
he
are
want to
not
bomb
developing.
a
Sorry,
certain
that they are
site?
not develop. I
So why
wonder
would he
why
want
he
to?
would
Well,
want to bomb them.
check this out.
Maybe Israel. Did
That's the
Israel
first
maybe?
time we've ever used that B-2 bomber. That's the first time we've ever used it
I'm
ever.
sorry.
Was in
Can you back
Iran
up?
2 days ago.
Why? I think
So he had to
let's
be
start
pretty
from the
sure.
beginning. No. Let's
He had to
start
be
from the
pretty
beginning.
sure about
Can
a
we maybe
site
start from the
to use
beginning?
that.
So, do you
He had
agree Trump should have
say what now?
struck first?
What?
Do you agree that Trump was
What?
right to strike first?
To strike first? Um. Well, you do know that Iran had like 60 days to. Trump wanted peace. He was trying to resolve it with peace, and Iran he gave him so many days to you know chill or whatever, and they didn't. So, and after the 60th day, then all of a sudden they wanted to talk different. He was like, "Well, it's too late." So then they
So
started
back,
fucking going to war over there,
back
and
in
then
Trump's first term. Oh, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
I was done.
So back in Trump's first term, there was already a nuclear plan in place, an agreement with Iran. Obama and some of the folks in his administration, as well as other countries, um, met with Iran. They all came up with this treaty and essentially said, you know what, Iran, you're not going to develop any nuclear stuff. You know what, we ain't gonna mess with you. And Trump
Where's
came
your
in.
hubby at?
So then Trump leaves. I mean, yeah. So Trump,
Hey, Krim, let her finish, Krim. Let her finish,
Sorry,
Krim.
sorry, bro. Sorry.
so Trump hears that Obama set this plan together, and he said, "No, fuck that. I don't want that." So he ripped the whole plan up. It was like, "No, I don't want to do that." And then he walked away. And Iran was like, "Well, shit, okay, well, we gonna start doing whatever we're doing. So Iran is starting to do whatever nuclear, whatever enriching, whatever they're doing, and they're giving us a middle finger because Trump ripped the treaty up. Now that it's Trump's second term and everything is about to literally go nuclear, he's like, hey, can we go back to that Obama deal? And they're like, no, fuck you. We had a deal. You came in and ripped it up. We can't trust that you're not going to do that again. We're going to do what we want. So Trump, you got 60
Well,
days. No,
let me
Trump was the
oh, sorry.
reason
Go
why.
ahead.
Trump is the reason why we're in this position right now. Trump is the reason.
I know everything's always Trump's fault. I know.
No, no,
But when
no,
Joe
no,
Biden was in
no.
office, everything, nothing
Right
was
Can we
now, I
ever
got
maybe
Joe
a
stop
Biden's
question
talking
fault.
for you.
about
Everything.
Joe
Yeah,
Biden?
nah,
Because right
everything was
now
being
we're
blamed on
talking about
Trump.
Trump.
Everything was
We're
being
talking about,
blamed
Yeah,
on Trump. Say this.
I'm just pointing out certain
Ain't nothing
things
Biden's
that
fault. Biden
no.
was the best
So talk,
president.
let's talk
shit.
about
I
what's
bet
being
y'all
said.
won't say
Biden the
nothing.
best
I
president
can't
in
hear
the
the
world.
gentleman. So there's a gentleman that's talking a little lower. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop talking, but I can't really hear you.
Hold on. I'm gonna fix that. Hold on, give me a
Okay.
second.
Because I can hear him talking.
We need to turn up mics on Mr. Louisiana side, Mr. LSU. Turn up your mic. Turn up
Yeah.
your mic. Go to setting and hit audio. No. Shit. And turn your mic up. Cause you are low, bro. You like hella low, bro. Mr. LSU.
Can you hear me?
Fuck, now I can't hear him. All right, say it again.
You can't hear me?
All right, now we hear you.
Yeah,
Go
I can
ahead,
hear you
Miss
now.
Spider. Go ahead, Miss Spider. We listening. I want people.
No, no,
I
I
want
was
people.
done because as I was talking, I could hear that gentleman. So yeah, go ahead and let him talk because I didn't get to hear what he said.
No, only thing I was saying was Trump get blamed from everything. Like you know, like nobody's saying like Biden did nothing wrong. Like everything was just being blamed on Trump, left and right, left and right. Like Trump is at fault for every single thing. I'm like, damn. So Biden just this good president.
Trump inherited a lot of
Uh,
this
I
shit
mean,
from Biden.
no, but hold on, no, funny. All right, true or false? Trump, Trump ripped up the agreement that Obama had set up with Iran. True or false?
Obama was about to go to war with Iran. You do know that,
True
right?
or false?
When he was
Pete,
in
true or
office.
false? And look at that. He came out with a treaty.
I
Isn't
need a
that
fact
crazy?
check.
True or false? Fact check it. Go for it.
I can't. I'm not on my computer.
Okay. If you
Just
raise your
told you
voice,
that a while
like,
ago.
so I'm a, you're in my ear and I'm gonna need you not to yell. You can
My
talk.
bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was that close to the microphone. I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
it's
I didn't mean to yell in your ear.
let me can I interject right quick? Because
Go ahead. Go
Absolutely.
ahead.
I just feel that I should cool down the temperature. I don't want y'all to take any of this personal right now. Please don't. Okay. All
I wasn't at all until
listen.
they started taking it
This
personal.
is what's needed with Americans. We all on this platform. We are all Americans. We just have different outlooks on things. So
Hmm.
this roundtable is for us to actually talk about the problems that we feel that's wrong with the country, or that we can feel that need to be changed in the country, or that need to be addressed. So, like Miss Spider, she got my respect. You got my respect, Krim. You got everybody on this platform, Chunky. I brought y'all here so we can have this conversation. So I don't want y'all to overtalk each other. I want y'all to actually hear each other out and then try to work through this. You know what I mean? So y'all doing, like I said, y'all doing great. I'm just mediating. I just want y'all to. I don't want personal. I don't want nobody to be upset with one another about something. You know what I mean?
Oh no, Top, I'm not, bro. I don't take this
Oh,
stuff
nah.
personal. I'm not upset. I'm not upset like
Right,
that.
right.
No, I'm not like that.
And like because I know Miss Spider, I know Chunky very well. They get passionate about this. They real passionate about this. They love this country. They just want the same thing everybody on this planet want. They want the best for this country. They just have different ideas from everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
I know. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. We
so
just disagree
I
on it,
just
bro. You know.
I just want each side to have a respect for each other. You know what I mean? And she the lady of the
Yeah,
house,
no
so
doubt.
I'm just what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make sure she get her point clear. I don't want her to leave out of here without what I mean.
And Miss
Thank
Spider,
you.
I apologize for being. I apologize, Miss Spider, for being out here. That was not my intention. My signal's kind of bad right here where I'm at, and I was just trying to talk loud because I thought y'all could barely hear me as well. I did that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
No,
scream in
No,
your
we
they
ear.
heard
can.
it. I know.
Yeah, we can hear Mr. LSU. We addressed that, but Miss Spider, hey, Chunky, come talk to
I
me.
think okay.
Because I'm
He's
going back and
stepping
forth
out for
for
a minute.
text.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
he's
know.
just stepping out for a second.
I know my brother. Listen, I love my brother. I love my brother. I love my brother. Hey,
Asked him how Trump
you
intestines taste. The
you
fuck?
you know how I
No,
feel. You
yeah.
know how I feel about your husband. So I
But
love
see,
Chunky.
he's trying to be like really disrespectful, saying disrespectful shit, man.
So
You know
what
what I'm
was
saying?
disrespectful? What was disrespectful to you?
He's like in the comments saying, "Tell us how Trump's intestines take." What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Okay.
Cause it kind of
Um.
sounds
Hey,
like it kind of sounds like y'all have something against Trump, and that's what all it's about. Y'all just don't like Trump, right? Because he grabs.
that's what I'm picking
Well.
up.
Here's yeah. Okay. So here's my perspective. Trump is a
So
criminal.
anything he does is gonna be wrong
Wait.
in
Hold
Wait.
on,
your
Wait.
Crim.
eyes.
Hold
Wait.
on, Crim. Hold
Wait.
on, Crim.
Okay,
Let her finish.
sorry.
Let her finish. Let her
From
finish.
my perspective, Trump is a criminal. He is a fraud. Um. He has 34 felony counts for fraud. The Trump administration, the institution has 17 felony fraud accounts against it. This man has bankrupted damn near everything he touches. Um, he stole our secrets, and that means a lot. I work with the government. I work with classified information. I
My
know
mother
the
does too.
dangers, and I know the dangers of not protecting it and mistreating it, and he did that, right?
Oh, Miss
I
Miss
know.
Spider, hold on before
My,
you
my, my,
continue. Hold
my
on.
mother also
Well, hold
she
on,
works
Crim.
at the
Hold
army
on, Crim.
base.
Hold on, Crim. Because I didn't know that he would want that. I didn't know if you would want that piece out. Chunky told me that you did work for the government, so I'm glad that you brought that up. I didn't want to
Yeah,
bring it up. I knew something about it, but I didn't want to bring that up without
Our
you
government is
bringing it
corrupt.
up. So
yeah,
I'm
no,
just
no, no. I'm
making
a
sure you
contractor. I don't work in the government. I'm a government contractor.
okay.
But yeah,
Okay,
Okay.
so you okay? You okay with saying that, right? You
yeah,
okay with that? Ain't no backlash and nothing go come your way. I'm
no,
trying to protect you as much as I can. Okay.
no. I
All right.
appreciate that.
Go ahead, continue, Miss Chunky. You know it's all love over here.
So understanding the cases that have been drug on the past few years, seeing the ability of this man to bullshit
Who's
and
drinking, man?
continue
What is
to
that?
push the goalposts, that's
What's
where I
that? What you
struggle.
was drinking?
Oh, okay.
Oh, chocolate milk. I love some
Somebody has a
chocolate
hot
milk.
mic.
Go ahead. I had to meet you, Cram, right quick. Go ahead.
Um, but no, so that's it. And then to see that a 34 count felon is currently running the administration, in my opinion, in a very criminal manner. He is not following the Constitution. He is not listening to judges. He is lying continuously. So I am going to come from the perspective of Trump is fucking up because he is. Like, this man unilaterally decided to attack Iran. And there are a lot of things that Trump did, and I mean, it's not, in this case, yeah, it is Trump's fault because he was the one that ripped up the deal that was stopping Iran from doing anything with any nuclear technology. So we fast forward and now we're here. So maybe Iran was gonna do something shady even with the treaty, but what we know is Trump ripped it up in his first term.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Spider?
Absolutely.
Do you think? Do you think? Uh, Damn, I forgot her freaking name. The lady that was appointed to run for president. Do you think she would have been a better president than Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris. Kamala
Well,
Yeah,
Harris.
No, no,
Kamala
no,
Harris.
no,
Kamala
no,
Harris.
no,
Kamala.
no.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Sorry.
Her name is
Kamala.
Kamala.
I fuck
Kamala.
up her name, so my bad.
Her name is
It's no disrespect.
Kamala. No,
Hey,
Kamala.
I would like for you to go look up something real quick, or not right now, but later on. I would like for you to watch some. There's some Judge Joe Brown. You know who Judge Joe Brown is, right?
I do.
You should watch some of his interviews that he's done talking about Kamala
Her name
and
is Kamala.
Ka- Kam, Kamala. Sorry, I'm sorry, Kamala, Biden, and Trump. He talks about all three of them because he knows a lot of inner workings about a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff that goes back way back from the Bushes to I mean, a lot of people, a lot of our former presidents and stuff. And just go listen to what some of the stuff that he says and knows, and then go look it up because that's what I did.
I already know where you at with it, bro. I
You
caught
you
the
know what I'm talking
interview.
about,
Yeah,
Mr. LSU?
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, huh? Yeah,
I
you
ain't
already
gonna
know what I'm
repeat
talking
it,
about.
bro. Yeah, I ain't gonna repeat. I'm gonna let them go do their own
I want
research.
them to go
But
do that too.
yeah, yeah, I seen what you and he right too. He right.
I
What
know
he
he's
does,
exactly right.
he
So why
exactly
would I
right.
go? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna
Exactly, bro.
Hold on,
go.
hold on, hold
Exactly.
on, hold on.
I'm not just
Wait.
gonna go seek out Judge Joe
So
Brown and start looking up clips.
All you
I
got to
missing
do is
something.
just put it in the
I
search bar
missing
of
something
YouTube.
because I didn't know what's going on with Joe Brown.
Yeah, say it. Tell
Just
me. What
What's
is
if
it?
going
you
on with
just
Joe
type in,
Brown?
I mean, you can find out a lot of stuff about Kamala.
Is it? But right now, here we're listening.
No,
So
I'm asking
educate
what
me.
Joe's saying because I don't
Yeah,
know.
what did he say about
I don't
Kamala?
know. Me
Well,
personally,
first
I
of
don't
all,
know.
you know how she got her political career started, right?
How did she get her political
By
career
fucking,
started?
by fucking, by
Oh
fucking
my
people to get
God.
to the top. The casting
Um,
couch, the casting couch.
so
That's
why
how.
is it hard
That's
for
how.
you to believe that a black woman, an intelligent black
She's
woman,
not even black.
She never once
She's
so
publicly
Indian.
stated she was black.
okay,
She never
so
stated that.
top,
She's not black.
can
She
you hear
even
Yes,
she
me?
never
yes,
stated
yes,
that.
ma'am. Hold on. Yeah, you say it again.
Hey, I wanted to just say thank you. I appreciate this time. I'm not starting with this bullshit. I'm not. So
She's
thanks,
not black
bye.
though.
I'm out.
Okay.
Fuck
Damn.
you.
See. That's people just taking it personal, bro. They don't want to
Yeah,
believe
bro.
facts. She's not
Now
black,
see,
bro.
top on the
Well,
same time, top bro. On the real, we was being respectful, bro. It's just when you don't align with certain people, disagree with every little thing, like it's a problem. It's a problem. Like it's a simple respect, mutual dialogue that we having. That's it. But
She got mad because I said that
yeah,
about
it's been
Kamala.
exactly. So that's dealing with emotion. That's dealing with feelings right there.
Yeah,
Like,
and her
and
husband was
all
just
we
saying a minute ago, "Oh, you're doing that on emotions. You're saying that because you're emotional." What I said had nothing to do with emotions. I
is
don't
it.
even know
See what
why
I'm
he said
saying?
that shit to me.
So yeah,
um,
we did everything you asked, top. Like we was respectful, bro. We ain't get out
well,
of line or nothing. I stayed
I,
quiet for the longest.
fellas, I'm gonna say this. I want y'all to hear
You
me.
can't talk to people like that, man.
Well,
You can't
I
debate on
understand that.
stuff like that.
Listen. I understand that they are passionate about the political game. They are very
Emotional,
passionate. They are passionate.
Very.
right,
Like I
Mister
said, they're good.
LSU?
They're good people. They're good people. They're good people. They're good people.
I'm sure they are.
You
I'm
know
sure
what I
they are good
mean?
people.
Chunky actually enjoyed the conversation with Mr. LSU, but he feels that when Krim came aboard, it was everything out the window. The two, but I get y'all
I
side of
just
it. Y'all
matched his
think that,
energy. Was all I did, bro. I matched
well,
his energy.
I get that, and I just wish that they would have stayed on, and we could have just, you know,
So he did
figured
fall
this out.
off. So he did drop down on purpose then.
Yeah, Yeah, he did. I'm not
Damn.
gonna lie to you, but
Damn.
the reason why I'm gonna say this is because his wife
Snowflakes.
stayed his wife stayed on. His wife
For
stayed
a little
on.
bit until I said something about Kamala.
Well,
I'm gonna say her name wrong just to piss her off.
oh
Kamala.
god.
Till I said something about Kamala.
Well, um, I'm just gonna say this.
But it's facts, bro.
It's
She's not African. She's not black. She's Indian. She's Hindu.
Yeah, that's facts.
well, well. I'm gonna put it like this. You know, I feel that the two sides that needed to come together today, y'all came together. I just wish that we had a little more um dialogue with this because really truly we all want the same thing. We just have different opinions about it. You know what I mean? Hold on, here comes Miss Spider. Hold on.
Hey Top, you should go check out the Judge Joe Brown's interview I'm talking about because
I'm gonna check it out.
So what?
he's very knowledgeable and he's funny
Hold on,
too.
Krim. Hold on, Krim. Hold on,
Okay,
Krim.
sorry about that.
Let Miss Spider go. Go ahead, Miss
Go ahead, Miss
Spider.
Spider.
Yeah, my bad. I needed to come back, so I wasn't gonna let you think like anything you said
Miss
was
Spider,
true.
Miss Spider. Let me
It
say
was
this.
though. It was true.
Let me say this. Let me say this before you go on. I have respect for your husband. I have respect for you. I'm doing this not for the clout. I'm doing this because the people need some. They need two sides to
Yeah,
come to the table,
yeah,
whether the feelings are in the table or not. I wish my brother would come up here and speak his mind. You know what I mean? I'm
yeah.
glad that you're here though. I'm glad. I don't want you to run away and feel that you have to run away because I'm gonna make sure everybody's respectful on this motherfucker.
See,
Can I say something real quick, Top?
my
I'm
hot
gonna
button was
I
misogyny. Like when it's like, oh, you know how she got there on her back, and
Well, I mean
y'all
that's
think it's funny, but what the thing is, like,
it's not funny. It's
okay,
the
so
truth.
why do you care? You didn't say anything about who Trump was fucking. You didn't care about him cheating on his pregnant wife. You didn't care about the porn star. You didn't say anything about him. So
Who
why does
said I didn't
anybody
care
care?
about that? Who said I
Why
didn't
does
care about that?
anybody
You're
care
saying that.
who
I didn't say
Kamala's
that.
fucking? Why do
hold
you
on,
You're
hold
care who
on.
saying that. I
Kamala's
One
didn't
at a
say
fucking?
time.
that.
One at a time. Hey,
Do you
one
want
at
to
a
have
time.
sex with
One at a
Kamala?
time.
Do you want to have sex with Kamala?
You're saying that. I didn't say that. You're the one saying
What
that. I didn't say that.
the whole
That was
reason why
Just
this
just
that was
just
a
started
good
because I
was
didn't
question.
you
say
said
anything about
Judge
that
Joe
doesn't
Brown
mean I agree
said
with it.
she's fucking.
Why
So
are you and your husband getting so emotional jumping off the panel?
why would you bring that
And
up
but
if you didn't agree?
y'all are trying to
So
accuse me
so
saying
you
I
bring
was
up point
emotional about something when I was
you
not
bring up
at
points you
all.
don't agree with.
I was not emotional about anything so far, but you and your husband have both got off the panel because y'all were emotional, both of y'all.
But I'm asking why
Double standard.
is yeah, why is Trump's
Exactly.
sexuality not being an idiot? No, he was talking about you, double standard, not me.
No, he wasn't talking about me double standard. He's talking about you and your husband was the double standard.
Mr. LSU, can you elaborate who were you talking to so we can move on?
I'm talking to her and her husband. It's straight double standard
What's
Thank
the
you.
double
about the
Okay.
standard?
emotional part.
Why do
About the
you feel
emotional
that
part.
way?
They the ones jumped out the panel. They jumped out the panel because they got in their feelings. I'm gonna leave
You
it
didn't
at
see me.
that.
You didn't see me
How
in
is that a
LSU
double
jumping
standard?
off
Exactly.
the panel.
How is that a
Here we
double
go.
standard? Help
This
me
is what I'm
understand.
talking about.
Like
I'm glad my brother came back.
I came back and we're talking. How is this a double standard? Educate me
You
on
I,
that.
came back. You did come back, but why'd you get off to begin
Educate
with,
me.
though?
Educate me on how it's a double standard though.
Why'd you get off to begin with, though?
Don't change
Why'd you jump off to
don't
begin
change
with?
do
hold
not
on.
change the subject.
Let it
Answer
go.
my
God,
question.
she
Answer my
can't answer my
question.
question
How is it a double
Okay.
standard?
Um,
because your husband
Go,
was
go.
saying that I was getting emotional earlier when I wasn't. The
Do you
argument I
know
was
what
making had nothing to do with emotion.
do you know the
listen.
He was
Okay.
saying that I was
definition?
Okay.
Do you
he
Hold
know
said
on.
I was
Hold
basing
on.
it
do you
off
Hold
of
know
on.
the
emotions.
definition?
We
Do
got
you
Hold
know
on.
the
Chucky back. We
definition of
got
double
Chucky back.
standard though? Because that's
One.
But
Let's hear
both,
what Chucky got to say.
Hold up.
Let's hear what
One.
but then
Chucky
he
got to
turns
say.
around and jumps off because he got
You know why?
emotional, and
You
then
know
you
why I
also
jumped
jumped off
off?
because you were emotional.
This is why I jumped off. One, because you're pissing me off. Reason being is because no matter how many times I come over,
See,
shut up,
emotional,
Crim.
exactly.
Hold on,
be
Crim. Hold
quiet.
on.
See, look
Hold on,
at you,
Every
look at
Crim.
time,
this dude,
every time I
Crim.
look at
come
this
up with
guy.
Crim.
facts,
Crim.
you look at
Crim.
you. What are you gonna do?
Y'all are
Crim.
proving my
Hold on.
point
Hold
once
on.
again.
No, the reason I jumped off is because trying to prove facts to you is like
and
hitting my
laughing is
head against the
immature.
wall. It don't matter how many facts I showed you. You don't care.
Immature.
Your way is the only way. Mr. LSU, I'm sorry that if you that I disrespected you by jumping off. I was actually having a really decent conversation with you. I actually enjoyed the conversation with you.
Nah, likewise. Hey.
Then this guy comes up and ruined the vibe. He doesn't care about facts. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm a little heated. But I didn't care. He doesn't care about facts. He doesn't care about facts. You actually would read the facts. You're like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Let me look a little bit deeper into that. Krim over here wants to be the guy that's like, oh, that's not true. That's not true.
No, I didn't say anything wasn't true.
Face.
I said I didn't agree with it. And I said, show me what you're talking about. You showed me a headline on one thing about the cartel. That's the only thing you showed me.
And
that's
then
it.
I showed
and then
you
you jumped down because you got emotional. Because you got emotional.
I
pissed you off or whatever.
I showed you.
I matched your energy.
You wanted to see. No, you trust me. You didn't match my energy. I showed you exactly what you wanted.
Like you some badass or something.
I showed you that the U.S. flag is flown in Mexico. Whether it's 1 month out of the year, who gives a shit? It still happened, right? Did it happen?
It says in September. It says in September. It's not against the law in September. Yes, that's what it says.
So I proved you wrong, right?
You did on 1 month.
I proved you wrong, right?
You can wave a flag in September.
It does not matter if it's 1 day, 3 days, 365 days, 3 years, 10 years. It doesn't matter. It happens, right?
But I guarantee you, if we had the same thing for the Mexican flag, you would fucking be bitching about that if we just had a month for them. Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't. I don't bitch about anybody having a month. I don't care about. I don't care. I don't care about anybody.
Oh, they do have a
Pride
month.
There's Pride Month, Black
every year
month.
there's a month.
There's Women's Month. There's Mental Health Month. I care about all of them.
But what I'm saying is they can wave a Mexican flag any day they want to in America, right?
That's their right. That's their right.
Okay.
Just
like it's not our right in Mexico.
Like you want.
No, but not we can in Mexico. Only in September.
Wait, it's
Mexico. Like if we went to Mexico right now with an American flag in Mexico, we would be arrested. We would be arrested right now if we had an American flag.
Wait, what's the point of this conversation? What are we trying to prove here? You can fly a flag.
I was just making a point. I was just making a small point.
Can I interject?
Not yet. 1 second. 1 second. You're mute. Your point is mute because we don't live in Mexico. We're not a part of Mexico. Mexico is not part of the U.S. What their rules are their rules. That's their laws.
That's everybody else's rules. Nobody just comes in anybody's country.
But it's not our rule. Our law allows it.
We're the only country that
people
can illegally come across our border and come up in our shit. That's fucking stupid if you think about it. That's very stupid.
That's how we got this land. That's exactly how we got America. By stealing the land from the
Okay, well let's just not have no fucking laws then. How about that? Let's just have no laws. How about that?
How about we follow the laws?
Exactly. Thank you.
So
how about we follow the laws because it's illegal to cross our border without.
No, it's not.
What do you mean? No, it's not. What the fuck?
All it takes is for a person to take one. All they need to do. It's a misdemeanor. So should I deport you for speeding?
Yeah, deport me for speeding.
For speeding? Because that's exactly what.
If I'm in your country, if I'm in your country, illegally, if I didn't go through the proper way of doing it, then yeah, deport me.
Hey, real quick.
Hold on. I got a question. Hold on.
The proper way.
I got a question. I got one question. Can somebody explain to me what is the proper way of coming into this country? That's all I want to know.
We had
this question.
Visa, green card, visa.
Okay.
Even those people. Whoa. But even the visa and the green card people, like when they're going to their hearings, the judge, the Department of Justice is dropping the case, and the folks are like, "What does this mean? What does this mean? Does that mean?"
Let me ask you this:
I don't know.
Why was there 40? Why did 46% of Latinos vote for Trump in this last election?
Why are you over talking me?
Because that's all you keep doing is talking. Y'all give me a chance to talk.
Hell, I was talking.
Y'all won't shut up though.
What? One at a time. Hold on.
Yeah, I said that. Both of y'all won't shut up.
Hold on.
Don't give nobody else a chance to talk.
I'm gonna mute everybody. I want everybody to hear me. Let's keep it respectful. Let's give everybody enough time to talk. Let's keep it respectful. All right.
I can't even talk.
I understand. Listen, can we give both sides a chance to talk? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm
So,
asking.
yeah.
I'm not
So,
asking for
so like I
much.
was
Okay.
Hold on,
saying,
let me get
no,
y'all.
no,
If
There you
they
go.
stop
I
hogging
got
up
you.
all the time to talk,
Krim, you
You are
interrupt
being really
everybody.
immature. You're being so
because y'all won't
immature right
stop.
now. You're being
I have to
very,
interrupt. I
very
have to interject because y'all
immature.
won't stop.
This is childish. Like for real. Stop.
Okay,
Grow
okay.
up.
So, okay,
Grow
let
up.
me let me
But
let me
when we're
let me
talking about the right way, when
let,
I
let me
was finished, go ahead.
let me take over. All right. First,
I'll just
we
hush.
gonna
Okay,
let.
I'm not gonna say anything
Hold
else.
on,
I just
hold
want to hear
on,
them.
hold on,
I want to hear
hold
them
on,
out.
hold on,
I'm not gonna say
hold on,
nothing
hold
else.
on, hold
I'll,
on,
I'll
hold
mute
on, hold on,
myself.
hold
I'll
on.
mute myself.
No, hold on. One at a time. I want both sides to have their time to say what they need to say. So Miss Spider or Chunky, which one y'all want to, whichever one to go, y'all got the floor. We all gonna be quiet until y'all done, and then we gonna let Krim take his time. Then we gonna let Mr. LSU take his time. And if Mr. Lamark Moore or Solo Dolo or the man that's bald headed with the glasses that's about to take his goddamn glasses off, because I'm talking about him, he can go.
I just
Okay,
want to
so
listen, bro.
go ahead. Y'all pick which one y'all want to go. Let's just make sure we keep it respectful
I'm
and
just
let her talk.
I'm just gonna
Let her
listen because
talk cause she going.
I just want to listen. That's all I'm gonna do because
Go ahead.
all they do
Go
is get
ahead.
emotional. So I'm just gonna hush.
So when we were talking about coming in the right way, I was
Go ahead.
explaining that these migrants are going to court and their cases are being dropped and they're confused and they feel like they're in limbo. They walk outside and ICE is there to grab them for expedited deportation. Okay, like this is happening to people going to court and doing what they're supposed to do. And what's also happening is the people that are saying, no, no, please don't do this, they're getting snatched up. It is, and all of these folks, they're covering their faces and they're not identifying themselves. They are just grabbing people. They are
They
going
cross the
to
borders illegally.
elementary school, um, elementary school graduations, and they're getting parents. Like it is cruel the way they're doing. They're going into foster homes and taking the children to deport them. Like this isn't going after criminals and rapists and all the things that Trump is talking about. What's happening right now, that is not the immigration plan. Yeah, they broke the law. This right here, the cruelty, and what they're doing is they're putting them in detention centers that people don't get to shower for days. Somebody died already. They're getting starved. They're not getting water. Like they're being put in some horrible conditions. That's why people are outraged. That's why the anger is there. That is why. I'm done.
All right, go ahead, Chunky. Go
Oh, I
ahead,
just. Oh,
Chunky.
okay.
Chunky.
No, I've got nothing to say because no matter what we say, it's not going to matter.
Chunky,
So
Chunky,
I'm
listen,
just
listen to me, listen to me,
here.
listen to me.
The right way to enter the U.S. is just to have a foot in the U.S. All you need to do is step on American soil. You have 1 year to seek asylum. You have 1 year to get your paperwork in order and stuff like that. That's why they had this. That's why they had that app so people could keep up with their freaking court hearings. And then Trump decided to come in and shut that app down so people couldn't keep track of their court hearings. People are doing it the right way, and they're still getting deported. And then, like my wife said, they're going to court. The judge is dismissing their case. And when they dismiss that case, they get outside and they get tackled by ICE. They're trying to do it the right way, the way that you want them to do it, the way that you're saying everybody needs to do it legally. They're trying to do it legally, and yet they're still being deported. Oh, yeah. They're also not the criminals. They're trying to do everything the right way, and they're still being shit on.
They're illegal to
Oh,
begin with.
Are you done? Are you done, Chunky?
yeah.
Are you done? All right, Krim, your turn.
I'm not gonna say anything, man, because I'm just gonna make them jump off the panel. because they can't handle truth. Obviously, they don't have logical sense. I'm sorry. I want to hear Mr. LSU. I'll pass to Mr. LSU. How about that? I'll pass to him, so I don't piss Chucky off and Miss Spider off.
No, you're not gonna piss nobody off.
No, before he passes it to Mr. LSU. No, hold on. I want to say this. The reason you don't have anything to say is because you know what I'm telling you is factual, and you've got
that is not that is not it at all. Because you've already jumped off the panel one time. Because you're the one that's emotional, bro. You and your wife are the one that's emotional.
Because I care.
Because y'all can't handle truth. Y'all can't handle truth. Apparently, y'all want no laws. Y'all want to just to be a free reign fucking country for anybody that wants to come here can just cross our border, just come in and start fucking doing whatever. That's what y'all believe in. So
can we talk to Mr. LSU because
can we talk? Yeah,
emotional.
go ahead, Mr. LSU, because these people I can't talk to. They're ridiculous.
But you're being immature and emotional. Go ahead,
Mr. LSU.
How dare you call me emotional when y'all jumped off the fucking panel, both of y'all?
Hold on.
I just want to say, I just want to say, I respect everybody. You know, like for the most part, I just want to put that out there. And this is what I want to. I just want to elaborate on something. I just want to. Let me see, how long is it? Wish I had a laptop to really put all this. So I just want to state this right quick, and I'm gonna let whoever take the floor after that. I just want to read this right here. During his time in office, the Obama administration deported over 3 million illegal immigrants through formal removal, according to the Department of Homeland Security (DHS). The figure refers individuals sent out of the U.S. Via official court order. The Obama administration also oversaw a record of 438,000 deportation in 2013. So it's just, and so what I read that just to say, and this was without due process, because doing that, because it's in the Constitution to enact expedited deportation, which John F. Kennedy used, Nagin, the list goes on how many used it, and Trump is one of them. So it's just the fact that it's an uproar with, they being deported, but it wasn't an uproar when Obama did the exact same thing. 3 million without due process. That's all I just want to say. Like, that's it. I just want to be
that's a great point too.
All right. So when Obama did it, when Obama did it, he did it with due process. He gave everybody the right and all that other stuff. And actually, those numbers are skewed a little bit because context is everything. He went after.
Skewed. Hold on, one at a time.
Everything's skewed.
Prim, if you can't come up with something other than of course,
because you're just full of bullshit, dude. You're full of shit. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I just don't sugarcoat. Look, bro, I don't sugarcoat shit.
You don't have to.
I'm straightforward because you're full of shit. Your wife's full of shit. Both of y'all are full of shit. And y'all are emotional.
We're gonna have a problem there.
Well, fuck you, dude. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. You a bitch.
I'm in Atlanta. Let's meet up. I'm in Atlanta. We can meet up.
Pause.
I will meet you.
You're a bitch. I can meet you.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Let's not get personal. Let's.
Well, he's the emotional motherfucker. Now he's got me.
Crim.
Man, I will fuck you up. I promise you, I will fuck you up.
Crim.
Bitch, you ain't gonna fuck shit up. Shut your fucking dumb ass mouth, bitch.
I will rip your fucking head off and hang it on.
You ain't finna do shit except talk. All you gonna do is talk.
I told you where I'm at.
You can't do shit except talk, bitch.
I told you where I'm at. I'll meet you wherever.
I'm in Alabama, motherfucker. I'm right next to you. I'll meet you in LaGrange. How about that? I'll meet you in LaGrange, Georgia.
That's fine.
Hey, you know where LaGrange is, right?
Whoa.
Yeah, leave. I'll meet you in LaGrange, Georgia.
Whoa.
You gotta give me an address though.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Pause.
Or I can just get up with top when I get there. I'll beat the fuck out of you, fucking fat boy.
Yo. Listen. Hold on. Wait a minute. Listen. I'm gonna ask everybody a question in this chat. I just want to ask everybody in this panel one question. One fucking question. Do y'all love America?
Yes, I do.
Do y'all love America?
Absolutely, I do. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you love America?
Best country in the world.
Okay, so we getting personal. We getting too personal. I understand that. Listen, you upset because they left the panel, but they're back. That's that's the past. We're not gonna worry about what happened in the past. They're back. They're trying to have a
Now
conversation.
I want to beat that dude's ass. Now I will go meet that dude, bro. I will embarrass that bitch on camera.
It's not even worth that, Crimp. We
Yeah,
try.
But I
pull
mean, he's
up.
close to me. He's in Atlanta. He ain't that far
Pull
from me.
up.
Okay, so
Pull
let
up.
me ask you something.
I
What?
will pull up, bitch. Shit. You think I'm
Okay.
fucking scared too?
You see what I'm
You don't
saying?
know my
Like,
background.
you
You
are
don't know me.
so immature, but don't you
Okay.
ever
I'm
call
not
me a
having.
bitch.
Hold on. We're not having that. Okay. We're not having that. We're not having the disrespect. We're not having the calling people out their names. We're not calling no female bitch. We're not doing that shit. All right. Listen. We can have a conversation without being disrespectful. That's all I'm saying. I don't
Your
need
boy
Krim.
can't.
I understand.
That's the problem. Yeah, Krim can't.
I am 3 hours and 38
That's the
minutes away.
problem.
No,
I'll
no,
speed you.
hey, Chunky,
I'm
we're
3
not
hours
doing
and
that.
38 minutes away.
Chunky, do
I'm
I
on.
have to make? Oh my God, Chunky, Chunky Spider. Miss Spider, tell Chunky to stop.
Now he's dead.
Krim, listen, let's keep it like I said in the beginning. Y'all can keep it respectful. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
calling
that's
this lady out her
talking to
name like
Krim.
that because she have a different perspective. They have a different perspective. Yeah, they did, Les. Yeah, and I got in Chucky's ass about it. He'll tell you. Like, hey, bro, this is what you've been looking for. You've been looking for somebody to debate you. We got Mr. LSU up here. Like, Mr. LSU been respectful. You shouldn't have called her out her name. I understand. We all got the same damn goals. No, crimp, it's okay, man. We not doing that meetup shit. No, no. For what? Why are y'all trying to meet up for? What's the problem? Why y'all meeting up for? Anyways, y'all go ahead. What? Mr. LSU, you haven't said much,
Yeah, I want to hear
but
from Mr. LSU. What?
we
Yeah,
want to hear
maybe
from
we could
you.
talk. Yeah.
Cause listen, y'all listen. We got a brother and we got a sister here, and we need to hear the perspective of what y'all want. So go ahead, Mr. LSU. The
I
floor is yours,
enjoy.
bro.
I enjoy. Can y'all hear me good? Let me see. Let me see that. Can y'all hear me good on this earpiece?
Yeah, you can hear me much better now.
All right, cool. All right. I just want to make sure y'all can hear me. So like I enjoyed the whole dialogue. I like the whole fact check part. You know, that makes it even more logic for me. You know, and everybody else that's watching and listening. So I mean, I spoke on what I wanted to speak on. We could speak a little bit more on some things, but I only speak on things I actually have facts about, and I'm willing to listen to whoever may have some facts about something that I don't. And if it turns out to be different than what I thought or knew that it was, then hey, cool. You feel me? It'll just be that. Like, okay, damn, I didn't know that. Okay, well, just like when y'all pulled up the article about now this is me. I'm speaking only for me and my perspective and my thinking. So when y'all pull up the fact that about the deal, that article about that drug dealer or whatever. Seriously didn't know that, and I was like, okay, I'm against that. I'm against Trump doing stuff like that. Like I say, I'm a Trump supporter, but I don't agree with everything that he's doing. It's some things that I don't agree. For as the Iran thing right there, I got to do a little bit more elaborating on that to really just have a concrete logic conclusion of how I really feel. If he should have struck first, or if he should have not done anything, or so that's where I'm at with it. I like to have all of what I got to speak on strategically fact check, and that's just where I'm at with it. I mean, like I said, I spoke on what I wanted to speak on. We can elaborate a little bit more if you guys want to. I'm down, we can elaborate some more on Trump. Kamala, did I say her name right?
Hold
Kamala,
on.
Kamala.
Uh, hold on. I got Krim in the background. Is it going to be respectful? Is it going? That's all I need to know. Is it going to be respectful? Cause she don't need to be called out her name. She ain't do nothing to you. I'm just saying. Can we keep it respectful? Are you cool with that, Miss Spider?
With
Miss
him
Spider.
returning, sure. Yeah, he can return. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's all I wanted
All right,
to,
Chucky.
elaborate on. We can continue
Listen,
to elaborate on some things. You feel me? I'm
don't.
game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, I want to say that first and foremost to you. I apologize. I hope you accept my apology for that. Um, I mean, I really like what LSU said, like, because I feel the same way as LSU. Like, all these things that they're bringing up, they're just pointing them, but it's like they're showing it in your face. Like, look at this. This is fact. This is fact. You better believe it. See, I need to do more research on the stuff that y'all are telling me before I can come up with a conclusion on it. That's what I was trying to tell him earlier, but he didn't want to accept that. He just wanted to like, oh no, you da, da, da. And so I mean, it did kind of piss me off a little bit, but I'm not fixing to jump down off the panel. I don't know what happened a minute ago. I didn't jump down. My phone just, I guess it went out or whatever. But um, I can have a decent conversation, but I have to. The other person that I'm talking to also has to be the same way. They can't be belligerent and like start going off just because I disagree with them on something. You know, that
All right,
makes sense or
man.
no?
Nah, you making sense, bro. I get that. I feel that.
But I like what everything Mr. LSU just said. He was spot on with everything he just said. Like I feel like that too. That's how I feel about you know what I'm saying. That's how I feel about everything. Really, there's a lot of things that I don't have enough information to really go off of to make a point on anything. But um, and the things that they're trying to make a point about or that they were stressing a point about, well, some of the things I thought were ridiculous, but some of them I don't know enough about it to make a comment about it. So I said I need to do my research on it instead of just a headline. You know what I'm saying? I want to go in depth with it and read what all these things are saying, so I can come to my conclusion about it.
You understood when I read that last article about Obama? Like, I should have read, I should have read it all the way out. I was longer than what I thought. But actually,
I can barely hear LSU. Is that just my phone or is that y'all too?
what about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Good.
When that last article I read, I should have read it all the way out. Let me just reread it again or whatever, and
Okay.
let me read it all the way to the end and
Yeah.
get
Okay.
everybody's perspective. All right, let me move this out the way so I can. All right. During his time in office, the Obama administration deported over 3 million immigrants through formal removals, according to the Department of Homeland Security. The figure refers to individuals sent out of the U.S. via an official court order. The Obama administration also oversaw a record 438,421 deportations in 2013, when including return cases in which non-citizens left the U.S. voluntarily or withdrew their applications for admission without undergoing formal removal proceedings. The total number of deportations during the Obama administration exceeds 5 million overall. President Obama oversaw 5.3 million removals across his two terms. Wow. It's important to know the difference metrics used: track deportation, formal removal, involve an official court order, and can include individuals who have been living in the United States for years. Return occurs at the border and involve people being turned away without legal penalties. The Obama administration enforcement prioritized focus on threats to the national security, public safety, and recent border crossers, while his administration earned the nickname Deporter in Chief. Wow, I didn't know all of that, but
I
now I
didn't
do.
either. I didn't know that
Yep.
either.
So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, that's
Go
a
go
really good
ahead. Go
point,
ahead,
bro.
Miss Spider. Go ahead, Miss Spider. I see you trying to get in. Go ahead.
Oh, it exceeds his successor, President Trump. So basically, they saying he did way more than what Trump trying to do now.
Go ahead, Miss Spider. Go ahead. What's
Oh
your
no, I
rebuttal?
was just yeah, I was gonna jump in and agree. And yeah, he excuse me, he got the nickname Deporter in Chief. I remember that, but it is the how that is so very important, and that's the distinction between the two, right? The how here is so chaotic and it is cruel. It's I mean, it is just there's no order to it, and at least with the Obama.
So
approach that
basically,
was
your
a
thing
more
is the way it's being
formal,
done by
because
the
they were
ICE agents.
100%,
But I want to say
if
this,
if
not
they
the
are ICE agents, right? Because I don't believe that all of them are ICE agents. I don't. But whatever, we're here. Yeah, as long as they did it the right way, right? But Trump said he was going to get the criminals. These people are not criminals. They're going to Home Depot. They're going to freaking 7-Eleven. And at Home Depot, those are the people that are trying to work. They're literally trying to work for the day. That's not the criminals. And that's all we're saying. Like, just tell the truth. If you're brown, we're going to take you. That's what he should have said up front, because that's what's going on. That's why we're upset. Not that they're gone.
But not the
Can I
people.
can I
Shit, yeah,
can can
he's
But
can I
never
what
can
about
gonna
I
he's
can I,
never
can I
gonna
what
ask
about
a
the
get rid of
the
question?
people
Obama.
that are here
Never.
that are legally though?
Can I ask a question? 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 Okay, because see, I'm starting to see that we hung up on the word criminal. So everybody that has been deported has not been criminals. They have been actually working citizens. I know a couple of them.
Correct.
Now I'm just go. I just got to say this. Are Krim? Are you saying that even if you're not a hardened criminal, since you still here legally, you should leave too, or should the country help you get your citizenship if you haven't done anything illegal or criminal here in this country? That's my question to you, Krim and Mr. LSU. I
Okay,
just
well, see,
I,
okay, that's a good question, bro. Because even though, okay, I guess it would be depending on how long they've already been here. Also,
so how
to
long
me, in
would
my
you
opinion,
how long would you give a person of being here without committing a crime? Not even I'm not talking about them ticky tacky bullshit crimes like, oh
yeah, I
well, he
fit.
got
Yeah,
a
I know.
speeding
You
ticket,
mean
or
something like some
yeah,
serious type
yeah,
crime
some
type stuff.
serious shit like robbing, shooting, gang
Right,
violence and
right,
stuff like that. So how
right,
long
right.
should they be in this country without all that? What your opinion?
wait before he answers. I ain't trying to cut y'all off. Before you answer, remember what you're about to say, bro. Crown, remember what you're about to say. I just want to go back and
Say it again, Mr.
apologize.
LSU.
No, I say
Oh,
remember what you're
my
about
bad.
to say. I
My bad.
just want to cut in for a second. I want to go back to Miss Chucky and her husband. I just want to say
Oh,
yeah, you I just want
okay.
to say I was wrong. I just want to say where I was wrong at. I was wrong when he said about no when I say them crossing or whatever, seeking asylum and stuff like that. Yeah, he was right. Tell him he was right on that. I was wrong. I can be a man and admit that I was wrong. I'm gonna continue to learn and fact check everything that I want to speak on. So I just want to put that out there. I just want to
Yeah,
put that energy out. I was wrong on
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's
He was
straight
he,
up.
he was right. He was
But
right.
before I let Krim go,
Yes. Salute,
this is
salute for doing that.
hold on, Krim, hold on. Before I let Krim,
Yeah.
remember, guys, this is educational. This is basically us learning together as Americans, trying to come up with something, a solution, a common ground. The extra stuff like, going at each other and trying to meet up and that. Listen, we Americans, we grown men, we trying to figure it out. I I just want y'all to understand this is educational. We trying to see each other's sides. You know what I mean? I'm an independent. So I'm looking at both the right and the left and looking at what's going on. So I'm more neutral than anything. But I'm just trying to see as an American what y'all feeling right now. Go ahead, Krim.
Here's my thing, bro. As we all Americans here, right? So, what do we want coming to our country? We want people to just gonna make it better, right? We want people to come
Well,
to our country that's gonna make it better.
Krim, I understand that, but I want you to answer the question that was posed to you
I'm
at
going to.
first. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to.
Go ahead.
I was
Go ahead.
getting to that.
Yes, sir.
I was
Go
getting
ahead.
to that.
Hmm.
So that's what we wanted to be here. Is we don't want a bunch of we don't need more criminals in our country. We already got enough fucking criminals in our country.
Hmm.
I'm not saying that they're all criminals. I'm not saying that at all. So don't even twist my words on that, anybody. But I'm just saying because there are a lot that do come across that have committed a lot of crimes here.
Hmm.
So what I'm saying, if people did okay, even though that they broke the law and crossed our borders illegally to begin with, even though that's a crime, if they were here for, I would say they would have to be at least like the people that's already been here. You know what I'm saying? At least a year without. You know what I'm saying? At least a year without fucking doing no crazy stuff. I mean, I can understand a traffic ticket or something like that, or just blase blah type shit. But I mean, am I wrong saying a year before they could like be on the path to legal citizenship?
Now you saying no? That's correct. They actually have, once they get on the U.S. soil to seek asylum, it doesn't like automatically disqualify them from seeking asylum, but they do have a year to get it. Yeah, they have a year. So
Okay.
yeah.
Miss Spider, what do you think about that? About what Crim just said, Miss Spider?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember what he said.
Oh well,
She's not.
basically,
She's not even paying attention to what I'm saying.
no, she is. It's a lot going on over there. Chunky
It's all
just texted
good.
me,
It's all good.
but
It's all good.
basically what he's saying is basically at least have a year of no hardened criminal over here being no crimes, no hard
Oh yeah,
crimes.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what do you feel about that?
Um, I mean, that's great. He feels that way. Unfortunately, that's not our immigration system, and it takes years, like decades, for people to get citizenship. So people come over here and they try, or they just come over here and get whatever job that they can. And these are not criminals. Sure, there are folks that come over and do crazy stuff. Absolutely. But there are not a lot of migrants coming over here doing a lot of crime. I want to make sure that lot word is because that's not true. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead. I was just gonna say. I mean, just think about the prison system in like California and Texas and stuff like that, where there's a lot of immigrants here, right? And that's the majority that are in prison in California and Mexico, Texas. Yeah, and I'm not saying that because I love Mexican people, I love Spanish people, but I mean that's just the facts. They are, I mean, they run the prisons in the area because there's so many that have come over here that are illegal,
Hey,
and then they go to prison for doing committing all kind of different crimes. Would that be fair to say?
Go ahead, Miss Spider.
I'm really trying to figure out how I want to break this down.
Go ahead, go for it, go for it.
I thought it was a legitimate thing to say. I'm sorry if it wasn't.
Well,
Sorry if you think
let
it's not. I mean, I should say if you think it's not, but
Sorry,
let me
no,
it
no,
is.
no.
comment.
My bad, my bad. I was talking on mute. Um,
Are you
Oh
looking stuff
black
shit!
up
and
on the
brown.
computer?
Oh my god!
Who
Go
who are
ahead,
you
Miss
talking to?
Spider.
Um, black and brown communities in this country are more heavily policed, as well as more heavily um, judged and put in jail. A lot of times because they can't afford to get out. Um, so that's honestly that's why you see a lot of black and brown people in jails.
Can I say this real quick
That's
about that?
sure.
I'm just going to say, but you have to admit this also. There is a lot of crime that goes on in the black and brown communities. There is a lot of crime, so of course it's going to be more heavily policed and stuff like that because that's where a lot of the crime tends to be going on. It. You see what I'm saying? That's
Um,
factual evidence. Now I'm just
but
that's
that's
factual.
show
That
me,
is factual evidence. Yes,
show
it is.
me.
You can look it up. Look it up right now.
No, no, no. I want
I
you to
can't.
show
I'm
me
not on
because
my
I can.
computer.
What I
I'm
can
not on my
do, I
computer.
can pull up. Okay,
But
so
I
I
but
will
but I
pull up the FBI crime statistics that
yeah.
show
Go
you
ahead.
that black and brown people do
Hmm.
not do not commit more violent crimes than white communities. What it is, those are crimes of closeness. There's another word that they use. Essentially, you're gonna rob the people in your community where you know who got the money. You're not gonna go to some random Beverly Hills
Yeah,
place when you don't
listen,
know shit,
and
right? So that's why
I'm
most.
not saying,
Whoa.
I'm not saying
Let
it's
me
right. I'm
finish.
just saying
Let me
it's
finish.
the facts, though. I'm not saying it's right. I'm
Okay.
just saying it's the facts, though.
So I want to give you a very quick history lesson. Okay.
Oh boy. Yeah, okay. How old are you, by the way?
So did you just hear what you like the way you said it? Like you
I'm
don't
just
sound like
curious.
you
I'm
want
just curious how
to.
old you are. Well, you wasn't even listening to what I was saying a minute ago, so why should I even listen to you?
I I
Hold on,
did
hold
hear
on.
you. I was just trying to remember. First of all,
Hold on.
I was just
No, you said
hey,
I didn't hear. You said I didn't hear
Hold
anything he said. Is what you said.
but I was trying to
hold
remember.
on. Hey. Let's drop that. Let's drop that. Can we
I
just
didn't
keep
hear
it?
anything he said. Okay,
Can we just keep it political? We don't have to make it personal. Can we just move on?
I'm trying to. She's the one that's doing that shit,
Well,
bro.
can we
I'm the
keep
one
it?
that's doing
I
what?
can't. But you know,
What am
I'm
I
just
doing?
Top. I'm just gonna bow out, bro. I can't
No,
I
speak no
we
literally was
doing
way,
about
we
man.
to
I
doing
can't
say
talk.
good.
I
I'm just
just
gonna bow
was
out this
saying I'm gonna give
conversation.
you
We
a
doing
history
good.
lesson.
We doing
What the
good.
hell?
Respectfully, we doing good.
What is wrong?
I'm
What's
Okay,
just gonna.
happening?
okay.
I don't want to talk anymore because it's not gonna get anywhere. It's only gonna become a stalemate type thing, and it's just I don't. I'm tired of arguing
Bet,
with these first.
bet.
To be
No,
honest
no.
with
See,
you,
There's no
check it. It's
arguing.
not
There's no
about.
arguing.
That's what
I
I'm
was just
saying.
about to give you a history lesson, and then you verbally rolled your eyes. Again, like I
there's
said, you have been you have
not
been
talking. So
immature.
why should I
You
listen
have
to
been
them talk? You know what
immature
I'm saying?
this whole time. Like this whole time, you've been the immature one. You've been the one that like has been calling
Yeah,
people
of
out of their
course. Yeah,
names,
okay. Uh,
and you talk over
that's what
people like
happened. I
you
mean,
don't
it's
listen.
emotional, right?
And also you had made a
Y'all
comment.
the ones that got in your feelings, not me.
I was gonna call your ass out
You and
earlier about
you
this,
got in your
but you
feelings
you
because
made
I
a
said
comment.
Kamala's name wrong and said she
No,
was
you made a
on the
comment
casting couch,
about
which was truth.
how
She was on the casting couch.
when people make a point that you were like, I need to do some research. I'll think about that.
Yeah,
You ain't say
yeah.
that shit. No, you didn't. You didn't say that
Yes,
shit. You
fuck
were
I
just like,
did. Rewind it.
your
Why don't you
response
rewind it then
to
and go see? Why
anything
don't you rewind it then and go see?
factual,
I know
your
exactly what the
response
fuck
was,
I said.
nuh-uh.
You're not gonna tell me what I didn't say when I know what I said.
So you hear him though?
You're wrong. You're wrong because that's what I
You
said.
hear
I know what the
him?
fuck I said.
That's my point. This right here, that's my point. Go ahead.
Hello. Now, I understand both sides are emotional about stuff. I understand that. You know what I mean? I just want both sides to be respectful. You know what I mean? So listen, let's just have a conversation without attacking each other. That's what y'all basically doing right now. Krim, you did kind of roll your eyes at her when she said that, and then kind of interrupt her, asking her how old she was. You know, it's both
You keep
sides.
breaking up on my
So
end,
can
bro.
we have a look? Huh?
I can barely hear you. Keep breaking up. Y'all like in the matrix on my end over
All right.
here. Sorry
Can
about
you
that.
hear me now?
I can barely hear you. I can hear you now though.
Okay. Can we have a respect level on both sides? Can we stop the pointing the
We
fingers?
can't. We've already tried that, Top. We've already tried that. We just can't do it, man. We just can't do it.
Okay.
It's just not gonna work,
Well,
bro.
No,
well.
he can't do it. He can't. Let's
Oh
be
yeah, okay,
clear.
it's me. It's all
I
me,
ain't
right?
in this shit. I
I'm
can
the one
hear. I
ignoring
can
y'all and shit
talk.
when y'all are talking. Okay, all right, it's all me. It's all my fault.
Okay. Well. Um.
Whatever you say, Miss Spider. Whatever you say,
Um.
you're gonna be
Um.
right no matter what anyway, right? So whatever you
Immature as
say.
hell. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Uh.
you're the one that jumped off the panel because I said Kamala's name wrong. So
Uh.
You
Can I
sound like a child right now.
can I
you jumped off
Wow.
the panel like a child because I said somebody's name
See,
wrong and you didn't
you
like
hear
it.
yourself right now? That's
Do you
very
hear? Do
childish.
you hear what I just said about you? Yeah.
Do you know you're proving my point?
No, you know I'm proving my point. You jumped off the panel because I said somebody's name wrong. How
I just
immature is
want to
that
say I
shit?
believe both sides are passionate about
Nah,
both.
I
You know,
jumped off because you showed how misogynist and ignorant you were.
No,
That's why
I
I jumped
stated
off.
facts. What she did to get to where she got. That's
How do
what I
you
did.
know? How do you
It's
know
not
they're
anything to do with
facts?
misogyny. I love women. What the fuck you
How do
talking
you know
about?
they're facts? How do you know they're facts though? Were you there? Did you see it?
Well, I could say the same to y'all
How do
about
you know
everything
they're
that y'all
facts?
said. How do you know what
How
y'all
do you
saying is
know
facts?
they're facts?
Because you saw a news article? Because you saw a news article that means it's facts?
Wow.
Is that how?
If we're doing that, if you're gonna say,
I mean,
how can you trust news?
I'm
Okay,
telling
we're
you, I
not
heard it
doing
from a
that.
credible freaking source, just like y'all are telling me all this shit from credible sources y'all
Judge
fucking have,
Joe
because none of
Brown.
y'all were there.
Judge
None of
Joe
y'all were
Brown
there.
is your credible source. Judge Joe Brown, that's him. That's your credible source.
Everything y'all say, were y'all there?
I'm sorry, I'm going on mute.
She's laughing, but a lot of people have fucking done interviews with his ass. I know that. Because of what the shit that he knows, because he's been around these people, because he was there. Look who's the immature one. You see what she's doing, right?
Judge Joe Brown.
Bro, Top. There's so many stuff. He's done interviews with fucking so many fucking newscasters on fucking live TV and shit for the exact same stuff that I'm talking about. But she says he's not credible at all. But he was there when most of this shit happened. He's from he lives in California, where fucking Kamala is from. Well, she's from Jamaica, but where she's lived at, was a prosecutor at, and put thousands of black men in jail for weed crimes.
Let me do a pivot. Let me ask y'all this, because a part of this was about what Cartoon 53 has said about the Mexicans not liking blacks. And Mr. LSU,
And for the record, Miss Spider, Kamala is not black, for the record, just so you know. And if you think she is, then that shows how ignorant you are.
Well, can I ask you a question? Why do you feel that she's not black?
She's Hindu Indian.
Okay. Like I said, I don't know much about her, but
She
I'm
has
gonna do some
no.
research.
She has. There's not any African descent in her blood.
Miss Spider, do you got something to say about that? She's her father was Jamaican.
Her father's black. Like her father's.
No. Her father is from Jamaica. He's not Jamaican. He's not black. He's Hindu.
Okay, what is he? He's Hindu.
Okay.
He's Hindu. He's Hindu Indian.
Why does
He's
that
a dark
matter?
complected Hindu Indian.
First of all, you're wrong. But second of all, why does that matter?
No, I'm not wrong. You're wrong.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not wrong.
Okay, let me ask you this. So
I wouldn't say it so matter of fact if I was wrong. Trust me.
But let me ask y'all this: if her father is Jamaican or Hindu or whatever, what is her mother?
Jamaican, but Top, here's the thing you're missing. Just because he's from Jamaica does not mean he's black.
Yeah, I understand that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
What is her mother though? What is her mother though?
Her mother's lighter. Her mother's a lighter skin than her father is. And
Okay,
she's
what does that mean?
she's. I mean, I can't remember. I can't remember her exact. I have to go look again, but it's not African. I know that.
Well, we got some evidence of a girl picking her in her ass on live on Top Beast channel. But go ahead.
What's this say?
A girl picking out her ass.
What's this?
Yeah,
say?
look at the screen.
I'm looking. I'm trying to hold on.
Donald J. Harris was born in Brownstown, St. Anne Parish, in the colony of Jamaica. His
Yeah,
parents,
he's
Oscar
Hindu.
Joseph Harris and Harold Christie Harris, were Afro-Jamaicans. Afro-Jamaicans. What does that say? What does that mean? Afro-Jamaicans. What's Afro mean?
Check this out. Judge Joe Brown knows him personally. He sat down and ate at a dinner with his mother, this guy and his fucking wife, and he even asked him, because it was a running joke when they were at dinner talking. He asked him what his nationality was, and he said he was Hindu.
Do we need to watch it?
Okay,
yes, please watch it. Please pull it up. Please pull it up, Top, or whoever's got the computer pulled up. Please pull it up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Chunky got it.
Please pull up what I'm talking about. That's what I want you to pull up. What I'm talking about, not what you want to talk about.
Like you talking about for is she black or not?
She's not black.
Right here, Krim. I just looked it up.
You want me to read?
Her father, Donald J. Harris, is an Afro-Jamaican immigrant who became
an economist.
And her mother is a
Shamala
Indian.
Gopalin.
Yeah,
sorry
Indian.
if I'm saying it wrong, but
She's
was
Indian.
a
mother
Tamil
is Indian.
immigrant who was a breast cancer scientist. This means that she is.
How do you know? Were you there?
She is both black and South Asian American.
Well, Judge Joe
Who?
Brown had dinner with them, and there was an ongoing joke at their little fucking dinner party or whatever they had.
A
And he
TV
sat right beside the dude and talked to him. And he asked him,
judge.
well, why the fuck would he lie about that? For what?
Uh,
What would he gain by lying about it?
Because he doesn't like Kamala. He's a
God.
Trump supporter.
Because
Judge
Kamala's
Joe
a
Brown
fucking
said.
whore.
Now
Wow.
see,
She is a
Wow.
whore.
How is
And
she
She's
a
a
that right
cast
whore?
and
there,
couch whore.
that
Is
right
she?
there. Now you
Should
showing
She
your real
is.
Should I
colors.
fact check that too?
Wow.
Oh my God. So y'all don't like anything that if I say anything
How do
about a
you know?
woman, it's just
How do you know her? How do you know
Because
she's a
he's
how do
very
whore?
you know anything that
disrespectful.
you're talking about? You're just reading it off a fucking screen.
Why are you saying it with your chest like you know though? Show
Why
tell
are
me how you
why are
know.
y'all saying it with y'all's chest like y'all know though?
How do you
Because
know
we do
though?
know.
It does
Because you
because it
don't know
doesn't
though.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Of course,
It
it doesn't
really
matter for y'all. It
doesn't.
just matters for me, right? That's how y'all argument always fucking
Hey,
goes. It don't
real
matter for me.
So,
quick.
It matters for
but
you.
okay, so I could talk about the accolades of
It
her
don't
being
matter
a
for me. It matters for you.
prosecutor,
Will y'all just
and
pull
then
up?
you're not
Will y'all
gonna.
just pull up what I'm telling y'all, so we can watch something on other opposite side of y'all for a change.
But I just proved that she was black.
How'd you prove it? Because it said that in
Because
the
her father is
article.
black.
So Judge Joe Brown's just lying about this shit
Yeah.
to America
Why do
Martin
you
just
trust
for
a
the
decided
hell
TV
which
of it.
way he
judge?
want to
He's a
go,
TV judge.
and
He's not a fucking judge anymore, bro. He's retired a long time ago.
Okay,
He
I have a
retired a
question for
long
you.
Joe
time ago. This
Brown,
dude's
Judge
75
Wait,
years
Joe
old
you're
Brown,
now.
right.
for
You're
real
right.
though,
He did.
Judge Joe Brown.
But wait, I have a question for you. So you said Kamala locked up a lot of black people for smoking weed, right?
Yes, a lot of black
Okay.
men.
So let me ask you something. One,
As a
I'm going
matter
to
of fact,
prove. I'm gonna,
there's
one.
even
Hold
an
up.
interview with one of them that she fucking
One. I'm
locked
actually
up.
going to prove most of that wrong because a lot of those arrests weren't even in her district. And two, you're all about law and order, right?
Bullshit.
Hold up. You're all about
Bullshit.
law and order, right? You said everybody should obey the
Bullshit.
law. Should everybody obey the law?
Bullshit. Yeah, but for some small little weed
Wait.
charge, I don't think that's. I don't think
So
See,
that's
and
you're.
that's
putting
the
people
So wait.
immaturity.
in
It was
prison
illegal.
for
It was
weed.
illegal to smoke weed in California at that time. And
Yeah, but there's
secondly, now
different
you're mad
levels
at
of
her for doing
fucking.
her job.
No,
Now you're
there's
mad at her
different
for doing her
levels of.
job, though.
Listen to me, dude. Stop with your bullshit ass little mono points. There's different fucking levels to fucking
You,
shit, bro.
there is. You're absolutely right.
Everything's not the same. It's
You're
not just straight
absolutely right.
across the board. Everything.
Absolutely.
Everything's
But
got
you're
different levels
mad
to
at
it. You
somebody
know
for doing their job.
what?
That was her
No,
job.
that's what y'all are mad at. Y'all are mad at Trump for doing his job.
He's doing it inhumanely.
Y'all are mad at him for doing it with ICE agents. Big deal.
Those ICE agents are not white nationalists.
Oh my fucking not see
You want me to
Top.
prove that to you too?
Top, you got this. I can't talk to this motherfucker, dude. He's a fucking
Well,
idiot.
then leave, man. Then
Hold
leave.
on,
You
hold on,
can't
hold
handle
on,
the
y'all.
truth.
Hold
I
on, y'all.
will,
I mean,
faggot.
Top's doing something
But
right now. It's his
whoa,
wife,
I can't
but
even
we
talk to
all
you.
need to chill
see,
out and take
wow,
turns, though, guys.
wow,
Y'all are
yeah,
ridiculous
you
as
are
fuck.
really childish.
No,
It's
y'all are.
sad.
Y'all are
Well,
ridiculous. Like I've never
No,
met anybody like y'all before. These are the first snowflakes I've ever
you
met
are
for real.
really childish.
I am white. I
Like,
am a snowflake. You're right.
You're definitely a
White.
snowflake. You're a fucking
I
tree
am.
hugger, I bet too.
Yep, I am.
wow,
I'll go out and
No.
hug
Exactly.
my tree right now.
he's real
I'm sure.
immature,
I'm
babe. Don't
sure.
even. It's not even
You want me to
worth
go
it.
hug? You want me to take video of me hugging a tree?
Yeah, please post it. I'd love to see that. I'll repost it for you if you do it.
Okay, I'll go hug a tree for you.
All right. Then I'll
We got some
repost it on
really
my
nice.
channel for
We got some.
everybody,
In fact, we got some really nice trees back
so we
here.
can laugh at you. All right, go ahead and do it.
Okay, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to Top because I ain't giving you my number.
I don't want your fucking number.
Good. You ain't gonna get it.
I don't. Who did I
You're
ask
not
for it?
smart. You're not smart
Nobody
enough
asked
to
for
get
your
this
number.
information.
Nobody asked for your number, dude.
You
I
just
don't give
Hey,
a
did.
fuck about your
hey,
number.
hold on. Hey,
I just want to
hey,
repost it because it's funny. It'll be
hey,
funny as fuck.
hey. All right. Hey, Krim. Hey, I appreciate you for pulling up on me.
Yeah, man.
Uh,
I appreciate you too, Top. And
I just, you
I'm
know what I
sorry I
mean.
couldn't get along with your
I'm
guests,
not
bro.
trying
But
to
I
have
just can't do
nobody
this.
argue behind it. I listen. I appreciate you. You can come back anytime you want, bro. But right
Thank you,
now,
brother.
I just need control. I got a situation on my phone right now. So, Mr.
Yeah,
Louisiana, can you
I'm
take
gone
over right
anyway, bro.
quick?
I'm gone. But I appreciate it, Top. Thank you, brother.
All right, appreciate you.
Well, what you say, brother?
Go ahead, and y'all go ahead and run it. Y'all three right quick. I got a situation on my phone right quick. I need to take care of, and yeah. This, yeah. So y'all go ahead and do that. What up, Ramon? Always love here, my brother. Always love here, my boy. Yeah, y'all go
Yeah,
ahead and run it though. Go
it
ahead
just
and
pretty
run it.
much what it just. I just like to when I talk, I like to just have my my sources and all that together when I do speak. So that's the thing is when I'm not talking or not responding, that's just because I got to research and do some more research opposed to what I already know and present it. So that's how I that's my dialogue on things. I like
And
to
see,
I like to take every different perspective in accordance and add it to what I could be missing and apply it all together and see how it works. That's just me.
that's what I can respect though. That's something that is respectful, which is why the conversation with you was it was just different. The vibe was different. Talking to you, I talk to you all night if you want to talk. You're at least willing to do some research and look up sources. There's a big difference there. It's not about having different opinions. Everyone's going to have a difference of opinions. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's coming to the table with facts and sources and trying to come to a common ground. Does that make sense?
A lot. It makes a lot of sense.
But when you come up with the nut-uhs or that's not true or the the blatant disrespect, you're never going to get accomplished. You're never going to accomplish anything. Now I know I had something to do with that as well. I know I got heated. I was pissed. Hearing somebody call my wife out of her name. Nah, I'm sorry. Nah, that's not gonna fly. But
And that's pretty much understandable for real. That's seriously understandable.
so I will apologize to you for me getting heated because that wasn't directed towards you at all. So I hate using the word if because I just don't know how you felt about that whole thing. But if you felt disrespected in that, I do apologize. And that was not my intention. But yeah, it's just
He
trying to
feels
have a
like he got somebody
conversation.
stable, which he does.
Huh?
Well,
To help him
I'll
out,
have
you
a
know what I
talk with
mean?
Top about it too
So,
because like
so
he needs to be aware of
just
who's all on the stream because I noticed that.
wait, what happened?
No. I'm just saying something real quick. Um,
Oh, okay.
because I noticed,
Yeah,
you're not
like
the only
I
white
understand
guy
what you're saying.
around
I
here.
understand
You know
what
what I
you're
mean?
getting
Well,
at.
I'm not a
So
guy, but
he's not blaming you for anything, Cartel.
like he,
He's
like
upset though.
I felt upset by
He's
it.
very
Like
pissed off.
I'm
He's
gonna
pissed
talk
off.
to Top about talking to him about that because that wasn't cool and I felt disrespected
He
along
wants
with it.
controversy, but he just don't want the gay shit.
Yeah, it was the being called the F slur, being called, to go in that route. Like, not once did I ever call him out of his name. My wife never called him out of his name. Um,
No, y'all didn't. Y'all didn't. I
Just like
agree.
you just
And
said, like
it
understand
is
me and
crazy
you
to
will
me
help get
how
you over
how a lot of
the bar.
people lately have
The
been
internet gonna
comfortable
be
with
the internet.
bringing people's wives into
But
things
once
too, and
we cut
then
our computer screen
just
off
calling them out their name
and
like
we
that.
living
Like,
our lives, we're not
especially
worried about
grown
what's
men, it
going
just
on
doesn't
on the
make any
internet.
sense to me.
You know what I
Nobody
mean?
can make it make sense to me.
That's how we live.
yeah, it's just, yeah, I think the conversation we were
Thank you
having
for saying
before,
that. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And I just want to say this too, my brother,
Oh,
No problem.
about the fact that when I heard about Kamala, and can y'all hear me clearly? First of
yeah,
all,
I
can
can
y'all
actually
hear
hear
me?
you really
Yeah,
good.
you're good.
from his
Okay, cool, because my earpiece been messing up. So I just want to go back to when I heard, I think Krim said it about Kamala being, disrespected, which she was of California, of blocking like a lot of black guys up or whatever for marijuana. But see,
Hmm.
I didn't get a chance to really elaborate on that because I did my research and all that, and I was waiting to bring it to the table, but it wasn't going to be brought to the table like that. It was going to be brought to the table in a strategic, elegant way, which is the actual facts behind that narrative claim that she locked up a bunch of black Americans, which is it's not all the way accurate like that. So her office oversaw 2,000. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and be accurate. 1,956. So I have to say 2,000. But marijuana convictions during this period. However, only 45 individuals were sentenced. So that's not actually true that she locked up majority. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
that's where I'm at when I speak, man. And I'm not speaking about against anybody else of how they think and how they go and get their information. I'm just telling you how my brain is wired and how I'm wired. Like when I hear something like that, before I just run with it, because I have heard that and I've been did my research on it. I was just waiting to put it out there. He just gave me that that I did when he brought it up, but I didn't get a chance to elaborate on it like I am now. So it's not all the way true that she locked up a lot of black men, which that's not true. She they was locked up, but it wasn't to the extreme case that one would put it. No, that's not true.
Yeah, and if you dig a little bit deeper, it actually goes in to show that how she tried to even get them out. She
Yeah,
actually fought to get them out, and then she actually fought to get the cartels out of California as well. So she's done a lot of work. So she didn't just sleep her way to the top. And when people say that, it's one of those things where, did she sleep with a guy that helped her out? Yeah, but they were together. They were in a relationship. So why would you not want your spouse to help you in any way? And he helped her. He helped her. Get to a certain point. But she did a lot of that work herself. Like she was I think, was it a D? Is a DA lower than an AG? She was a prosecutor
She was a
who
prosecutor,
became,
then she became an attorney general
yes, and she
yeah.
did
of
that
the
on her own
state.
before she met um her. What was his name, babe?
I
I can't
can't
remember his
remember.
name.
Like
Anyway, the
that.
guy that she was
Yeah.
married to that helped her. Um, but before they got together, she was already making a name for herself. Did he help her? Yeah, absolutely. But what spouse wouldn't help their significant other to become better, and to get a better position?
I
So
agree.
to lower it down to she slept her way to the top, it's like, damn. Like that's so, to me, as a man, saying that about a woman, that's just so misogynistic. And you're degrading a woman that is probably the most qualified person ever to run for president, just because of her background. Prosecutor, DA, AG, vice president, going for president. Like, she's served every branch that you can serve to get there. But that's just my take on that whole situation. And that's why I said, like, when you heard me say, like, those numbers aren't accurate, and then you just kind of confirmed what I was saying. So I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem, no problem, no problem. Yeah, I like to go off strictly just like some real fact check sources. I don't just come to the panel or just come to the table with a feeling or a thought that I say, you know what, this is this and this is that, and without elaborating on what I'm speaking about, it'll
Hmm.
just sound it'll be ridiculous not to even it's just like talking in the wind, blowing hot air. And that's just me, how I am. Like I won't do that. So and I love to take different perspective, and that's me. That iron sharp as iron. That's how I look at it. So I love when something is out there and somebody is actually fact checked it and letting me see that what they fact check of what I'm trying to have a dialogue or maybe a dispute about. But when I see clear light as day for my own knowledge and understanding, then hey, you were right about that. I was wrong. Let me do some more research on what I'm proclaiming to talk about or whatever. That's me. I'm that individual.
Yeah, and
I you know.
yeah, I kind of like the same thing. Like, if you can debunk something that I've said, I know I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but that's why I'd like my friend Google over here. Like, you can fact check so much. But if I ever say anything wrong, I expect somebody to say, "Hey, no, look at this source, read this. What do you think about this?" Like, Top's done that to me. Top did that. Beast Guy did that, especially with Mark. Is it Mark Top? I don't know if Top's here. I can't think of it. Is it Lamark or something like that? The guy that was in here earlier.
Oh yeah, Lamar. Yeah, yeah,
See, I
Lamar.
didn't know much about him, and I felt a certain way. And then after reading about him, I was like, "Oh shit!" Like, I was wrong. Like, and I apologized. I told Top, like, man, after doing some research, I was wrong, and I apologize for that. Um, but that's the way it needs to go. Like, it shouldn't be none of this nuh-uhs or that's not true. This is what I heard. It it just doesn't solve anything.
Exactly.
To me, it doesn't solve anything. And that's why
Nah,
I
it
said the
doesn't.
vibe was just off. The vibe was off. Like, before, yeah, I thought the conversation was going pretty good. Um, and then all hell just broke loose.
Yeah, that's like I was throwing a monkey wrench in a sense. I was like I said, like you just said, it was going great. It was going good. I thought so too, and I thought it was going to get even better with two more people coming on, and it wasn't. And see, and when that happened with you and your wife and me and Krem, we was, and I didn't want it to be like, team thing. We all got our different perspectives. We all got our different opinions on, and we all got our facts, actual facts from resources. That's how I was looking at it. But when it didn't go exactly how I thought it should have went, that's when I was like, oh man. So I just, I just fell back and I just wanted to hear everybody else out, and
Nah,
that's where it went.
I hear you. I hear you. That's understandable and respectful. Yeah. Back to some of the conversation we were having earlier, though, when we were talking about trans women in men's sports and stuff like that, and women and men going into women's restrooms and stuff like that. I had a question for you. How would you feel if an older guy, because you said you had a daughter, right?
Right.
How would you feel if an older guy went up to your daughter just anywhere and said, I'll be dating you in 10 years?
If an older guy come up to my 16-year-old
10-year-old
daughter,
daughter. Say she was 10.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
say
know how old
kid.
your daughter is. Let's say she's 10
Okay.
and says, I'll be dating you in 10 years. How would that make you feel?
Man, I would go. I would be angry. I would go the hell off. Like I would, because that would be like to just like to be real clear and understanding. Like when I like what my answer. That for me to see that and hear that in like literally in real time. Oh man, like I would go the hell off. It wouldn't be pretty.
And see,
Yeah, I would.
that's something that Trump did on an escalator to a 10-year-old girl.
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I'll bring up
He's known
one.
to be weird with his daughter too.
Yeah.
He
Let me ask you.
sexualizes her so creepily. Ugh.
So
So
bad. And then
I
his
want to.
Yeah.
wife could be right next to him and then nothing. Like
Yeah. Let me
their
It's
bring up
daughter gets
another
more
gross.
love out of
situation.
him
Yeah.
than his wife, and it's weird.
I'm going to
That
bring up
love is
another
icky.
situation.
Is
So here's another situation. So say your daughter was in a teen pageant, right? So she's a teen, 13 to 18, most likely 13 to 17, something like that. And a guy walks in the dressing room while they're getting dressed and says it's okay because he owns the pageant.
That's a no.
Let's see, that's another thing Trump did.
That's. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm just listening to, the hypothetical of it, and that's I'm hell no, because I'm laughing because I know me. I know my anger for something like
Yeah,
that. Like
see,
I would like, oh my god.
yeah,
Like,
Trump went on Howard Stern back in, what was it, the 90s, I think, something like that, and went on Howard Stern's show and told him, because he's like, Howard Stern was like, have you ever like gone into the dressing room? He's like, yeah, I've gone in there while they're getting dressed because I own it and I need to inspect it and make sure everything looks good. He's like, and since I own it, I have the right to go in there.
no, I don't agree.
Yeah, and the women when you see them, oh, they're just so
They're so beautiful. Their bodies
yeah.
are they're just so nice.
Said that to Howard Stern. It is on record.
No, I don't
So
agree with that at all.
but these are the things that a lot of people don't know and they overlook. And these are the things that we try to, me personally, this is the stuff that I try to tell people. And when people are talking about, trans women going into men's trans men going into women's restrooms or into sports or something like that. Like, well, what about, you got a problem with this, but what about this? Because this actually happened, but it gets so overlooked. Like, well, people change, people, yeah, people have a past, but people change. It's like, well, but this is one that he's running our country. That's not somebody that I would want running my country, doing stuff like that.
No, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with. Like I said, I got to do a lot fact checking, and I'm taking what you're saying into consideration. That and once I do a fact check and actually confirm, because all the way I believe what you're saying without even looking it up myself. I believe what you're saying. I
If,
don't
like I
agree with
said, I've
that.
got my friend
Like,
Google right here, so I'd be more than happy to
you
pull it
know,
up, but I'll let you do that on the side. My
yeah,
wife dropped for a second.
I don't
My
agree
wife
with
dropped for
Trump
a second
doing
because
that.
she said she found a video where it shows that Kamala's talking about her being black. but she wants to confirm, so she's going to watch it real quick just to confirm everything, and then either way she'll come back up and talk about the video where it discusses that. But yeah, there's one part. A lot of the times, when people talk about Kamala's ethnicity, they talk about a specific video when she was on a cooking show with another lady, and she talks about, yeah, this is how we do it on my Indian side of the family. But they leave out the part where she's like, yeah, this is the part of my Indian side of the family. She didn't have to talk about her black side of the family, because at that point they were cooking Indian food and how they are doing it and this, that, the other thing. So she had no reason to talk about her black side of the family when they're focused on this part. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So so a lot of people bring up that video. Well, she said it herself. She said she was Indian. Yeah, she is. She's Indian and she's black. But they weren't talking about black issues at that time, so there was no need to bring it up. I mean, it's just one of those things. I don't know if that's the video my wife's pulling up, but that's usually the video most people talk about. But yeah, anyway. Is there anything you're like, hey, look, I need you to look at this, or anything you can think of that I need to look into?
Well, yeah. I want to say this. I want to go back to, the trans thing.
Okay.
I want you to look in. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, that was in Scotland. We ain't going right there. No, we're going.
What'd you say, babe?
Okay, so let's see. Let me get all this right first. Okay, now and you can fact check this too. Reason why I'm against, that's why we have, men bathroom and women bathroom, like that.
One second.
And so I just want to say this. Let me read this to you. You can look it up too. The transgender woman who impregnated two women in a women's prison now fears for her life. All right, let me go right here.
Okay,
Uh,
you said a transgender woman
yeah,
who impregnated.
yeah, impregnated two women in prison. Yeah, and it's a he looks just like a man in the face too. I'm looking at his picture. It's right here. I'm gonna read some more
No, I'm
for you.
looking at it right now. Her name
Yeah.
was Demi Minor. She was 27 years old. She was placed in Edna Mahan back in 2021. Um, allowing prisoners to be placed in facilities in accordance with the gender identity of their preference. Okay. She's serving a 3-decade term behind bars for stabbing death of her foster father. She did impregnate 2 inmates. So that, yeah, okay. I'm looking
So
at it.
reason why I want to elaborate on just that part alone, like where's the actual women's rights? Where are they protections? Like, I feel like that's wrong, towards them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, regardless if it wasn't rape or not. Oh, my bad, I forgot we on YouTube. Dang. Regardless if it was, consensual or not, it's still wrong for like that's just blatantly wrong. Blatantly
Okay.
wrong.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. Okay. I
Okay.
see where you're going with that, but I'm going to play devil's advocate. Okay. So when men get locked up in prison and they're serving a long time, what do they normally do? Most time
I
they
already,
probably, hold on. Most time they probably sleep together, right?
I got you,
Um,
brother.
so when you're in a women's facility and women like men, and this trans woman comes in and say she hasn't had her surgery yet, I mean, it's a way for them to enjoy themselves as well, right? I mean, they are in prison, so things are going to happen. Do I think it's right? No, I don't think it was right. I think that was kind of messed up. I agree with you there. Um, but things happen in prison that don't normally happen in the outside world.
And right, and what I was saying was, and if that is just continue in like, all right, let me go back to the part where you said like what happens in the men prison. Now that right there, I mean, my point is the fact that okay, yeah, it's wrong when the men sit there and rape each other. Like, oh, I gotta stop that on YouTube.
Take advantage.
take them, when they do that to each other, when they do that, that's wrong for the men to do that. But at the same time, men are aligned in the men's prison where they should be at with other men. Like it's, you're a male, you go to a male prison,
Yep.
So that's just where I have no prejudice against nobody how they want to live their life. None at all. It's just the fact that like we're gonna like be respectful of other people's spaces too. You see
Yes.
what I'm saying? So if you want to live your life a certain way, cool, fine. Merry Christmas. I have like you have every right to live how you want to live, but to project that on others in a way to where they have to accept that inclusion, for as like we sharing a bathroom, like if I was a woman, or you know what I'm saying. So I feel like all of that needs to be, or they can have their own prison, which I've been hearing a lot of that going across. They need to have their own sport and stuff like that, and I get all of that because and a lot of it goes back to the Bible and stuff like that, and because we were talking about that earlier.
Hmm.
I just still feel like you know they should have a trans prison. Yeah, they should. If it's gonna be back and forth like tit for tat, like okay, well the men, it's no different than how men do each other when they it. But when you when a male wakes up in the morning and decide he wants to identify as a female, and he go do what he do to get draped up like a woman and end up in a facility, and decides that no, look, I want to go to the female. This is where I identify as, and this, and I haven't had my complete surgery. And even if they did have a complete surgery, I still would say no, that's wrong. They should be how I'm all about DNA. Whatever whatever your DNA is, that's what you are. So I was the way I was raised, the way my family was raised, the way we was brought up. Man is a man and a woman is a woman. Like again, I have nothing against with nobody living their life. So I just feel like it should be done respectful. But
What
they
do you
should have their
call
own prison.
people that are both sexes though? That are
I
born with
I,
both
I get that.
sexes?
I understand that. I know it's people like that in the world too. So what do you mean? Like, what do I call them? What do I
Yeah, I mean,
consider
because
them?
you say you believe in a woman being a woman and a man being a man, but what about people that are born with both sexes? That I mean, they could identify as either one, right?
At that point in time, I would have to say yeah.
So I mean, there's more than just a woman and a man, is what I'm basically getting at. So I mean, you can't. I can't. I'm not gonna say you can't. I'm saying it would be wrong to say that there's only a woman and a man when there are people out there that are both. And are they outliers? Are they, is it a small percentage? Yeah, it is a very small percentage. But whether it's small or big, it's still a factor. And
The
that's why I
trans
go.
community is
That's what
small. I
exactly.
don't
That's what I was going
understand
to
all
go
the
back to.
conversations. It's a small community.
That's
It
what I was going to go back
sucks.
to. So I mean, yeah, as long as it may be a small ratio or percentage of people that are multi-sex or multi-gendered, um, it's the same thing as a trans community. It's such a minimal amount of people that if you're not worried about people that are born with both sexes, why are we worried about people that want to be a sex of their choice?
I'm not worrying about who wants to. Like your question is like, why are we worrying about
Oh yeah, my
who?
wife said she did find the video of I forgot about that. She found the video where Kamala says she's black. But she couldn't remember if you were one if it was you and Krim or just Krim that was saying that she wasn't black.
Well, I don't. Let me see. Did I say that?
I don't know. I was out because I was heated, so I know there's a lot of stuff that I missed. So I'm not exactly sure. Definitely know he said it, but I don't know if you agreed with it or not. But she wanted me to play that. But if yeah,
I don't even remember.
well,
Like we
actually,
about
you
to
could
have a
play it because
rewind.
you're back in the live. So
Rewind. Can like I don't want to. Can I guess Top can rewind on his end. I may if I have, then I was wrong.
here, let me see your phone. I don't know if you can on the. You should be able to share your screen. Go into
Yeah,
more.
if I yeah, because I don't like yeah, I can admit and be comfortable with that.
No, I don't
If I'm
see it
wrong
on.
about something,
I
then
can play it
yeah.
on my end. They'll just show it, give it to me, the website. And I'll pull it up and play it. He says if he did, he doesn't remember if he said it or not. But just through Messenger or whatever. Facebook Messenger is fine. But he doesn't remember saying that. He said he might have, but he doesn't remember.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
if
it's
I
not a big
did,
deal.
if I did, I was wrong. I was wrong about saying that if I said something otherwise than what y'all fact check, then I'm wrong, and I accept that.
No, that's fine. I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't in that part of the conversation, so I don't know. I got in at the tail end when I pulled up that her father was Afro Jamaican. Um, so yeah. Anyway, um, but yeah, as far as your the trans prisoner that impregnated two inmates, I kind of look at that as what was the situation? Was it consensual? Now I know that I read this article and it says that even if it is consensual, it's against the rules of the facility, which is okay. I understand that, but things like that are going to happen, whether they're prohibited or not. It's it happened. Should it have happened? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it should have or should not have. I mean, if it was consensual and two people want to do what they're doing because they're behind bars, let them do what they're doing. Let them
But
do
I
what
just
they're doing.
and I just feel like a lot of things is going to be exploited and taken advantage of just because.
Yeah. No, I
You
hear
know what
you.
I'm saying? That's where I'm at with it. Like people are going to just take up. They're doing it now. I mean, and I'm just speaking about one thing people are taking advantage of, opposed to many things that's going on in the world that people taking advantage of.
Yeah, I
I'm
could
talking
see
about,
what you're saying about the taking advantage because you could have people coming in and saying, "Oh yeah, I am this. I identify as this," even though they don't.
I'm just trying
Yeah,
to be very passionate about the fact that I have nieces and daughters and stuff like that. That teenagers and stuff like that. Like I would like when my daughter, my nieces and all that, I didn't change their pampers. I let the women do that. That's me. I'm not speaking on nobody else and how they parent or what they do. I'm speaking what didn't make me comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable doing that. That was just me. Like my male, like my son, I changed his damn diaper. Yeah, I
that's
changed my son's
understandable.
diaper. Yeah, I did that. But when like the women, like the girls, I felt like a woman should do that. That's just my perspective and my thinking. That's just
Nah,
my
I can
outlook.
understand that. That's fair.
Mhm.
My wife wants to say something real quick. Go ahead, babe. I have no idea what it is.
No, what I was going to say really quickly. So, the folks that are in the trans community, there is a lot of therapy, there's a lot of medical professionals that they see. So, any facility, first of all, I think they should have their own, but any facility intaking an inmate would have to consider all of that, the medication they take, their levels of testosterone. So all of that plays into a decision like that. Now, just one walking around, I totally understand, but I do want to say that the trans community has really yet to be out touching on little kids. But you know who's in effect doing it all the time? Straight white men. Well, I won't say straight, white men.
And I just
They're
want
the
to elaborate.
problem. it's
I
it's
want to. I
not
want
it's not folks in the trans community, but that was it. I'm done.
and I want to elaborate on that. And those are going to be the people that exploit it. Those are going to be the ones that go to exploit it. Oh, I'm finna this. Oh, I'm finna. Now I can get access even easier. All I got to do is identify as this. Bingo. That's what I mean by they going to exploit it. Like when you said who does the most verses, and when you said that, I mean those people are going to be the ones that exploit it.
And that's
And
where I
they
agree with my wife when she said that, yeah, they should have their own facility. So if you have somebody that's, clearly, I won't say clearly, if you have somebody that identifies one way, um, they should have their own facility. I agree. I could agree with that. I think that would be fair. I think that would be the smart thing to do. So that way you could try to eliminate those situations.
Let me ask you this. And you're right. I agree with that too. I don't know if y'all probably have caught the news line with I have to do some more research on these two individuals, two females. They gymnasts. I'm pretty sure y'all know where I'm going with Riley Gaines and
Simone
Simone.
Biles.
Did I say her? Yeah. So
Simone
yeah.
Biles, yeah.
Now Now, this is like I say, it's about what's right and what's wrong. So
Mm-hmm.
I just want to touch up on some things that Riley spoke on about when was it? I think it was a tie, or did the other person beat her? I think it was something like that. And so I guess she made a post about it. I need to go look up that post. And Simone came out of nowhere and was just like straight up loser, and you should be uplifting. And so she did all that, and she body shamed her too. Riley Gaines, she was like, "Won't you compete against somebody of your own size, preferably a male?" Her husband
Didn't
is
she
like
said?
six.
Yeah, Riley said that again to Simone, didn't she? And that's where the backlash started.
No, nuh-uh. What was no? She spoke to she made a comment about it was. I
Simone.
need to look it up right quick. Y'all can look it up right quick on y'all because y'all computer way bigger than my phone. But yeah, when she and I agree with Riley because that's a double standard on her part. When she all right when she I mean fact check when she set up there and body shamed Riley when she was like talking about I guess masculinity of how her body was, muscular and just like that. When herself was a victim of being body shamed, just for her to turn around and do that to Riley, I thought that was just very low of her, and very, very low of her to do that when she didn't appreciate when it was done to her, and she did the same thing to Riley when she was like, "Once you compete against somebody your own size, preferably a male." So Riley went on. She made some kind of video. She put it on live. It's I seen it already. So she had her husband stand up. She was standing in front of her husband. He had a tape measure and measured her height and everything. She's like 5'5" and like 135 pounds. Pretty small female, pretty average too. Her husband, I think he was like 6 feet, 6'1", like over 200 pounds. So like you so some yes, she was kind of low for saying that about her, about Riley. And she initiated an apology, but the damage be done. And she didn't directly apologize to her. She just was like, I need to read it up what she said,
Okay,
but
so
yeah.
I pulled it up. So uh, after Gaines lost a race, she said some mean things about the trans um, competitor. And Simone came out and said, "You're truly sick. All this campaigning because you lost a race. Straight up sore loser. You should be uplifting the trans community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans people feel safe in sports. Maybe a transgender category in all sports. But instead, you bully them. One thing for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around." And what she was meaning by that is if you're willing to go to the length of uh, saying some bullying stuff towards somebody that's in the trans community instead of trying to uplift and make things safer, that's why she was saying no one is safe in the sports when you're around
I
because
just want to,
the
no, I'm listening,
comments.
brother. And I just want to say this too. Why did Simone backcheck and initiate an apology? And I want to go back into when, man, I was doing a lot of researching, which I got to get a computer. So when I can't go back or what year it was, but I remember when she quoted this, she was like, this was before she even got as huge as she was getting. She was like, she made a quote. She was like, "Man, I'm glad I don't have to compete against trans. I wouldn't have any medals." This came out of Simone's mouth. Yeah, she said I wouldn't have any medals. That's a double standard for her to speak and say what she just spoke about Riley when she made a quote of
Okay.
saying, "I wouldn't have no medals if I had to compete against trans." Like, could you look that up for me?
Yep, I'm doing that right now.
Yeah.
Um, say do 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 do. Okay. It actually, from what I see, it says former NFL kicker turned politician Jay Feely stirred the pot by claiming Biles wouldn't have taken home any Olympic medals if she had competed against transgender gymnasts. So she didn't actually say it. It was Jay Feely, an ex-football kicker, that actually said it.
That's similar. I'm gonna have to do a let's check it myself. Not discrediting what you
Here,
saying and what you just looked up.
here, one second.
Not
I'll share
seeing
the
that.
screen. Oh wait, I don't know if they're gonna if you're gonna be able to see the screen. I don't know if Top's in here to do that. Let's see. And then she did. Let me continue. So like there at that top part, turned politician stirred the pot by claiming Biles wouldn't have taken. So he claimed that. And I'm trying to find some other stuff that might be, because it says here that Simone Biles slammed after disrespectful comment about transgender athletes, but it doesn't say that she said anything. Let's see. I'm trying. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing anything where it actually says that she said it. It just says that he stirred the pot by claiming she wouldn't have, but she never actually said that, from what I'm seeing. And I'll continue to look.
No, yeah, but well, I guess, well, I was wrong on that part that she didn't actually say it, but it was thrown out, and I agree with the fact that I truly believe she wouldn't have as many medals as she had if she had to go up against Leah Thompson. Leah Thompson. I'm a full flows man. I'm not no huge man, but I'm a nice little size. Leah Thompson shoulders back weight. I'm talking about like just, but I'm just speaking on size. That's it. I'm not shaming or nothing like that. I'm just saying like
No,
she's
I
bigger
hear
than
you.
me. You
I
know,
hear what
like
you're saying. And you're absolutely right. Maybe she would not have as many medals if that was to happen. But that's also one reason why Simone was like, you should be protecting the trans community and trying to come up with, you know, transgender community sports or whatever. Like we need to maybe create a new avenue for them. But right now it's allowed, and yeah, do some of them have an advantage? Well, yeah, I'm sure some of them do, but we're talking about a very minor amount of people. But it does happen, so I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen, but we're worried about the smallest of things.
but and I hear you on that, but it also is eventually going to become the larger of things eventually because the advocating that's behind it. And I just want to agree on common ground. That's it. Like I don't
Yeah, I
like
hear you.
I just it's not about like I'm the less writer or wronger or you the most writer. It's not even about that with me, bro. It's just to agree on some kind of common ground that hey, like how can we balance this out? How can we make everyone inclusive? No matter
This is what
what
I
you
will
how
agree.
you
Yeah,
know.
this is what I will agree on. I agree that there could be a separate uh we'll say sports organization for their community. I see nothing wrong with that. Um but until that happens, I don't think we should exclude anybody from competing in a sport that they love. And I say that because I see, like, I used to be a wrestler in high school. So I love wrestling and I love watching people wrestle. And I see a lot of female wrestlers now. There are a lot of female wrestlers in high school sports. I see a few in college sports. Um, but nobody ever says anything about that. You know why? Because they're respected. The other teammates or opposing teams, they still respect them for playing and doing it. So why can't there just be respect for them doing it? Now I get it. A woman or a female playing in a men's sport is different than a transgender playing in the opposite sport. I understand there's a slight difference in that, but people can still get hurt regardless. Because if we're talking about people getting hurt or doing this or doing that, I mean, why is it nobody up in arms with females or women participating in like football or wrestling? Because there's female, well, there's not really female football players, but I think there is a female kicker, which isn't the most dangerous position. I understand that, but either way, I mean, they're still competing. Why is it got to be just the trans community that people are scared of? I'm not saying that you're scared of it. I'm not saying you personally. I'm just talking about in general. Why are people so scared of it?
It's just the exploitation of it all, like just like for example, people just want to identify to what they like. I say they're going to take a. It's already being taken advantage of. It's not like it's not the fact that people fear trans people. It's the fact that they fear the danger that comes behind people taking advantage of that community by identifying about just waking up and say, you know what, I feel like a woman, I'm gonna put this on, but got this sinister mindset, what I'm saying? And so it's a hypothetical for right now, but we don't want it to be a reality of somebody,
I
waking
hear
up
you.
doing exactly that and becoming, exploiting that. That's it. And I get that you can't protect everyone from everything. Like it's impossible. You can't. Something's gonna get to somebody some kind of way. I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
that
yeah.
too. But at the end of the day, why create new avenues for it to happen like that? So for example, you got, okay, they can, the trans community under 18, 15, 14, 13, 12. I'm gonna say about 14, 15. They can undergo all these puberty blockers and stuff like that, have surgeries done to their body to change their sex, like literally
Mm-hmm.
change their sex by having surgery.
Yep.
But contrary, they cannot go to war unless they're 18, fighting the army. They cannot buy liquor until they're 21. It's a double standard. Like why those like why do we have laws that you can't drink until you're 21, you can't go to war until you're 18, but we allow 10-year-olds and 16-year-olds to go take these chemicals, because that's what they are, chemicals. They take this stuff, and a lot of it is very irreversible, very
Yep.
irreversible.
I hear you.
So what happens when that one in particular individual, regardless of how, get to a certain level of thinking process in life and be go, you know what, I don't want to be this way no more. Now it's a hypothetical, but it's a hypothetical that's very strong possible to happen, and it is happening. We got,
Okay.
like, I can pull up certain ones. I got the fact check when I immediately pause and give it back to you. But what happens? Why is that a double standard like that? Why are laws in place for 21 to drink? You can't get in no club and stuff like that until you're 18. You can't go to war and fight for your country until you're 18. But we can allow our youth to take all these chemicals and go through these surgeries. That's child abuse at the end of the day.
Okay.
Like,
If I may respond, I'm going to start off with one. No 10-year-old is getting a surgery, and I know you're using that as a hypothetical. But secondly, these people that are going through transitions, they have years of therapy. Years of therapy. I'm talking, it has to be okay with the parents. It's got to be okay with the doctors. It's got to be okay with the person that wants the surgery or the transition. So it's not just happening just because they want it. Secondly, I have a question for you. When did you know that you were straight? When did you know that you were straight, a straight man? How did you know you weren't gay? When did you know you were not gay and that you liked that you were straight? When did you know that?
by the age of 8 and 9 years old, I
Yeah,
knew.
but it's just something that happened, right? You
Yeah,
didn't
I
know. It's just something that happened. You didn't know you weren't gay. You just knew that you were attracted to women, right?
yeah.
It's the same thing with people that are wanting to transition. They're not choosing to be this way. They know that this is the way they are. Just like you knew that you liked women, this group community feels that, hey, look, I didn't decide to be this way. I just am. This is who I am. I am a woman, but I like other women, or I'm a man and I like other men. Um, I feel like I'm a female trapped in a man's body, or vice versa. It's not something that they choose to happen. What they choose to do is be happy with themselves, and they want to be comfortable in their own skin. So that's why I ask you, when did you know that you were straight? You didn't know. It's just something that happened. You just were. You didn't decide to. It's not like you at 8 or 9 years old, you're like, you know what? I'm not gay. I like women. You didn't decide it. It was just something that just naturally happened. So when
Right,
it comes to
right.
the trans community or the LGBTQIA community, they're not deciding what they prefer. What they're deciding on is being comfortable in their own skin. Because what if your daughter came up to you one day and said, "You know what, Dad? I don't like men, and I feel like I'm somebody that I'm not showing." Are you going to be like, "No," or are you going to be like, "You know what, babe," or you know what, whatever you call your daughter, you know what, sweetheart? Let's talk about it. Let's go see somebody that's more professional at this, and let's see where this leads.
That's what I would. That's what I would do, brother. That's what
That's
I
what
would.
all,
I would.
but
That's
that's
what
what
I would
everybody
do.
else is doing. That's exactly what everybody else is doing. It's not like they're just deciding at 10, 12 years old that they want to transition. No, they're going through years of therapy. But there are kids at a very young age that know that they don't feel a certain, or that they feel a certain way, and it's like, okay, if this is the way you feel, okay, well, let's talk about it. You're never going to tell your children, no, you're wrong, this is disgusting. You're never going to say that. You're going to love your kids the way that you would love them either way. That's exactly what the LGBTQIA community is trying to do. They just want to be loved no matter what they decide to do with their bodies.
And that's where I'm at too with it, bro. I agree with that. Like I don't. It's not like that. I want everybody to like. It's not like I want all like I want the trans and people that live their life a certain way to follow the way that I say that it should be or what's in the Bible or whatever. It's not about none of that, and it's not about none of that. It's just the fact that everybody just live how they want to live. I have no problem with that. It's just that when it's just being shoved and just put all in your faces and stuff like that. Like what you want to do with your body, that's personal. That has nothing to do with me. So to have it just displayed everywhere and flags and all, like it's just like what you want to do in your bedroom or who you want to do that with, that's none of my business. Like I like
Can,
that's none of my business. I
can
don't
I
even.
ask?
What's that, bro?
Can I ask you a question? I
Sure.
want to ask you something. Um, do you think that what's going on now has just magically just kind of appeared, or do you think it's always been around? And I ask this because the reason it seems like it's so in your face is because of the internet, because there's so much access to all this information now. Before, when we were growing up, because I'm 46 years old, so when I was
I'm
growing up,
40.
it wasn't always there. We had 3 channels. We had what was it, 4, 9, and 12, I think, or 4, 9, and 14. Those were the 3 TV stations that we had. We didn't have internet growing up, so this has always been happening. It's always been going on. It's
No,
it's
I,
it's
I agree.
always been there. It just
I agree,
seems like
bro.
it's more in your face now, and it seems like it's being shoved down your throat because the access is so much greater than it ever was before.
Wait, can I add one more thing? It also feels shoved down your throat because there are people who are very purposely putting this out front and center because that is the boogeyman that they want you to chase while they are doing shit behind closed doors. There are certain news places, certain people who just like to point at trans people and be as mean as possible. So I just want to keep that in mind that sometimes it seems in your face and that's a reason. That's yeah. It's a reason to hide.
And I just want, I want to say this too. Now, I just like, just hear this out. Just hear me out on this, as logically as y'all can. Like,
Okay.
seriously. Like, because I'm going to try my best to make sense of this. And it's not to, all right. So this Pride Month thing, they get a whole month of this and that. Okay, in which they just that month came. They just made that month up like a few years back. Which okay, so they got the flags and everything. So I just want y'all opinion. What if men like me, and what I mean like me, heterosexual, what if we just like advocate? I want y'all opinion. What if we advocate? We got our own flag. We advocating for all the heterosexuals, and we have a whole month, and we're proud to be heterosexuals, and we come up with some kind of flag dealing with heterosexual. Like, what would y'all take be on that? Honest opinion on that. Like,
My honest
if
opinion on
that
that.
was to happen, yeah.
My honest opinion is we do that every single day of the year. We just don't have a flag that represents it. We have every day of the year to go out there and be who we want to be. There is not a day that goes by in this country where we're not allowed to be who we want to be. We get to
No,
do
what
it
I'm
every
saying
single
is,
day.
like, what if we had an actual heterosexual month for all men to come out and we got our we doing men things. We got our grills or whatever. We got barbecuing. We playing horseshoes. We playing football. We all of it is to advocate for a heterosexual month. Like,
I
and
hear
we
you.
wait like that's what I'm saying. Like,
No, I hear you. I'm going
Yeah,
to
there
throw a
was a
little.
white guy that tried that.
Yeah, I
So
was
like a
actually going to.
heterosexual fair,
that's
and
what I'm saying.
yeah,
So
and it
yeah, so
flopped.
I just want to even the playing field. That's it.
What I
I
was
just
going to
want to
say is
even,
Can
I was going to
I?
throw a joke out there and be
Oh,
like, "That's called the 4th of July." I, that's exact. But
Oh, that's nice. That's
no,
nice,
I,
but
bro. I like that. I like that.
can I say something real quick? I also just want to caution sometimes. I don't want to go into this, but this sounds a lot like the Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter,
I was going to say that.
where it seems like it's a reaction to versus is it really pride that you have for being heterosexual, or you just want to make sure you're poking the eye of those people that are just asking to be seen. They just want a seat at the table. And then if the reaction is, well, fine, we're going to do a heterosexual, it's sometimes it misses the mark on purpose and it muddies the waters. So I'm not saying that you're doing it, but sometimes people use things like that and they weaponize it.
Yeah, and that's true. That's true. And I also I have an issue with the fact that well, I wouldn't say an issue. I just thought about it and I'm like, wow, I just think it's strange for like the Veterans Day, they get one day, or is it a whole month? Correct me, anybody, if
I
I'm wrong.
think that there's a Veterans Day, but I think they
Yeah,
are
there's a month.
recognized for a month. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
there's a
there is a
month. Yeah,
Veterans Month.
there's a Veterans
That's
month.
a oh, okay. Well, I don't need to even elaborate no further. Then y'all just already
It's actually
solved it.
May. May is a
Or y'all
designated time each year during the where May is actually Veterans Month.
that whole okay. Well, I don't. Yeah, okay. Y'all didn't already
I
didn't
just
answer
looked
my.
it up. I just looked it up. But I have a question because you say that the with the Pride Month and that they just got it and they got their flag and stuff like that. Um, don't you kind of see what's going on with what they're trying to do? The same thing that happened during civil rights when black people were just trying to get a seat at the table.
Elaborate on how that it corresponds being the same and such
Well,
as
how it
what you said.
corresponds is you have a group of people that are a minority that are trying to get a seat at the table and just be recognized and respected, right?
Okay, I can agree with that.
So, I mean, if you look at it, if you look at Pride Month or the Pride flag negatively, you'd almost have to look back at civil rights being a negative thing because, and I, because
Now,
to me anyway, to me, my opinion is you'd almost have to look at it differently because it's one of those where black people had to fight for their right to have a seat at the table just
like
to be able to
we
drink at the
literally
same water fountain.
yeah, exactly. Now see that now when you brought up civil rights and the fact that the thing is with that for us versus the LGBT and their rights, the civil rights movement was about us being recognized as like equal people opposed to what the transgender is doing the
Yeah,
same thing.
they are
And
doing
the
yes,
fact
exactly.
and the fact that we as black people were fighting for equal rights, equal equality,
Mhm.
while at the same time just being, going through the same violence that the transgender is going through right now. You see what I'm saying? And it was way more drastic during the civil rights era, for as like we wasn't included in nothing, like nothing, like it was on display, whites
Yep.
this fountain, and blacks this fountain. So
Yes.
I can see where you're going with that, and I agree to a certain degree with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like
Yes.
everybody should have equal rights. Everybody should be free of violence and prejudice of opinions and facts. So yes, I agree. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
So I agree. Civil rights movement was a lot more. It was a lot harder and a lot more difficult. Um, the LGBTQIA movement doesn't seem um, as difficult as civil rights because more people are okay with what's going on now. There's more people willing to stand up and fight, whereas back then it wasn't. It was looked down upon. If I'm trying to make that make sense, if that makes sense, because now you have white community, the black community, um, you have everybody fighting for the same thing, where people just want to be accepted and treated equal. He's a Google junkie, Krim. I didn't actually Google that. I just kind of know that. That's just common knowledge. I didn't Google that. But even if I did, I mean, the facts are facts, so it is what it is. But yeah,
Nah,
so
nah. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. But like I say, I still stick on the fact that they should, like I say, people live how they want to live, and just because a person wants to identify a certain way, cool. But I feel like, hey, advocate for your own avenue in sports or anything that's
I can agree with that.
dealing with, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause
I can agree with that. But it's
we
going to take
have,
more than just them to do it.
yeah, I agree, but I agree with that. I agree with that, and I just feel like it needs to that's just exactly how it needs to be, if they say this is what I can look up certain articles, but they say there's more than two, three genders. Like I've come across so
Mm-hmm.
many articles. I come across articles. Oh, that's 49 genders. We're just gonna go straight to just Mother Nature strictly,
Yeah,
man
I
and
can
woman.
see how I could
That's
see
how it
how
always
that it can
been.
be. I could see how that can be confusing, and it's kind of like, damn, like really, seriously, like why are we going down this? But things are the way they are. You can't dispute that. I mean, there's no there. You shouldn't have to dispute it. You can just be like, okay, well, shoot, there's something I didn't know. This is what I believe in. But okay, this is over here. This is what I believe in. And that's fine. But there's no reason to shove it down somebody's throat that it's only man and woman, or this, that, the other thing. And I will agree with you on this. I do agree that we could have a different avenue where transgender people could play in their own sports, and do all that stuff. I think that would be a genius idea. But instead of beating them down, why not try to help?
I agree with that. Like I agree with that. I don't agree with bashing somebody and making them feel lower than how a person perceives them. I don't agree on doing stuff like that. No, no, no. I agree with that. I agree with what you just said. Like, hey, okay, for example, hey, I don't want y'all going in the bathroom with my niece and stuff like that. And instead, I advocate for you to have your own avenue of your bathroom. I advocate for you to have your own avenue of sports or whatever you want to do. I help you advocate for your cause in that way. Yeah, I have no problem with that, bro. I have no
So
problem with that.
like with the bathroom situation, we have, I think I do service work. So I go to a lot of restaurants and bars and stuff and fix equipment and all that stuff. So I know of at least 5 bars here in the Atlanta market that have, um, they're not gender related bathrooms. Like man and women can go in these bathrooms together. It's one big long bathroom. They have stalls. They're full length doors. There's mirrors everywhere, so you can't. It's not like you're gonna miss something. It's not like somebody can just go in and just do something stupid. But it's just anybody can go in there at any time, and nobody ever complains.
Wait, hold on, bro. So hold on. Let me process all of this right quick. So they has a bathroom where you work at, right?
Yep.
You
Well, that
said,
I do work for. Yeah.
and men and women can go in there.
Yep. Men and women can go in there. Basically, what you do is you walk in. It's one door. You walk in, and there's probably like, I think there's like 25 or 30 stalls. Right. There's no urinals. It's all stalls. So you go in, it's a full length door. It's got a lock on it. So you can't see underneath, you can't see over. It's full length. It's top to bottom. And then you go in, you walk in, you lock your door, you come out, you wash your hands and you leave. And there has not been one incident ever at this location or these other 3 locations. I should say 4. I know of 4. I don't know. I'm not sure about the 5th one yet. I haven't been in there yet. I've heard about it, but I haven't been there. So I know of at least 4 where not one incident has ever happened with these restrooms. One, because we're grown adults. All we're trying to do is go in, use the restroom, go back out, and have a good time. I just want to go and drink my beer. That's all I care about.
But see, the thing is, bro. See, the thing is, not everybody's thinking like that. I hear what you're saying, and you're right. All you want to do is go to the bathroom. How many people? How many dozens are not thinking like that? You got to
So,
consider that too. That's
yo,
all
you're
I'm saying.
absolutely right. You're
That's all I'm
absolutely
saying,
right.
bro.
You absolutely.
How many people are going to see this? If I was, now, I just want to just be hypothetical. Now, if I was some messed up individual, which I'm not, if I was some messed up individual, bro, like who's to say who wouldn't really take advantage of that? Like, think about it. Let's get real deep on that now. I hear what you're saying. You just want to, we just want to go to the bathroom, wash our hands. That's done, over with. I get that part. But let's dive deep into this. That's a can of worms waiting to happen, waiting to be open.
You're absolutely right. There are going to be outliers. No one is saying everybody's going to feel the same way. You are going to have sick people. There are sick people everywhere in this world, especially in this country. There are people that do some stupid stuff in this country that is just beyond freaking like beyond my mental. I just don't understand how people can do some of the stuff they do. There are going to be outliers in every single thing. But to group an entire community into one thing because there are people that are going to exploit it is not the right way to go about it. We shouldn't group everybody in because there are outliers.
Okay, but let me ask you this: what happens when potentially like something like you hear about a case of women being taken advantage of in those type of bathrooms? Like, and that's a very strong, like, so let's just say, a couple of cases of that go on. Like, what do we do after that? Like, oh well, we're just gonna lock them up if they, anybody commit. But okay, that's just 4 or 5 who get locked up. What about the other 5, 10? It's just gonna be, it's like it's like this, like far as Louisiana goes, like we have, like Louisiana has the most, like, highest incarceration, like, of any other state. And that's not making Louisiana safer by just building all these prisons that they have. We have the most prisons in any other state. We have the most people incarcerated in any other state. And is Louisiana 100% safe? No, it's not. So locking up all the people, that's not. You see what I'm saying? That's not stopping criminals from being criminals, or new criminals to come. You see what I'm saying? It has to be a better, greater solution than just locking everybody up, build more prisons, lock everybody up. That's not
I
fixing
agree.
nothing. That's
I
not
agree.
fixing nothing. You see what I'm saying? So like, that's all I'm saying. So like, so when you get a couple of cases, hypothetically, something went wrong, something went left with these women in this bathroom, sharing a bathroom with these men. Like you say, that's a small percentage of something like that happening because people just go in there, do their business, come out. That's it. But all it takes is that one time. You don't need 4, 5, 6 times. All you need is that one incident.
You're
Then
absolutely
what?
right. You're absolutely right. I don't have the answer for that, but it goes the same. And I don't like to do the what ifs and what abouts and all that stuff. But hypothetically, if we're talking kind of like a hypothetical, it's the same thing with people that like to grape children. It's the same thing as people wanting to essay their wives, even though they're married. That still happens. It's the same thing as taking advantage of somebody. Like, what do you do about everybody? I mean, it happens. There's outliers. It's going to happen, yes.
And this is what you do. This
But
is what you do.
this is the system we have in place, and until we have a better system, this is what we have to deal with.
Right, and I agree. And you say, that that's the same as any other child. Like, how do, like, so what you do, and you're right, for as that go, this is what you do with that. You put more caution down. You put more caution down. But what you don't do is incentivize ways for people to make the situation worse from the first situation. When
No,
when
I
when
hear
when
you.
you when you open that door and leave a crack in it, you're making it easier for that crack to be open wider and wider for more people to come through. So what I'm saying is that, well, it's almost the saying that, well, you can't protect your kids everywhere because you're not around them all the time. But when you instill them with a certain knowledge and a certain protection about themselves of knowing their surroundings, it's not going to completely make it go away. Like, kids won't be harmed, period, no more in the world. It's just they'll be a little bit more sharper. they'll be a little bit more sharp. It won't be as much going on. It'll be at an all-time low. That's
Yeah,
where
I
I'm at with
think
it.
I see what you're saying there, and I agree with you. I think there needs to be avenues put in place in order to kind of put a stop to it. Can you put a stop to it? Probably not, but you can put things in place to try to alleviate or eliminate a lot of those cases. Yes. It kind of goes down to the same thing as if well, how was I going to say this? It's yeah, it's about finding ways to get awareness out there. That's what I was going to say. It's about making people aware of the situation, and kind of like how we teach our kids not to talk to strangers, right? You make your kids aware of the situation. Now, not everybody's going to be able to protect themselves, unless they get proper training and all that other stuff. I understand that, but it's about making people aware of the situation, or uh the what's the word I'm looking for, the symptoms of whatever. This is a symptom of what happens during this is what to look out for. If you see this, alert somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I agree. I
So,
agree.
but until then, but when you're also exploring a new avenue of things that are happening, if you don't have a track record or a history of what's going on, it's hard to create that awareness, because if it's something new, you don't know until you have enough data to prove it. Now, what sucks about that is you have to have enough data to prove it, which means things got to happen in order for you to prove what helps. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot. See, I can talk to you. See, yeah, that make a lot of sense. That make a lot of sense. 100%. 100%. See, I like these type of dialogues because I can go in and iron sharp as iron, and I like to seek all kind of knowledge, man. I like to seek all kind of different perspectives. And what you're saying, yeah, I agree.
that's
a
what
hundred
this
percent.
that's what this whole thing is about, though, is seeking that knowledge and coming to a common ground, not exploding and saying stupid shit. That's why I like the conversation with you, because it's been on point this whole time. Like, I agree with you. I mean, we're seeing things, we see it a little bit differently, but we're basically trying to accomplish the same thing. But yeah, I agree with you. How do we stop this stuff from happening? Well, in order to stop it from happening, you got to have enough data and history behind it to say, this is what we see in these cases. This is what you need to look out for, um, and protect each other. It's just that's the way I see it. It's just to protect each other, look out for each other. Don't turn a blind eye to things because it's not affecting your life. Like, oh, it's not me, so I'm not going to get involved. Like, I think that's the wrong way to look at it as well.
I agree with that too. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that's very selfish for anyone to look at it like that. Or it's not me. I'm not. Like that's selfish, because like when it hits the fan, then it affects everyone. You see what I'm saying? Like it,
and
it affects everyone.
and by the time it hits the fan, it's too late. So you need
Correct.
to find a way to stop it before it hits the fan. And in order to do that, you kind of all need to look out after each other. Like, we're here, we should be able to protect each other without hating on each other. Like, I don't agree with you like, it's okay to not agree with the way somebody lives their life. It's okay. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. But it doesn't mean you should turn their back on them when things are happening. If bad
You're
stuff's
right.
happening, wouldn't you want somebody to help you?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's just the way I look at it. I'm a very big person of one of my favorite things is I'm about the we and not the me. I try to look out after everybody. I don't care about myself. Things will happen. If it happens, it happens. But I care about the we. I care about everybody. So I'm out looking. I try to do my best out looking at everybody's situation and being like, how can I help this person or that person? I don't turn my back on anybody. Even Krim. If Krim was something to us happen to Krim, as much as I disagree with him, as much heated as we went back and forth, I would still be like, damn, man, that's messed up. What can I do to help?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I can see. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
But I will agree with you. Like I said, I think there could be a different avenue as far as the transgender community um, getting their own sports, their own avenues, as far as, like, even if it was like the Olympics, like the Special Olympics. Special Olympics have their own Olympics. Why can't we do something like that for the transgender community?
Right, right, right. And that's where I'm at with it. Like I say, like they can live how they want to live, man. I got certain friends, I got family members. I have like a few aunties. It's like so I'm not against how they want to live their life. Like, do I agree with it? No. And but I don't sit there and bash them, not just because they my loved ones, because they human beings. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, I love them unconditionally. I'm not gonna stop loving them. They are who they are and they gonna be who they be. But so I accept everyone, no matter how you want to live your life. I'm not gonna hate you or be like, oh no, you living like that, even if I know I read the Bible and what the Bible says about it, I'm still not gonna just do an individual and be like, hey, this is what it is. You shouldn't. You are this and you are no. That's just I'm not gonna do that. I'll let somebody else do that or whatever, but I'm not gonna do it because how you living is none of my business. How you live in your life. For me to dictate something from even if the Bible or even from a quote or whatever, and display it towards you to say, hey, you need to have a different thinking or you need to have a different way of living. That's wrong on my part. No, you figure out how your life is going to be and be how you want to be. That doesn't mean I have to be a part of it, but I will support you along the way of being who you are. That's just what it is with me. So I have
Hmm.
no problem. The only thing that I would just say on is that this is basically what both of us were saying. Like they having their own avenues and stuff like that, and they been able to just come to the table, like you say, as and be respected as people. I agree with all of that, and not be looked down upon like they just, like some evil people. That's it. I agree with
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are uncomfortable with not knowing what's going on. So when you hear about people going into certain bathrooms or participating in sports, it's uncomfortable because you don't know. And I'm not saying that you don't. It's just me talking about in general that people don't know enough about what's going on to decipher what is right or wrong. I guess is the best way for me to say it. Like, because if I don't know enough about something, I don't know if it's right or wrong. I'm going to believe it's wrong. But once I start looking at all the facts and I start looking at different things, like, okay, well, shoot, maybe I looked at it wrong, or it could be vice versa. Maybe I was looking at it wrong from the very beginning. I don't know. Um, but I feel like there's a lot of uncomfort in the unknowing, the stuff that
It
you don't
is.
know.
It is. It is. And I can admit, and this is, I can admit this as me being a person. Like in general with some people, sometimes people fear what they don't understand, not using fear.
That's what I was trying to say. That right there. Yes.
Yeah, people fear what they don't understand, and that's a natural human trait.
Yes.
That's not anybody who says different. Like, oh, I'm not gonna like we're human. We all share these type of traits, different types of traits as being human beings. That's just what it is, nature. And so yeah, but rather than to just hold on to that fear of what you don't understand, I'm going to empower myself with, some knowledge about the situation. So that fear goes away. That fear goes away and replaced with understanding. You see what I'm
Yes.
saying? And logic and
Exactly.
reason.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. You said it perfect. Like you brought something to my attention I didn't know. I didn't know about that prison situation. I knew nothing about that until you said something. So I'm actually going to dig deeper into that too because I want to know more about that. Um, but yeah, that's something I knew nothing about. Never heard
Yeah,
of it. Nothing.
that's why I wanted to bring it up just because what you were saying. You was like, and I agree. Like let people be inclusive. I get that too. But like I say, for the one, it's going to be a percentage of ones that's going to do something that's just totally ill. But that's all it's going to take is just that small percentage to gain momentum. Once they get momentum, then how do you stop it or even slow it down? That's it. Like once the momentum build up from this small percentage of people that's doing this wrong, who's to say how much momentum they can get, and then it gets bigger and bigger. And these are all hypotheticals, but these are all strong possible hypotheticals.
Very, yeah,
You
they're
know,
all possibilities. Yes, it's definitely possible. Yes, and
you know,
and I'm not even going to sit here and say that it's not already happening. I mean, some of the things that we've talked about. I'm not even going to sit here and say that it's not already happening. I'm sure it is. This country is a very sick country at times. Holy crap. There's a lot of sick people out there. They have some things going on that I just, like, I don't understand how somebody can hurt somebody and then eat their flesh. Like, that's just disgusting.
That always did tear me apart. Like like for real. That like, oh man, you put a thought in my head with old dude.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, bro. Oh man.
Yeah, so I mean, you think
Jesus.
about all the sick stuff that happens out there. Like, it's like, what do you do? How do you stop that? You can't.
And you're right. You can't. Like people are gonna just, if a person want to do harm, they're gonna do harm. Like
Yes.
there's no way that we individuals can wake up and be like, our spider senses go off. Hey, somebody in New York gonna do something. Like there's no way we can. It's just, things are gonna happen. We got good people in the world. We got bad people in the world. And so that goes to say we educate ourselves about things we don't understand, even if we do see it with our eyes and hear it with our own ears, but it'll still be perceived in an ignorant way of not knowing enough to understand it. So
Mm-hmm.
it goes back to educating, self-educating. It goes back to people just removing themselves from their emotions, removing themselves from their own opinions, and let's just dive into straight understanding and reasoning and straight logic. That's how I see us prevailing further. Because as long as there's no education, no understanding, and what I mean by education is just like self-educating, like self-researching, and go out into the public, and just interact with reality, and see different things, and put all that in constructive thinking to analyze what could be done better. That's it. That's what we need more of.
Yeah, Krim says that he loves you, bro. You are cool, and you are a better man than me to listen to this guy's trash he is spewing. Salute to you for that, but this guy is not in touch with reality. I don't know. I kind of disagree with that. I think it's been a damn good, decent conversation.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed it. I'm not even by my phone. I got this earpiece in, so I didn't even see the comments or whatever. I got
I
this
did.
earpiece and I'm walking around.
Honestly, I didn't even know there were comments. I just happened to see one come at the bottom of the screen, and then on the side of my screen it says private chat. I was like, and then it said comments. It's like, huh. So I clicked on comments. I see like 3 hours worth of comments here. I was like, holy crap!
Oh
I didn't see
wow.
any of those. Most of them from the same guy, though. Most of them from the same guy. I'm saying that I'm delusional and I don't know what I'm talking about, and this, that, the other thing. I would love to sit down and talk to him about stuff that I just know off the top of my head, but I don't think it would go very far. But I
I think
appreciate
it
the
was.
conversation.
Oh yeah, me too. I enjoyed it, brother.
Yeah, I
I
gotta go
enjoyed
cook
it.
dinner. My wife just asked me what was for dinner, so I gotta go throw something on the stove and get cooking.
And do you have a channel?
Yeah, I'm the same on all channels. My name, I'm on Facebook, Kick, Twitch, TikTok. It's the same on every single platform.
Yeah, man, I'd like to elaborate more. Uh, Top has my number if you ever wanted to just reach out, just on some, creative thinking, creative, just positive and
Yeah,
different views.
absolutely.
And you can, if you want my number, you can get it from Top, and it's
Sure.
perfectly, it's okay. I promise you, it won't be no issue, no problem. You
No, no
know,
worries. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I'm always game for a good conversation. Uh, Good conversations are always nice to have, just because you get points across. What's up, baby?
yep, I agree.
Oh, he's
And
writing in the comments that I still don't know anything and that I speak narratives and not facts. Yeah, he's not going to care. All right, man. I'm going to head out. Like I said, I got to go cook dinner. I don't like you at all. You are full of shat. Yeah, you're probably right, Krim. You're right. I'm full of it. That's okay. It's okay. But like I said, LSU, appreciate the conversation. Let me go cook dinner, and I look forward to the next conversation.
that's a bet, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, man. Later.
Later. Now I gotta wait on. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know if Top Beast. don't know what both going. Nah, we going we it was, I feel you. I hear you, Uh I hear you, Krim, but we just, got our own, perspective of how we think about things and knowledge about different things. That's all. I agree things got a little heated, but that's why I just wanted it to come to a common ground.
Hey, Mr. LSU, what's up, brother?
Cool, brother. Cool, cool.
What's up, man? I gotta give you props, man, for even just. I could not talk to that guy, man. I just couldn't do it, bro. I just couldn't
It,
do it.
nah, I hear you. I think both sides were just as I think he was just as passionate as he was about certain things. He was just coming off.
Well, I mean, bro, he's like they trying to discredit Judge Joe Brown because he's a judge. What the fuck kind of that? That's crazy to even fucking say to somebody. They're trying to discredit him because he's a judge. He's been a prosecutor. He's been a lawyer, defense lawyer in Memphis, Tennessee, for a long time. Then his show was in California. He lived in California for a long time, like 20 plus years ago when he had his show and shit on TV, right? So he knows about California. He knows he's been to parties and shit with Kamala, Willie Brown. He knows what he's a history book, bro. He's like a history book of knowledge. Judge Joe Brown is a very knowledgeable dude, but they're trying to disrespect this guy because he's a judge, saying that he don't know, like he don't know shit or something. I'm like, what the fuck? That dude,
Yeah, I hear you on
all
that,
that guy depends on is Google. He relies on Google for every fucking thing.
and I agree with you. But like I say, I hear you on that. On I caught a glimpse of some actual videos on YouTube with George Brown. He was talking to. Like I said, I gotta go. I don't want to just say the
It's
name
it's
and be wrong, but
the dialogue. I tagged you in the video. It's a long interview, bro. So whenever you get the time, it's like it's like probably like 4 hours or something. But he starts talking about Kamala about the 14-minute mark, somewhere around 14 15 minutes. That's when he starts getting into the Kamala and the Trump and the Obama, Biden, even O.J. Simpson. He says O.J. Simpson's innocent. He is innocent, according to Judge Joe Brown. So he just gets into a lot of stuff, bro. But you could tell he knows this shit. You know what I mean? He knows his
yeah,
stuff.
he does. And and I'll be honest. With so I listen to what they have to say when they're speaking on different topics for us. Those public
Y'all still
figures,
there?
those like, and yeah, we
Yeah,
here,
Hello?
top.
brother.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, bro.
I'm taking care of some business. Y'all go ahead and run it, man. Y'all go ahead and run it. Y'all go ahead
All
and
right,
talk about how y'all feel. And hey,
Oh yes,
hey,
yes. Want to holler at Mr. LSU real quick?
yeah, do
That's my
your thing,
homeboy.
man. Hey, I brought you up back to the reason. You
Yeah,
good? Go
thank you,
ahead.
brother. I appreciate you bringing me up, man. I appreciate that.
Go ahead. Y'all go ahead and run it.
All right, top.
but
Go ahead, Mr. LSU.
yeah, it's just damn, I done lost train of thought.
I know
What I
I
wanted
did
to
that shit earlier too.
yeah.
I
Uh,
feel you. I did that same shit earlier
oh,
too. Matter of fact.
here it just came back. So what I was about this is what I was about to say. So I listened to a lot of them. Well, not a lot. I listened to a majority of them, like Judge Joe Brown. But what I take in what they say into consideration, but not all the way literally. I genuinely go back and looked up some of the things that he was saying,
Hmm.
and not I didn't fact check everything, but some of the things that I fact checked on them were true. Now I can't. I'll be honest. I can't go into depths of it far as what he was speaking on about Kamala and stuff like that. I can't go that far with it, but I will do my homework tonight. I tell you
Right,
that I
right.
will be doing my homework, and
Well,
I will be coming to the table with something.
I tell you this, bro. Check this out, Mr. LSU. As far as the Kamala thing and her being black, this is what Judge Joe Brown said out of his mouth. He said that he had a dinner. He went to dinner with. It was him and his ex wife. Kamala's daddy, which he's like a professor or something like that, and her mother, and they made or I don't know if he said he asked or something. I ain't watched the interview in a while, but I tagged you in the interview. I tagged you and Top Beast into it to the interview. But he's like, he asked him the question. He was like, what nationality he was, and he said he's Hindu, and that's pretty much. Or he said no, it was Hindu and something else, but it wasn't anything to do with African descent. And he says the only African descent that she could speak of would be her great grandmother, which I forgot how he said it. I don't want to misquote him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to say because I don't want to misquote it. But if you watch the interview, you'll see what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? So
dealing with her
he
dad.
goes into it. He goes into it a lot. In depth in the interview. Plus, she wasn't born here. She didn't go to school here. She went to school in Canada, kindergarten through 12th grade in Canada, and then so I don't know, man. It's just
Well,
wild.
see, they have it to where she's of a mixed race heritage, being black, Jamaican, and South Asian Indian descent. So
He,
yeah,
well, he was saying on the he said that his ex-wife actually worked as a pediatric nurse in the hospital, or excuse me, his wife's or his ex-wife's mother, so his in-law worked as a pediatric nurse when his ex-wife was born and Kamala was born. So they're both born around this in the same year or something like that. And that was in Canada. So she wasn't even born in the US. Also,
she wasn't born in the U.S.
she was born in Canada. Yeah.
She wouldn't be able to run. She had to be from.
That's what I'm saying. That's the crazy thing about it. Like, how is she able to run for president and she wasn't even
You got to
born in
be
the country
you got to be born on American soil to
to
run
run
to
for?
be to run for president.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He said he
I'm
said
not
that
gonna.
there's some kind of fucking loophole that they, I guess, went through or figured out or went through. He explains it way better. I can't explain it like he did it. But he lays it out for you like how she did it, the loophole that they went through for her to be able to do what she's done. But he also
So they
says
so
that she was a fucking casting couch. He was like, because he was like, I used to represent pimps, hoes as a defense attorney in Memphis for a long time in Tennessee. He's like, I know a hoe when I see a hoe, and she's an old hoe. I was like,
see,
damn. I was
but
like,
see,
damn, Judge O'Brien crucial with it.
I want to elaborate more on the part to where uh
Huh?
she's. You say she was born where?
Canada.
Canada.
Hmm.
See, well, I'm gonna have to do a fact check on that
Yeah, check it
just
out.
to be good with it
He
because
he said that he said his ex-wife and her were both born in the same hospital in Canada, where his in-law his mother-in-law was a nurse, for infants at the time when they were born, both of them.
the knowledge I've been having is that she was born in
Pediatric nurse.
she was born in California. She was born in California, October 20th, 1964. That's so
Yeah, she was born in
Here we go with this guy.
she was
Shit,
born in
I
Oakland,
got up because you
California in
got down.
1964.
I got
She
up because
wasn't
you
born
got
in
down.
Canada.
What
She
the
was born in
fuck?
Oakland, California in 1964. She also graduated. She actually went to school
All
at
right,
three
Mr.
different
Google.
universities
Okay,
here in the
Mr.
U.S.
Google. Okay, Mr. Google. Well, I think
You
I don't
said
believe
fact
shit
check
you
it,
say, bro.
right? Did you say
I
fact
definitely
check?
believe Judge Joe Brown over your motherfucking ass
So you
any
said
fucking
fact
day.
check it, right? Did you say fact check it, Mr. LSU? Did he say fact check it? How are you going to fact check it if you don't use
What are you
something to
fact
fact
checking
check?
on Google? You're a fucking Google head. Google. Do you not know that Google's not always fucking right, bro? Are you the
No,
first one to
you're not
realize
right.
this? Google feeds you bullshit. Do you know that? Google's not always correct, bro.
Let's see if I can change this.
God damn. This guy, man, I swear to God. Why you keep coming back?
no
Because
but
I don't
but
like
I
misinformation.
waited till you were gone before I came up, bro. Now you
I
want to
don't
come
like
back when I come up.
misinformation. That's why.
Well, I could have
but
came on
bro,
a, plenty of times with the misinformation. You've been fucking
Hold on,
spewing
hold
all
on,
fucking
hold on,
day.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I could have came
Stop.
online. I
We
could have
gonna
came back
have
plenty of
we
times.
gonna have a little
Cause you've been.
respect up in this motherfucker.
Well, tell him to do that, Top.
I'm telling both. Let's just talk.
I got down and stayed down till he left. I didn't try to come back till he left. Top. I was very respectful. I didn't come back. I let him and Mr. LSU have their conversation, and I stayed out of. And then when he left, that's when I tried. That's when I came back up. Now as soon as I get back up, he wants to come back and start spewing his bullshit again. This
nah,
motherfucker's
see,
always googling. He's always googling some shit.
but I just want to say this to you though, Krem. Like I just want to say this
Yeah.
to you, bro.
What's up, Rick?
And
What's up, big dog?
this disrespect to both of y'all, both men, because both of y'all men.
Salute to
It's
you,
not
LSU. You're a good
it's
dude,
not
bro.
that
I like you a lot. Go ahead.
it's not that you know he and this is what I'm perceiving. It's not that like he's trying to discredit you about anything that you speak on. It's
He
just
was though. He was though.
but see, the way I perceive it as just a little misinformation. I'm this is just I'm on the outside looking in right now, so it's just like a little small misinformation and one.
About the weed thing, about the weed in California with the black males. Is that
I
what you're
mean,
talking
it
about?
can be it can be that in particular, but it can be certain various of things. Because I admit certain things that I was elaborating on, I actually had to like look at my because I got some stuff in my I got it wrote down on my notepad, notebook, whatever.
Hey,
But
Mr. LSU, can I say one thing real quick though, bro? Just real quick. Just real quick.
what you got?
I was just gonna say, man, a lot of stuff you look up, you know that shit can be skewed just by people just fucking writing this shit, right? I mean,
Yeah, I understand that.
would you rather believe the people that was there and seen the shit happen, or the people that's writing about it? Because people can write some shit, whatever the fuck they want to say.
Yeah, that's true. They can write, they
Motherfuckers
can
that
write.
was there and witnessed
But
the
see,
shit. You know what I'm
but
saying? I
see
believe
how,
the witnesses more than I would some random ass fucking reporter or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
but see, for them to just report something that's actually false and just print that, wherever however they would print it. Now that's
They
illegal,
can twist it.
like
They can twist it though. They
yeah,
can twist it for
yeah,
sure.
they can twist it, but for them to just blankly put out misinformation, yeah, they can. That's a lawsuit. They can really go
Hey,
to jail.
Bama boy, you seen that interview I'm talking about with Judge Joe Brown, right? On the dialogue.
Yeah, they are on a dialogue. Yeah.
What you think about it? What do you think about it? Just, I mean, do you think he's a credible source to get information from, or you think he's just bullshit like old girl and his wife does? I mean, old boy and his wife does.
I think Judge Brown very credible.
He's a history book, bro.
Yeah, I think he's very
He
credible.
knows his shit. He knows his. He ain't gonna get up on an interview and fucking lie for 4 hours about shit. For what? He's 75 years old.
Yeah. And then
I
I,
don't know
I
why. I mean, I just don't know why he would lie about anything that he's saying.
and then I agree with you and Mr. LSU about the illegal immigrant. If they ain't
About
over here,
everything.
if they ain't over here legal, they need to go.
It's a due process, bro. That's what I'm
And we
saying.
can't,
Like, you,
you know,
I mean, think about this, bro. Not even that. They bringing diseases and shit over here also. I didn't even think about that earlier. Even some certain strains of tuberculosis they bring over. This supposedly incurable.
yeah.
So I mean, you got to think about it all the way around, bro.
You see, I
That's
work
why they need,
around.
that's why they need to be
I work
vetted
around.
out
I
and
work
be
around.
go
Uh,
through the proper shit before they become citizens.
yeah. Well, see, I work around a lot of Mexicans, and then I get a lot of Mexicans to do stuff for me, to help me out sometimes, when I need help.
Oh yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
They legal.
Look, I like
I'm,
Mexicans. I'm
yeah,
just saying they just need to do it the right way, bro. That's all I'm saying.
that's it. Let's do it the right way, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Because if we can't go
I
to,
like everybody. I love everybody.
we can't go nowhere like Canada. We can't go nowhere and just move in and just set up shop. We can't do
Yeah,
that.
you couldn't do that shit in no other country, bro, except for the U.S. Just walk across the
Not,
border. Just, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Free transportation and shit, and You get over here and just do what you want to do. You think about how many gangs and shit, extra gangs have been brought over here from doing that shit. Just
Yeah.
like, just like the Scarface movie, Puerto Rico, which I love my Puerto Rican brothers and sisters, but they dumped the people that they didn't want over here to us, the criminals and
Yeah.
shit. That's what they brought over here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just facts, bro. Look it up.
Yeah. What's that girl name that she played basketball and went? She went to and she went somewhere and they held her for about like a year.
Oh, say that again, remember boy?
What's that girl? It's a girl. She went somewhere. I think it was Canada or somewhere, and they held her for like a year,
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah, the basketball player, the basketball player.
Yeah.
Oh no, they had it for like you talking about
It was a basketball
damn
player. Wasn't
Brittany
it
Brittany
LSU?
Brittany Brittany Gr-
Brit,
Brittany Griner.
Yep, there you
Griner.
go. Yeah, Brittany Grimer. That's her name. Brittany Grimer. Yeah,
And
What they
they
hold
had
her
on
for?
on a weed on a little bitty ass weed charge or some shit like that.
You know what
on
I'm
You
a
know what I'm
saying?
saying?
on a marijuana pen, they had it over there in Russia. And
Yeah, in Russia
she
on some
came
weed
across the
shit.
Yeah.
but see Russia real strict on that. Like Russia real they have their laws, we have our laws. They strict on that. Like even
But
if
that's what
it's
I'm
just
saying. Like
Yeah. And
that's
look,
what I'm saying. LSU like, what make you think you just cross our border and there be no fucking no repercussion from that?
yeah,
oh I got
repercussions.
what you're going. I got what you're
Yeah,
going.
That's just crazy to think, man. Because no other country I know would just let somebody cross their border and just live there and just like you know what I'm saying, set up shop,
And see
take other
I
people's
will say
jobs
this
that they
though.
could have jobs.
I will say this though, for the ones that's trying to go through the proper channels,
Oh
because there's
yeah,
some that are, and
yeah, that's
for the ones
different though.
that
That's different.
but then,
but
I agree
see
with that.
when if they seeking, all it takes is just like if they say like we want them to come the right way how they should to the port of entry and to seek asylum. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
but
for sure.
even if they go through the proper channels and just once they get their foot on American soil and say, "Hey, I'm seeking asylum," they get process going for as that goes. But
But
now on the
check this
other
out though.
hand,
Check this out. Imagine how pissed off that makes the ones that actually did do it the legal way. I bet they be mad as a motherfucker when the people do
I
that
see.
shit.
Now
right,
this what
right.
I'm getting at. This what I'm getting at for is the like the ones that's just blankly doing it and just use and exploiting the asylum claim. Not just like crossing it, just crossing the border, just crossing it. Yes, yes, crossing the United States border.
It's
It
not
is a
right.
crime.
It's
It's
not
a
right.
crime. It can either be a misdemeanor or enforced as a felony. But at the same reason why it's enforced as a misdemeanor more than a felony because it would take up too much resources and too much time and manpower to have all those felony courses go through court. It would so that's why it's mostly enforced as a misdemeanor so they can
Yeah,
just
because
I
because
mean
because because see now it's in droves, bro. Because they know they can do it, so it's gonna be a bunch at one time. It's not gonna be like one or two. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a whole shitload of immigrants coming illegally because they know they can do it.
Well, see, I won't say
but
this
for
much.
the
I won't say it right now. Now, this is what I disagree with Prim with.
What's that?
I disagree with him on this one.
What's up,
About
Emma?
that about 1 year. Now these motherfuckers
what
And my phone went up. I didn't hear what you said, bro.
what Bama boy was talking, huh? What happened?
Yeah, but my phone. I got a shitty service where I'm at, bro. I'm at like a bottom of a hill, and this shit be going in
now.
and out sometimes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can
Oh
hear you
yeah, we
now.
got you. Yeah, we got
Oh, the only thing I disagree with you with Prim with that
Huh?
1 year. 1 year. That
Oh, the
one
one
year.
year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now if
How long you think it should be?
well see I know some Mexicans been on here 5, 10 years, man. I done worked with some since '96.
This illegal. This still illegal, right? That they illegal.
Yeah. Now, when you been on here that long, man, you ain't tried, yeah, you need to go.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
See, I'm
I see what
I'm
you're
in
saying.
You know, I'm in construction, man. I've been, man, I've been around, man. I've been around, man. I know they come over here and they get these jobs and stuff, man. They be over here, they don't even try. They don't even try. They just come over here.
See, man, the messed up thing is like it'd be okay if it was all the good people coming to make this place a
Yeah.
better country, but it's
And I
not
see what
all good people coming. It's good people and bad people also coming. And with the gang shit, it's starting gang shit. And now you got now we got the motherfucking California prison system filled up with with Mexicans and the Texas and it's just spreading because
I see what you were trying to tell them.
you
Like,
see what I'm
yeah,
saying, bro?
all of them come over here and all they might not be criminal. All of them they might not be legal, but they supposed to be. They supposed to be legal. All of them
Yeah,
might not be criminal. All of them might not be criminal. But you gotta look at it. When you come over here
and you do
and
it illegally, that's breaking the law.
you coming over here illegal and you breaking the law, yeah.
I mean, because every other country got the same law. You can't just come in their
Yeah.
country. You can't just come into somebody else's country and just post up shop. You know what I'm saying?
We can't do that. We can't as Americans we can't go nowhere and just post up shop, man.
That's what I'm saying. So why the fuck should we be like that?
You know what I see exactly what you're saying. I just disagree about that 1 year. That's the only thing.
Yeah,
And see, the only thing,
I was being very generic when I said that. I probably should have said more than that, but I was just saying at the minimal, at least a year. You know what I'm saying?
But I understand about the 1 year. But all I'm saying, I understand about the 1 year. I disagree with it, but I understand. But if you've been on here 5, 10, 15 years and you ain't tried, man, you need to go.
And think about this, bro. Just think about how many jobs they be taking up that other Americans could be having,
Right.
and they here
Exactly.
illegally, and they here
Exactly.
illegally, bro.
Yeah.
That
I
shit,
ain't
that
paying
shit, that shit just don't add up, bro.
ain't paying no tax. You got some that pay tax, but you got a lot of them that don't pay taxes at all.
Exactly, exactly. See, man,
Now you got some
that's why
folks.
I'm sorry. I couldn't talk to Miss Spider and her husband because they 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 act like they act like with Mr. LSU that they trying to take in what he's saying too, but they ain't really trying to take that shit in. They gonna believe what they want to believe, and that's the end of it. That's the end of it. They got their mind made up on everything they talking about, bro. And he trying to Google some shit the whole time you saying shit, LSU. He just every time you say something else, he's straight up on Google, just Googling shit.
What's his name?
Just to,
Was
I forgot his name. I just remember his wife's name, Miss Spider.
All
I
right,
forgot his name.
all right, 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 all right. So what we gonna do? What we gonna do? What we gonna do? What we gonna do? All right, because I literally just came back. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna say this. All right, we y'all have said that Kamala, goddamn, I can't say her fucking name right. Miss Harris
Kamala.
wasn't black. According to Wikipedia and a couple of other places that I looked up, she's actually black.
Okay, let's check this out. So you don't believe Wikipedia of all places, bro? You know how
I
many?
said
You know
Wikipedia
how
and
many?
others. I didn't say
Do
the
you know how many
others.
times a day you can change shit? But would you
I
rather go
understand
by
what you
that?
said.
Okay, but listen, hold on, real
Hold on, bro.
top,
I
real
heard
quick, bro,
everything you
just real
said.
quick.
I get it. I get it. I get
No,
what you're
I'm finna
saying.
give you a good point though. I'm finna give you a really good
Okay,
point though.
okay,
What
go
I'm trying
ahead.
to say.
Go ahead, bro.
Would you rather believe Wikipedia or a dude that was actually at dinner with the guy and asked him
Well, hold on. The same
himself?
dude that was sitting at the table with her, with them, was sitting at the same table. He got he got some issues in his background for a grand assault.
Yeah,
So
yeah, with his ex-wife and shit. I know about that shit. But
so
still,
I mean, let's put it all out there. You know, let's not just look at
oh,
one sided because
that's not no secret. But that don't mean he
this
lying
man
about
here.
what he's saying.
no, they don't.
Come on,
I'm
Top. That don't
not.
mean he's lying about what he's saying though.
But at the same time, we can't say he telling the truth either.
So you would think
That's
by now.
I make
I'm
the
sure
same point.
somebody in Kamala's camp would have seen that interview that JoJo brought done when he said he went to dinner with her family and asked her daddy what race he was, religion, and he told him that he was Hindu, and I forgot what else it was. It was
What is
Hindu or something else.
what is Hindu? Can you
That's
elaborate?
that's that's
You
Indian from India.
okay? It's Indian. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
do you
they're dark.
understand?
They are dark skinned people. They're dark skinned people, but they're not
Mm.
African. They're not African. They're not. They're no
I'm not
relation to
African.
African.
Hold on, hold on.
I'm
Let me
look,
ask
no,
you.
I'm saying from the roots, bro. I'm saying from the roots, though.
Who said that
I,
I was African? That's my point. Hold on. Let me explain something, Krim.
still, your roots
And
don't come from Africa.
I'm not taking sides. But what I'm gonna say is
Your roots
the
don't come from
African
Africa.
say what?
I said your roots don't come from Africa.
No.
Where they come
Not all,
from?
not all,
My
not all,
my my great
not all,
grandfather was a goddamn if it was from Guatemala.
not
He's
all
From,
African.
Guatemalan.
from you couldn't even say that, Top.
You for
You
real?
didn't know how to say Guatemala.
You for real?
I'm just joking, bro.
Cause
I'm just fucking with you.
I know I understand that, but I'm telling yeah
I'm
I
just
can't even
messing with you,
speak
bro.
right now because my damn voice about to give.
No, I'm
But
just messing with you, Top. I'm just messing with
but
you, big dog.
I know you good, homie. Like I'm just saying just because you black in this country doesn't mean that your roots came from Africa.
Okay, so where do they come from then?
You tell
He right
me.
about
No, you tell
Hold
me.
on, wait a
I
minute.
said they came from Africa.
Listen to
I
that.
said
Did
they
you
came
hear
from
that?
Africa. You said they
Did you
didn't.
hear that, Krim? I'm not the
No, but
only
listen,
one
I
on
said
this
they came
panel
from
that say, "Hey,
Africa.
you right."
Look,
Who's to say you
my
right?
listen to me, listen to me. My roots
to.
come from motherfucking I
Right
got
about that.
French,
All our people come from Africa.
Welch,
Hold on. Who?
Indian,
Bama boy. Turn your mic up. Turn your
Native
mic up, Bama
Indian,
boy.
French, some German, and something else. I can't remember the other one. I've already did my ancestry.com.
Goddamn, my bad, Bama boy.
But you, bro, you can't say that.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, if you're full blooded African American or American African, your roots lie in
Hold
Africa,
on,
bro.
Crim. Every
Right?
black
How am I
person,
wrong though?
in America is not Afro American. That's just the name type.
They're American.
Every
They're
black person
American.
is
They're
not
Americans
descent. Do not
first.
come from Africa, bro.
I'm saying you American first. I know that.
Yeah,
But
but why in the fuck I gotta have Afro in my name?
I didn't say Afro. I said American African because that's from Africa. But I can't help that part.
I get
I gotta say F. I
that's
gotta say
all I'm
F.
saying. Like
I get what
listen,
he's trying to say. I get what he's
You
saying.
know what I'm saying,
Uh,
bro. You know what
I
the fuck
get
I'm
what you're
like
trying
saying.
to
like
say.
basically like
But at the end of the day, I'm telling you, all black folks ain't from Africa.
I
Um,
think. Hey, you know what? I think most of everybody started in Africa from according to the Bible.
but for as a whole, opposed from the Bible, you got Caribbean black,
Yeah,
you
true.
it,
Okay, yeah,
you
you're
know
right. You're right.
so it
Oh,
goes
I ain't even
all the
think
way.
about that, bro. I ain't even think about that. You're right. You're right.
So
You're right, LSU.
that's what Top
Yeah,
was just getting at. That's all he
yeah,
was
yeah. I
he was
feel
just
you.
saying
Hey,
it's not
LSU, I feel
all,
you, bro. My
you
bad.
know.
Okay, okay. I look, I was wrong on that. I'll admit when I'm wrong, and you right, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about that shit, bro. You right. You totally right. For real. You totally right. But that's my bad. My bad, Top. I'm sorry, bro. Forgive me. Forgive me for that.
Come on, Top. I like to hear you elaborate on things, man.
uh,
I'm sorry,
um,
Top. Sorry. Hey,
no,
Top. I'm
no,
sorry
no.
about
You
that,
good?
bro.
You good? You good? You good? I just had a call. Um,
I
I
like
didn't even
I'm
think
just
everybody
gonna
about
have a
put
that.
it like
perspective.
this. I'm just gonna put it like this. When it comes to the African American, how they want to call us names. They've been calling us different names for years. We've been African American, we've been black, we've been what all sorts of, brown, black. You know what I mean? We've been every name in the book.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
our ancestry, some of our people are not from Africa.
And I'm sorry for saying that. I should have been. I feel ignorant now for saying that shit, bro. I shouldn't have said that
So,
because I
so,
knew better. I just didn't think about it when I said it.
so
So,
that's
so I
number one.
apologize, bro. I apologize.
Number
I
two,
apologize for that.
as far as you find, as far as Kamala Harris, oh shit. I'm getting calls to left and right. Hold on, right
You
quick, y'all.
getting
Y'all
blown
go
up
ahead,
over there,
Rob.
top. Damn, top is popular all of a sudden, just real quick, just everybody calling.
Well, see,
Yeah,
it's the
I was having that problem earlier. My phone just
same.
kept ringing. I kept going off.
Hey, LSU, you need to do what I do, bro. I put my shit on do not disturb before I get on YouTube and get on the panel. That's what you
Yeah,
need to do,
you
bro.
know that,
You know
and
what I'm saying?
I thought about that, and I thought about it too late. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
That's what I do, bro. Cause I been having the same shit going on when I don't do it. So I'm like, fuck that shit. I gotta put this shit on do not disturb. You know,
Can
cause
y'all
that
hear
should
me?
be knocking me off. Every time it used to be knocking me off the panels all the time.
yeah,
Can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, Bama, go ahead, bro.
It's the same thing with you, friend. Your nationality. You ain't. I mean, it's the same thing with your nationality.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Cause I got a lot of shit, motherfucker. I got a lot of shit. I got a lot of. I got more Indian than I thought I would have. I had a lot of like Native American Indian in my
Let's all
Sometimes,
bloodline.
let's all agree to this right here. All of us, and I mean just a good majority of us people, we all some big mutts. All of us got some kind of different lineage
Yeah,
in our bloodstream, and
through it.
mix.
Hmm.
We all mix.
Yep,
I ain't lying to
through.
you.
Yeah,
I
hey,
wouldn't be
that's
if you
facts.
look at my if you look at my screen picture. I'm not that red for no reason. Like there's a whole lot of different you know what I'm saying, in me. Like
Yeah, bro.
my great granddad is Indian. You see what I'm saying?
That
So
shit go
it,
way back. You know what I'm
yeah, it
saying?
goes way back. My granddad, he's half Indian. So yeah, man, we ain't just one color. We ain't just one race. You know, we all
There you
different. You
go.
know, like yeah,
Everybody,
yep.
we
everybody's got different mixed with different things, different nationalities and what and whatnot. Everybody is
So,
like that. It don't matter what shade you are. You got a lot of stuff in your background you don't even know about, probably.
true.
right.
That's true. That's really true.
You know what I'm saying? So we all the human race, bro. That's the main thing. We all the human race. I wish everybody thought like that though. But we got people that don't.
See,
I
it's
like that.
gotta be a
I
balance of imbalance. You know, because if everything was valid, then there's nothing to learn. There's nothing to gain from. So everything
Right,
has to
right.
be a balance of imbalance. You have to have the yin and the yang. You have to have the good, the
Oh yeah,
bad. You know.
definitely. Yeah,
So
imagine a world where everybody the fucking same and everybody just, you know what I'm saying? Everybody look the same and just no difference at all and anything, just everybody the same. That would be a fucked up world too.
that's what I'm. See,
Everybody
there's
the
nothing to
same.
build. Like, so how do you build? How do you build even further from a society that's already supposedly perfect? Like, how can you build from perfect?
Yeah,
You see
you
what I'm
can't.
saying?
You can't. Right, right.
You only build from imperfect. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey,
so
LSU, LSU. I like the way LSU be thinking, bro. You right on point, bro. Hell yeah.
yep.
it
Hell
that's
yeah.
just how it is. You know,
I mean, yeah. I
that's
mean,
where I'm
but
at
that's
with
a
it.
good point though, because a lot of people don't think about shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't think about it like that. A lot of people don't. So you
So
just you just. I mean, I ain't never really thought about it like that till you just said it. But now, I mean, I see exactly what you're saying.
like how much are we really supposed to know, in general as human beings about whatever the universe and so forth? Like how much are we really supposed to know? How much are we really supposed to understand, like on a
Yeah.
whole global mindset? Like how much are we not supposed to know or understand? It's just this big question mark. It's just this big question mark of steady evolving and learning every day, because you're never going to get to that. You're never gonna get to a certain power level to where you at your max. You always gonna be learning and observing and come across something that you never thought possible. That's just
Hey,
nature.
you know what, bro? I'm not even gonna lie, man. I used to um I used to eat like mushrooms and shit like that just because when I would eat them, besides the hallucinogenic part of it, I felt like I had like a higher level of thinking and shit, and I would like think about all different kind of shit that I would never think of before. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like I was like elevated, bro. It was a crazy trip, bro. I don't know if you ever tripped on any kind of hallucinogenic drugs or anything, but if you ever do, you'll see what I'm talking about because it'll take you to another fucking it makes you, it just expands your mind, and you think about you think about a lot of shit that you never thought about before, and it just broadens your horizon. Basically, is what I'm saying. It's kind of, I don't know if
Basically,
that makes sense or not. I don't know if that makes sense the way I said it, but that's
no,
how it was for me. But I was like,
no, it
All right,
does.
I'm
See,
back.
and
My bad, y'all.
it, it,
I'm
it
I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this.
"What's up, Tuck?"
Bottom line is, bottom line is, um, what I was saying when I was stating the fact that all black people ain't the same. You got motherfuckers family line never been to Africa, but they call African Americans. How is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Is
why I
all I
said I
was
was
saying.
wrong. That's why I said, well, I already told you I apologize for saying it because I was
As
wrong. I
far
was
as
wrong.
her dad being Jamaican or Hindu, uh,
That's what he
you
told
know.
Judge Joe Brown at a dinner when he asked him.
But
That's what he told him.
was it recorded?
Well, of course not. They're at a dinner. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
But
so
but why would he lie about this shit though? Why would he just make that shit up?
Judge Joe Brown lied about a lot of things. Let's
Check
talk
this
about
out. But
his
check this
city,
out.
Memphis,
But
Tennessee.
listen real quick. Just listen real quick, talk. So I'm sure her daddy has heard that interview by now. He never come out and said he was lying, or nobody else has, or her or
Okay,
anybody else.
okay, so I got a rebuttal for you.
Okay.
Judge Joe Brown got caught up with Thaddeus Matthews. Thaddeus Matthews exposed Judge Joe Brown. Joe Brown basically tried to hit low blows against Thaddeus Matthews, and Joe Brown met his match
I'm gonna
when
come back at
Thaddeus
you with
brought out
this.
his rap tape.
I'm gonna come back at you with this. So does that mean everything he said is just bullshit? Everything that
And
he
it
said was just
doesn't mean
lies?
that is everything he said is bullshit, but it doesn't mean everything he said is truthful either, or the full version of the
Okay,
truth.
so what can you believe then?
You only can
Yeah,
believe what your heart tell you. If your heart telling you one thing, hey, your heart telling you one thing.
I
That's all I'm
mean,
saying. But
the dude seemed.
at the same
Hey,
time,
yes,
Judge
ma'am.
Brown,
Please, thank you. The green and black. He
I real credible,
yeah,
man.
I
I guess
have
it's Trump.
opinions. Go for
I
it.
think it's Trump the way he
he seemed very credible to me, bro.
I
I'm
can't
just
hear you,
saying.
Bama boy.
I said I think he real credible though, man. I guess it's called the way he speak and what he, he
He just,
the
I
way
mean,
he
he
speak.
talk matter of fact when he's talking. He don't sound like he's just thinking some shit up to talk
He's
about.
a
He's like
judge.
speak matter of
Hold
fact.
on, he's a judge. I want you to understand this. Judges they practice to actually be well spoken. Do y'all
But
understand that part?
but he was talking shit about other motherfuckers in the courtroom, the prosecutors and shit. He said lifelong prosecutors are shitty ass people, and that was his profession.
So let me ask you something.
Yeah.
So in
So
order
you
to
think you? So
become,
what? Basically you think I'm bullshitting or Judge Joe Brown's
I'm not
bullshitting,
saying
and
nothing
old
like
boy
that.
is telling the truth
I'm
because
not
he
saying
googled some
nothing like
shit.
that. Listen.
All right.
You are trying to take words and trying to flip it.
No. I'm just going off of
I
what you're
want you to
saying right now,
understand
bro.
what I'm
That's
saying.
all.
I want you to listen. I just want you to
I'm
hear
not. I'm
me.
not trying to flip anything, bro. I
I'm
promise you, I'm
only
not.
saying the facts that are given to me.
You been
Joe,
googling too? You been googling? Top been googling too. Top, will you at least watch the interview, bro? That I tagged you in, man, and then tell me what you think after you watch the interview. How about that? Can we agree to
Uh,
that?
is
what do you
is
think
that
I
your,
was
your
about to
friend?
say, Krim? What do you
I
think?
tagged him in the
Krim? What do
yes,
you
yeah,
think I
yeah.
was about to say?
I have no idea, bro.
Okay, so if
I
you
don't know.
stop and listen for a second, you will
Okay,
understand what I was about to say, sir. I've been
okay,
literally letting y'all do with y'all own thing for the last 3 hours and haven't said a word. And the
okay,
moment I go to talk, you want to interrupt what I'm
okay. I'm
saying.
sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's why I'm like, yo, hold up.
Well, you
I
but
haven't said not
hold on,
one word
top,
either way.
hold on, top. You but earlier when they wouldn't shut the fuck up, you was taking up for them and then telling them to keep talking.
I've literally told them that. I
No,
told them one at a
but then you
time.
let
That
them
was for
keep talking
everybody. What do you mean?
after they had been talking for like 20 minutes. You was like, y'all settle down just because I
Okay, hold on,
interjected.
hold on. First of all, Krim, do you
I'm
understand
not
what
trying
the
to be
hell I've
disrespectful.
been
Bro. I'm
through
just
this
saying what
last
you
four
did.
hours?
I'm just saying what you did,
Literally.
bro. disrespectful to you at all. I'm just saying what you did earlier.
I understand what you're saying, but he's saying the same thing. Oh, you've been letting him do
You did
this
say
and do
that.
this. You saying the same thing. Y'all both saying the same thing. If y'all just give me a second, I've literally stated, Mr. LSU is my witness. I've said, hey, from jump, I said, hey, we're gonna have respect up in here. We're gonna actually let each other talk. We actually gonna let each other get whatever they need to get out on
They
thing.
wasn't never
I
being
told
respectful
everybody
though,
that. Did I not, Mr. LSU?
and they was never
Correct, correct,
respectful.
correct, correct.
They was never respectful
So
though, Top.
okay, at the same time, you wasn't either.
I,
You really
of course
wasn't
I wasn't.
either.
When
Because
they wasn't respectful, why the fuck
hold
should I
on,
be
Crim, because
respectful?
this is my point here. This is my problem here. Every
What's up?
time somebody went to say something, you got upset because they left, and you kept bringing that up too, bro. So it wasn't just
Because
them;
man,
it was you
they were
too, my
called.
guy.
They said I
You
was
kept
being emotional, but they
antagonizing the
the ones
situation
that jumped
instead of
off the
letting the
panel,
shit go.
bro.
You kept over talking them.
I'm just saying
They
they
kept
kept
over
trying to say that
talking
I
to
was being
you.
emotional, but they the ones that jumped off the panel from being emotional, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Bro,
And they try to blow that shit
I
off like it
hear
wasn't
what
nothing, but
you
that's what they
saying, but
did.
at the same time, you don't think that's antagonizing? They
Well, I mean, it might
antagonizing
have
you,
been, but
you antagonizing them. You
I felt
calling
like they were
their
trying to
wife
do
a
the same
bitch.
thing to me, Top.
Like, come on, gang.
Top.
Like, they not the only
Top.
one. Like
Top. But check this out, gang. Hey,
come
look,
on, bro.
I felt like they were doing the same thing to me though.
Okay,
They
I
were trying to
understand that,
antagonize
but
me, everything I said.
at the same time, y'all both endorsing. We should have had a little more order than this. We should have actually at least hear each other. You get what
But
I'm
that
saying?
should go for both. That should go for both, bro.
It's
Not just
going
me.
for
That should go for them
okay,
too.
okay, all right. You know what? You know what?
Because,
You know what?
they
Can I
would,
say something?
bro. Why you getting mad at me for saying the truth, bro? That's what they were doing.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, because I can't even get a word in. So go ahead.
No, I'm
Prim,
sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I'm sorry, but goddamn, bro, I'm like I got to interject when you saying some shit that's not right.
Prim,
Go
I'm gonna be
ahead.
honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I agree with a lot of stuff Mr. LSU said. I agree with a lot of stuff you said. I agree with a lot of stuff that other guy said. Now he wasn't coming for you. He wasn't coming for you, but you
That
just
motherfucker
didn't
said he
tell him
wanted
out.
to meet me.
Well, see, that was after you called him actor what's called.
You
And I,
called
I
his
ain't,
wife a bitch.
yeah,
Everything
that
I
What
was
man
said,
go
bro.
sit
They
there and let
fucking
you disrespect his wife like that?
yeah, that was wrong there,
well,
black man.
well, hold up, though. But look at all the shit. They was basically just calling me a lie. Everything I was saying.
Nobody
So
listen.
I gotta
But you
respond
didn't
back to
have to
that.
call that lady a bitch.
Him calling you a
She would
lie
call.
versus
So just
I
because they was
apologize to her for that, bro. I apologize to her for that. I said I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry for getting out of character and calling you the B word. That's exactly what I said, Top. If you don't remember, I did. And I didn't never call her shit. I didn't never call her a B word again after that. I didn't say nothing
no,
about no bitch after that. But she
you didn't
was
call
being a
no,
bitch
but
when I
you
said
apologized
that.
and you went back in though. I mean, like you went back straight. You went back in though, bro.
Man, because every time I say something, they had like everything I say was just, oh, okay, yeah, oh, here we go, here we go.
yeah, y'all both was doing that. Y'all both sides was doing that though.
But you're acting like that. I was the only one doing that shit,
I
Top. That's
never
what you
said.
acting like, bro.
Oh my god.
That's what
Oh
you acting
my
like right
god.
now.
Oh my god.
That's what I
For
said,
real,
friend.
bro.
Oh my god. I never said. Bro, I'm speaking to both sides. Y'all
You
act
told me
like
to
I'm
get up.
just talking to one person.
You even asked me to get off the panel at one point.
Don't lie, friend. That's what I said. That it's brown boy. That's what I said, man. Like, damn, friend, going back in again.
Well, I
Listen,
mean, bro,
I asked you to remove yourself from the panel because it was getting rough. I asked you to do
okay.
that so they can finish what they wanted to say. I brought you back up.
Thank you, though. I
I
appreciate you
brought
doing
you
that, bro.
back up.
Yes,
I
sir.
let
Yes,
you
you're
get
right.
off whatever you wanted to say, and I brought him back up, and you went after him again.
Because I got on after he got look, bro. I let him say everything
I
he wanted
did
to
both
say,
of y'all
Top.
the same. I was fair
I've
to
dropped
both.
down. I didn't want him to be on the panel. I let him get finished. And he dropped off the panel. That's when
And
I
I gave you a whole
clicked
hour.
the
I gave you a
link to
whole
come back
hour
up.
to yourself.
So
Did I
then you
not?
brought him back up again.
You and Mr. Ellis, you had a whole hour to
I
yourselves. Am I lying or not?
The
You
whole
right, bro.
hour, no, 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Read this comment.
Unless I'm flying by for me.
Read this comment.
Man. What'd he say? I never once called you out your name. Yeah, you're right. You didn't. You're exactly right. You did
But
not.
you
And
did,
I
you
apologize to
did,
your
you
wife.
did, Krim. You
I
call him a
apologize,
fat
and I
ass.
apologize, and I
You
apologize to her
call
for
he,
calling her out her name. I
you
did,
say what?
and I never said her, I never called her out her name after that. So what's the
You
problem?
really called this man a white man, and what? See, let me explain something about Chunky. Let me
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
man.
explain.
explain something because I'm confused right now. I'm
I
confused.
just want you to hear this, man. Listen, this ain't nothing political. This ain't nothing. I want you to hear me when I say this. Chunky would go to war for any black person in this motherfucking country.
So would I.
I know. But my thing is, y'all just got different outlooks, and that's okay. That's what makes this country is great.
And I
Arguments
said that.
like this,
I
but y'all
told him
took
that.
it
I said
personal.
we can agree to
Y'all took
disagree.
it
I told him
personal.
that.
You called his wife a bitch. He was ready to go to fucking LaGrange, Alabama.
Lagrange is in Georgia.
Well, that's what he told me,
But I'm
Alabama.
just
But
saying, bruh,
yeah,
and I was wrong for that, and I apologize. I said I'm sorry for calling you out your name because I got heated at
as
the time
men,
because it was
we
both
could have
coming at me
handled
with
this a lot
some
better,
bullshit.
though.
I thought.
You get what I'm
Listen, top,
saying? As
top,
men, we could
the
have handled this a little better, right?
top. Definitely could have handled it better for sure. I was wrong, and I apologize for that. So I mean, why are we still talking about that? I apologize for that.
Bama
I
boy,
never called her
Bama
out her
boy.
name
What
after
did you
that.
say? What did you say, Bama boy?
I never called her out her name after that though.
I
Bama boy,
told
what did you say?
I told Quinn to be respectful.
Be professional. I mean, okay, I lost control of what I was saying at the moment. I got out of character, and I apologize for it. So I thought that was the end of it, bro. I didn't ever say nothing after that.
Chucky, he did apologize. He did apologize to your wife. You wasn't in the chat when he did it. When she was in here, he did apologize. He did apologize to the wife. Now he didn't apologize to you.
I didn't
Because
apologize to you,
that's
but I
kind
did
of
apologize to her. Yes, I
that's
did.
kind of the thing. Like when you disrespect the man's wife, you kind of disrespect the man too.
All right, Chucky, I apologize for calling your wife out her name, bro. I'm sorry about that.
What you mean
I
not to you?
apologize.
What the fuck is this? He apologized to your wife. What are you talking about? He
I
apologized to her
apologize to you too
twice.
now, Chucky. I apologize to you for calling your wife out of her name. I've already apologized to her.
He did.
Okay,
Listen, I'm all
and I
about
never
what's
called
right
out
is
her
right
name
and what's
again after
wrong is
that.
wrong,
So
man. And he did apologize to your wife.
thank you, Top. Thank you.
He did apologize to your wife, Chunk. He did. He. That's the first thing when I brought him back up. That's the first thing he did, and he
Hmm.
made sure that she heard him.
That was the first thing I said when I came back up.
But Quinn, I'm tell you, man, last time I talked to you, bro,
Yeah.
you told me you was a salesman, man, for air gas.
No, I asked you. No, I I didn't say I work for Air Gas. I'm not going to tell you who I work for, but I work for a company like that.
Yeah,
For
don't do
some
that on the internet. Motherfuckers call your job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to tell you who I work for, but I said a company like Air Gas is what I said.
air gas, I was looking for you to handle that more professional than that, man, being a salesman.
Well, bro, when you getting called a lie and you got two people coming at you like that, I mean, and they already emotional, so it kind of made me emotional for the moment, and I got out of character, Brandon, but I apologize for it.
I got
That's all it
you. I
was.
got you. Yeah.
That's it. That's all it was.
You see that comment? You see that comment right there, Krim?
Hold on, let me zoom in on. I can't see it. That's fine. I'm glad he did, but as a man being, he should have apologized to me. Okay, look, Chucky, I just apologized to you just like
Right.
2 minutes ago.
All right. So let me put it like this, guys. We good? Yeah. But like, can we move past this? Because really, and
Chucky, I
truly,
apologize, bro. I'm sorry for
the
calling your
only
wife out her
thing
name.
is the only
I was
thing
out of character
is
for that, and I apologize, bro. To you
the
too,
only thing.
to you and her.
Hold on. Here it is.
If
I
you want
hope
to come
y'all
back
will.
up, if Todd wants to let you back up, I'll apologize to your face if you come back up here.
That's all I want. Like this, like I said, like I feel that both sides need to come to the table and have a conversation, or even a debate. It shouldn't never get personal because guess what? These people don't fucking mess with our everyday lives like that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, I know, bro. Exactly. They don't.
So my thing is, you know, you know, Mr. LSU and Bama boy, like I said, they been chill. Krim, you came in, you
I
ready to
came
go
in
off,
hot.
you
I ain't
ready to
gonna lie. I
get
did.
in
I
some
came in
ass,
hot. I
boy.
did. I came in hot. I know I
You came in
did.
here super hot. I understand that. I get it. Y'all passionate. Both sides are like Chunky. You passionate as hell. You and your wife are passionate about this political
I wasn't
stuff,
trying to get
bro.
them. I wasn't trying to make them leave the panel or nothing like that.
No, but y'all passionate about
I just
stuff
felt like the
that
way he
y'all
was
don't
talking,
see.
I
Y'all
was
don't
going to
see.
match it. You know what I'm saying? I was going to match
Right.
the same type of energy.
Well, I understand that, but like I said, the passion of
That's all it
this, the
was. Hey,
passion. This
look.
is passion. We get that
So look,
y'all
I
both love this country. Y'all love this country.
Chucky and
Y'all
Miss
love the
Spider. I
fuck out
have
this
no
country.
Chucky and Miss Spider. I have no disdain for either one of y'all. I like y'all, and I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot, and I'm sorry for coming in like I did. So if you would please accept my apology, and we can start
Chunky,
over.
bring
You know
your
what I'm saying?
ass up here, man. Bring your
But
ass
Chris,
up here. Hit this motherfucking
I
Because
link, man.
I don't want to
think
be like that.
I,
I don't want to be the motherfucker known as coming in starting shit with everybody. I don't want to be known like that because that's
I
not
think
me.
Trim, I really do think Trim a cool dude, man. I really do. Never met him before in my life. But I think he a cool dude, man. From talking to him on
Bama
God,
Thank you,
boy want to
Bama.
come holler at you, man. Come on, bring your ass up here, Chunky.
I feel the
Like
same
real
about you
talk.
too, Bama.
Cause I just want men to actually, we can disagree on how the country is run, but at the end of the day, we can respect that we men. You know what I mean? We're all men up in here. And you had a young lady that was not many young ladies would come up and speak their piece, but she came up and she was bold enough to stand in the fire and say how she feel.
But
You get what I'm
it
saying?
was some disrespectful things said on both sides. You got to admit that, Top.
On both sides, yes, and I'm glad that you said that. But at the same time, we can move on. We can try
Yeah,
to
we can move
have
on.
these discussions. We can try to
Yeah,
figure
yeah.
out what's best for this country, even if we don't fucking agree with each other. We don't have to fucking
Hey, Chucky, just
take it
because I got mad with
personal.
you at the moment, bro, hey man, squash that shit, bro. I ain't even thinking about that shit anymore. We can start all over, bro. I'm not like that. I'm not one to hold no grudges
And
against no
I'm gonna
people or
tell
nothing
you
like
this.
that,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell you this, Krim. He ain't like that either. He's a very intelligent person. He's a good individual. Hell, me and Chunky have had
Appreciate
debates
that
like
because
this
I'm not
over
like
and
that
over
either,
and
bro.
over like this, bro. We debate all the time. That's why I felt that when I
Yeah,
talked to Mr. LSU yesterday, I say, man, this would be good for y'all two to go at it because you like Trump.
I'm not
He
quit.
despises Trump.
I'm not Mr. LSU is. Mr. LSU is a very good debater. Like he can keep his cool about stuff. I'm a little bit different. You know, everybody got their different temperaments and stuff. You know, so I wish I
Yeah.
was more like Mr. LSU. I wish I was, but sometimes I'm not. You know
He'll
what I'm
get
saying?
there,
you
brother.
know,
He'll get there.
Mr.
Keep living. Keep
LSU is
living.
he's special, man. And I see something special in that man, man. He'll tell you. I tell him that
Yeah,
all
he's
the
a cool
time.
dude, bro.
He's
Hey,
special as hell,
he
man.
cooler
He's
than a polar
special as
bear's
hell.
toenails around this bitch. He cooler than a
Uh,
polar bear's toenails.
Hey, Bama boy, know how I feel about him too. I've been told Bama boy, hey, he got a special place over here. Real
Oh yeah,
talk.
Hey, Bama boy is cool as a motherfucker, bro. It took me a
Yeah,
minute
he's cool than the bitch,
to
man.
yeah, he is. Shit, Bama boy cool as a motherfucker, dude.
Yeah,
yeah,
Hell
I can
yeah.
I can agree.
That
I can agree with
that's
that.
my homeboy.
Yeah, I can
you know,
definitely agree with that.
I wasn't expecting a 4 hour and 40-minute live. Mr. LSU, we was supposed to do this for like an hour or two.
Hey,
Yeah,
at least it was
yeah,
entertaining
absolutely.
as fuck for a little
Yeah,
And
bit.
listen,
You know
I
what I'm
want to
saying?
listen. I want to do more of this. I want to do more of this. Like this shit is fun. You know what I mean? We can talk about anything. But man, like
It was
what?
entertaining, but I like I said, I do apologize to my man and his wife, both of them.
We
You
go,
know,
we go, we
for
go, we
anything,
go get
anything.
we go get better. And like I said, Chunky ain't going nowhere. Chunky, listen, Chunky. He get he get upset. He had to take a time, take a break. He'll come back to the table, and then he'll bring you some more facts, and then he'll bring some more information, and then y'all go debate that information. Why the information? Listen, we go have fun doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? This channel is for
That's
y'all,
pretty
not
cool,
me.
man. I like that. I like that, Top. That's
You know
what's
what I'm
up.
saying? Like, we don't need the extra drama and shit that's going on because there's a lot of shit that's going on in this world. Like, my
Oh yeah.
my objective with the title is was Cartoon 53 was right about the Mexicans and black not liking blacks. We
I
still
missed
haven't
his
even touched
motherfucking
that topic.
video. I missed his video.
Yeah, Cartoon
He
been
just made
going
that.
ham.
I
Cartoon
saw
been
he made a
going
new
off.
video today about something about that, but I never did get a chance to watch it though.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't, I
yeah.
Yeah,
didn't get to hear what he said.
Cartoon been going left. Once I get my laptop fixed and all that shit, I'd be the one that putting
What
it
he
on the
said,
glass.
Todd?
We
What he
can watch
say?
videos and shit.
Man,
What he said,
I
Todd?
tell you,
Yeah, it's just a whole lot of fact checking. He doing the same thing Chunky do. He found the
I
videos.
gotta
He
go back
found
and
the
watch that video.
information.
Yeah, I gotta go. I
Yeah,
gotta go
yeah,
back and
you
watch that
definitely got
video
to
for sure.
watch.
Yeah, I
But
gotta go back and watch
so
that
hey,
for sure.
Cartoon say, look, he say,
I
man,
tell y'all what he said, man, that
Cartoon
interested me,
say, you
hold,
got to
hold
that
on,
I
call
hold
a
on,
ball a
hold on, one
ball,
at a
a
time.
strike a
Hold
strike.
on, one at a time. Hold on. Which one talking?
I think
that
Mr.
them.
LSU started talking first.
All right. So y'all pick and y'all go. Y'all pick who go because I can't hear. Y'all low as hell too.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
this one thing that interested me, man, well, when he
Okay.
said, Mr. LSU, how you feel about it? He said something to the effect about a woman being born with man parts, and what do you consider her or him? You know, I never thought about that.
Wait, say it one more time, brother.
You know, when he was talking to you about if a woman being born with a man part,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah,
X and Y chromosome.
yeah,
yeah.
and
You
he
wanna
asked you
you
why, he asked you what you thought about that versus the the trans, I don't know if you can say that. I don't know, I don't know what you can say and what you can't say, on this stuff. I don't want to get nobody, flagged and then, but you remember what he was saying about if a
yeah, I
I
woman,
remember.
missed that part. I missed that part.
the prison and stuff like that,
Yeah,
and
with the trans being in the female facility, yeah. And
yeah,
Oh,
impregnating
with the
impregnating
trans
the
in
woman.
the men's facility or
I know
the
in
women's
a woman's
facility?
facility.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming what you're
what
talking about.
what if a
Yeah, the
woman is
trans
born?
being in the women's facility. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but then you also got women born with men parts. What do you consider them? Man, I never thought about that.
Nah, what I
Hermaphrodites.
could
Hermaphrodites.
Hold on.
I mean,
It's right here. He said no. He's asking about when someone is born a male in female parts, have female
That's a
yeah,
parts.
hermaphrodite. That's a
That's a homo.
hermaphrodite, right?
yeah. Because
I,
it has men like
So
seriously, it has men that has that.
what would you call him? Would you call him a male or you call him a female? How
we
would
call them
you handle that?
hermaphrodites, like Cram said. But going to
So
prison, what would you consider them? That's what he was kind of pretty
Yeah,
much trying to say.
that's a good question.
Going to
That's a
prison,
good ass question right there.
Well, this is how I would answer that. Like how what I would perceive them to be is what now. See, they born with both parts. Now, it's one part is going to dominate the other part. Like that's just what it is.
I guess
So
whichever part's more prominent.
yeah, well, yeah, basically, like, because I mean, there's no other logic, understanding, reasoning of how you can't make that, be other than what it already is. Like, so they have it's a male born with both parts. What do I see them as? That to be completely fair with this, I would consider them being whatever they identify. If they identify with the male with the female part that they naturally have, then yeah, that's where I would go with it. That's where I would go with that.
yeah.
mhm.
I never thought about what
Look,
I consider them
I
as.
got a good point on this because this girl I used to
Never
date
thought.
has a cousin. This girl I used to date has a cousin that's actually a hermaphrodite. What we talking about? And she talks like a dude, or she looks like a female. She got titties and everything, but she talks like a dude. Like she done went through puberty and stuff. She's like 15 years old, 16 years old now. She talks like a dude with a deep ass voice, but she got titties. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Both parts down there.
Yeah,
So I was
That's
asking her. I
just
was like, so what should I call her? Should I call her a she or a he or a them or what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what to call him or her. She was like, well, I don't
now,
really know either.
see, not only that, man. If they were to get in trouble and go to jail, where would they go?
Mm.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like 50-50.
Well, hold on,
Trans,
that's
hold
a
on.
very now. See, the
Wait a
thing
minute.
is,
Chucky, come on up because see, we talked about this. We talked about this. I
Coin
don't
flip.
know what should we. I'm not capable of. You know what I'm saying? So
This is a very, very weird topic in the top. It's harder for to talk about this shit for real.
It got brought
Nah,
up, and
but
I was like,
it
I
needs
never
to be
thought about
talked about though.
I mean,
it. Go to jail.
especially when you think about which jail should they go to, the men's side or the women's side.
wait,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be they or them. That's why pronouns are important. It wouldn't be they or them. So
What would it be?
so how would you say, well, like, what should we say then? That
Shit.
because like, see,
Shim,
we
a
not trying to
shim,
sound
or a
ignorant, so
he
we trying to
she,
we
or no,
To be
a
honest,
shim, a
to
shim.
be perfectly honest,
oh,
that
here
would
we
be
go.
a
Here we go.
that would be
There we
that
go.
would be a
That's what I'm talking about. Bring
that'll be
your
a
ass up here and tell me something.
personal
I'm gonna
question
try
with the
the.
individual.
I'm gonna try this one time.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
What
if
should it
if
be, bro?
if somebody if they identify as either or say they are born with both male and female parts, you would consider them a they them, not a she her, not a he him, because
Okay, are they them
they don't identify as a he him or a she her. They are a they them. Now,
or them?
if they want to identify as a she her, that's up to them. But that's why pronouns are important. That's why people are asking you these days, like, what are your pronouns? Because it's very important so that you're not hurting someone's feelings because they were born a certain way.
So what if you got in an argument with a person as such as, and you said, well, fuck you, Shim, or you know what I'm saying, like
You
the him or whatever, and they
you
got mad like,
you
no, I'm not a fucking the him, I'm a fucking him.
that's totally up to you. I mean, if you're in an argument and you want to use language,
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Chucky.
I'm not gonna
I'm
lie. Yeah,
sorry.
I don't cut I don't cut
This
her
dude
off
here,
right
man.
then and there.
My
So
bad,
See, my
Tom.
my
it's
I'm
the
my
just
thing.
same
saying
thing.
though.
It would be the same thing as if your argument would be the same thing as me as a white man getting into an argument with a black man and calling him the N word.
That's
How would that make
no,
you
okay.
bro.
feel?
Come on, man.
You'd
That's
be
totally
pissed
different.
off, right? No, it's not. It's not though. It's not
No, it's the same. You're
because you're
right.
How is that the
because
same?
It's the same though. It really is
because
How?
you're
because
downgrading somebody.
uh,
You're
my,
putting a slur on
Not
somebody that
not
doesn't
not
isn't needed.
not if you call them the wrong word by accident. How's that downgrading somebody if you call them the wrong word by accident? If you call them a shahim instead of a
When
pish or
when
whatever.
you're mad and in an argument, you're not saying anything by accident. You know what you're saying because you're pissed off and you're just trying to piss off the other person.
You don't know that. You can't say that
come
for
on,
everybody.
Krim. Come on, Krim.
You can't say that for
Just
Stop.
like
everybody, bro.
when
Krim.
you called me the F word earlier. You were mad and you were trying to piss me off even more by calling me the F slur
True. Yes, that's true.
and a tree hugger.
Yes,
You
right.
called this man a tree
You
hugger?
remember that?
Krim.
You still
So
remember that?
are you telling
Krim.
me
Damn, I
that he
thought
did that by
you
accident?
should let that slide off, but that was just a
You
little
I
called this
jab
remember
man
at
a
you.
tree hugger? Oh
I
my
remember
God.
everything.
I called him a tree hugger. I called him a
The
little jab.
fuck?
He still remembers that.
I remember everything.
Yeah, he
Damn,
listen,
you're like an
the
elephant.
thing about me and Chunky remembers damn near everything just like me, but
Chucky's
the
like an
only
elephant.
difference is the only difference is between me and Chunky is I'm the greatest of all time and he's second.
You're right. You're right.
Here's my thing. Okay, here's my
I
thing.
love
Right.
you, brother.
Here's my thing. Right. Top. I know you love Chucky. That's obvious.
I love
Here's my
all of
thing.
y'all. Hold up. You my
Here's here's
homeboy too. What you talking
here's
about?
here's my
Fuck you
thing. Here's
talking
my thing
about?
though. Hold on. Here's my thing. Top. You
Hmm.
know, he said because what I just said, he's like, oh no, you so wrong. If you in an argument, you gonna say some offensive shit
I'm gonna
because you
say
in an
some
argument.
fucked up shit. I'm telling you now. And Chunky would tell you he had to come in and check me a couple of
You
times
just said I
because I
love you,
don't give
bro.
a
I love you,
fuck.
bro.
Oh, me
You
and
just said I
Top get
love
into
you,
it all the
bro.
time. Me and Top get into
Listen,
it all the time.
listen. Me
That's
and
what I'm
y'all,
saying. So he loves
y'all,
you.
y'all,
So he gonna have your
but
side no matter what.
hold on, Crim. Hold
No,
on, Crim. Wait
no,
a minute.
no. I promise you,
Wait
he
a minute,
doesn't.
He just said he loves you,
Crim.
bro. He
Crim.
loves you.
Hold on, Crim. Hold on, Crim.
You just said it, Top.
Me and him get into it a lot, but that don't still change the fact that I have respect for that dude. Cause I know what he been, I
You
know
love
who
him
he is. I
because you love
love you
him.
too. What you talking about,
No,
Crim?
you
I love you
don't. You
too.
don't
You
love me,
you want me
Top.
to
You
hug
don't
you,
fucking
Crim?
love me.
I love
No,
you,
hell no,
Crim.
you don't love me, bro. No,
I
you don't.
love you. What you mean I don't love you?
Yeah, you don't.
Man, please.
Come on, man.
Listen.
You don't even barely know me, Top. How the fuck you love me? Come on
Hey,
now.
doesn't mean I don't have to have love for you, my brother.
Okay. You can have love for me, but you don't love me like you love Chucky.
Well,
I
you
got a
trying to
question.
make that sound weird. Now, hold
Now
up.
tell me I'm
I
wrong.
do
Now
have
What?
a
tell me I'm
question.
wrong.
I do
See,
You
have a
trying to make
pause,
question.
that sound
pause.
weird.
I do have a question about
Listen,
some of the
I
stuff
mean,
that
it
we were
did kind
talking
of
about
sound weird,
earlier.
but you just said you love him.
I'm
I
put
got
like this, Grimp. Let me put like this, Grimp.
I'm just, Top. I'm just
If
fucking with you,
Chunky,
bro. I'm just
if
joking, bro.
if Chunky wrong, me and Chunky have got into it when he's wrong or I'm wrong. Like we debate. Like y'all think this political shit go between y'all? Oh no, that's why I
Man,
take
look,
a stand back
Top.
and
I
let
love
y'all do it.
everybody, bro. I love everybody, bro.
Yeah, I
No
know.
homo.
I'm
I
just,
love
I'm just
Chucky. I
explaining.
love you, Top. I love you. I love motherfucking Mr. LSU. I love Bama. No homo. But I love all
Like
y'all.
Bama boy know what it is. Hell, shit, Bama boy the one that came and got in my ass. So yeah, I respect that nigga. And you know
Shit.
LSU,
Hey,
me and
motherfucker.
LSU, we go shit. That's Tiger Nation right there. Shit, you
Man,
know. But I'm just
Auburn and Alabama gonna beat LSU's ass this coming year.
excuse me.
I ain't trying to sound like Mr. Huntsville or nothing,
Excuse
but I'm
me.
just saying.
See now, you about to get kicked off the panel on some bullshit now. What the
Top,
fuck?
uh,
I
Top.
wish
I
we
need to.
would lose to
Come
one
on,
of you
man. Come on.
bastards.
Hey, but I love the cage. I love the yellow on purple as long as they ain't playing Alabama or Auburn.
We gonna beat the shit out of both. What you talking about?
Hey, Top. I
Man,
need a
come
shot.
on.
What should we take?
I
Go
got,
go
I got,
Hey, Bama,
go
go ahead and
ahead,
tell him, bro.
Chunky. Go ahead,
I got
Go
a
ahead,
Chunky.
question.
second.
I got a
I said
question.
I
Oh
need a
wait.
shot. What are we
Hold on.
taking?
Bama boy had a question. My bad. What?
Yeah, I had a question for Chucky, man. Cause
Go
when you
Yeah,
ahead.
and
go
Go
Mr.
ahead.
ahead.
when you and Mr. LSU were talking about they should have separate prisons. That's what I
Yep.
was curious about when somebody was born with with a person was born with both parts. I mean, what prison should they? If they get in trouble, what prison should they go to if they
Uh,
born like that?
That's a really
yeah.
good question.
I don't have the answer for that one. I would say if we had for safety issues, I would
Coin
once
flip
again put them.
in the
Yeah, I
male
guess
prison.
no. It would really. I think it would really be along the lines of whatever they present as, whatever they go by, and whatever's going to keep them the
Hmm.
safest. Because if you put them in a certain, say they identify as a female,
What if
but you
they
put them
lie
in a
though?
male, but you put them in a male prison, are they going to be safe there? They're probably going to get their ass whooped or something, and vice versa.
And vice versa.
So
I was gonna say,
I
yeah.
do agree. I do agree that there should be a separate facility for
Yeah,
all
Just for them.
that. Um,
Just for
for
them, yeah.
anybody that doesn't feel safe in the prison system, I guess
Kind
is
of like with
best.
sports. I feel the same way about with sports as far as like the transgender issue. I think they should make a whole new group of like sports stuff for transgenders. So you can't have a male that thinks he's a
Or a
female,
female. Or a female.
or
Or
a
a
female that thinks she's a
female.
male. Yeah, I was just about to say that, Top. Or a female that thinks she's a male in the wrong group, in the wrong category. Y'all should just make
I
a
right.
transsexual type group for that. You know,
like
for
I was saying
for both of
earlier,
them.
I agree with that. I don't see anything wrong with having a separate kind of
Okay.
like how they do Special Olympics and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I see
yeah, yeah,
nothing
yeah.
wrong with that. But
Okay, cool.
my point would be instead of beating down on them, why not try to help that happen instead of just sitting back and beating them down?
Well, I agree with that. We agree on that, bro. We agree. We agree, Chucky, on that.
And I do want to ask you something, Krim, because you say I'm a Google
Yeah.
warrior. When you tell me to
Yes, sir.
fact check something, or somebody says, "Hey, fact check it," or look this up, what am I supposed to use as a fact check?
Well, not the first thing that pops up on Google because usually that's like
I,
the
I,
biggest
but
bullshit.
I don't because I don't use .com sites. I always use .org, .edu. I use legitimate sites because .coms are biased and anybody can have a .com site. I have a .com site on Facebook. I'm on Facebook,
Yeah,
chunkyspider.com. So I
I
can put
like.
whatever I want on there. So I use
That's
.org,
See,
stupid.
okay. Well,
.edu.
here's my thing, bro. About that,
I'm
you
supposed
go
to tell
by
niggas
these
to do this.
big corporations like NBC,
I can bring it down.
MSNBC, CNN, blah blah blah,
Yeah,
Fox, whatever.
I can
I
bring
don't
it
go by
down.
those. I don't go by those fucking websites. I go by the
Me either.
independent ones that actually fucking do real journalism because
Yeah,
all those fucking sites I just named, they're working for somebody, so they got an agenda going on. That's why I
which
like
is
the
why,
independent sites.
yep, which is why I said I like to use .org, .edu, stuff like that. I
But
don't
everything
like
that you
using
showed me was
.com.
like NBC, but you put up
That was
NBC.com.
that was that was one thing about the cartel being let in.
That was the only thing that you pulled up, bro.
Every single website said the exact same thing. Every single
But
website said the same
that was
thing.
the only thing that you pulled up that you were talking about. Remember?
Because you kept saying that you don't believe anything that I pulled up. I pulled up about the Mexico
No,
American
I didn't say
flag
that.
thing
I
and proved
said
that, and that was wrong.
no, I did not say that, Chucky.
Um,
I said I don't know enough about it. I said I will go research it and then I will fucking come back to you. That's what I said.
can we research something together? Because this still bugs me about the whole Kamala thing about her being born in Canada and going to school in Canada when none of that is
One,
true.
one
Look,
more question.
bro.
One more. I'm gonna lay back. One more question. I'm gonna lay back.
Let Bama Boy in if y'all don't
Yep, go
mind.
ahead.
One more question. I'm gonna lay back to Chunky.
Go ahead, bro.
You think Judge Joe Brown is a credible source?
I was just about to
No,
say that.
I don't think
Why?
so.
Why?
Because
Because he had a fucking something with his wife, his ex-wife a long
no,
time ago. She was trying to get
Hold
all his
on,
money.
Grim.
no,
Hold
I
on,
don't.
Grim.
I don't think he's a credible source because one, he was a TV judge. Yes, he does know a lot. I'm not
Oh,
going to take
what?
away. Wait, hold up.
Hold on,
I'm not going
Grim.
to say that he doesn't
He's
know
did a
a
lot more
lot.
things.
But show me a video of him having that dinner with her dad. Show me the video of that, and I am not just saying it.
Why does everything have to be on video for it to be true? Why? Like why?
Well, then
Hold
how
on,
can you?
hold on.
Then
Can
why
I?
do you?
Can I?
Why do you
Can I?
believe it to be true?
Can
He
I?
Because
wants
he
Can I?
said it.
Can,
Because I don't think he would lie about something like that for everybody
Why
in the
wouldn't
world
he?
to see.
Why
Well,
wouldn't he?
everybody in the world's gonna fucking see it. So why the fuck would he lie about it? And if he did
But
lie about it, hold on. But if he did lie about it, just say he did lie about it. Why wouldn't anybody have said anything that he was lying to this day?
okay,
Nobody said a fucking word.
well, I'll say one thing because about that conversation you're talking about.
Yeah.
Kamala's dad actually never said he wasn't black. He is black. He said he's Afro Jamaican, but he practices Hindu religion. So that
That's
doesn't
not
make him Hindu. He
okay.
actually practices Hindu
Well,
religion.
that's not
So,
what Judge Joe Brown said that he told him though.
but see,
So
that's the
it's kind
problem.
of oranges and apples. Like which one you want to believe, basically, is what it is.
Yeah,
yeah, with this right here.
You know
exactly,
what I'm saying?
But don't
So you can
exactly.
go
But
either way.
that's why I
yes
go
and
to
shit.
and research
But
and
she
fact
doesn't
check
look
it
black
because
to me. She
shit.
does not look like an Afro. She
You,
does not look black to me.
you know what's funny is my wife actually found the video where
She
she
never
had a.
identified.
Hold on,
But check
hold
this
No,
on,
out,
hold on, hold on.
that's
real quick,
funny. That
Chucky.
I'm glad you brought
One
that up.
at a
I
I'm glad
wasn't
you
time. One
brought
finished
at a
that up.
talking,
time.
bro.
One at a
I wasn't
time.
finished
Go ahead.
talking. I wasn't
Go
finished
ahead.
talking. Chucky, I was just gonna
Go
say
ahead.
she has never identified as being black until
Okay.
she was running for president.
Oh, I'm going to prove that to
You
you.
did you know that?
I'm going to prove. Yeah, no, I'm going to prove it to you that you're wrong.
She's always identified as being a Hindu Indian until she ran for president. Then all of a sudden she was black.
This is.
Out of the
Hold on.
blue, she was black all of a sudden.
Hold on. Nope. Hold on. I want to. I
Go ahead,
like
go
to.
ahead and
I
Google it.
like.
Look it up. Go ahead and Google it.
Oh, this is
Oh
the
my
actual
god.
video of an interview in 2006.
Hold on, I'm
But I
putting
It's
it
want,
on the
four.
glass.
It's
I'm
But
putting it
4
on
minutes.
the glass.
It's
I
four
want to see.
minutes.
God,
That's in 2006.
2006.
That
So
that
way
is
before she ran for president, right?
that's in 2006 now.
so what is this about though? What is this about? Where's she at though? First
This
off,
is
where's
her.
she at?
Well, let me hit play.
No,
Well, I'm talking about it
no.
first.
to reform the
Give
criminal
me some
justice system. Keep our
context,
that they're going to be
bro.
She's
Chucky, you got to give context, bro. You got to give some
okay.
context.
She's this. It says right there.
You can't just
2006
play a
man
video
called
and
Hold
emergency
on,
say,
hold
dinner.
"Oh,
on,
I'm
hold on, hold
black."
on, hold on. One at a time. One at a time.
Where's she at, and what's she
Right
talking about?
here.
Where's she at, and what's she talking about? What's the topic?
She's talking about the black community and how black community has this and that, and they need to start thinking
That's
about
not
certain things. And
2006,
this is it's
That is, bro. Hold on, time out.
is it?
You don't
Is it?
see. Hold on, bro. You
Okay,
don't see.
I'm wrong. Hold on. Wait, okay, I'm
Look
wrong.
at, like,
I had
there
to
ain't no
zoom in on her
4K in
face to
that
see what it looked
motherfucker.
like. I'm sorry, bro. God damn, y'all give me just a second. Shit, I'm on the phone. I'm not on the fucking computer like he is.
but you're so quick to deny everything going on. You're so quick to jump in and say nuh-uh.
because
You don't have the
bro,
patience to sit back and be like, wait, let me see what he's
all
saying. No, you jump in and just quickly just go straight to
Chucky,
nuh-uh.
Chucky. This chick is a word salad queen, bro. She's drunk half the time she fucking gives speeches. Who the fuck wants her as a president? Tell me that.
All right. Can we just watch the video, please?
I mean,
be
think
enough of
about it,
us
bro. Just
around
think about it, Chucky.
in the coming months and
I'm not saying
years, certainly years,
I'm
to
not saying Trump's the
implement this covenant
best.
the way these numbers are going.
Are we listening or nope, I
Yeah,
gotta
we
go back
listening.
one
Go
second.
for it.
Madam DA, back to the question I posed earlier. I'm wondering whether or not with these kinds of numbers, it's a challenge
Can you hear
to
it?
reform the criminal justice system, to keep our people out of it, a challenge. That's why it's one of the top 10 issues. That's why it's in this covenant document. But these numbers don't inspire hope necessarily that there are going to be enough of us around in the coming months and years, certainly years, to implement this covenant the way these numbers are going.
The covenant, first of all, Tavis, I want to thank you for what you've done bringing us together and convening us. We've had a lot of time waiting to come out to talk with each other and bond, and it's an incredible group. The criminal justice system is not working for the African American community. I can tell you as the chief law enforcement officer for a major city in this country that it is not working. We see that in the statistics that you've outlined. 2 million people are in the prison system in this country. Over 40% are African American, in spite of the fact that we only constitute 13% of the general population. It's not working. It's not working when we
Real quick though, I want to.
On CNN, I was questioned.
I'm sorry, baby. That bitch, she makes me laugh, bro. I can't even. She makes me laugh when she just starts shooting her words out.
Okay, but you heard her when she said "we" as a black community.
I heard. Yes, I heard her say that. I heard her say that. Yes, she did say that. She lied like a motherfucker.
For a major city in this country that it is not working. We see that in the statistics that
she lied like a motherfucker.
2 million people are in the prison system in this country. Over 40% are African American, in spite of the fact that we only.
Okay, I'm not going to play it anymore. You're not here to listen. He's not here to listen.
I'm here to listen to it. Hey,
constitute 13% of the general population. It's not working. It's not working when we recognize that African American men, the leading cause of their death is homicide. We are overly represented both as victims and as defendants and as witnesses. Our communities suffer because our babies hear the gunfire every night. So the 7-year-old has post-traumatic stress disorder and cannot go to school the next day and learn. The criminal justice system is not working for us. What I think we have failed to do as a community, however, is own this issue of law enforcement. We talk about these statistics in the context always of it is unfair, it's morally incorrect. Maybe we have learned that from the church. It is morally incorrect. But nobody cares about that. You can look at Katrina. Nobody cares about the fact that we've got a bunch of young black and brown men in prison. That argument is not working. What I suggest we do as African Americans is own this issue in law enforcement and then define it in the way that works for us. Because it is a myth to say that African Americans don't want law enforcement. We do. We want our grandmothers to be able to walk to church and be safe. We want our babies to be able to walk to the park and be safe. What we don't want is racial profiling. What we don't want is excessive force. That's right. What we don't want is to have our civil liberties and civil rights be stripped. But we do want law enforcement. So let's define it in the way that works for us by saying, I want community policing. I want a police department that works in my neighborhood and in my community that reflects the mores and the culture and respects my grandmother, again, when they walk in to talk to her. I want a system of accountability in the criminal justice system that says law enforcement needs to own crime prevention as much as it talks about long sentences. Because nationally, only 18% of serious crime results in an arrest. So if I, as law enforcement, with my responsibility to keep you safe, only talk about keeping you safe by sending people to prison for a long time, I'm necessarily going to fall short because the vast majority of that crime's not even hitting my system. So if I'm going to keep my promise to you to keep you safe, I better talk with you about what I'm doing in terms of crime prevention, which means recognizing that people coming out of the state prisons, 60% will recidivate if we don't get them in reentry programs, if we don't get them in job training, job readiness, get them in programs that deal with their substance abuse.
Huh?
The fuck was that? How was that supposed to? That just proves she's a fucking drunk, bro. Dude, what the fuck was that shit?
Why do you hate black
What the fuck was? I don't even know what the fuck she said. It's like a bunch of fucking gibberish to me.
She's talking about the black community and how she's a part of the black community. Bro, she's saying, I'm black. Bro. My community.
She's drunk. She was drunk too.
By Top.
You know she
was slurring.
Hold on.
Top. She was slurring the whole time, bro. She was slurring the whole time, bro. You didn't hear that shit? Her slurring the whole fucking time she talking? Come on, bro. Man, y'all can't be that naive, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Please don't tell me y'all that naive. That bitch was drunk as hell.
Listen. In my opinion, we should have just heard the video and then come up with our opinions. Okay. You saying she drunk? You said she was slurring. I didn't hear no slurring. That's just my opinion. I did not hear no slurring. Mr. LSU, did you hear any slurring?
I didn't hear none, to be honest. Perfectly honest, I did. I was just trying to listen to the video as much as possible.
And this is what I was talking about, Krim. This man was trying to play a video. He was trying to prove a point that she has been saying that she's black. And the whole time you was basically just being disrespectful towards it. You didn't want to
Because,
hear
bro,
nothing.
she was drunk the whole time she's talking, Top. You
She
couldn't
didn't
see
sound
that?
drunk. She didn't sound drunk
She was
though.
slurring her fucking words the whole time, bro. She was slurring her words the whole time, Top.
Mr. LSU, did you hear any slurring? One more time.
I did.
I really didn't, bro. I really was just focusing on what she
Man,
was
y'all need to
saying. Like
listen again then.
I was just trying to hear what she was saying about, the community and
But
and
everything
all
she
that.
said didn't make no fucking sense. What she was saying she wasn't even talking about shit. She was just talking. That's what she does. She just talks. Just yep, 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 yep. She ain't talking about shit the whole time. That's the thing. She's just
The whole
talking.
po- the whole point about this is we're gonna hear both sides, whether we like it or not, and the
How
disrespect
do
on
y'all
the
not
side.
see that, bro?
So,
Man, Top,
with
bro.
that being said,
Top, Top,
I
Top,
appreciate you
Top.
for
Man, don't
pulling
kick me
up
off,
on
bro.
us, bro.
Look. I'm not trying to
I
disrespect
just
nobody.
want to
I'm
hear
just
both
saying, bro.
sides, man. Like I told you in the beginning, I'm independent. I just want to hear both sides, and
You
I
don't
feel
know.
that
You don't want to hear shit I gotta say, bro. All right, so you finna kick me off? That's what you're trying to do?
I'm listening to you, bro. I've been listening to you, Mr. LSU.
All
Have
right.
I been fair? Have I been
Yeah,
fair?
you've been fair.
You know,
You've been fair,
you don't
brother.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. You don't listen to what I'm saying
I've
now,
been
though.
listening though. I've
No,
been
you haven't,
listening.
man.
I've been listening to what you're saying. We've been live for 5 hours. You've been on here for 3.
So I just been
I
so everything I say, you just disagree with everything I fucking said.
I'm not saying.
Everything.
Did I say that? Did I say that not one time?
No, you hadn't said it. But you show it in the way you're talking, bro. You don't have to say
Because
it.
what
I
you
mean,
did was totally disrespectful. You got everybody trying to listen,
what?
and you just kind of just said, "Fuck that."
But because she's drunk, you
So,
can't. How do y'all
hey,
not
we
see that
appreciate you,
shit?
Krim. Hey, appreciate you, my guy. Hey, much love to you.
All right,
Shout
so
out to.
much love to you, bro. Much love to you too, bro. I
I'll
appreciate you
holler at
letting
you
me up, man. I
later, bro.
appreciate everything. All right, big dog. All right.
Yeah. Chunky. Do you want to hear more from Chunky, Mr. LSU?
I mean, yeah, if you got the time, but
All right,
I
come
mean,
on, Chunky.
I know you had.
Come on back up. Come on
I
back
mean,
up, cause I
I
want to
know you
hear
had.
that. I want to hear that clip. So yeah. Come on. Do I need to put the link back up, or can you get back on? There we go. All right, go ahead, Chunky. The floor is yours, bro. I'm sorry.
Rob, is because I can't
No,
handle.
no. And listen, and like I told you, like I said, the disrespect, the whole, disrespect. We're not going for it. You know what I mean? On both sides, and you've been more than fair. You found evidence. We're trying to listen to the evidence, and he just went. He just said she was drunk. You know, Bama boy. Let me ask you your opinion. Do she seem drunk in that video?
No, she didn't sing drunk, but I really couldn't hear it, so I just muted my mic, man. Cause I like Prim, but he just didn't.
You want me to play it from the beginning
Yes,
or kind of?
please, if you don't
All right.
mind.
No, I don't mind. It's 4 minutes and 27 seconds.
Well, I got 4
Okay.
minutes and 27 seconds for you. There we go.
This covenant document, but these numbers don't inspire hope necessarily. That there are going to be enough of us around in the coming months and years, certainly years, to implement this covenant the way these numbers are going.
Covenant, first of all, Tavis, I want to thank you for what you've done bringing us together and convening us. We've had a lot of time waiting to come out to talk with each other and bond, and it's an incredible group. The criminal justice system is not working for the African American community. I can tell you as the chief law enforcement officer for a major city in this country that it is not working. We see that in the statistics that you've outlined. 2 million people are in the prison system in this country. Over 40% are African American, in spite of the fact that we only constitute 13% of the general population. It's not working. It's not working when we recognize that African American men, the leading cause of their death is homicide. We are overly represented both as victims and as defendants and as witnesses. Our communities suffer because our babies hear the gunfire every night. So the 7-year-old has post-traumatic stress disorder and cannot go to school the next day and learn. The criminal justice system is not working for us. What I think we have failed to do as a community, however, is own this issue of law enforcement. We talk about these statistics in the context always of it is unfair, it's morally incorrect. Maybe we have learned that from the church. It is morally incorrect, but nobody cares about that. You can look at Katrina. Nobody cares about the fact that we've got a bunch of young black and brown men in prison. That argument is not working. What I suggest we do as African Americans is own this issue in law enforcement and then define it in the way that works for us, because it is a myth to say that African Americans don't want law enforcement. We do. We want our grandmothers to be able to walk to church and be safe. We want our babies to be able to walk to the park and be safe. What we don't want is racial profiling. What we don't want is excessive force. That's right. What we don't want is to have our civil liberties and civil rights be stripped. But we do want law enforcement. So let's define it in the way that works for us by saying, I want community policing. I want a police department that works in my neighborhood and in my community that reflects the mores and the culture and respects my grandmother, again, when they walk in to talk to her. I want a system of accountability in the criminal justice system that says law enforcement needs to own crime prevention as much as it talks about long sentences. Because nationally, only 18% of serious crime results in an arrest. So if I, as law enforcement, with my responsibility to keep you safe, only talk about keeping you safe by sending people to prison for a long time, I'm necessarily going to fall short, because the vast majority of that crime's not even hitting my system. So if I'm going to keep my promise to you to keep you safe, I better talk with you about what I'm doing in terms of crime prevention, which means recognizing that people coming out of the state prisons, 60% will recidivate if we don't get them in reentry programs, if we don't get them in job training, job readiness, get them in programs that deal with their substance abuse, get them in meaningful housing and employment so they don't recidivate. We could talk about it in terms of, is it the right thing to do? Of course it is. But I'm done talking about it like that. I'll just talk about it on this basis. If that person commits another crime, I have to spend $10,000 to try that felony. They sit in my county jail for $35,000 a year. I'm running a reentry program out of my office in the San Francisco DA's office that brings folks back into the community at an expense of $8,000 a year, guarantees them employment, guarantees them meaningful reunification with their family, and in that way, fulfills my responsibility to keep my community safe. So let's redefine this issue in the context of public safety and just simply talk about doing crime prevention, investing in people coming out of prisons is the smart thing to do for law enforcement. Forget that it's just the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do.
Thank you, Kamala. Madam DA. It would seem to me that the absolute
all right, so let me ask y'all this. Hold on, Chunkin. Let me ask y'all two this opinion. Bama
What's
boy,
that, brother?
I'm gonna start with you. Do you think she was drunk? Did she sound drunk to you? Yes or no?
No, I don't think she was drunk.
LSU. Do she sound drunk to you?
Damn, no, bro, not at all, brother. Not at all.
All right. So here's the question. So what did y'all take after that video that he just put on the glass? What's your opinion about that?
I mean, I understand what I take from it, that she's passionate about the black race and and her cause of what she's standing for. my opinion on her as a person, as a whole politician, running for president at the time, she just wasn't. I'm speaking on me. She just wasn't convincing enough towards me, as far as really, hands on deck, like, But that's just me. That's my take, bro. I understand, but that's just my take.
So I will say my take on this is she clearly says that she's a part of the Black community. She's definitely trying to help the Black community. She definitely didn't sound drunk, look drunk, none of that. You got Crim in here calling you guys liars now, and that
Don't
this is
worry
not
about the
true.
chat, Chunky. Talk to us, bro.
My next thing is you say that she didn't sound you didn't vote for her because she didn't sound what did you say? How did you say it?
She just, she just didn't. I just wasn't like. I just
Convinced?
wasn't sold.
Okay,
Not
so
not
do
saying I
you
just.
do
No, go
you
ahead.
think
Go
if
ahead.
she had more than 100 days to run that maybe that would have been a little bit different, or
Yeah,
maybe if we there was more credible sources out there that could confirm everything that she was trying to do might have helped as well?
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
it was
agree.
a simple Google search for me to find this video.
So let me push some pushback. Let me do a little bit of pushback because I haven't done nothing today against Chunky, and Chunky knows I like to push back on him.
Yeah.
All right. So let me put it like this. What? Damn it. My bad, y'all. I got a fucking toddler over here fucking choking on fucking food that he should be swallowing. But anyways, let me push back on Chunky. Let me show you how it's done. Chunky, the reason why she didn't get votes is because the fact that when they asked this lady, what would you do if, what would you do different than Joe Biden? And she said nothing. At that time, the country was at flux in the American people's mindset.
Yep.
So let me ask you this, Chunky. Me and you had this debate before. Me and you had this debate before, and you said that the vice president is just basically in a nutshell, secretary to the president, correct?
Yes. They're there to assist and yeah, they're there to assist the president.
But however, if something happened to the president, they take over, right?
Yes.
So that's more than a secretary, right?
Only when that time comes, yes.
So if your secretary sees something in the White House that's going terribly wrong, and she don't speak on it, and when she does interviews, she's basically saying that, hey, I wouldn't change anything. But from what me and you had this conversation last time, you said that she's just the secretary. And if she had said anything different from Joe Biden, that it would screw up her campaign, and it's not right for her. She basically put herself in a position where she can't speak on Joe Biden's term because
I
she's a
just want
part
to
of that
say,
term.
I just want to say on that, elaborate on that. Yeah, there is a clip where her actually saying that on the View when
Yep.
Sonny asked her, so what would a Kamala? I apologize for saying her name wrong, but what would your presidency be? What would we see? Would there be anything different? And she goes, "That's not nothing that comes to mind." Those was her exact words on the View.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. She did say that. One, because she was vice president at the time, and you don't really want to go in and put down and start saying, oh yeah, I would change this, this, and this, because then you're going to make what they did seem irrelevant. And they did a
Right.
lot of good stuff. So at the time, yes, as vice president, I would have said the same thing. No, I mean, there's not a whole lot I would change. We've done a lot of good things. But
What
even
did they
after
do?
that,
What did they
when
do?
she started running, oh shoot, you put me on the spot there. But I'll come
My
back to
bad.
that topic.
Hey,
You threw me
I'm
off
with
track.
it. What did they
But
do that was good?
let's see. Shit, you're gonna have me freaking looking stuff up. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Yeah, we need to put on the glass. I mean, people
I
got questions.
will, Top. But I'm doing this thing real quick. But so as vice president, though, if your president's not doing so good, you're not going to just come out and say, "Oh shoot, yeah, I would change this and this and this," because then it's going to make it look like that they weren't doing a very good job, right? But when she started actually running, when she actually was out there campaigning this, that, the other thing, she showed all of her policies that she would do, and a lot of them were different. A lot of them were different than what they were running already.
So
she just didn't have enough time to really put herself out there.
And you see, that's why I want to let me grab this other list. Make sure y'all hear me real good, because my earpiece is going in and
You're fine.
So yeah, like if so basically, this is what I get. She didn't have a primary. So basically she was just already set up for failure anyway on her administration part. They really like just So with that being said, and things that I just didn't, like you say, she didn't have enough time, but I didn't really hear her articulate too much about her policies, especially when it was like she was running from a lot of interviews there's so many interviews that she was running from. One in particular when she had an interview with man, I forget this guy's name, right on Fox, and they were sitting from chair to chair right in front of each other. She couldn't really just stay on topic of what. Only thing that kept coming out of her mouth was Trump.
Yeah. You're right. No, I agree. A lot of her interviews could have been way better. They went. I believe they went in with a game plan, but the game plan failed. And I think yes, you're right. She went into attack mode instead of what am I going to do.
So let me ask you this, Chucky. So why in the hell she sat back and waited if she knew she was going for the presidency? But you said that she didn't. But however, why the Democratic Party knew if they had an issue with Joe Biden, why they didn't push her?
They didn't know they had an issue with Biden because all of his stuff was coming out. Like no doctor was coming out and saying that there was something wrong. They were always giving him clean bills of health. It wasn't until Biden decided to be like, you know what? Oh man, I'm 80 years old. I just don't think I should be doing this anymore.
Why did
it was Biden's
set her
fault.
Up for failure?
It was because Biden took too long to decide. That was Biden's
set
fault.
her up for failure.
Yeah, I agree. How's that her fault though?
It's not her fault. It's her party's fault.
Exactly.
But at the same time, she could have spoke up.
But you can't blame. No, she can't speak up until after she started to run.
In that interview, I would have done this.
Oh,
different.
I ain't gonna lie. Top, I ain't gonna lie. I'll be honest. If she seriously, for real, if she would have just spoke out, she would have been off. They would have kicked her off the campaign.
Okay. Okay, no, so y'all got me there. Y'all got me there.
I'm not taking sides.
No. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what me and Chucky, that's what we hear about. If I'm wrong about something, say it.
Okay, so since I can't remember everything that they did, I'm going to pull up the fact sheet of all their accomplishments that they came up with. Okay, so it's on the screen right there.
Mm-hmm.
You can pull up the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the stuff that they did. Historic recovery during COVID. Okay, so when COVID hit, everything hit the fan. Like inflation went up because everybody wants to blame inflation on Biden. Why do you think inflation happened under Biden?
Well, help the chat understand it.
Okay, so the reason inflation went up so bad under Biden's administration because COVID-19 and the whole globe shut down. So when you have the demand but you don't have the supply, what ends up happening? Things go through the roof. Everything starts costing a lot, right? So when the whole world shut down, we're not the only country that had inflation, but we were the fastest to recover out of any other country. We were the fastest ones to recover. We have the relief through American Rescue Plan. I don't know if you want me to read through all this stuff. The child tax credit, the investing $160 billion to provide supplies, emergency response, testing, and public health workforce to stop the spread of COVID. You have the growing economy and lowering costs. So we actually had the lowest unemployment rate under Biden and Kamala. So under Biden and Kamala, we actually had the lowest unemployment rate. Oh, and Krim, just to let you know, if I'm reading Google, this is the presidency.ucsb.edu. This is a fact check. So this is people that actually went through and fact checked everything.
So you say So you said that we had the lowest um, unemployment
Unemployment
rate,
rate,
right?
yes. Yes.
But do you know it was hard to get jobs in certain areas?
Only because people didn't want to take the jobs that were available.
That's not true.
No, no,
That is
no.
true.
No, sir. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to chime in on that one. No, sir. I
Okay,
struggled
so
for almost 2 years trying to find a job in the area that we were at, and nothing. Absolutely nothing.
but are you talking about during COVID as well, when people weren't really hiring like that?
No. Recently. Maybe the last the last 2 years of Biden's term.
Okay.
Almost 2 years I struggled to find a job.
Okay, well, I don't know your circumstance.
Well, where we
so I
were
can't.
at.
I'm
only speaking for
not
ourselves,
going
though.
to say. I'm not going to say the
understand.
whole country was perfect. I mean, I can't sit here and speak for the whole country. I can tell you though that we had the lowest unemployment rate in years. That's all I can tell you. We had more people at work than not working than ever.
And all I
Okay.
wanted to say is, on that,
Hey,
just chime in just a little bit, which is like it goes back to when, uh, about the border, just having people come in the right way and not like a big flux of mass people just coming in, because what that's going to have, what that's going to do, that's going to drive wages down. That's going to keep wages down. That's not going to make minimum wage, none of that go up. Like that's going to keep that suppressed. When you can pay a certain percentage of a labor lower than the actual what you should be paying, then we as Americans, that holds us back. That keeps us back. That keeps us at these low paying jobs.
Okay.
That keeps us at a low. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I do, but I'm going to also show you something else that actually is from Congress.gov. This is from Congress. Okay. So just remember, this article actually concludes with the economists generally agree that the effects of immigration on the U.S. economy are broadly positive. Immigrants, whether high or low skilled, legal or illegal, are unlikely to replace native born workers or reduce their wages over the long term. Though they may cause some short term dislocations in labor markets, indeed, the experience of the last few decades suggests that immigration may actually have significant long term benefits for the native born, pushing them into higher paying occupations and raising the overall pace of the innovation and productivity growth. Moreover, as baby boomers have begun moving into retirement in advanced economies around the world, immigration is helping to keep America comparatively young and reducing the burden of financial retirement benefits for growing elderly populations. So
But you know what? Yeah,
it's actually a net positive for the US.
But see, and this what I want to elaborate on too. They, I be, like all news outlets, not too credible, but they say stuff and they spin narratives. And my thing is, these they say they come over, they make the country exponentially great, they make it this, they make it that. Well, they got this is me. Now if they got all this greatness, all this goodness, and all this energy to fight for a cause, why not fight in your own country? Why not protest what you're protesting in America, what you want, rights and equal rights, and you want the government to do this for the citizen? Why not have that? Like, 'cause that's what all I'm saying is, to be perfectly balanced with this. All I'm saying is that's what my ancestors did. That's what my people did in the 50s and 60s and 40s to fight for civil rights. We fought for that. We didn't flee. Or we didn't just what, that's just, we're gonna go somewhere else and fight for rights. We stood right here on this soil and fought for that, and we got it. We didn't migrate nowhere. You see what I'm saying? And we can't be deported nowhere because we're not African American. We're Black Americans. So we could never be deported. We're here. Like, this is literally our country. You see what I'm saying? So if they got this so much drive, and again, this is just how I'm thinking. They got this so much drive. They make the country great. Why not have that same drive for a country of a flag that you got so much pride for, and fight like that in your country? That's all I'm
Because not
saying.
every country is like the US. We were built on immigration. Mexico was not. Mexico doesn't have the funding that the US has. That's why the US dollar is more valuable than any other currency in the world. Because we can afford stuff, we can provide stuff like that. So I will ask you about the job situation. So we have all these people that are being deported off the construction sites or the farms and stuff. What do you think that's going to do to the agriculture or the housing market? Because if you don't have anybody out there building these houses or picking these apples and all these fruits and vegetables, because you have all these open jobs now, right? So nobody should be complaining about not being able to find a job.
But see, that's why this now. I'm gonna bring up this right here with Jasmine Crockett when she now I'm
I
gonna
love her.
this gonna correspond to what you just asked about the picking apples and stuff like that. Strawberry, like, so what I'm saying is when she made the remark of I need to pull up that site. I'm gonna find a way to pull it up when she was on the podium talking when she said I ain't got the whole clip of I got the factual part where she spoke. Okay, so we deporting all these people, and she made this messed up remark and said, "You can't pay me to go. Who gonna pick out the fields? You can't pay me to get on no cotton fields." So she referring to these people like that, like as generally like modern day slaves. Like when she made that comment, man, she got so much backlash for that because that was some racist ish to say. Like, cause like basically saying that's all they're good for is to take the jobs that supposed.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm going to rebuttal that. I'm going to rebuttal that. Yeah, she did say that, but when you take it out of context, because like you're not paying me to go out there and do that work. You've got people that are willing to do the work for less, and they're doing the work. So no, you're not going to be able to pay me enough to go out there in that hot sun and do that. That's not being racist or xenophobic or anything. That's just saying, hey, look, who are we going to get to do it? You have these people coming over here doing this work because they're just trying to make a better life for themselves and they're willing to do the work. So I guarantee I would be willing to bet 100. I would be actually, you know what? I'd bet my bank account right now that said there's no amount of money right now that's going to make you get out there in those fields and pick those strawberries.
Well, I beg to differ, bro, because I've done it. I've done it. I've done it with my grandmother. I've done it with my mom. I've done it, bro.
Yep, but are you going to do it now in 110 degree weather?
If bro, to be
for
perfectly
8
honest
hours
with you,
a day for $5 an hour,
bro, to be perfectly honest with you, to feed my family, yes, I would. Now, this me. Now, I'm not speaking as a whole collective of the
okay,
actual, of the next black person or whatever.
I would
That's
agree
just
with
me.
that. I would agree with that because I would do anything to provide for my family as well. But let's say the average American, and let's say the average American. Do you think they're going to go out there and do that? Oh, and let's not forget the fact that they spend all that money on taxes, and they don't reap any benefits from it.
Well, see, that's the thing. They would like. So let me ask you this. So legal immigrants who has status, who has paperwork,
Mm-hmm.
they don't get taxes.
No, they pay their taxes, yeah, but they don't get Social Security and all that other stuff. No, and not
They
until
don't.
you're
They don't.
not until you're an actual citizen. But they pay into the system.
Wait, so you say the legal citizens don't
Yep.
get?
They're not. I said if they're legal citizens, they do. But most of these
Yeah,
migrants that are even coming into the country and they're documented and they're going the right steps, you don't get citizenship until 7 to 10 years after you've arrived here, which I think is bullshit. It takes too long. I think
but see,
that
you
takes
got,
down to a
but you
year or
got to,
two.
but you got to look at the people that pay into Social Security. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones who pay in should get it. The ones who pay in
Yeah,
who are citizens who has paperwork should get it. See,
exactly. They should.
but see, this where it comes into play. At here's the tricky part: not having a Social Security card, like, because you got to have a Social Security card to be able to work. You got to have a Social Security number to
They got
work.
an ITN number.
Okay, they got that. Okay, but do they? But they don't have the paperwork saying they are a citizen. Like you say, it takes what
Amen.
7 to 10. Yeah, so I feel like when they get their paperwork and 5 to 10 years, is it really that long? You hear me? You hear me, bro?
Yeah, sorry, my wife called in. Say
I'm
that
like,
last part again.
is it really 5 to 10 years that long?
Actually, I'll pull it up here. Let's see how long. I think it's 7 to 10 years.
Is that all cases or just some cases? Because there are some that got it way less than that, way quicker.
It depends on this says takes 8 to 12 months. Average naturalization. I don't know if that says citizenships. There's a process that you go through that you have to go through. It's like I can't remember what it's called. It starts with an H, HS something, and they're the ones that actually go through like your background. They do an extensive checks on you to make sure that you say you are who you are, kind of thing. And then when you pass that, you got to take a test and you got to do those other stuff in order to become a citizen. Let's see. I want to find that's a .com. I don't like .coms. Let's see. I don't like that one. There's a .gov. Let's see. You have to be at least 18 years old, U.S. citizenship. You got to be eligible. You got to fill out the forms. You got to take an oath of citizenship. Yeah, I'm not seeing where it actually says how long it takes. I know that the guy that my boss actually he's from the UK, and it took him 7 years to get his citizenship. And he was mad because he was paying for Social Security and all that other stuff, and he didn't reap any of those benefits. But now he does because now he's actually a citizen.
And I think like I will agree that that's too like that's a long process.
1 second, my wife's calling again. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes.
All right, cool. Hey, Top, how everything was with Mark? Oh, he had to go to work, I think. That's right.
Trust
No,
me,
he
we're
at work.
working it out now. Go ahead, run the live. Y'all good. Y'all go ahead and run the live right quick.
Oh, he coming back. He had he's doing something. His wife
Oh
called him right
yeah,
quick.
for sure.
Yeah.
Y'all go ahead and run it. Y'all go ahead and run it.
All right.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. I had to go feed the cats and stuff.
Nah, you good. I had to go and feed my dogs in a little bit.
Yeah, I got to shut these comments off because he's getting on my fucking nerves again. Oh, excuse me. But as far as the citizenship thing goes, I think I'm not seeing exactly where it shows how long it takes. It just shows how to apply and all that other stuff, but
Cause like I do, because I do. Let me see.
Oh, here we go. Maybe it'll say here.
So like, as long as they coming through, I mean, like you say, you trying to look up the actual number of how long it takes. But yeah, I come across certain cases where it only took like 6 months, and they had to pay some money. They had to pay, $1,000 maybe here and there, but it's a process, and it's much needed like that. But like I say, I'm not saying all cases are quick like that because they're not. Most cases probably are 7 to 10 years. I can believe that. I can seriously, honestly believe that. But at the end of the day, though, it just goes back down to like I like to use analogies sometimes. I like to be like, so let's just say I'm trying to feed my child. I'm trying to get a job. I'm on American soil. I'm an American. I'm trying to get a job. It's can't get a job here and there. My background messed up. They run background checks. My kids need to eat. I need to make sure my bills on. And I've been trying to get a job everywhere. And I'm like, you know what, man, I'm struggling. I'm in poverty. I go rob a bank or I go do something illegal to get some money because of my circumstances and my situation. So that's wrong on my part. That doesn't make this because even though I did it for a good cause, but I did it the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with it. Even though one would say, "Well, get a job," and I'm trying. I can't get hired nowhere. My background is messed up. They don't want to hire felons. They don't want to hire such and such. Or the list goes on of why they would want to hire you for is a negative background. And so I find myself in that predicament, and I'm in poverty. I'm living in some kind of shack or a shack or anything, and I'm like, you know what? I'm desperate. I can't take it. I'm finna go ahead and I'm finna go rob something so I can feed my children because I'm in poverty. I'm in a situation that I see no way out. I see no other choice. My cause was for good intent, but it was the wrong choice that I chose to make a good intent.
Mm-hmm. I get you. Okay. Yeah, I mean that I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know what you're looking for as far as a
No,
rebuttal or
I'm
anything,
just
but
I I,
um,
I
I
guess like no, go ahead, go ahead.
I would say that that's why we have programs out there to help people, but they're taking away those programs that are helping people in those situations. Like there are resources out there that you could take advantage of um in order to survive. But that's uh, we're going to see a lot of that happening here pretty soon. And why I say that is because with this tax plan that's coming into play, your the country doesn't survive when the middle class doesn't is paying more taxes than the rich, because the middle class is we're the ones out there buying stuff. We're the ones putting money back into the economy. So when you start taxing people more, you're going to find a lot more people are going homeless, find people trying to buy food, all this other stuff, why the rich just get richer. But you're taking
And
away the programs that help people.
when you populate an area that's already impoverished because majority of these people that was coming across the border going and being placed in impoverished neighborhood that's already underprivileged and so they get moved into a underdeprived neighborhood underdeprived community what the people are struggling for resources. Now you move in a whole margin of new people you know nothing about seeking the same benefits that's already drawing up. Like, how does that help a cause? So that's just going to be that's just more and more people that's going to get flushed down the toilet. You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with it.
Yep.
Because like
And
yeah, so when you populate an area that's already impoverished with a whole margin of people that's almost double the population that's already there, that's a can of worms that's going to be very bad.
that is redlining at its finest. They say redlining is illegal, but it still happens, and that's what you're seeing is redlining. They are grouping people up into a certain spot to make them have to struggle and work harder, and basically to make them do what they want you to do. I mean, it's happening to us right now. They're making us do what they want us to do. Um, but when you group people up in these impoverished neighborhoods, why are they impoverished? I'm sorry, I messed that word up. Um, they're that way because of redlining. They don't want to put money into those areas, which they should. The education could be a whole lot better. Like those people that are in those areas, they don't have the same education that we have up here, or maybe where you're at. They don't have the same books. They don't have the same graduation level because people need to survive. So what are they going to do to survive? Like you just said, they're going to go out and rob and steal and do whatever they got to do to survive because they're not getting what they need.
And if we don't have, and see, this is the thing, if we don't have laws, and follow laws and follow rules, at the end of the day, we're nothing but animals.
There's
That's
that,
what.
but you also got to think about the over policing. Why are some of these areas being over policed? Especially with people that aren't even from those communities. If you're not from that community, you shouldn't be policing that area because
Well, I'm
you
gonna
don't
tell
know
you
how
this.
it works.
I'm gonna tell you this, man, and I'm speaking on me and my experiences growing up in the black community, black neighborhood where I'm from, where I was raised at in Louisiana. Man, I don't even want to tell you half the stuff that I just was like profiled just because,
Mm-hmm.
man, I went through pure hell, but it didn't stop me from achieving what I'm trying to achieve and still moving forward. That I'm not gonna, hold on to some kind of victim card and just use that and be like, I'm a victim. Nah, I'm not gonna accept that. I may be oppressed along the lines, but I'm not. I'll probably be a victim of that. But just to hold on to that card and ride that, no, I'm the one that's gonna
You
overcome all that, and I have,
this is
But
how I this would be what I would say to you. That's not playing the victim card or none of that. What happened is you I don't want to say survived, but I would say you exceeded in spite of the system, not because of the system. Does that make sense?
makes a
Because
lot of sense.
the system is there to hold your community down. So you succeeding and making something of yourself was in spite of the system, not because of the system. Me,
Right,
on the other hand, somebody like me, I excelled because of the system, not in spite of the system. I had advantages that were handed to me because of who I am. So I don't find what your story doesn't say victim to me at all. It says you are a person of your environment and you got out because in spite of the system, not because of the system. You said
right.
the system's not going to hold me down. I'm not going to let this system oppress me. I'm not going to allow this. I did this in spite of the system. Because you got to ask yourself, do you think, like, we'll just, for example, LeBron James, Serena Williams, Beyonce, do you think that they don't experience oppression just because they've got a lot of money?
No, no, they have. They still
They
do.
have. Yeah, they still, it doesn't matter how much money or what you've made of yourself. You're still going to have the same oppression that they want to give on you, but you're doing it in spite of the system. So I
Correct.
congratulate you. Great job.
I
You're doing
appreciate
something
you.
that most people can't do. Not everybody can get out of their situation, though.
And that's true. That's also true. That's very true.
And I will never take away your experience, and I can only emphasize or empathy, whatever. I can't think of the word. I'm
No, I
freaking
got you.
tired.
I got you.
But I can never put myself in your shoes. I've never had that experience. I don't know what it's like.
And you see what? And I'm glad you said that because, and not just like, I mean this in general, different nationalities. Um, so I didn't came across certain cases where questions will be asked, you know, that ask different background group of people. That's I guess they'll start with whoever, maybe a black guy. Do you feel oppressed, or do you feel racism exists, or do you? And naturally, the answer is going to be yes. But to people who haven't experienced that, they're not going to understand that answer from that person who experienced it. They're going to be like, oh, they just because I've encountered people like that, like, oh man, it's all in your head. It's not like that. They would say that when they're not coming from the background that I am,
Yep.
or the next person. So a person wouldn't naturally see what a person go through on a daily basis. That's trying to explain, hey, this really exists. This really does happen. This really does go on with policing. Oh,
Yeah.
nah, man. When I get stopped from running a red light, they talk to me calmly and say, "How you doing, sir?" And can I see you
No.
drop? Well, okay, but that's your incident. But that's not the same experience that I get when I run a red light. I run a red light. They walk into the car with their hand on their gun. They know what color I am in the car. I don't have no tint. So it's a back and forth, of how it is, and how the system is, and how, like you say, and how it wants to depict oppression on me or different individuals.
I am a firm believer that I don't know if we wanted to go down this route, but I'm going to anyway. So I'm a firm believer that white people cannot experience racism. But at the same time, we can. And what I mean by that is we don't experience racism the same way that black people or minority groups do. We experience the benefit of racism. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we see the benefits of it. We see the benefits of systemic racism, because when I go to the doctor, I don't have to worry about nothing. When I get pulled over, shit, I've jumped out of the car and nothing's ever happened.
Oh, bro.
So I got pulled over. I was drunk one night and got pulled over, and I jumped out of the car because I pulled up into a gas station. And it was when I first moved down here to Atlanta, so I didn't really know any better. I came from a small town of 12,000 people. So I was drunk, pulled over. When I knew I was getting pulled over, I pulled up to a gas station and I got out. I got out of my car. Cop was right there, like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm going in to pee." He didn't do nothing. He let me go. Like, I don't have the same experiences that other communities have. So when I say like white people don't experience racism, we only experience the benefits of it. That's kind of what I mean. Like, I don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
See, and you're right. That's but on the contrary, it's different other groups that experience that. Preferably, predominantly, the black community.
Yep.
And
And then I'll take it a step further, because you're going to have people say, "Well, shoot, I don't come from money. I grew up poor. I did this." Now you're talking about classism. Classism is different. And also when they're like, "I grew up around black people. I mean, I experienced the same." No, you didn't experience the same thing. You can never say that you experienced the same thing. You can't use proximity to blackness or black community or anything like that to say that you experienced the same thing.
I agree. I totally agree with that. And I want to elaborate on this too. I want to make this clear because I ain't gonna make this one sided. It ain't just the white cops, black cops. It's cops. Period. That my community, gets done different. Someone would say, "Well, if you would have got stopped by a black cop, it wouldn't have." Bull crap. Bull crap. I got pulled over by a black cop, and he was probably worse than the white cop. Like, I'll be like, I'd rather have a white cop pull me over. Fuck. Like, like I've had those kind of experiences.
Yeah, there's more pressure on a black cop because they feel it. Well, one, because the system, the way the system is built. Huh? What, Top?
Yeah, I heard him say something.
Nah, go ahead. I accidentally hit the unmute. Y'all go for it.
Okay. No, what I was going to say is my belief is the system is corrupt, and you're dealing with, I mean, the reason the police were invented in the first place was the modern day slave catcher. That's why they came up with the police, because when slavery ended, they needed something to keep people slaves. So they developed the policing system. So the policing system is still based on the same past we'll say the history of the policing and why it was there. It's there to continue slave catching, is basically what from what I've seen and what I've read and research and all that other stuff. So when you have a black cop, they're feeling the pressure to do a better job because they don't want to make it look like they're being lenient or easy on someone because they can relate to the black community. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. They got more to prove.
More to prove, exactly. So, and if they were to step outside of that and be like, "Yeah, I got you," because we're the same, or whatever the case may be, they have a better or a higher chance of losing their position because it's going to be looked at differently than what it actually is.
So let me ask you.
No,
go ahead. No, go.
No, that was it. That was it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I was just gonna ask you something, because I need I'm asking you because maybe you probably would know it. And I'm gonna do a little bit more research on it, but I know a little bit about it. I want to ask you, what do you think about what is it, DEI?
DEI? Okay.
Yeah.
DEI actually benefits white people, or actually it benefited the Asian community more than anybody else in the beginning. But DEI is really there to include everybody for no matter what reason. whatever reason they may have, like whether you're handicapped, whether you're black, Asian, white. It's there to make sure that everybody is included and not discriminated against because of what they have going on. Because you could be in a wheelchair and be the smartest guy that's ever going to grace their freaking boardroom, but you may not get hired because you're in a wheelchair. And somebody else may get hired that may not be as qualified as you, but they're able to walk up a flight of stairs. Because and I use this as the example. I'm only using this as the example. It's not the only one, but this is the best one I come up with at the moment. Is if you have somebody in a wheelchair or say crutches, or they, they're not able to walk like we do, now you have to accommodate them, right? Now you got to get wheelchair access. You got to get elevators. You got to do this and that, the other thing to accommodate. Whereas if I get somebody that could just walk in the door, I don't have to worry about doing all that other stuff. So DEI is there to make sure that everybody is getting an equal and fair shot.
Okay, let me ask you this. I like this. I like how you think. I like this. So, you got your laptop in front of you. So, do you know anything about, you know what? Can you play a little small video clip if I give you the name just to look up, just to, I just want, and once you watch the little video clip, I just want your opinion. It's probably not going to be no more than maybe 4 minutes long.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah. Type
right.
in,
give me a second. Let me pull up YouTube real quick.
All right.
All right, go ahead. I'm ready whenever you are.
His name, let me make sure I say it correctly. It should pop up. His name is Charlie Clerk. I think I said it correct. I think.
Charlie Clerk. Yep, I see it. Cambridge or whatever. Charlie Clerk. That's Charlie Clark, but this is Charlie Clerk. Oh, you talking about Charlie Kirk, the white guy?
Yeah.
Oh, I
yeah.
can't stand this guy. I can't stand him.
Why, bro? Come on.
Because he's not smart. He puts he gets everybody into a point where he can one, he only debates people that he knows he can out debate. Secondly, he won't debate people that actually are really intelligent and know what they're doing and then put him in his place. And the clips that you see 90% of the time are him repeating the same thing over and over again and backing people up into a corner where they don't have any other way to go. So they sit there and look stupid. But I'll play it, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So you're talking about Charlie Kirk, Kirk.
Yeah, I think he's talking about DEI on one of them. I haven't seen all of his. I just got tuned into him on my news feed about probably a couple months back, and I haven't. I'm not gonna lie, be honest. I've watched a few of his videos, like seriously, but I haven't really dived deep into this dude, like his background and stuff like that, and what he studied, and I haven't did that much, but just enough, just to scrub the surface.
Yeah, I would highly suggest looking more into him and actually like look and listen and pay attention to his debates and find out exactly how he is debating. Because if you also look at it, he goes into a lot of Charlie Kirk fan areas. So where there's very little amount of people that disagree with him. He doesn't go into any colleges like Harvard or anything like that. He goes into these very red, deep red schools. That way he's always got supporters behind him to rile them up and to yell over the people that are trying to debate and all that other stuff. Now, I'm not going to say he doesn't know what he's doing, because for what he's doing, he definitely knows what he's doing. But he's not. I mean, he's a dropout. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. That's my opinion. You can have your opinion on the guy. I don't listen to a thing he says. I don't. I think he is a tool. And he's weird. He's weird.
What about you say you think he'll too? Now I'm gonna let you pull a video up or whatever. I don't want to put.
There's a lot of them, so you're gonna have to let me know which one, because this one's 9 minutes. This one's 8 minutes on prejudice and racism. But here's the ultimate DEI debate. If you want me to play that one.
You ain't got to, but you don't have to play the whole, like, just play no more than just maybe 2-3 minutes. You don't have to, like, just
I
only
will.
On
I'll play it, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to agree with anything he says. But I'll play it. I don't agree with him at all. I don't like the way he does anything. But I'll play it. I just shared it to the screen top.
Top, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. Oh, y'all put some on the glass. Hold on. I'm sorry. There you go.
All right. So this is the ultimate DEI debate. I don't know if this is one you're looking for, but this is the
families are
ultimate
times
one.
more likely to score in the 1300 plus range for the SAT than students from the poorest families. And I don't think that's because rich kids are 13 times smarter, but it's because they have access to better schools, private tutors, test prep, everything, right? And according to the University of California, they show that family background accounts for 40% of the variance in SAT/ACT scores among UC applicants. I would also like to mention that the diversity in society's leaders, the casual effects of admissions at highly selective private colleges, a study shown by the National Bureau of Economic Research that I think that if you think it's based on race, at times I think it's based on wealth. So legacy applicants, children of donors, and recruited athletes were significantly more likely to be admitted than other students with the same academic credentials. So yeah, elite schools like Harvard, legacy students are about 5 to 6 times more likely to be admitted than non-legacy students with similar SAT scores. Roughly 43% of white students admitted to Harvard from 2000 to 2015 fell into one of the 4 categories, right? Legacy, athletes, teens interestless, or children of...
I want to pause real quick. Do you even see his body language and how he's not even really paying attention to her?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah, I'm checking him out.
Faculty or staff. 3/4
Yes,
of these
Mac G,
ALTC
my bad.
admits,
What's up,
75%, would not have been admitted if evaluated only on academic projection.
Mac G, pause that right quick.
Mm-hmm.
Mac G, what's up?
Why you do that? I wanna...
Okay, Krim, you knew that. What's up? What y'all calling me for? What's up? Anybody got something to say? I'm here. I'm here. I guess they didn't want to. Go ahead, Chunky.
All right, give me a second. I'll go back.
My question is, I guess, do you believe that DEI could possibly not stand for diversity, equity, and didn't earn it, but can stand for actual diversity, that diversity of abilities? When you go into a job or to a school, they don't just ask for your SAT score. They ask what kind of clubs you were into. They ask you to submit an essay. They are a holistic academic review. So why do you think it didn't earn it? If maybe they got a less SAT score, but them as a person are just more well-rounded than the person who had all these tutors but did nothing outside of it.
What yeah. Tell me about, do you know anything about the Students for Fair Admission case, the Supreme Court case at Harvard?
I would love to hear about it.
Yeah. So basically at Harvard, Asian and white students, they basically got 200 to 400 points knocked off of their score versus Black and Hispanic students. So it was disenfranchising white and Asian students. So if you support DEI, let's say you're in charge. Do you think that we should have all test scores be weighed the same? Or do you think that certain ethnic groups should get certain points because of their race?
I believe that we should acknowledge the fact that certain students have a different starting point, and I would love to give everybody the opportunity to.
So how many points should a Black student get over a white student in admissions?
I think that SAT scores and points shouldn't be the only thing referenced.
But you have to answer the question, because the status quo.
But it's not that black and white.
It is. So it is, because that's why affirmative action was struck down by the Supreme Court.
But we're not talking about affirmative action. We're talking about DEI.
DEI is an outgrowth. Affirmative action is an outgrowth of DEI and vice versa. But let me give you another example of DEI. Do you think if I say to a group, let's say of Hispanic and Black people, if I say you people, is that a microaggression?
Say that again. I'm so sorry.
If I was talking to a group of Hispanic or Black people and I happen to say you people, is that a microaggression?
Yes.
I would think so, yes.
Okay, I think that's insane.
Why is it?
Because it's not a microaggression or racism to call any group of people you people. That's DEI in practice. No, so you guys might know about the group of clowns in the circus group of the Dean on F America thing. They fell apart in 1 week because One black woman called Dean and Parker racist because they were associated with a woman who called a group of black women "you people," and they said you did not recognize microaggression. That's DEI in practice, where you could lose your entire job and your career for one misstatement. And you just showed it to me. Like, you think that's a microaggression to say "you people" to a group of Hispanic and black people? Mm-hmm. We should not be policing the speech of people. Instead, we should be caring about one thing, and that's merit and merit only when we put together our institutions.
But if you base it on meritocracy, like I said, you're initially bringing in wealthy people who have these tutors but aren't well-rounded.
So what? That doesn't mean anything. Yes, the degree of how good your parents are matter. Yes. If you have good parents, you get something that people with bad parents don't get. That's applicable beyond college.
But with the people who score higher, let's say they didn't do anything, they are less likely to be able to take on challenges than the people who. Why wouldn't it matter?
Because inherently, you are penalizing those with good parents. The only way you can make this work.
You're not penalizing
Yes, you are.
them. No, you're not excluding them.
Not true. It is the only way we see this. In order to elevate equity, you must compromise excellence. And that's fine if that's your position, because there's only so many spots, there's only so many places. And if you have a lot of qualified people and you want to try to get not as qualified people, you have to prevent the qualified people and elevate the unqualified people. That's what the Students for Fair Admissions case showed us.
You're thinking that DEI is versus excellence. I think DEI is for excellence.
Got it. Show me one institution that got better the more it embraced DEI.
One institution that got better that embraced DEI.
That got smarter, more competitive, leaner, more productive, and that was better than it was 10 years ago. Are our airports more efficient? Are we landing planes better? Are our airlines better? Is our government better? Is our schools better? Is our universities better? Show me one example. Is our public health authorities better? Show me one institution that's embraced DEI that has become better, more excellent than it was 20 years ago.
Quick, bro.
It doesn't exist. DEI will destroy an institution from within.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to pause right there. So I want to elaborate right there. So what do you feel about what he's asking her right now? Like, how you feel about that?
I think the dude's a tool. I believe that, like I said, DEI it's a good thing because it's giving everybody the equal opportunity instead of just having it's more like merit based instead of just being hired on because of who you are or what you are in a way. It just allows everybody to have a fair chance. Like, it allows for people, like, you know how a lot of supermarkets hire a lot of I don't know the proper way to say it without being disrespectful, but they hire a lot of special employees.
I know. Yeah.
It allows those kind like them to be able to have a fair shot at working. Because without that, how many companies do you know that are going to hire somebody because of who they are, what they can accomplish? And some of these people that are getting hired, it's not just for that, but some of them they're very qualified for it. They're some of the best workers out there. Now, you like Charlie Kirk and you like some of his debates, so I'm gonna ask you to look into Charlie Kirk versus Cambridge. When he's
okay.
At Cambridge College, okay? He goes up against a lot of kids at Cambridge College, and you're going to see just how non of a factor of a debater he really is. Because when he goes up against the elite, people that actually, they do this for a living, he doesn't sound as smart as he does in these videos. Not, like I said, he knows a lot of stuff. He knows a lot of stuff. I think the way he goes about it is very ignorant, though. That's just my opinion. That's the way I see it. I will never, ever stand next to Charlie Kirk on anything. I will never agree with anything he ever says. But he does know a lot of stuff. He does. I will say that.
But I'm saying, so he had, like, I'm just asking. I'm on the outside looking in, respectfully. So, like, there's not, like, not one small, like, some kind of debate that you agree with, like, just one.
Not with him. Not with him, no.
I respect that. I respect that.
I don't. Not even a little bit. But I would say look into Charlie Kirk at Cambridge and see how hot a debate really gets, because you're talking about one, he's on friendly ground. So you've got a lot more Charlie Kirk supporters than you do non-Charlie Kirk supporters, right? And then you're also putting people on the spot. And like this girl, she wasn't very clear with what she was trying to say. Like it was hard for me to follow her a lot. Like it was very hard for me to follow her. I'm not even gonna lie. Like that one was rough. That was rough.
I really was trying to understand like everything. Like I don't know. I guess he was just intimidating her in a way, because her words were like kind of like shattery, like like
yeah. He likes to use the word salad like Krim says Kamala does. He does the same thing that Krim says Kamala does. It's a bunch of word salad. Charlie Kirk looks drunk and just like he's on something all the time. That dude is just
no
weird.
doubt. No, I wouldn't really doubt that. I wouldn't say that out.
The dude needs to cut his hair. Does everything. Everything about that guy I don't like. I just don't like him whatsoever. Not even a little bit. What was I else I was going to bring up? Let's see. I was going to bring up this part here. Let's see. All right. So like here's a few things that DEI how we benefit from DEI. Let's see right here. I think it's this one here. Top, can you bring that up on the big screen? So these are a few ways that DEI has improved like women's opportunities and qualities of life. Okay, we won't go through all of them, but I'm going to pick out a few of them. Okay, like DEI promotes pregnancy and parental leave and benefits, which you would like, right? You think women, when they're pregnant and about to give birth, they should have some kind of parental leave to make sure that they're healthy?
Of course, I believe that.
Creating safer workplace, anti-harassment programs, and anti-discrimination policies, right? Do you think that's a good thing?
Wait, repeat it one more time, brother.
Creating safer workplaces through anti-harassment programs and anti-discrimination policies. Does that sound like a good thing? Like
I like that. DEI supports that.
Maybe getting people getting us closer to equal pay and workplace representation. So like women and stuff getting us closer to equal pay. Like why should a woman doctor be paid less than a male doctor?
I agree with that.
Right. Okay.
I agree with that.
So we're on the same page. So this is somewhat of how DEI benefits the country, right? Let's see, veterans. It benefits veterans because they, a lot of veterans, they go through PTSD and they have issues when they come back from wars or whatnot. This actually helps them getting hiring and recruiting programs to where they can try to work when they get back. Because a lot of vets, I can't speak for vets, but I will say in my experience, vets need something to do. So if they're not getting an opportunity to get hired on or anything like that, then they're sitting around and they get lost. And that's why we have a lot of homeless veterans. So I think having an organization that is hiring and recruiting programs for veterans, I think is a good thing, right? Because we care about our veterans.
Most definitely, yeah, I agree.
Most definitely, yeah, okay. People with disabilities, this is what I was talking about. This is to make sure that, anybody dealing with a disability that they have an opportunity to work, right? That's a good thing. Because I don't think somebody in a wheelchair should be discriminated against because they're in a wheelchair. Like if they're qualified and they meet certain, credentials, I think that they should be allowed to, be hired on.
I mean, you're exactly right. Look at the governor of Texas. He's in the, that's a perfect example right there.
Hot Rod at it.
Yeah, I call when she Jasmine Crockett.
But yeah, like the businesses, while we often talk about DEI in terms of race, it's much bigger than that. Like he likes to keep it at race and stuff, but DEI supports better bottom lines in business and elevates brands in ways that are a win-win for employers and employees equally. So it's just about giving everybody having an equal chance. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what DEI stands for. Diversity. Because how many businesses do you know, like say you're in a boardroom, how many people represent the Black community in that boardroom? maybe 1 out of every 12. All the rest of them are old white men, right? Think about the presidents that we've had. We've had 1 black president, right? Out of how many? Where's the representation in that? Like, it's not representation, which is diversity, the equity and the inclusion.
Didn't I don't know if you can look it up on your end right quick. And maybe I need to
I
fact
can
check
look up
myself.
anything.
Abraham Lincoln. What did he have a percentage of black in him?
Did Abraham Lincoln have percentage of black in him?
Yeah.
Oh, I do not know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's find.
I'd
never heard of that.
But Obama definitely wasn't the first. But I got to go back to my sources before I can.
Actually, the very first president of the United States was a black man, but he doesn't. They never give him recognition for it.
So yeah, I just had to elaborate on that one. Not you, it's just in general when Obama came in office, man, is but see, I was mostly off of what policies he's bringing. I didn't give a damn about his skin color like the rest of my black community did. The only thing they was concerned about, we got a black president. Like, okay, what else? Like, what is it? That's all. They didn't care to speak on nothing else. Like, all they care about, we got a black president. And I think that's ignorant. That's my opinion. But I truly think that's ignorant to vote for someone due to their skin color. That's ridiculous to want to vote for somebody and to want to vote for someone based on their gender versus their policies. That's ignorant as well too. They didn't want to vote for, not you, I'm just speaking in general. Certain groups didn't want to vote for Trump because he was a white man Republican, and some wanted to vote for Kamala because she's the first black president or whatever they want to know. The fact of the first female black president. So it was bias on that part, and it was racist on that part. To even vote for someone based on those standards, I think that is ridiculous. I think it's supposed to be based on policy, not your skin color. Your skin color don't determine how you're going to run the country. It like So that's just like I say. That's just me. That's my mindset. I feel like if he was gonna get in office, he should have got in office based on other factors. I can go on about Obama, how what played a big part on him getting elected. He had a large margin of a certain community that advocated towards him and got him in that office, and he looked out for him too by passing a certain law, by making it legal for I ain't gonna get where I'm going with it. He passed a law to where certain individuals can elope. So it goes. It's a whole lot. It's not just one. It's a whole lot that plays a part dealing with the presidency. You know what I'm saying? And different parties. So yeah, it's real deep.
Okay, so what I read is it doesn't say that he was black. They're saying if he was black, he certainly didn't show that side of himself in public. But he did have the reputation for showing an unusual warmth towards black Americans. It also said that due to his complexion and like the course of his hair and stuff his hair being very coarse and stuff like that, that people would say that he was black, but it doesn't say that nowhere doesn't say that he actually was.
Let's get Bama Boy in here. Let's get Bama Boy in here. Go ahead, Bama Boy.
Yeah, I'm in here. Well, I heard y'all talking about Kamala, and I didn't vote for her because, and I know people might get mad at me, but she was a woman, man.
What, you say you didn't vote for her because she was a woman?
Yes.
Chucky, remember what I told you? Remember what I told you? Before you
So,
say a word, remember what I told you. Remember what I told you. Didn't I tell you that? Didn't I tell you that? Didn't I call it?
yeah.
Didn't I call it? I told you. I told you.
But hold on. I also want to put out there that you do know that black women are the most educated.
I'm just being honest.
There, right?
It wasn't because she was black and uneducated, because she's very educated. She knows what she's talking about. It was just because she was a woman.
That's so misogynistic.
Well, that was very different of why I didn't vote for her. It wasn't. I didn't care that she was a woman or nothing like that.
I,
I wanted who had the better policy. That's my
I,
honest response. Like,
let me chime in right quick. Let me chime in right quick. Let me chime
I'm
in. Let
just,
me chime in.
I'm just
Me
being
and Chunky,
I didn't
me,
vote.
me.
I'm just being honest on why I didn't vote. I'm just being honest
Y'all
on
can
why
hear
I
me,
didn't
right?
vote.
Can
Yeah.
y'all hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Okay, okay. Let me chime in right quick. Me and Chunky had the same damn argument almost 2 weeks ago about I said that a lot of people would not vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, because the rest of the world would not take her fucking serious. That's how a lot of Americans would feel about that situation. And she wasn't prepared. And what does Bama Boy come up here and say? I did not vote for Kamala Harris because she was a woman.
No, I
Chucky?
said I did. I said I didn't.
We know
Yeah,
you
you
said you
didn't.
didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Um, we
That's what I
do
said.
know you do know that the majorities of the countries around the world actually respected Kamala more than they respect Trump. In fact, Trump is a laughing stock in all these other countries.
Well, I understand.
Kamala actually earned respect from these other countries.
I understand that, but my history and my upbringing, it ain't gonna lead me to vote for a woman to be, you know.
And
And
see,
I I might get backlash from it. But I don't care. But my history and my upbringing is not gonna lead me to vote for a woman to be nothing. I don't even believe a woman being in the pulpit. I don't believe in it.
nobody go here.
So,
Nobody's here going to judge you. No, let me
so
get
you
that out the way.
think? So do you think women belong in the kitchen?
No, I just don't. I don't believe they. I don't believe they supposed to be in charge.
But most women are in charge of the household.
I believe in, huh?
I said most women are in charge of the household.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I believe a man can cook in the household and a woman can cook in the household. I believe a man can wash clothes in the household and a woman can wash clothes in the household. But when it comes to being the head, I don't believe the woman got no charge in it.
Why is that? May I ask?
I'm a Christian. That's the Bible. My belief from the Bible, from how I raised, and what I read and what I.
I don't even know how to respond because oof. Um,
I just want to say, no, you go ahead, bro.
we do
Respond, bro.
know that women are the majority of the repairers, fixers. They're the ones that make things work. They're the ones that know. Women are like a lot smarter than men
That's what
because
you said.
women no women actually are smarter than men by
That what
far.
that what you said. No, I don't agree with that.
If I could prove it to you with stats, would you change your view?
Oh no, well if
I
you
don't,
can
I
prove
don't, I don't, I don't think he go budge on that one. I'm, you know,
if
you know,
you got
I see
to
where
prove it.
I see where he would feel that way because most of our lives has been like that, bro. Like we just see it differently in the South than anywhere else. But
Yeah,
to add on to add on to what he's trying to say is basically in our lifetime, you know, we have heard it been beat up in the head, and especially in our community. Ain't no woman supposed to be head of your household. That's what's been beaten into the black man's mind. So you got to see it from our point of view, kind of chunky. Like it's
yeah,
like when you've been told this since you was a child up. It's kind of hard from you to change the narrative. It's just like
You
the
know.
KKK members.
Yep.
They've been
And
they hate blacks. Don't have a real reason, but they hate blacks. You know, if they meet a good black person, they don't want to change. There's plenty of videos out there with the KKK members. So I'm not comparing Bama Boy to KKK member. That's not what I'm doing, Bama
I
Boy.
know,
Well,
I know that.
I'm just trying to explain so Chunky will kind of understand where you're coming from because I get where you're coming from.
Okay. I just want to know one thing.
Go ahead.
Tell me one place in the Bible where God used a woman. Where He used a woman.
Which Bible are you talking about, though, sir? Because there's thousands of them.
Well,
The one Bible that holds stand true in the South, Chunky. The
No, no,
Holy
no.
Grail. The Holy
The,
Bible.
let's see. I see, and it's so hard because the Bible's been rewritten so many damn times.
See, I know about Ruth, and but tell me one person, one woman in the Bible that God talked to and said, "I want you to do this. I want you to lead my people back into salvation. I want you one person, one Moses. You got Moses. Moses was not a woman; he's a man. Everybody that he talked to was a man.
Um, damn.
From what I read now.
But I, I get it. I'm from the South too, bro. That's how we was instilled, and but I can tell you this, Bama. I got some strong ass black women in my family. You can't tell them they can't leave shit. They on your head. But I get where you coming from because that was my thought pattern for a little hot second too, gang.
All
I
right,
get where
well,
you coming from.
so
Me personally, I do get where you coming from.
I don't see anything that says that women should be a leader or anything like that. But at the same time, this is my feelings on it. I am a Christian. I do follow God. I believe in God and all that other stuff. I actually was talking to Mr. LSU about this earlier as well. I believe the Bible is a bunch of books. It's a bunch of stories. It's a guide, but it's not everything. The Bible that we know today is whitewashed. It's been rewritten so many times that a lot of these stories are directed to make you feel a certain way.
Well, I'm gonna add to that. Let me speak on Southern. Let me get on the Southern tip with you, Bama boy. Also in the Bible it says slaves must be obey their masters. Nigga, I ain't no slave. And I ain't no being spit. That's in the Bible, cuz.
yeah.
So everything that Bible say, I can't go along. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't nobody's. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. If you was raised in a black church, you know what the hell I'm talking about. Slaves must obey their master part of the Bible. And I ain't, no, I ain't going along, getting along with that because my motherfucking ass would have been out there. Yeah,
What you talking about? We're gonna be sold back. We're gonna be sold to our. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
And
right, right. So,
yeah,
so,
and we're gonna.
so
Yeah.
that's kind of Chunky's point is if we go along and get along with everything the book says, then we kind of fucked because we should be still in slavery
Oh yeah.
and obeying
No.
our masters, which is not happening.
No, it ain't.
So, in the Bible, is also say obey your mom and dad, but if your mom and dad fucking you in your ass as a kid, we shouldn't respect that.
No, you shouldn't.
So again,
Yeah, they gonna tell you like.
it's just like it's just
Gonna
like the
tell
damn. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
all I'm saying, they don't tell you like that though.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, right, right. I get your point. I personally like a man from, yeah, from the deep south. Yeah, who? But Bama boy, have you been to you been to one of these black churches and you see these strong black women? And some nowadays they got ministers up in that
Listen,
motherfucker.
before he goes on, I have to say this though about the black church. Okay, I've been to a black church. I think it's phenomenal, but damn it, it lasts forever.
Tread lightly, motherfucker.
It do,
Hell
it
yeah.
do, it lasts, it
Man,
do.
It
you can
lasts until it's eating time. Think about it.
you can say amen one time. When you say it 19 times and you just keep the thing going, it's like, man, I got places to go. Like,
You gotta
shit.
pass you gotta pass
Hey,
that collection plate.
Yeah.
But it is a damn experience, man. I love it. I love it.
But see, the thing is, this what I just got a problem with, like, for as when they say, now I just like I say, people they take what they want out the Bible for their own interpretation, and I say that it's what I always had a problem with, even since I was like probably maybe 9, 10 years old, maybe 11, able to have common sense to think. So when they say pay your tithes
And
and
your
all of this type
offering.
of stuff, your offering and all that. But see, but you got these churches with ATMs in them. You got,
Joel
I have
Osteen.
Yep.
I got a family member. My cousin. I have a younger cousin whose granddad. He's a pastor. And we went to. I got baptized at the church and everything. So this church, when I would start going to this church, it had to be about maybe 12 or 13. So fast forward throughout that time, I don't go too much anymore like I used to, but to go back and see what the church is now, the church was very small. Like, you know how it is in the South Top Beach with them churches. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like them little small.
Yeah.
Like it was one of those like a mom and pop type store, like something like
Yeah.
that type. Man,
Yeah.
bro, I'm being honest. I'm just being,
In the
like them
convention
old
center.
days. Yeah,
Yeah.
like them old days. Ain't no AC. They got the fan. You fanning
Yeah, the
yourself
big
with them
ass
fans.
fans, yeah.
Yeah. So long story short, bro, for real though. Long story short though. So I'm going to this church and God forbid you ask, you question grandma or granddad about church, you're gonna get in the South you're gonna get slapped. So,
I don't know how many
you know,
times I got
so
hit in the mouth.
I used to, every time we would go, grandma, come on, boy, get up, we finna go to church, whoop the woo, and this and this. I didn't have a choice. I had to follow what grandma said, granddad said. I had to get my pine up. So we going there. Here, sit up straight. Here, put $2, $3 in your hand, to put in the church and stuff like that. And I used to, it dawned on me. I was like, I just finally asked the question. I was like, what's up with this? Why we gotta give money? Boy, be quiet. But don't you, boy, hush your mouth.
Yep.
So I couldn't have that freedom of speech of wanting to know the question to the answer that I wanted to know. So I go back to this church now that I'm a grown ass person. This church is huge. I'm talking about the original church couldn't fit no more than probably about maybe at the most, maybe 50 people, maybe 50 to 60 people. Now his new church got a balcony. Has a
Shit.
balcony.
And he
Got
Has
probably
a
live.
TVs,
balcony. He can fit
cameras
up to like
everywhere.
over 500 people in there
Yeah, and he's
right
probably
now.
living in a mansion and driving a Porsche too.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you how he driving now. He driving real good. He drive nothing but Lexus, not, like brand new Lexus. Like
Yeah.
he get the most latest one. He get the 2024 model. He don't get them. He gets
Yeah. The
the
good
Because
models
one.
that comes up.
God needs that Lexus.
With
But
that
see,
warm seat on it. God needs
but
that warm
see,
seat warmer.
but my point to bring all this up is for as the offerings. You don't store money in a church. You store what you can give back to the community from the impoverished. You store clothes. You store formula, medicine. And that's what you
Yeah,
store in the storehouse. That's in the Bible. That's in the
yeah.
Bible. That's what you put in the storehouse. It's not money. You don't store money up in it. I'm just thinking out loud, y'all. I'm not attacking nobody. I'm just
Oh, you're
just
fine.
just
Yeah, no,
speaking.
no, no.
You know what I'm
This
saying?
is not a shot at nobody.
You know what I'm
This is
saying? I'm
basically
not doing
just
that.
being informed.
Man,
Yeah,
I know
that's it.
exactly
I'm just
what
speaking.
you're saying. Like canned goods, diapers.
Yeah, that's what you store up in the church house. You don't store up money
Yeah,
in there. No.
yeah.
And when I say my cousin, granddad, this man, yeah, he's draped out. I'm talking about he draped out. Every time he come to church, man, it's another pastor preaching on the pulpit. He just sit back in the back in his little throne chair. I'm talking about look like something off the King Arthur movie or something, man. Like, and I always had a problem with that. Like, why is it so corrupt like that? I call it corrupt when they receiving money like that. because that's what paid for all that.
Hey,
And you
Bam.
sitting there, you trying to go home and pay a $200 light bill. You ask the pastor, you need some help. You know what he's gonna tell you? Let's pray about it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Bama boy, let me ask you a question.
Right.
You know the school you represent that's on your profile pic? If
Yeah.
I told you that school and the
Hey,
other school
you can't
didn't
tell me
like,
nothing. You can't tell me nothing about that school there.
well, I can tell you this.
I don't want to
Blackers
hear.
wasn't allowed to go to that school for a long time, brother.
They weren't allowed to go to the. They weren't allowed to go allowed in school for a long time.
Exactly. So if
Hey,
we can put if we can change the ways and you can celebrate that trash ass, bullshit ass, retarded ass, don't know what kind of fucking mascot ass school you like, you know, then
See, I know what the mascot is.
yeah. You don't know if you want to be a damn eagle or you want to be a damn tiger.
I
So
know what
stop.
see,
hey,
well,
bro.
it's the same thing all about. They don't know what they want to be an elephant. They don't know
Yeah.
what they don't know what they
So
want to roll
real
the tide.
quick,
Man,
I want to bring something up. This is like something that's going to affect us almost immediately.
Yeah, go ahead.
Um,
My bad.
so with this bombing that we did in Iran, I want to let you know. Did you guys like those cheap gas prices?
Say who?
Did you guys like the cheap gas prices that we've been having?
I
What
didn't
cheap
know.
gas prices? Gas prices
I,
right now at 388.
I
Okay,
didn't
For
know.
me?
but you know they said they were going to bring gas down, right? You know, gas is going to be the lowest. Okay, so I have experienced gas was 278 or 279 here yesterday. It's back up to 297 today. But I want to let you know that with the bombing that we just did in Iran, they're closing down the pipeline, the strait, which is going to cost. It's going to raise our gas prices to $5 to $7 a gallon.
I'm gonna put it like this. Let me add on to that because I'm out here every day, all day. I gotta get fuel. Let me add this. Yes, 2 days ago the fuel prices was 356 at a Love's truck stop.
Mm-hmm.
I go to bed. I literally go to bed, wake up to that motherfucker being 394.
Yeah, because of the bombing. Um, but yeah, our gas prices are going to go up $5 to $7 a gallon. So be prepared for that, and also inflation's going to go way up too.
But
So
see,
those
top piece ain't got to worry about that. He drive 18. He drive 18 full, man.
I ain't
I
gonna lie though.
plus I'm married, so
I think, I
I
think,
mean,
I
technically
think,
married.
I think,
basically,
I
what
think us as Americans, we gonna get through all that because you know that if you think about it, like we have it way better, like way better opposed to the Great Depression and how they got through what they got through in the Great Depression, and they still made it through. So I feel like I understand what you're saying, Chuck. I understand what you're saying, Bama and Top. But at the same time, but we can go back in history and see how we as Americans, not not nothing else, but just Americans and how we got through that. We
do you
got
know
through
how
that. So
I'm going to
no,
bring something up?
I
I want
don't.
to bring.
Let
I,
her
wa-
finish.
No,
Let her
I
finish.
really,
Let her finish.
sorry, go
I really,
ahead.
I
Go ahead,
really
LSU.
see what I'm saying, man. Top B drive truck, man. That shit run through our cars, vehicles, and shit fast. Them diesel
So
engines, it don't run through that. It don't run through them diesel engines like that.
so I want to talk. You said how we made it out of the Great Depression and the recession and all that stuff. Do you know how we made it out of that?
Okay, go ahead.
elaborate on me. Elaborate on me.
We made it out of that because they started taxing the rich 40% higher. So the rich ended up getting us out because they were starting to be taxed more. You can't tax middle class more because we don't have the money to spend to give to get us out of a recession. So when they raised the taxes on the rich and made them pay, I think it was up to like 80% or something like that. It got us out of that recession because it put more money into our pockets as middle American. And when we have more money, the economy grows because we're the ones out there buying shoes and shirts and cars and stuff like that. We're the ones actually spending the money, where the rich people, they don't have to, they've already got everything they need. They don't need, they're just making more money, more money, more money. They don't care. So when we start taxing the rich more, we start seeing the benefits of it, which got us out of that recession.
Fair enough.
Go ahead. Who is that talking? Mr. LSU or Bama boy?
Oh no, y'all go ahead. I had my turn. Y'all go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Bama boy.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to the. I don't think women are prepared to fight like men are. They ain't built like we was born and bred to be warriors. I don't think women are born and bred to be that. I don't think they need to be in a situation where they got to make that call. I might be wrong, but I don't think they should be. Now I might be wrong, but I don't think they should be, bro.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna just point out like this because I see a little fear of saying something. Everybody here, opinions matter. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm saying
Whether if matter if people feel that they wrong or not. So, I just want to put that out there. This is a space where the debates are happening. This is what makes this was gonna make us better. The debate, you know.
and I understand exactly what you're saying. That's why I be trying not to say the wrong thing because cause what I believe in
That's for you, Chunky.
is different, man.
That's for
I
you,
get
Chunky.
what's that? The same
That message.
with the message? Yeah, I saw it. Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna prices are gonna explode. Um, I will say everyone's entitled to the way they feel. I can't change your experience. The only thing I can do is help you see facts and with sources and all that other stuff. But it's up to you on how you want to take those resources. I can't force you to believe one thing if you don't want to.
Right.
I will say,
Who you
like
now?
me,
Who you who you? I
growing
want
up. Oh, go ahead.
who you talking to? Who you talking to directly?
Who am I talking to directly?
Yes, sir.
To everybody. I'm not here to change. I'm not here to make anybody believe anything they don't want to believe. I'm just here to provide
Okay,
sources and facts the best way that I know how.
okay.
Yeah,
So
it's no shot.
it's
Like
no
it's no
shot at
shot, Bama
you.
boy.
It's no shot at you. It's
No,
no
you
shot at
definitely
anybody.
good.
It's just
You
saying
definitely
that
good. Like I understand.
I
Ain't no problem. If he called my name and said, "Well, this and that," I ain't got no problem with it. I don't care because I still gonna believe what I want to believe. You
Right,
know.
right,
and that's what I'm
right,
saying.
right.
It's not up to me to it's not up to me to change your mind. You're going to believe what you want to believe.
I'm not.
Just
I'm
like
not the
Grant
type of person
Krim.
to get mad and want to get. I'm not the type of person to get mad and go off the handle and want to fight you. Man.
And
I'm not.
that's a fact about Bama boy. I can tell you that straight up. He like I said, he respectful when he come in and say his piece. He's
No,
always
it's been a
been
great
respectful.
conversation with Bama.
You know.
I haven't had one issue with Bama whatsoever. All I'm saying is I'm just here to provide facts and sources the best way that I can because I'm all about facts and sources and knowledge and statistics and all that stuff. I will say the way that you feel about women being leaders, that's your right. You have every right to feel that way. I won't take that right away from you. I will say though, it is a very hard thing to deconstruct. And what I mean by that is me as a white guy, I've had to learn and deconstruct a lot of racism tendencies that I had growing up that I didn't see. So it was very uncomfortable and it was always, oh, it's not me. I'm not that person, this, that, the other thing. But I had to I'm in the process of deconstructing and helping other people deconstruct their racism. Okay, that's what I'm fighting for. That's just me personally. Now, I would say, is there ever a chance that you could sit back and look at it differently and be like, you know what? Maybe I need to look at this a little bit differently. Maybe women could be in charge. I just need to look at it differently. Could there ever come a time where you would do that, or
No,
is it just nope,
no.
never?
I'm just gonna tell you. I'm telling you. No, for real. No. See,
So no type of deconstructing or anything. It's just
no. The woman I'm married to, she agree with the same thing that.
well, then I won't even try to bring up anything that could help in any way. That's what I was, because I was going to say I could bring up multiple sources and all that stuff, but if those things aren't going to help, then I won't even waste my time on that.
No, I can't agree with, because we agree with, and I agree with Mr. LSU. You know what I'm saying? I agree with him about what he said, but it's still it's see all, and I agree with Top B. It's a southern. It's just a southern thing. We believe in. We should take care of our women. We should provide for our women, even though they even though they got a career and everything, we still should take care of our women. Money is not the thing.
Well,
If I get a,
I'm just going.
if I get a house and I get a house and me and my wife together, okay, I take care of all this. Even though she got a career, I still supposed to take care of all this. But what she do with her money, I'm not saying she just go mess it up. She bring it back home and she put it into the pot. But we take care of. I take care of the house. That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
I can agree with, it is our job to protect our spouses and protect women. As men, we should be the ones that are the protectors and all that other stuff. But I will say, just like anything else in history, times change.
Now,
Anything that anything that
I'm gonna add on to this. Let me. I see what both sides saying, and I understand what both sides saying. And I do agree with some of the things that both sides says. Me, I'm more like Bama boy when it comes down to everything, but the one thing I can't go all the way with Bama boy is saying that a woman cannot lead, because I know some strong women out here that that fight for the grits and gravy. But I will say this, man, my boy, I want you to hear me when I say this.
go
When
ahead.
it comes down to my household, I can't speak to nobody else's household. I I need to be in some type of compassion, some type of capable way of in control of things. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I don't know if my wife kind of noticed it, but she kind of run everything by me. But when I say something, she kind of question, you know what I mean, some of the things. But as a man, it's like it feels good to have some type of, hey, I'm if I feel us, it's on me. It's not on her.
But see, Top Beach, I wasn't talking about that though, bro.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I
I,
know you're talking about the country and stuff. But I
no,
have seen.
it ain't just the country. I'm talking about a woman. I just don't believe a woman can lead a man
I know where
in
you at. You talking about morals. You talking about dealing with morals and constructive, how it's naturally supposed to be,
yeah,
like morals nature. Like,
Okay,
I
yeah.
get what you're
okay,
going.
okay.
I ain't talking about.
I
I ain't
see.
talking about when it comes to. I ain't talking about when it comes nothing about no finances or this and that. Okay,
Okay.
my wife can't not lead me in the Bible.
Right.
That's
You can't be. You can't be. You feel that you can't be secondary to her.
yeah. She
You
can't
got to
lead
be
me in
the
the.
leader of the pack.
She can't come tell me what the Bible says.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what I. That's
Okay.
what I be. She can't come.
You
She can't tell me what
you
the Bible says.
you get what you trying to say, Chunky?
I do. I just look at it. I look at it differently, though.
Okay. Okay. Well, like I said, that's a good topic. That's a great topic. Um, we're 10 minutes away from being at the 7 damn hour mark. Wasn't expecting 7 hours of damn, you know. But this has been a good conversation. Do y'all want to do this again? Do y'all want to do this more often? Like, what y'all think
Yeah,
about this?
I'm with it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, I've got no issue doing it as
Uh,
long as there's decorum and And respect.
I promise that next time I'll be more engaged because like I had other things in the background that was going on that needed my attention at that moment. Like I think I just stopped the fucking war today. Whew, whew. And yeah, I done been putting out fires all this whole time.
Now you ain't talking about Krim and
Definitely not them two because yeah, like that was that no, that's no.
'cause I wish
Different.
I wish he would come back on and be more respectful, and I really do.
Well, the fact that I gave him chances, he said I didn't. I had Chunky say, "Hey man, you doing good with controlling the panel, but you letting him get away with a lot of shit." And that was like my thing is I'm trying to get everybody a chance to speak their mind, and I like I said I understand that, but he crossed the line when he really crossed the line when he called Miss Spider out her name, man. That I would not tolerate.
Yeah,
You can debate, you can have different opinions, you can have this, but if one side not listening to the other and the other side decided not to listen to the other, that's what this right here was a good dialogue because see everybody on the panel might have different political outlooks of things, but we all listen to each other. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah. And I talk, I hit him with my like, man, hey, you wrong for that, bro. You know, we were both.
yeah,
I don't talk to no woman like that, bro.
right. We have talked about everything that we could. You know what I'm saying? Like, my biggest question to the community is two questions. Was cartoon 5-3 was right about Mexicans not liking the blacks? And did Donald Trump start a war? That was the title
I
of the
didn't,
show.
I didn't even hear that, man.
No, Donald Trump definitely started a war.
Um,
I didn't hear that.
um, I would say this, and this is what me and Chunky go argue about. I agree with Cartoon 5-3 because how I've been treated by the Spanish community. Chunky is gonna get on my behind because he was like, "Hey, that's not all Spanish, but lately, us like, yeah, yeah, me dealing with the
No,
Spanish."
what I say to that top is I can't respond to that because I'm not in either one of those communities.
Okay.
So I can't say one. I can't speak for either one because I'm not a part of those communities. So I don't have that answer. What I will say is you can't group everyone into one. You can't put everybody into one group.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing. I get what you're saying, and I'm not, but I'm just
So what?
saying what's been going on lately. Go ahead.
So what you mean about what you saying? Cause I heard what Top Cartoon said on his podcast. What you disagreeing with Cartoon Top, or you agreeing
No,
with?
hell no, hell no. I'm 100% with him.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
don't
heard
know
what
who
And
that
that's
is.
what that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. Me and Chunky, we how to let me repeat. Me and Miss Chunky gonna disagree on this one because Miss Chunky would say she debate me on that. She would debate me on that.
is it a
She have
part where
before.
he said, is it a part where he said the Mexicans don't like black folks? Which part it was?
Who?
Cartoon.
Oh, I don't have a problem with it. I think I agree with everything he said.
And I agree with
Everything
he said.
he
Yeah, I agree with them Mexicans. I
like.
agree with Cartoon when he said the Mexicans don't rock with us like that, and they want to stand up for them now, but they didn't want they didn't kill nothing about us then, but they want to stand up for them now. I agree with that.
But like I said,
Pretty
we
much,
will touch on that. We will touch on that. We will touch on that, Bama boy. We going to touch on that because we really didn't touch on it tonight. We did talk about borders, but we didn't talk about how a lot of us black folks feel that they don't have our back, and we just we will talk about that. We go.
they want. they want to have theirs. I got you. Yeah.
We definitely gonna have a live, but I see that look in Chucky Spider's face. I knew he coming with some goddamn videos. Fuck,
No, it's not a
man.
video. It wasn't a video, but I will come with proof that the Hispanic community has risen for the black community more than you think they have.
But see, the only thing that see, I need to go ahead and do what you about to pull up. But I mean, I came across this clip, this YouTube clip, and
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that there's probably more out there. But one in particular that I believe Cartoon was speaking on because I came across it where this Mexican, he actually played it on his channel, where she came on there, he played the clip, and she was like, "You know why I can't stand?" And she said the whole N word with emphasis on it too, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was like, "You know why I don't like you, Harrison? Let me tell you why. So I'm coming to a stop up here, and the inner just ran this red like it was my fucking problem. That's why I don't like you." Oh man, yeah. So Cartoon he played that clip, and he got back to the audience. So I was like, "Yeah, we need to get Cartoon on the." And
I would
that
love
was
to
foul.
get
That was
Cartoon
foul.
on this panel with Chunky Spider. Oh my God. Do
But see,
y'all
at the
think
same
that would
time.
that
No, no, go ahead,
Well,
go ahead, go
but
ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
but
go ahead.
Top, you have to remember, like I said, I'm not a part of either one of those communities, so I've got no skin in that game. I can't talk about something that I don't experience.
I respect that. I respect that.
I
I
can't. I
respect that.
can't put myself in your shoes. I can't put myself in their shoes. So I don't
this,
know why the
this is me,
communities hate each other.
talking through you to Mrs. Spider, sir.
Uh,
I just want to clear.
This is me talking through you to Mrs. Spider.
I will tell you this much, and I've told Top this as well,
Yeah.
guys. One of my biggest pet peeves is when, and I can't say that you can't do it or whatever. I can't stand when people say blacks, because to me that is demeaning to the black community. You're diminishing them down to a Crayola and a crayon box. Black
Damn.
people are people, not they're not crayons. So when people say the blacks like that, whew, man, that just rubs me the wrong way because y'all are people.
Right.
You're not colors in a crayon box, or you're not in a box. You're not a crayon. It's just, you're people, and you need to be treated like people.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that because once upon a time, way back in those days that I wasn't a part of, yeah, my people wasn't looked at as human. We was looked at as people that didn't feel
Property.
pain or nothing. And yeah, property, more property, and we was looked at as people that didn't go through pain. And man, the horrific things was done to my ancestors, and man, the list goes on. But I guess I'll just save some of that for another content. But
No, go
yeah,
ahead. Go ahead. We got a little time. Go ahead, man.
I can
Shit.
tell you some of the stuff white people did.
See,
Fuck,
man,
man.
the
White people
LSU,
use.
the LSU,
Go ahead.
we'll pretty much see it like cattle, man.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
but
Literally, yeah. Like what
cattle, but
they humiliated us. They took the masculinity away from us. In those times where they made the like put a all right. For example, this that movie Django was based on similarities of what my ancestors lived and went through. They just left out the part where they were feeding our young to alligators as bait. They just left all that out. But
Yeah,
we
I
went
was
through,
going to bring that up too.
we went through some horrific stuff. I'm talking about very horrific. I'm talking about so that's why my skin is so red and I got other family members, with different looks and different, hair, so it plays a part all the way back then,
yeah.
so yeah, I just wanted to speak on it like that. That's it.
And Mr. Louisiana, I don't know how old you is, bro. I'm 47.
I'm
I don't know
40,
how.
bro.
Okay, from talking to my grandma and them, man, they treat cows and horses and stuff like that better than they treat us.
white people used to eat black people because they thought it would make them stronger and faster.
Yeah, I forgot to put that in there. Yeah, that happened too. Yeah.
Yes, we would
Yeah.
use kids as alligator bait. We would burn kids alive. We would use black skin to make
All that.
purses
Yeah.
and shoes, and we would use black people's teeth as our own.
Hold on, Chunky, before an idiot come up here and say we. We not gonna say we, Chunky, because yeah, you're not a part of that. So can you correct that, sir? Because you
No,
wasn't
you know
you
what?
wasn't out there eating people, black people.
No,
I know.
you're right on that. But what I'm saying is white people as in general, because I believe that it is our job as white people. We created the system that is the system. So it is our job to break the system that was created for white people by white people. It is our duty. So when I say we, it's because I still benefit from those times.
You can't do it by yourself, Chunky.
I know I can't, but I will definitely try.
Chunky been
Yeah.
doing this for a long time, fellas, and once y'all really get to know Chunky, y'all understand why I fuck with this guy hard. Because this man here stands for right. And he's always like this 24/7. He literally today then cancel out some of his old buddies. He literally blocked his old buddies
Yeah.
But you know
because they on the wrong side of history in his mind. They on the wrong side of history.
you know what I learned about that though, Top?
Go
Is
ahead.
I have the luxury of being able to do that. Black people don't have the luxury just to shut off racism.
Yeah, that's
Because they
true.
have to live in it every day. I don't have to, so I have the ability to shut it off.
Yeah.
You got a black son though.
I understand what you're saying.
I
You
do, but
got a
I
black
don't.
son, so
I do, but I don't tokenize.
I understand that. But you got a black son, and I'm gonna tell you this because I got a white son too. That came out my loins. I mean, I knew when I made this monster. I said, "Fuck, man, I got you pregnant." I, you know, it was one of them nights, bro. But anyways, I can't teach my son how to be white. You can't teach my son. I can't
I
teach
can't
my
teach
son how to
mine.
be white, and you can't teach your son how to be black. But however, we lean on each other because we don't. You know what I'm saying? You would know something about your people that I don't know, and you know something about my people. You ask about my people that you don't know.
Yeah,
Same thing with Big Bro Bees.
that's why I buy a
So
lot of books and I do a lot of reading. So I can't teach my son, how to be a strong black man, but I can at least educate him. But I will never be able to teach him because I've never had that experience.
and
Um,
see, this is
so
the type of thing that I wanted to be the forefront. Y'all look at Chuck. Well, some of the people look at Chucky. He was like, "Man, this is a white guy, man. This guy sound racist." Hold on, listen to what the man's saying. The man ain't racist at all, man. He's actually for us.
well, time out,
He's
time out. Though I am not racist to that point, but I'm inherently racist, and the reason I say
yeah,
this because,
man.
like I
Look at
said
this.
earlier, is
God damn it.
I
Fuck.
say that because I benefit from a system that was built by white people for white people, and until that system is broken, I will continue to be inherently racist.
Can you
Is that
explain inherited racism for the?
is that
Inherently means I'm benefiting off of a system that was built by white people for white people, right? So
is
I have the
that
luxuries of being white.
Sorry.
I got a
So come off
I
that house then.
I got a question for you now,
All
Chunky.
right, go ahead.
Is that racist or prejudice?
Is what?
Is it racist or prejudice?
It depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to white people, it's racist. It's racism. If you're talking to black people can't be racist. And I will fight I will fight every day on this. Black people can't be racist because the system wasn't set up for black people to be racist.
Okay,
You can't oppress the oppressor.
your definition, what's the difference between prejudice and
Prejudice
race?
is to prejudge. Prejudice is to prejudge somebody on something that you know nothing about. So black people can't even be prejudiced because they've got 400 plus years of history that shows that a group of people are a certain way. Now, black people can be bigots all day long. but
see,
they can't be racist or prejudiced.
I just asked you that. You don't have no idea about what no racism is. You got an
Racism?
idea about, yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah, I
got,
know. What,
you got,
racism?
you know about prejudice, but you just told me the definition of it.
No, racism is hating somebody based on the color of their skin, mainly against a minority group.
Yeah, and you just told me what prejudice was. And
Yeah,
you
because
said
you asked me what the difference was.
yeah, you grew up like that, but you ain't you okay.
No, he didn't grow up like that. He said he was inherited. His people was like that.
Inherently, no, I didn't inherit. I'm inherently, which means
Right.
I'm living off something that was set up. I didn't. It's not like it was passed down to me. It's not like I was born with it. Inherently means it's basically like it's there for you. So like this system that we have.
I know what inherit. Hey, I know what inheritance is. I understand what you're saying now. Cause at first I was like, sometimes we listen too close and we listen too hard and we hear things that
Right. I'm trying to find words out of his mouth still. I ain't gonna
we don't
lie.
we hear things we don't hear. As black, some of us black people do that, especially
Now,
from the south now.
yeah, I mean I see that. I look at things differently through a different lens, because I'm trying to fight the system, to break the system and rebuild it to where everybody is equal. Because, and this is the example I'm going to use. I'll use a couple examples, okay, and stick with me on this. So we have a system that was built by white people for white people, right? So which is the Constitution, right? The Constitution was written for white rich men. Because at the time it was written, black people were only considered 3/5 of a person, and not even a person. They weren't even considered a person at that time. It was just 3/5 of a person, right? So in order for black people to be included, we had to have all these amendments, right? You had the 14th Amendment. You had to have all these laws written to where black people could wear their hair. The Crown Act? So black people can wear their hair the way they want to be able to vote, because black people, they actually it's a law in there where every 25 years they have to agree on if black people can still vote. So you have all these amendments, right? But
That's
people are like,
true.
well, there's amendments for this, there's amendments for that. Okay, you might have all these amendments that allow other groups to do certain things, but you still have the core values in the Constitution that was there that still say black people are 3/5 of a person, right? So until you tear that tree out by the roots, you can never rebuild it. So it is our job to tear that tree down by the roots and sow a new seed. Because you can add all the amendments you want. Add every amendment you want to add, but you still got the core 10 that the country was built upon. And until those are destroyed, things will never change. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then
I agree.
And then I like to use the Monopoly board as an example. So you have the Monopoly board, right? So white people were on this board, right? Well, for the first 250 years, white people were the only ones that were able to get on the board, right? So we're buying up all this property, we're making all this money, we're doing this, that, the other thing, right? Well, after 250 years, black people are now able to come to the board, right? But there's no property to be bought. It's already all bought up. All they can do is feed the white man more money. So you're living in a system that's still benefiting white people. You're not able to buy anything. I mean, you might be able to, but it's not like, what you would want to buy. But so that goes on for the next 100 years, right? So not only have I gone around that board 250 times, I've also gone around that board another 100 times with you. So I've gone around it 350 times. You've gone around it 100 times, right? And then you got Jim Crow era, which is 75 years of Jim Crow and this, that, the other thing, which now you're able to buy property that you want. So, but I've already got almost 400 years of wealth behind me. How are you able to catch up?
Okay.
That's where reparations come into play. Black people deserve reparations. In fact, black people are the only group of people that have never seen any type of reparations.
Stop right there. Stop right there, Chucky. Stop right there. Because guess what? Cartoon 5-3 just put out a video a couple of days ago. It had a Mexican on there saying that blacks don't deserve shit before they do. Do you agree with that or no?
No, Hispanic people have already received reparations and stuff. I mean, what did they deserve reparations for?
They basically saying that they had hard enough time with us. Then
their feelings were hurt.
Yeah. That's
their
the whole
feelings were
fight
hurt.
between the black and Hispanics
Get
right
over
now.
that, because white people got reparations for black people when they were freed. So because they deemed black people as property, so since white people lost property, they got reparations for it. So we got paid for it. Black people got nothing. They were promised it, but never received anything.
Yeah.
So Alabama boy, how you feel about that guy? Everything he just said, how do you feel about that?
I agree with it.
LSU?
We never got out. We never got out.
I agree. We never got a.
We never got our lane.
The Koreans got it. The survivors of the
Asians got
Holocaust.
it.
Yeah.
The Holocaust, yep. Jews got it. Italians even got it. Italians got reparations because they felt like they were slaves when in fact they were never slaves. They were indentured servants. The difference between the two is an indentured servant has like a contract. You know when you're going to be done. As soon as you make the payment, you're free. And it didn't go down generations. So if they had a kid, it didn't get passed down to them. Whereas black people, they were, being slaves. They never had an end date, and their kids got put into slavery, and then their kids got put into slavery. So, but even they got reparations.
And what part do you mean do I agree with? Because I agree with the part that the reparation. Yeah.
But see, I'm gonna speak for
The
me.
Mexicans. We was talking about the Mexicans, Bama boy. How they saying that they don't feel that we should be getting anything before they do.
I don't feel like the Mexican helped build America. I don't feel like they helped. I feel like they in the first part of the year. I don't think they had no dealing with helping building.
Well, once again, let's not get anything twisted here. And I'm not saying you're twisting anything, Bama. I'm not saying that. I'm just gonna put something out there. There's a difference once again between being an indentured servant and a slave. When the Chinese were over here building the railroads, they got paid for it. They were an indentured servant. When Hispanics people came over here and they were doing their thing, they were getting paid for it, or they had an end date. It was a contract and all that other stuff. Black people were the only ones that did not have a contract or an end date. Okay. So when it comes to reparations, and reparations doesn't have to come in cash. It doesn't have to be in cash. It could be anything. Just the way what my outlook on what I would do to start the healing process.
It can come in free education.
Do what?
It can come in free education. Free college.
It could, anything. This is the way I would start off. If I was in charge and I had the ability to try to at least start the healing, I would start it. Everybody, the biggest thing is generational wealth, which black people don't have a whole lot of because of the monopoly situation I was explaining. So what I would do is any black person that's buying a house, it's paid off. Their house is given to them because that's a great way to start your generational wealth. It's a great way to start. If I was to give you a $400,000 house paid off, nothing, that's a great way to start. And is it gonna heal? Is it going to stop everything? No, but it's a start.
Hold on. Let me say something. Krim, hold on, baby boy. Hold on. Krim,
okay,
I've been nothing but respectful to you. We having a serious topic, and you coming up in here starting stuff.
I'm not even looking at the chat. I don't even have the comments on.
We really having a serious conversation, and you just coming in here and you trying to come at Chunky, and all that's supposed to be squashed. So it's either chill out or just Nah,
That's
that
something.
was nah, bro. I saw what you said, bro.
Oh, but
Like, come
at
on, bro.
top, I'm not looking at the comments. Like I said, I have them off, but I
Go,
will
go,
say I haven't
go.
Googled none of this, by the way. None of this is Googled.
Right. Shut up, Chucky. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, baby boy. My bad. My bad.
Well, see, that's something else. That's something else, Top. I don't know what that is. I mean, I gotta talk to I gotta talk to Prim. That's something else. But Chucky, you
Yeah,
know what
like you
I'm saying?
see what I'm saying, baby boy, right?
Yeah, that's it's something else. I don't know what it is. It's something else.
Okay. Well, as long as y'all see it, hey, you know.
I didn't see it. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're
Go
talking about
ahead.
the,
Go ahead. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
but no, I was gonna say if you're talking about the comments, I don't see them, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
I'm not
no,
paying
no,
any
no, no, no,
attention.
no, no. Don't worry about it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's something else about you. That's what it is.
Oh, that's
About
fine.
me?
I mean,
Oh,
No,
about yeah.
it's something else about it's something else about him, man. I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I
Yeah.
don't know what it is, but it's something. It's something different, man. Prim don't know. He don't normally act like this. He don't. He normally real respectful. I don't know what it is. But go ahead, bro.
no, that's it. I just like I said, I don't think it's going to solve everything, but I think it would be a start, and I think it would be a huge start because it's not about money and all that other stuff. Although, yeah, hell, who wouldn't want it? And I think you deserve it. I think black people deserve it all. That's not me just saying that. I do, but I think the best thing to do is start generational wealth, and the best thing, the quickest way to do that is housing. Housing never to go. I mean, some housing goes down in value, but for the most part, housing always goes up in value. So it's just a great way to start some generational wealth, and I think that's ultimately, I think that would be a huge start.
Yeah.
So, so what do y'all think about that? What Chunky just said?
To be honest with you,
Yes, sir.
no disrespect to you, Chunky. I don't think nobody else should be able to tell us what what we should get and what we need to get. I don't.
I agree. You're not disrespecting me in that. Like I said, no amount of money is going to be able to do it. Nothing's going to do it. I don't think anything's really going to ever fix the situation because, I mean, that's a lot of healing. That is a lot. I mean, you're
Yeah.
talking 500 years of healing that you don't just get over that because somebody gave you some money or bought you a house. What I'm saying, though, is it would be a start.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I just really don't think nobody else should have no the outside of my race should say anything about.
So what you think should happen, Bama boy? What's your opinion about it? What you think should happen? Because
Without
The Mexicans got so much to say about us, gang. The Mexicans got so much to say about us. They basically saying we don't deserve spit before them, and now you got the white people that's basically like, hey, fuck what you talking about. So I get what you saying, Bama boy. Yeah, we should feel that way. But what you think we should get out of this, gang?
I don't think I don't think it's nothing I should. I don't think it's nothing about me. I think it's a collective. I think we all should get together and you know.
Say it again. You're breaking up.
I think
I think I
Solo's
think
got
we
an echo.
I think we all should get together and get something that we all agree on.
Okay.
That is fair for us.
Right.
No, just not no one person opinion. You know.
All right. So me and you go talk as black men. Chunky, stay out of this one right quick.
I'll go on mute.
Let's talk about black men. We already can't agree with certain stuff when it comes to us.
But LSU
Huh?
got the LSU.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like you talking about my damn Tigers, and you not understand that it's the best damn bingo
Oh,
in the goddamn country.
I ain't his name, Mr. LSU.
Yeah, you got it
But
right.
Yeah, Mr. LSU. All of see, it gonna take me. It gonna take probably you and him just to talk about this, and you sit chunky on the side. But go ahead.
Say it again.
I said it's gonna take more than me and you and Mr. LSU, and then you sit chunky on the side
Right,
and
right,
just
right.
say,
I understand that. I understand that.
okay,
I'm just
that's
trying to
all
see
I'm
what's
saying.
your point of view. That's all I'm asking. You get what I'm saying? I'm just asking for your point of view. What do you think? And you basically told me, but my rebuttal to you is we having a hard time in our community to come together and agreeing on just the simple shit. You know what I mean?
Bro, it was so different when I was coming up. It's a lot
Right,
of stuff.
right. We,
It
we,
was
we
so
was
different.
together. We was more together back then than we are now. We shooting and killing each other. Real talk. Have
When
you
I was
seen
coming,
Memphis?
I seen black people owning stove, grocery stores. Had their own. When I was coming up, I'm 47, bro. I seen people
Yeah.
had their own stove. They had their
Mm-hmm.
own cleaning. They what you call them stove? They fresh and clean stuff. They
Lawn companies and shit. Yeah, I
yeah,
remember.
I seen all that when I was coming
We
up.
had a construction company and all that. You know.
Yes, I remember, dude, guys used to ride around selling clothes at the trunk of their car.
Mm.
Business, they had their own business, ride around selling clothes at the trunk, and then had their own store. Cleaning
Mm-hmm.
service is what I was trying to say. Cleaning service. They were
Mm.
pressing and iron your clothes, man.
Right. I
See,
agree.
I wasn't born in '96.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I'm just saying. I understand what you're coming from, bro. Like I get what you're saying. Listen. Everything you're saying is absolutely right. At one point, we was more together. We was, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything was copacetic. We had everything booming for us.
Yeah, it's just like we damn near
But
had
the
our own
crack
community.
epidemic didn't help us either.
Black.
Think about it. Crack did not help us either because
Oh, definitely not.
when that shit came out, guess what happened?
Well, see, I know
It's
about
just
Black
it,
Wall Street, but see, I didn't live in Black Wall Street. I live right here in Alabama, and I seen that shit going on right here.
right.
Yeah,
So I'm just saying, like it didn't, like it
and
the black men and the black women, the like the it's just like we separated, like we forgot who the fuck we was. That's
I just,
you know what I'm saying?
I just seen it got so bad, bro. I just seen people go by mobile homes, man, fires and shit, and they'll cook
Yeah.
out their kitchen. They'll cook out their kitchen. Then they got 3 bedrooms. They got one room they might shoot crap in. They got one
Mm-hmm.
room they might sell. They might sell alcohol out of. They might got one room they playing spades or
Mm-hmm.
I come from that. I see that now. I see that now, but I didn't come from there. Back then, they had their own cafe.
Right.
That's what they called it, the cafe. Big
Exactly.
ass building, had pool tables and everything.
Exactly.
So I
What what
I
I'm
don't
saying
know what
is what I'm saying is, baby boy, is don't. I get what you're saying. Like, hey, ain't no other race supposed to be telling us what we should have. You know what I'm saying? And that is true. Okay, we need to be in more control of it. But here's the problem. In our community lately, it's been about who can be on top of who first. You feel me?
yeah. Well,
And
you asked me. You asked me, Top. I'm just speaking my mind.
oh, no, no,
I
no,
don't.
no. Yeah, I want you to. I want you to. Hey, I agree with you.
Your chunky. He got his opinion and all that. I don't care. I don't care nothing about that. Oh, I
I got you.
I I accept it, but we got to fix us first.
We got to talk about it. You get what I'm saying?
We
We
got to
as
fix.
black men, the men gotta, the black community gotta come together. I get exactly what you're saying, G. You right.
Yeah.
You right.
Hey, talk. Can I say something real quick? Just real quick, bro.
Hey,
Just real quick, bro.
hey.
It's nothing disrespectful. Promise you.
Go ahead,
Is that
bro.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I wish more people was like Bama Boy because Bama Boy is the most. He's one of the easiest people to talk to and can be reasonable about
Definitely,
anything and everything. Like
for
he's
sure.
just a, you know what I'm saying? I just got
He's
to give
good
Bama Boy
people.
his props, man, because Bama Boy he's top notch, bro. He's 100 in my book, man. He's
He's
like
great people. I love
he's
Bama
very
Boy.
good people, bro. I love Bama Boy. He's good people. I just want to say that real quick. That's all.
It's nothing but love for Bama Boy. I don't give a damn. Like, hey, Bama Boy,
I appreciate that.
hey, I understand, bro. Hey, I rock with you, dog. Shit, your
Man,
opinion matter to me.
I'm just being honest with you, man. I'm from the South, man.
Exactly.
And we can't do nothing about nothing
Okay.
from the South if we don't stick together. So you guys, when they say you gotta start at home, you gotta start at home for real.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't do nothing in New York and Alabama fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. And Alabama been fucked up for a long time. So it's
Yeah,
Louisiana. So it's Mississippi.
yeah,
So it's Georgia.
yeah,
Florida too. The
yeah.
Virginias.
Let them folks talk about their business. We talk about our business, and then we come together and we talk about that. We talk about that business together. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But all this, we can. I can't say the word, bro.
Uh, hey, Crim. Is that your page? Is this your page, Crim? Crim.
This is my main page that I'm on the panel
No,
with
no.
because you blocked my other one.
Listen. Right here. Is this your page right here? That's on the screen.
All I see, I don't see anything.
I
What you
see
talking about?
with the green bandana
I mean
right around his waist.
that's me.
No,
That's me
no,
with
no,
the green mask on.
no.
Yeah.
The comment. Look at the comment.
Oh, the comment. Oh, with the LOL.
Yeah, the LOL. Is that you?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Okay. Because somebody
That-
says that's not you.
no,
Somebody
that
said
was
that's
me. That was
Zio.
me.
You see
I,
the
I was
comment
laughing
right
at
there?
something somebody has said or something. That's why I posted it. My bad.
Okay. Okay. Just
Yeah,
making
yeah,
sure.
yeah. That was me, bro.
Um, I'm gonna say this. LSU, you got a comment on this, Mr. LSU?
Oh, whoa, my bad, bro. I had something. What's up? What? Say it
You
again.
got a comment on this subject?
Nah, y'all go ahead, y'all. I'm just sitting back, just taking it in.
Hey, Lamark Moore,
Hello?
Mark,
Yo.
you got any comments to what Chunky had to say and what Bama Boy just said?
Honestly, bro, I just tuned in, so I don't even know. I can't elaborate on something. I don't even know what was said.
Okay, so Chunky basically, you know how Cartoon said that the Mexicans, he put out a video where the Mexicans say that blacks shouldn't get reparations before us, before the Mexicans. And Chucky was
Yeah.
like, well, shit, they already got theirs. We should start off by giving the blacks a land and their own house from the start. Bama Boy said, hey, we don't need another race telling us what we need to get. And so we got two outfits right there. So what's your opinion about the situation? It's been a black
Honestly,
man.
bro, I'll agree with what Bama Boy said. We don't need
Okay.
another race, interfering with what we already have or had going on. But other than that, I'm just gonna leave it at that, bro, because you everything I say is a problem or I'm missing. So I'm just gonna agree with Bama Boy and leave it at that.
No, no, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's not gonna be a problem.
No,
You
ain't no
know,
problem. Ain't no problem, bro. We just speaking our mind over here.
yeah, y'all have every right to speak
I
your
feel you.
mind.
I feel you. But
I put you on that part about blacks don't need no. Yeah, I mean, we don't need no assistance or no nothing, bro. I mean, we got enough issues and problems going on within our own race. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of, I'm gonna start sitting back and doing more listening and talking, bro. Cause
I'm
you
gonna
know
tell
what I'm
you what
saying?
I really
I
feel.
think that's be what's best for me.
I'm telling you what I really feel like the top B. Folks
Okay.
coming in
What's that?
telling us, okay, well, y'all should get this and y'all should get this. I ain't asking us nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't asking us nothing. They just saying what we should get.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't ask nobody, I ain't ask no black people what we should get. They just telling us what we should get. And I don't agree with it.
Um.
May I jump in real
And that
quick? Because
that ain't nothing against Chunky, but I've been hearing it Vlad TV, all these different man talking.
I'm listening.
You see what I'm saying? That ain't nothing against Chunky, you know. But don't tell us what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell us what we should get. If the
Right.
conversation come up, let us talk about this and when the other folk got there, did we intervene?
Yeah, you got. I mean, you got a
Hey, that's a
point.
good point, Bama, boy. That's a good point you just made.
That's a good point.
That's a damn good point.
So Chunky, what are you thinking? What are you thinking over there? 'Cause I know you.
First and foremost, I'm hoping that a lot of that's not directed towards me personally, because I never once said that you should get this or you should have that. What I said is if I was in the position to start anything, this is how I would at least try to start stuff. This isn't saying that this is what you want or this is what you need, because I can't decide that. What I'm saying is if I was in a position to do so, at least I would try to start something, because it's earned, it's deserved, it's needed. Not one time did I ever say that this is what you're going to get. No, I'm not saying that. Not once did I ever say that. So I hope that's not being directed at me, because if it is, that's not what I said at all. What I said is that I would at least try to start the healing. And this would be one way that I can think of to at least start the healing. Now, as far as the black community having to fix what's inside the black community, yeah, absolutely. I can't do that. But I will add, the black community has done so much already. When they had Black Wall Street, they had Oscarville, that's got when they were booming and doing their own thing. And then white people came in and decided to flood the town and flood all those houses and all that stuff, and made the black community freaking have to move out someplace else. You had Rosewood, you had all these places that white people come in. Every time black people start to succeed, white people come in and fuck it up.
Hey, Chucky, we actually agree on something, bro. I agree with everything that you just said, man. Everything you just said, I agree
Krim,
with.
one thing, Krim, I didn't Google none of this, by the way.
I know you
I'm just
didn't.
throwing that
I
out
can
there. I'm
tell.
just throwing that out there.
And guess what?
But
I can tell. I can tell it's from your heart, and I appreciate that.
so what I'm saying is, not one time am I sitting here saying that you deserve this or you deserve that. I don't know what you deserve. What I do know is that you deserve something. You deserve respect. You deserve equality. You deserve the same shit that I have, if not more. I didn't build this damn country. White people didn't build this damn country. We don't deserve half the shit we got.
You just said some real
What
shit.
I'm trying to do is just fight for something that is earned and deserved and needed.
I could definitely agree with you on everything you just said.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that, Checker. But listen, Checker, you don't think I was throwing something at you, man? I wasn't throwing it at you. I'm just talking about what I've been hearing over the years. Man,
Yeah.
we deserve something. We should talk about what we deserve. All 400 years, man.
I can respect that. All I
400.
was saying is you can talk about all you need to talk about. That's fine. I respect that. All I need you to know is what I said is I would like to at least try to start the healing, because there's 500 years of healing that needs to be done. And it's not going to be done by me handing you a house, but at least I'm trying to start something. I'm just trying to start something to start the healing, because it needs to be healed.
I understand that, Checker, but see,
You see what he's saying? Yeah.
What I'm
Go ahead.
saying is,
Sorry.
it don't start with you because you didn't do it, and you're not gonna be able to one to give. So you just in a conversation, just like we. You know what I'm saying?
I understand that, and I respect
I
that.
mean, of course,
I've got no
none of
hard
us did
feelings.
anything to have. None of us on this panel had anything to do with slavery, of course. But I mean, I don't think
Nobody
I have
on this.
any. I've never seen that I had ancestors that was involved in that, but
Oh, nobody on this
a
panel.
lot have.
Nobody
But
on
you
this
know,
panel.
it's a complicated subject, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Like I said,
Yeah, it is complicated.
I'm here to do whatever I can to help.
I just
I
want to
don't
let
know
him.
what I can all do, but I'm willing to damn well try.
Well, see, I just want to let you know I'm not shooting no shot at you. I'm just saying that nobody, just like Prim said, nobody on this panel got no say so about nothing. But all we can do is black men is come together and say this is what we need,
I
and
agree
then
with that.
you can stand behind us and chant.
First
Yeah,
and foremost,
I
I
would
see what
definitely
you're
be there.
saying there. First and foremost, for me personally, I will never stand behind you. I will stand in front of you because I'm the one that's going to take it. Black people have taken enough. It is our job to start this. White people have been lazy for far too long. We've never had to fight for shit in this country. It is our job. It is our turn to do the fighting. So no, I will stand beside you or in front of you, but I will not stand behind you because it's not your fight.
So how do y'all feel about when Chucky said it's not our fight no more because it's
Okay.
not too many white people that's saying this shit.
That's what I was about to say. Like I mean,
And they see what I'm gonna get right to right there. Ain't too many people like you, Chunky.
I mean, never mind. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut
No,
on
go
you.
Crib, say what's on your mind, guy.
No, go ahead,
No,
man. Go ahead. You're
no,
fine.
no, I don't want to, man. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut about it.
No, I'm telling you, I want to hear what you got to
I'm not
say.
trying to ruffle any more feathers, bro. You've already blocked one of
You're
my
not
damn
gonna ruffle
accounts,
shit.
top.
Say what's on your
But
mind,
I'm not gonna
man.
say anything. I'm not gonna say anything that you would block me for. But I'm just saying.
Motherfucker,
I
I'm
just
not
don't
gonna
want to
block
ruffle any more
you. I
feathers.
didn't block you the first time. Say what's on your
Okay,
mind, man.
No, I'm
I'm
good,
ask,
bro. I'm good.
I'm gonna ask you this, Crown. You a white man too, ain't
I'm a white man, yes. But I'm not gonna lie. I have basically grown up around mostly black people my whole life, and went to school with black people my whole life. So,
you? That don't matter.
I am a white person. Yes, I'm a white man.
White person, okay. So you saying that you were standing with Chunky.
Say it again, Bama.
You were standing with Chunky. That was
With
you basically.
change,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. I definitely
Okay then.
would.
Okay, well speak your piece then.
But I don't. I just don't want to. I'm afraid to talk now, man, because everything I've said before is I've either
Motherfucker, say what you gotta
no
say,
top man,
motherfucker.
top
God
man,
damn it.
not
Say it. Say
man,
it. Say it.
top.
Come on,
See,
man. Hey,
but
I
no,
gotta
no
go in this
top because
damn
every time
panel
I
in this
do,
next spot.
I either insult somebody or something, and
You're not gonna insult
it always
nobody.
gets
Say what's
taken
on
the
your
wrong
mind.
way. People take it the wrong way what I'm saying, or it's always something. So I'm just gonna keep the
Okay,
zip going on.
Krim, do you agree with
I just want to listen.
Krim, do you agree
I agree with Bama. I agree with Bama boy.
Do you
do you
agree
agree
with what Chuck say?
you agree with Chunky?
I just I
Huh?
don't. Oh, I also agree with what Chucky just said a minute ago. Yeah, I agree with what Chucky just said a minute ago. Also, yeah.
And speak your piece then. You will stand beside him, you will stand with him and go against
Not with
whatever.
Chucky, I wouldn't. I stand beside you though any day, Bama, and Top and Mark. Not with Chucky though, I wouldn't.
We get your point, though. We get your point. If
Okay.
if if we had a war, a race war,
You going back to
and
the
it was
petty.
you and Chunky and some more white people, you would have our backs. That's what you were saying.
I mean, I can't say that because I don't know. I mean, even though most of my friends are predominantly black, if we had a race war, I'm sure anybody black that sees me as a white person is gonna be trying to come at me, right? So I would have to fight back. Because they're not going to
Damn.
see me as an individual. They're not going to see me as who I am. They're just going to see my skin tone. That's it.
This ain't what this man talking about though, Krim.
But that's what Top just asked me though, Bama.
No, I mean I get what I
Same way.
just asked you, but
You see what I'm saying?
what
Though?
I'm
I mean,
saying is
no, I mean, but I'm saying
what
like
I
if I that's a complicated question, Top. That's a
if
complicated question, bro.
okay,
This is
okay.
not what Chucky talking
You
about.
feel me?
Chucky talking about
Because of my skin color. I mean, I know who I would be want to rock with, but I don't know if I'd be accepted. You know what I'm
how you don't know you gonna. Okay, were you
saying?
accepted in
So
prison?
that's kind of a complicated question, though.
Were you accepted in prison being a GD?
What's that, Bama?
Were you accepted in prison being a GD
I'm a GD. Yeah, I'm a GD.
okay, was you accepted as a white boy in prison being a
Whoa, a
GD?
white
Well,
GD?
well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, Bama. I'll tell you this, Bama. I think I got lucky because the dude that I was actually under was there when I got there. So he let it be known that I was that I was cool. Nobody to fuck with me. Yeah, that's what he told everybody from the jump. So I can't say that for sure because my motherfucker OG was there. The dude that beat me in the gang was there when I got to prison. So I don't know how it would have been if he wasn't there when I got there. I don't know.
So you're a white GD.
I'm talking about your time. I'm talking about your time being in there as a GD, as a white man,
Yeah.
as a white man.
There's a white GD on this panel. There's a white GD. I have never heard of that before. You
Was
are
you
the
ex-
first white GD that I ever heard from. I didn't see
IGD.
white bloods. I didn't. Huh?
IGD,
Okay.
bro.
Okay. Okay.
My bad. I'm sorry. IGD, excuse me.
okay then? IGD. But were you accepted?
But still, I mean,
See,
I
man, you be
still roll
talking
with
around.
all the GDs though.
You be talking around this shit, bro.
Huh?
And like I said, I like
Well,
you.
I
I
got
like
beat
you, and
in by all black people when I got beat in the game.
it don't different who you got beat
What you
in by now.
okay, so what are you saying, Bama? I'm confused. What are you getting at, bro?
Talking about Chunky. You
What
said
you
you can't ride with him. Period.
I don't like Chucky. Yeah, I don't like him.
You don't even know him.
From what I know of him on here, I don't like him. From what I know of him
All right.
on here, Bama, I don't like him. Okay, that's what I mean. That's what I should have said.
I will say I don't like you either, Krim. But
Okay,
if it
See,
see,
came down to it, if it
but
came
that's
down to
okay
it,
though,
I would fight
Hold
by
on.
your
Hold on.
side. I would
and
fight
that's
by
okay,
your side.
this stuff get
Chucky,
fucking.
and that's okay. That's okay that we don't like each other on YouTube. That's
You didn't
fine.
hear what
It's
he
YouTube.
said though, Krim. Listen
You
to
said you
what
would.
he
You said you would
said.
fight by my side. You said you would fight by my side if it came down to it, right? Is that
And
what you said?
there where this stuff get confusing with me with this bullshit. Like people don't even know each other and get mad and don't like each other and be
I look, but Bam, I'm just saying I don't like Chucky on here. I could like him perfectly fine in the real world. You know, for all I know.
I think
I don't see.
I think the one thing I may be speaking out
I
of
don't
line here.
take
I
YouTube as
may
real life though.
1 second. I think I might look at this wrong, and if I am,
just talking about the
Emma,
conversation that I'm just talking about specifically on the conversation that you, him, and all of us on the panel talking about. I'm not talking about his personal.
I think if me and Chucky had a one-on-one conversation, we could probably get along if we had a one-on-one
I
conversation.
think
I
so too.
But
I
we
wanna
we,
time
we
out.
probably you know what I mean.
I may be wrong on this. Bama, correct me if I'm wrong. But when
Go ahead.
I said that I'm here to stand in front of them and beside them, I will never stand behind them. You say you agree with me, but you wouldn't stand with me. If you agree with me, why would you not stand there in front of everybody with me or beside them with me? Why would
I
you
didn't
be
say
like,
that.
oh, it's chunk? Yeah, no, you did. You
No, no,
did.
not you, Krim. Not you, Krim.
No,
Oh,
Krim
Bama. Oh,
did.
Bama.
No,
Okay. No,
Bama
no, I didn't
said,
say that.
yeah,
No, fuck, I didn't. No, I didn't say that.
yeah. When Bama
No, I
asked
didn't.
you, would you stand there with
No, I
Chunky,
did
and you
not.
said, no, I don't like Chunky.
What?
That's what
I
he
did
said.
not say that.
You did say that. You did say
Yeah.
that, Krim. You did say that.
Hold
You
on,
you
hold
said
on.
that.
Repeat that again, Chucky. Repeat that again, sir. Please.
When me and Bama were talking about, he said, "Oh, you can stand behind us." I was like, "No, me personally, I
He
would
wasn't
not
even
stand
talking to me
behind
when he
you."
said that, though.
Hold
He was
on, hold
talking to
on. Let
me.
him finish.
Okay, okay,
He was
okay.
talking to
My
me.
bad.
And I said, no,
Okay.
I would be the one standing in front of you and beside you because you guys do not have to be in this fight. It's not your
You said
fight.
that
It's
white
our
people. You
fight.
said that white people need to be at the front of the fight. Is what you said, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, Bama, but
So what
Crim,
did I
you
say?
said that you
Baby, if we do, it'd be on the
correct me if
candy
I'm
already.
wrong, but Bama was asking you
Okay.
if you agree with me, and you said yes. And then Bama said, would you be there with Chunky? And you said no, because I don't like him. So why would you, even if you don't like me, why would you not still be there in the
I
fight
don't
with
remember
me?
him. I don't remember him saying, "Would you be there with Chucky?" I don't remember him saying that at all.
You know,
I really don't.
I said that,
But
bro.
no, what I said was, y'all were talking about a race.
so
Y'all were talking about
so
y'all were talking about a race war.
No. What we talking about?
Crim,
Fighting the fight for
Who
us black folks.
No,
standing behind?
hell no, I didn't say that to you. Hell no, I
hold
didn't
on.
say that. If
First
I
and
did,
foremost,
I misunderstood the question.
the more you interrupt, the less
Oh
you
yeah,
hear.
oh yeah, I like five balls.
Talking about reparation, Crim. We're talking about
Dude,
reparation, Crim.
Chucky, I did not fucking hear anybody say that, and I would never have said
Okay,
no. I wouldn't be beside Chucky in that.
Okay, you didn't hear it. We get it. We get it. Calm down, bro. Relax.
I'm calm.
Relax.
I'm calm, Top. What are you talking about,
Okay.
man?
All right. Shoot.
Top, Let me Top. Can I ask you a question, bro, real quick, for real
Yes,
talk?
sir.
Why do you only get on me if I say something that's loud or something? But yet when Chuck does, you don't say shit to him. It's only me when you say. I'm the only person you said something to all night. As
Okay,
far as like anything like that.
hold on. Wait a
Why
minute.
is
Wait a
that?
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mr.
I'm just curious,
Louisiana.
bro. Because you just the only
Mr. LSU.
person.
Mr. LSU.
Now,
What's going on? What's going on?
Have
like
I
Crim,
said something to all parties tonight?
Crim, I got
Yes,
your
you
back.
have, brother.
Crim, I got
I
your back.
heard you. At all.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
You heard me, huh?
Real talk, bro.
Yeah,
For
I
real.
heard you. I heard you.
Crim,
Bama boy, have I been fair to everybody?
yeah, you didn't fail. And Crim,
Bama.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Bama, are you serious, bro? Have you not heard? I'm the only one that he's got like, hey, Crim, no, watch out now, no, watch out now, no, don't make me have to kick you. I'm the only person
Bro,
he
I
said that
was
to
just
all night long. Come on
bullshitting
now,
with you.
don't be like that.
What?
Crim,
But you just
I
blocked
got
my
you.
alt earlier, bro. Just from the
Why?
comment section.
Why, Crib? Are we go? You really want to
I
bring it
don't
up?
know why.
Because
I still don't know why. I was talking to Mac G and you blocked me. I was
Crim,
answering
listen,
Mac
bro.
G's question, and when I answered it, you blocked me right after that. I don't know why you did that. I can't answer
Crim,
that,
I'm gonna
bro.
tell you
I don't know why. I wish I did know.
Crim, that bam boy, I
I was
got your
answering
back, man.
Mac G's question, and then
But
I
man, you
said
don't,
you've been timed out.
Crim, you just don't listen, bro. You don't listen.
Bama, nobody said anything to me in the comments at all, or on the panel when I was talking to Mac G.
the fact that we shouldn't have
I
to.
answered that question, and I got
Crim, you just don't listen, bro. Man, I tell you, I got your back, bro. I got your back, man. These guys ain't going against you, bro. They is not against
Bama,
you.
I'm just telling you what happened, bro. Bama, listen to me. I'm telling you what just happened, bro.
Bama
But you
seen
I
what
just
won't
answered
happened.
Mac G's question, and then Top blocked me for no reason, bro. I don't understand that.
Top them block you, Paul.
Bama seen why I timed you out, sir.
Listening, bro.
Okay, can you tell me, please, Top? Because I don't know why. Can you tell me, please, why? Because I don't know why.
Bama boy, go ahead. Go ahead, Bama boy.
You
Because
don't.
Top can't even tell me himself.
Nah,
You don't listen.
Bama boy, go tell you.
You just
I
don't
want you to
listen.
tell me, Top, because you're the one that blocked me. I want you to tell me.
See how you talking? You don't want to hear nothing nobody else got to say. You don't listen.
Bama boy, I was in the comment section. I wasn't even on the panel, bro. I wasn't
You
even up
was
here to
on.
listen to anything. I was talking to Mac G in the comments, Bama.
Okay,
That's what I'm
when he
saying,
first.
bro. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, when he first talked to you and told you what he told you,
Mhm.
man, you disrespect that man's wife in the beginning. You call her out bitches and shit. Okay, you came
But
back and
then I came right back up and I apologized. First thing is what I did, and I didn't call her anything else after that. Nothing like that. I was very
listen.
considerate.
You came back and apologized. Then you came back on. He let you back on. Then you went right back. You didn't call her no bitch, but you went right back to the same shit.
No, I was talking about Judge Joe Brown, man. She started laughing at me because I was talking about Judge. She had like he was a joke or something.
When we were trying to listen to the video, you wouldn't listen. You kept talking through the whole video.
Oh, I was saying that Kamala was drunk. Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, you're right. I did
You
say that.
wouldn't listen. See, you don't listen and then respond. You talk through it.
Okay, Ben. I can understand that. Okay. I need to work on that. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, so y'all. I'm sorry for doing that, and I'm gonna work on that. I promise you.
Hey, look, man, you from Bama, man. You don't make a. They already think we dumb and slow.
No, man, Bam, it ain't got nothing to do with that, bro. It's just sometimes I feel
Nah,
disrespected by people when they make me feel disrespected and they do it on purpose, and I can't help it if you
I
don't see it, but I see it.
This is what
ain't
I
talking about,
want to happen. This is what I want to
talking about
happen because
I ain't
my
talking
thing.
Can we just squash? Can we just squash that stuff? That's just in the past. Can we just squash it? No, I mean for real.
I mean, we've been trying to. We've
Well,
been
why
trying
y'all?
to. You the only one
I'm not
that's
the one
been
bringing it
bringing up
up though. I'm
old.
not the one bringing
Yeah,
it
you
up.
have, Krim.
I'm
You
not
have,
bringing it
Krim.
up.
You was in the comments basically saying, "Oh, well, look at the Google warrior.
He is a Google, but he is though. That was true.
But we
He
were
is a
supposed to
Google
squash
warrior.
this about 4 hours ago, bro, and you still up. You still continue. Chunky is really letting this shit go. He's on the panel. We
But
trying
he,
to talk black.
but I'm just
We
in the
trying to talk.
comments talking to
We
Mac
trying to
G,
talk
bro.
real stuff, and you in the comments basically saying, "Oh well,
Top, but
look at Google."
listen, but top,
Okay,
listen,
all right.
top.
I'm not about to over.
He,
I'm not about to get
he's
over
not
talk. So it's
even.
either you want to talk or you gonna let me speak my piece. You asked me why.
I'm just trying to interject you were wrong. I'm just trying to interject you were wrong thing. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry. Apologize, bro. You were just wrong with what you were just saying. That's why I interjected.
I'm listening. Just go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay, I'm talking back to you. So, what?
You breaking. You breaking up. You breaking up.
Chuck, I was talking back
You
to you in the
breaking up.
comment, and Chuck, I was talking back to you. Can you hear me now?
You breaking
Can you
up.
hear me?
You're breaking up.
I'm not even talking.
You sound like a robot when you talk. That's what I'm saying.
All right, I'll drop down, bro. I'll go ahead and drop down, man.
Okay, come back. Drop out and come back. All right, hello. Can y'all hear me? All right. Before I let Chunky go, I want I want to address something. Mark, what do you think? What do you? How do you feel about what Chunky said that he would ride with y'all? Like he would stand on the front lines to make sure that we get equal rights and get
bro.
equal equality. What do you feel about him saying that?
I've heard Chunky's not the first white person I've heard say that. Because some white people just don't agree with how blacks have been treated and how blacks be done. Some white people sit back and be like, "Hey, that's really effed up," and evidently Chunky's one of them type people. So I mean, shout
And I
out to
just want
Chunky
to,
Bottom. Shout out. Hey, he sees the struggles the black people go through or have endured, the pain, you know what I'm saying, the suffering. Hey, so and shout out to him. But now, he's one and it's only a few in a million that feel that way. But he is not the first one I've heard say that.
I can agree with that,
But
and
shout out to you, Chunky
shout out
Bottom.
to for that.
Yeah.
And I just want to elaborate. Oh, you want to go ahead, Chucky?
I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you for that, Mark. One, I don't do what I do for any type of recognition. And I'm not
Understood.
saying that that's what you're doing. I also don't believe in allyship because black people have been bulldozed over by white people for so long that claim to be allies, but only have their own interests at heart. So that's why I don't look for a pat on the back. I just continue to do what I do because that's what I believe in.
We just want
Okay.
to, and I appreciate
And
that.
I respect that. But it's a but to that. Now, what you just said caught my attention. So, what do you feel about just what you said about how blacks have endured that pain from white people who act like they're allies, but they're really enemies? What do you feel about blacks doing other blacks the same way? Do you have the same opinion, or is it different because they're the same race?
For one, I don't believe blacks are blacks. I believe they're black people. Secondly,
Well,
what goes on in the black community, I know what he means. I'm just for me though. I cringe every time I hear that. But that's just me. But secondly, I can't control what goes on in the black community because I'm not in the black community. But I also believe there is no such thing as black on black crime or anything like that. I believe it's proximity. It's proximity to who you're around. So of course, if you've got more black people around black people, it's going to look like it's worse than it really is. But I can't speak on the black community because I'm not in that community. If that makes sense, like I can't.
I understand that. I was just asking your opinion. So, does it carry the same weight? That what you spoke on as far as dealing with white people and black people, do you still feel the same when it comes to black people against black people, or is it somewhat different?
I can't. I can't really speak on it because I'm not in that community, and I don't speak on something that I don't have the experience in. Because it's not my place to speak on that experience. Because
however,
I can't take your experience and make it mine and say, well, because of this is what I do. No, I can't do that. I can't. So to be honest, I can't speak on it. I don't know. That's the most honest I can be.
Mrs. Spider say? Let me ask you this, because some don't know that you have a black wife. What have you heard Mrs. Spider have said to
As
you
far
directly
as
about the black on black crime and the black on black, what
it's a myth.
Lamarck?
She understands. Well, I'm not going to speak for her, but from what I get from her is she understands that black on black crime is a myth. It's not a real thing. The same thing as white on white crime. There's not a thing. It's all proximity. Because if there's no white people in the community, a black community, of course you can't have white on black crime or black on white crime, however you want to say it. Same thing with the white community. If you don't have black people or Hispanic people or any other group in those communities, you can't have that kind of crime. So it's not black on black crime or white on white crime. It's just crime. And it's just the proximity of it is what it is. It's like, because if I was around black people, then it would be looked differently upon, because now it's going to be more considered a racial thing, depending on where it is, right? But if you're like, that's the best way I can explain it.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you said. I ain't trying to just cut in like that. I just want to help elaborate a little bit more. So what I'm getting from it is basically like, okay, you have an impoverished area, and it's populated with impoverished people. So, and each individual is looking for a better way out. So, yeah, it's to way what I'm perceiving from it. It's almost like that term crabs in a bucket, So you see one elevating and you're stuck in the same position and you're in the same neighborhood going through the same circumstances. So you're gonna feel some kind of envy and you're going to go and get what you don't have from the same community that's going through the same struggle. So I get what he's saying. So basically, like, I can kind of understand that. Well, you could say it's a myth, it's this crime, because literally, if you look at it how I'm breaking it down and corresponds to what you're saying, that's what it is. It's just blatantly crime. That's what it is. Just crime. That's what I wanted to put on that.
No,
No,
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna say one thing. I had to kick Bama Boat because he on some bullshit tonight, and I ain't got time for it. We really having a real conversation, and
Not Bama.
he won't stop. He
I
will
don't think
not
you
stop.
didn't mean Bama.
No, not Bama. I mean Krim. Sorry, I had to kick Krim because we having a real conversation, and he's steady on what happened 5 hours ago. So I'm guessing you trolling. I ain't got time for the troll shit. So yeah, y'all go ahead and continue, bro. My bad.
The way I look at Krim is he doesn't like me because I'm willing to do more than he's willing to do. That's just me looking in from the outside because, or that's just my opinion. That's the way I'm looking at it, because I've come with nothing but passion, facts, stats, all that stuff. And I keep getting shut down because why? Because I'm coming up with the stuff. It is what it is. I mean,
we're not gonna dwell up about that, but Mr. LSU, my fault. Go ahead, bro. I'm so sorry.
Nah, I was just speaking on what Tucker was saying about the, blatantly crime. I would just state the fact that that's literally what it is. It's blatantly crime. You got an area that's deprived of a whole lot of necessities, and they all trying to figure out a better way. So when one is elevating and the other is not, and they all in the same circumstances, one is going to be the other, and it's going to be blatantly crime. It's going to be blatantly crime. So that instead of that neighborhood thriving together, everybody coming together for a good cause and a solution that they all can thrive, one is just going to be individually selfish and just going to deprive the other for what they don't have.
which creates that proximity crime.
So I agree with what Chuck is saying. I mean, I'm not, it's not about picking sides or nothing like that. It's about actual facts.
It's
And that's
not.
the truth.
It's not about picking sides. It's just who's standing on the right side. That's how I feel too. Um,
You know,
I feel that we got some good people that's standing on the right side. We got people that's not our race that's gonna stand with us. But we need to actually fix the problems that we have inside of our community first. We need to get along, or at least to agree to disagree. You get what I'm saying? So, like I look at Memphis. Memphis is not the safest place in America, and that's a black city. I look at Detroit. Detroit is not the safest place in the world, and that's a black city. I can say the same thing about LA. LA used to be a lot more black than it is, but it's still considered a black city. I look at Atlanta, Georgia. Why all the black cities are not safe to be around?
wait, say that again, bro.
Why do it feel like all the black cities is not safe to be in your
Well,
opinion?
it goes back to now,
Major cities, excuse me. Major cities, all the major black cities, like the major cities, like Memphis, L.A., Oakland. You know what I mean?
it goes, well, in my opinion, it goes back to being, deprived of things the that's been a repeated thing over and over and over and over. And
Hmm.
instead of it, the winning for the better is going higher for the worse. So why is that? Um, I really would have to just go back and just do some more searching on that, like to elaborate clearly, logically, because it's more than just poverty. It's more than just. It goes back to the system. It goes back to the system, what was in place, and how it was in place. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button.
Nah, you good. Yeah, but that's my opinion on it, bro. Like of why I think it's like that. I mean, the system plays a part in it. It's set up and it's designed in a specific way, and so collectively, the mindset of our people, has to change to really see that.
well, um,
I mean, because really, if you go back a little further back in time, like hate. It was taught upon us, like far as us, like not. I'm not speaking on hate, like far as other people, just us primarily. We were taught to hate ourselves. We were taught. We would like. It goes back to far as entertainment, like slavery, like what went on in that and how we were put up against each other for as entertainment, for as like fighting, like that was their entertainment, us brutalizing one another. It goes back to when I say I bring up that movie Django, a lot of different aspects in that movie was true. Like, for as they had the two black men butchering each other in Candy House. They was just beating the hell out of each other, like, brutally. So that plays a part too, and it's damn near in our DNA, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But it goes back to the mindset. If we come out of that slave mentality thinking, a whole lot of things have changed with us. It really would. We have to see that and know that and understand that as a whole.
Well, fellas, let me ask y'all something, man. Do you feel that when we started this earlier today, that I would say we just hit the 8 hour damn mark on streaming?
YouTube about to be paying us a nightly check.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
No, overall, it was a damn good conversation. I can't believe I stayed up this long. I mean, I was ready to start
Chucky
driving.
ass normally in the fucking bed by now, y'all.
I
It's
usually am,
11 o'clock.
yes. I was gonna jump in bed about 2 hours ago, but yeah, I'm still here.
Let me put it like this, man. We gonna do this again, man. We gonna do this again. We got to do it soon because, man, like, we got some hot topics, and I feel that, you know, like this comment here, like highly favor says. Hold on, let me bring it up. This comment right here. This comment right here proves that
I
we
was gonna
need to
ask
have
that.
more. We need to have more conversations about this.
I want to know why he says these are the convos we don't want to speak on. I want to know
Well,
why he feels that way.
well, the reason why he's saying that, I understand what he's saying is this the topics that people hate to speak on. You get
Oh,
what I'm saying?
because it's uncomfortable.
Right. Like, yeah, a lot of motherfuckers don't want to have uncomfortable conversations.
Well, in order to grow, you got to live in that discomfort.
Exactly. So
But
that's why I looked at that comment. I was like, yeah, I respect that. I
I
definitely
mean,
respect that.
it has to be uncomfortable because how you gonna find common ground?
Whoa, whoa. What does he mean by that one, Top? I'll let you decipher that.
Yeah, highly favored. Can you can you elaborate? No accountability with the blacks. What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm lost on that one myself.
I was with you until I saw that. Hey, Krim, like I said, we had fun. Hey, no disrespect, but I get, you upset, so we just gonna let you cool off for a little bit and just, we gonna get back on track. But what do you mean, highly favored,
Yeah, Quim,
about
I appreciate you, man.
no
Yeah,
accountability with the
we gonna figure it
blacks?
out.
That's wow, that's shocking. That's definitely shocking.
I love to pull it out of people.
Okay, here we go. We have to account for what all goes on in. Oh, okay. I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, we allowing shit to go on in our communities that shouldn't be going on in our communities, and we started this shit. What's going on in Memphis shouldn't be going on in Memphis. The gang wars that's going on in California shouldn't even be going on in California. We need some of I'm speaking to the blacks. We need some of the elders. Y'all know what I'm talking about. We need some of the elders to stand up and say, hey, enough is enough. Because we need somebody to actually help us. We don't have, he's right. What goes on in our community, dog, we let a lot of shit go. And then we be like, oh, well, I didn't see nothing. Oh, I can't say nothing because it's considered snitching. Hell, even if it's done to you. Oh, I can't say nothing because it's snitching. They killed my
So
mama. They killed my mama. Oh, I can't tell you who killed my mama but you know who did, and you try to put it in your hands.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that on a lot of aspects, like far as the gangs and stuff like that. I don't now see. I know the origins of why certain gangs and different gangs started. For us protecting the community, but it just got exploited and used for the wrong reasons as for us
Right.
today. But and I want to say, for as my black people, like that's some BS for us what we did, how we took that and flipped it like that because and I'm speaking fact. This is not emotional. This is real. So I look at it like this, and if y'all can break it down and understand, you'll see what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, and this is my opinion, strong opinion. I feel like gangs for the black community has killed more black people than the Ku Klux Klan combined. Seriously,
Mm.
seriously, gangs,
Mm.
because it's gangs fighting other gangs. I ain't talking about no other race. I'm talking about only specifically black race right now.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it is our fault for being in a position that we like to say oppressed, not us but other ones that's out there. And the thing is with that saying that that we still oppressed. I beg to differ because we got so much opportunities that's right in front of us that wasn't in front of us when we was fighting for it, like a whole lot. So it's
Chucky, you
about the
see that?
mindset.
You see that text message that just came across the phone? You
Yeah, I
see
see
that, right?
that from yeah.
Oh my God. That's another topic for in itself. Wow.
I'm no longer OTA. I'm a free agent. Who I
Oh
don't
my
even whose
God.
number is that?
That's bloody.
Oh, that's bloody. And what's that? I'm no longer.
OTA.
I'm not sure what
That's the
OTA is.
that's the crew he was with.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Yeah, I
wow.
don't know about that stuff. Yeah, I don't know about
Go
any of
go
that
ahead,
stuff.
Mr. LSU. I'm sorry. That's background shit. My bad. My bad. I seen that
Nah,
shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
nah, no. So basically, what I was just saying, like, it just goes back to, like I say, I feel as if, and this is a strong opinion of mine, I feel as if the black gangs, and no matter what community, no matter what community for state and stuff like that, have killed more of us than the Ku Klux Klan have. Like seriously, like Crips and Bloods and GDs and BDs, and not back in the day. I'm talking about today. As much as war turf and all that been going on, like yeah, like they killed more in the black community than the Ku Klux Klan. Now a lot of the average black man wouldn't see it like that, but that I don't see why they wouldn't, or how they can't. Because if you break it down statistically wise, you will see that. You will see that. Numbers don't lie. You will
Uh,
see that.
can I ask a question?
Sure, brother.
I agree with you, but I'll ask you a caveat to it. I have a little thing to add to that. Do you think it would be that way if there was more money in the community, more education in the community, better healthcare in the community, more than food deserts in the community?
For as the mindset is, yeah, I would think so. I would believe so. For as that's what like, for as education and understanding, yeah. For as economic resources, yeah,
And that's
yeah.
why I say that's kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier when I was talking about um, when black people come together, this country doesn't know what to do because they're black people when they come together, they're so powerful. You guys make your own money. You guys can survive without any help. It's been proven. And I use towns like Oscarville, which is now Lake Lanier here in Atlanta. It used to be a town called Oscarville. You have Rosewood that was burned down. You got Black Wall Street. All of these towns and places were very up and coming black neighborhoods that were taken down as soon as white people were like, "Oh, we can't have that. That's no, we can't have that." So that's why I ask if there was more money in there, do you think things would be different?
Yes, it really would. We would. we would thrive to no avail. We would thrive endlessly, like with emphasis. Like we would thrive endlessly. Like and it's and to elaborate on Black Wall Street, and it was several that we had. We were my people back in those days, in the 20s and 30s. We were rich. I'm gonna be honest. We were rich. We had our own medicine. We had our own police station, the mail, fire station, grocery stores, banks, schools. Yeah, I mean the list goes on. Like I really can't. The list too long. But y'all get the point where I'm going.
Yeah, like for instance, how shoot, what was I gonna say? Cadillac was gonna go out of business if it wasn't for the Black community.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah.
Because if it wasn't for the Black community, Cadillac was going under. They needed the black money, the black dollars, in order to survive. That's why they started selling to the Black community.
Facts. Yeah. I ain't even. You already said what I was about to. You got it. Yep. That's what I was about to elaborate on. You already cleared that up.
So that's why I say every time the Black community actually does come together and they thrive, because nobody thrives the way the Black community does. From what I've seen and researched and read and all that stuff, I've never seen it. But every time it happens, somebody's got to go in there and tear the shit down. Well, and if it wasn't for all that, I don't think there'd be all these gangs. I don't think it'd be turf wars. Would there still be crime? Of course. You're always going to have crime. You're always going to have somebody that's jealous of somebody or wants something that somebody else has. You're always going to have that. But it would be a lot less.
Go ahead, Bama boy. Bama
Hey,
boy.
man. Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, I feel so much like how Mark feels. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Man, these people take stuff what you said and flip it and twist it around and make it seem like, man,
what happened now?
Like I'm a woman hater, and this and that, man. I'm just from the South, bro, and I believe what I believe, and I was raised that way, you know.
Right. We understand wait, hold on, Bama boy. We understood where you was coming from. So, is there somebody on another channel that's basically saying different?
It's based on your comments and shit, man. Hey, but you know, it is what it is, man. I understand where bro be coming from, man. This shit ain't this shit ain't for me, man. Cause man, people, man, they don't see between shit. They don't see what you be saying.
I understand.
I'm like, damn, man, but I ain't gonna stop supporting you or Mark or nobody else, man. It's just, I'm like, damn, man, what? I was raised to be the head, the main man, and you know, the supporter. You know,
Right.
I wasn't raised to live and lay back on the woman's couch, man. She make majority. She make all the money, and I come in with a little bit, and I call myself a man. I wasn't raised like that, bro.
Right.
I don't know what they thinking, man. When I'm, you know, I'm just trying to clarify what I'm saying, man. I wasn't raised like that. I was raised to go out there and get it. Go out there and get it, and be, you know, you got to be. You can't be the man in the house when you laying in somebody else's shit.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you, man. So
Hey,
you
man,
saying that you see some in the comments that
I
made
seen,
you
I seen a lot of shit, man. Like, you know, I seen a lot of shit, man. And I feel like, I'm like, man, a lot of these niggas, man, they laying back and they old ladies' houses drinking their kids' juices and eating their snacks and shit, and they ain't bringing them to the table that's talking. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that, bro. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I got to be the head man.
Yeah.
And then by the preaching, by the woman preacher and all that. I don't believe it. I don't believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't saying that it's right. I'm not saying that, I don't believe in it.
Right.
You
And that's
know.
okay. And like we said before, that's okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you entitled to your opinion. You entitled to how you feel. Like, don't worry about the comments, baby boy. Like, for real, we know where your heart at, man. You good people. That's all
Yeah,
I
man.
can say
Yeah, I
about that,
got
you know?
respect for you, brother. Yeah, got respect for you.
Yeah,
Got respect for you too, Chris.
me personally, I think it's commendable that you want to be the supporter and the main supporter and all that other stuff. I see nothing wrong with that. Um,
If
my
if
point,
if,
my
if
point, because I
another
know,
if another man see otherwise, then there's something wrong. That's why I said, how can we talk to our people when they got when they see how they respond to you? How
Mm-hmm.
can you talk? How can you talk to them when they respond to you like, man, you can't respond to no men, man, when they respond to you back with ignorance, like, oh, that's the old fashioned way and all this and that. Man, come on. Ain't no such thing. Ain't no such thing. I don't believe in no old fashioned way. But y'all go ahead though, bro.
No, we listening. We listening. Go ahead, baby.
I just don't believe in no old fashioned. I don't believe in no old fashioned way. I was taught the old fashioned way. I just don't believe in no you can't you gotta get out the old fashioned type of thinking and no, I'm not gonna get out of there. I'm not gonna get out of there. I believe in the man he supposed to provide, he supposed to take care of his household, and then I also believe is when like my granddad always told me, you see, you hear, but you don't believe everything that you hear. You believe what you see. If I didn't see it, I don't believe it.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Man, man, do people don't know how them guys had it back in the days, man. There's a lot of them guys back in the days. Wives cheated on them, and they stood with their wife. And a lot of the wives, a lot of the husbands cheated on their wives, and the wives stuck with the husband because they didn't
mm-hmm,
see it, they didn't believe, they didn't go out no hearsay.
mm-hmm.
They didn't go out with nobody. Oh, I seen your husband on her. Oh, I seen your wife. They didn't go out there.
Right,
That's what I believe in.
right.
That's why
I'm
it's
with
so
you.
many. That's why it's so many marriages and stuff like that, man. And people separating and stuff. Cause my girlfriend told me that they seen you at such and such. I'm gonna leave you. Leaving somebody and don't even know if it's true or not.
Mm.
It's a lot of that go on nowadays. It
Yeah.
ain't going. It ain't going back then when my granddad and them come on. My dad and them. They didn't go on like that. Man. They too quick to judge and believe and jump on a bandwagon and it's women rights shit. Man. And I know they gonna talk about that, but they women rights shit, man. Ain't no woman ain't got no business being equal to no man.
Mm-hmm.
God didn't say that.
Well, you got a couple of people in the chat now that's pushing back on you, but I'm gonna tell you this.
I mean,
I know. Just hear what I'm about to say, Bama boy. Nobody's gonna tell you how to feel and what's in your heart. You get what I'm saying? We can have our opinions about what you said, but at the end of the day, your opinion and your feelings and your thoughts is on you. You feel me? So hey, you ain't gotta explain. You know what I'm saying? We understand you come from the old school. You seen things differently. You know what I mean? You know. So I get where you coming from. Being from the South and seeing, you know, what I've seen in the South, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Bama.
Yeah.
You know. Well, fellas, shit, it seems like every time.
I don't want to mess your shit up, man, but
No, you
I'm
good, you good. You listen, you good. This is what this
if
platform is for.
a lot of women want to realize how the women were back in the day, they will have a successful marriage. Success.
Um, I don't think that the women today want what they had back in the day. I think the women today want to.
I'm talking about the the physical man wise. Like,
Okay, okay,
now, so we make a lot more money and all this. We make a lot more money and stuff, man. And it's a lot of good men out here that don't do the stuff that they think
right.
that what I'm saying, that they do. They don't. There's a lot of good men out here. A lot of them. But see, there's a lot of women now. Judge men by they. Okay, you drive trucks.
Hmm.
I heard about truck drivers. You a construction worker. I heard about them construction workers. Man, he might not even be like that. He
Right.
might not even be like what they talking about, what they heard about. It's
Well, I
just stuff like
always was prejudged as a pimp or what you call it, because I drove trucks that I spend money
yeah,
on hoes and hookers, and motherfuckers
stuff
don't know I'm married.
stuff like that, man. People don't, I mean, it just, I don't know, man. Well,
I bet you.
I'm glad I'm married, bro.
Yeah, I am too. I got the best wife in the world in my mind.
Yeah,
You know, and nobody can tell me different. You know, but
yeah.
anybody else got something to say? Anybody else got something to say? Because we at the 8 hour 30 mark. Unless y'all
Um,
motherfuckers want to
I am
hit the
about to
nine
go to
hour
bed.
mark.
I'm about to go to bed, but I will say one thing to the comment about a more successful marriage. Um, my wife makes 4 times the amount of money I make in a year. So she is the financial provider, but I still provide in every other way. So I still take care of the house. I still take care of the chores. I take care of the kid cooking. I take care of her. And we've been married for 17 years. I'd say that's pretty damn successful.
That's
Yeah,
successful.
that is, bro.
See, that's another thing in our community, man. That's another thing in our community. If the woman makes more than the man, hmm I know a lot of guys, man, go through problems, man, cause they wife make more than them. They gotta deal with a lot of bull. They gotta deal with a lot of shit, man. I thank God I don't have to deal with it.
Understood. Well,
But yeah, my ass
Miss,
gotta go to sleep. I'm ready to
Miss,
fall asleep right here at this table. I
Yeah,
am
I'm
Mister,
right
three
there with
Miss,
hour. I am
y'all.
3 hours past my bedtime.
I gotta be up at 1 o'clock to drive a 7 hour shift, and yeah, good luck to me.
Yeah.
Mr. LSU, you want to add one more thing?
I just want to say, man, I appreciate y'all, all of y'all, man. Respect, I appreciate everybody different outlook and perspective they brought to the panel, and I got something to elaborate on and research on, and come back with some more.
Yes, sir. And we definitely gonna do this very soon. We would get with each other, and we will pick a date. We'll make sure it's more organized and make sure we got everything in order and make sure that everything is copacetic. This was a great live, though, fellas. This was a great live. My
Oh,
goddamn goodness.
yeah, I would definitely say overall it was very productive.
Yeah,
There were some hiccups there. You are bound to have some hiccups, but it's about rebounding from that and not ruining the vibe.
Right.
It's
Right. I can
hearing
agree.
people out. It's hearing people out. And one of my favorite sayings lately is, "Why is your sentence starting in the middle of mine?"
Mm,
Got
mm.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
And I'll leave it at that.
yeah.
Um,
Food for thought.
Lamarck, Mark,
Yo, yeah.
you got something to add before we close, my brother?
All I want to say, God is good, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all for the live tonight. It's very educational and entertaining. I'm driving on my way home. Y'all have a safe night, man. Be blessed.
For sure,
Y'all
for
too, my
sure.
brother. Y'all be safe,
Um,
man.
Unless I trip up the steps, it should be nice and safe for me.
let,
Heard
let
that.
me, let
Heard
me,
that.
let me, I'm gonna say some closing remarks. I'm gonna say some closing remarks as I look at this comments. Wherever you feel that's in your heart, this place where we creating is an opportunity for different groups of people, life, race, and areas to come together and just conversate, have barbershop shop. That was my ultimate goal with this. You know what I'm saying? Um, we could be doing a lot of things like this on this channel. Mark and I going to get back to his side of this channel. I got my trucking channel I gotta deal with. I also stream every fucking day on Kick and Twitch. Live streaming every day on the road. All the links to these guys' channels are in the comment section on YouTube, including yours, Chunky Spider. Everybody that was in this live who have a channel is in the comment section. Okay? So y'all, those in the chat, y'all go follow them. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to always agree, but as long as we come together and have a good understanding and talk things out as men and women, because there was two women in this tonight, and I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Spider. I'm gonna give out to Chunky, LSU, Mark, Cream, Mac G, highly favored, Bama boy, and everybody else that came in and just showed us some love tonight. You know, like for real. Like we doing this for the people. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna say this: when Mark Channel went away, this wasn't a thought pattern, and this wasn't planned. This channel was dead to me. I use this channel just for just watching entertainment, but this channel got purpose because of that man Solo Dolo, Mr. Lamark Moore. You know, like I said, Chunker want to show something.
Yeah, I just wanted to show something before we got off, just because
Go ahead.
was kind of bugging me the whole night about Kamala, where she went to school at. Just to show that she didn't go to school in Canada. She actually went
Mm-hmm.
to Howard University with a degree in political science, where she actually was part of the HBCU. She earned her Juris Doctor from the University of California in Hastings College of Law, and then she was hired as a district attorney in Alameda County in California. So nowhere
Okay.
in here does it show that she went to school in Canada.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's facts that dropped again that we see. I was just gonna point that out. But as I say this, fellas, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the time. Like Chucky normally in bed around this time. I mean, we can't keep this motherfucker up for shit. This motherfucker, he's smelling bad. He's snoring.
I haven't yawned. I haven't yawned.
Hey, Big Bro Breeze would be fucking proud of you, dog. But like I said, this was a great live. We want to do this again. Mr. LSU, we like I said, me and you go get together, we go figure this whole fucking link everything together shit up. And we're gonna make sure you go have a platform. You know what I'm saying? You can see your platform too. But his link is in the description as well as Lamark Moore's new channel. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to Chunky Spider too. He on Facebook and Kick. Um, and with that said, man, I appreciate everybody. We have 8 hours and 34 minutes of fucking airtime. That's a fucking blessing. So we out this motherfucker. Hey,
100.
hey, y'all come back, bring your asses back. Don't be a fucking stranger, and let's grow together, man. for shit show. Appreciate everybody, man. We out this motherfucker, man.
Peace, brother.
Peace.